Chapter 615 Look. Catfish. Taizu. Is it really because he is usually too gentle? At this moment, he and Suhi were like two consciousnesses merging. Suhi's thoughts were completely focused on his perception. In my whole life as a turtle, I have only met two people who dared to criticize him like this. No matter how big or small. One is Bai Ling, and the other is Suhi. Should you say it or not? It doesn't mean that the whole family will not enter the house. Taizu snorted, Gizi. Yuan Yu has the physical body of Manjua Fourth Realm Immortal Lord, which has been accumulated in the consciousness space for countless years. What do you think? Ancestor, do you get from me? Is there a turtle with the fourth level of heaven? Moreover, Yuan Dao's consciousness originally belonged to this era. But he came here secretly against the long river of time. He was at a great disadvantage. This is not a fight between equals. But you still want me to play tricks on you? Then Taizu sensed a touch of contempt from Suhi's consciousness. Taizu. Every time he was punished, he was knocked unconscious, so that the turtle never felt real fear. So why did this turtle boy dare to be so insignificant? In the blink of an eye, the opponent Yuan was attacking again. He flipped the mountain axe in his hand and struck it down in the air. He is chopping the dragon head of Taizu. Taizu's dragon horn retracted inward, and the entire dragon head instantly deformed and turned into a slippery glands. It retracted into the turtle SHL and hid. Then, while the mountain axe fell, he suddenly stretched out his neck and bit Yuan's wrist. This mouthful holds Taiyuan in his mouth, like a black hole biting into it. Yuan saw threw away the mountain axe and raised the corner of his mouth. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of millions of years, and it's still like a dog that only bites. Ah! Before he could finish his words, Taizu missed the target, turned up his tortoise claws, and slapped him away. The slap hit the air, but Yuan felt as if he had been hit hard. He groaned and stepped back. Taizu people stand up with their arms akimbo. What a fool! The ancestor still has claws. Yuan looked downcast. He raised his hand and grabbed it towards the heavens and all realms. And when he moved back, a ray of world power came from all heavens and all realms and fell on him. It's like wearing a starry sky coat. Taizu's laughter rose in Suhi's consciousness. Turtle boy. Remember, when you hit people, only hit the weak points. The barbarians are my Xinhuang clan, and they have been fighting against Yuan Zun for countless years. The body has been instinctively evolving in the direction of resisting Yuan Zun. He snatched the barbarian's body and dealt with others. Of course there is no problem. Against your ancestor, any flaw is a fatal weakness. Taizu smiled and was suddenly startled. That's not right. This old guy ripped off a piece of the existence of all the heavens and worlds. Aren't there loopholes in the heavens? Can't the people inside see it? In the starry sky, when Taizu left with Yuan, the immortals who had returned to Xinhuang rushed out again and stood up to block the Taoist master. The Taoist master blocked the entrance to the world's consciousness space with his body, preventing Yuan's consciousness from returning. The Yuan Zun clan wanted to take the opportunity to make a surprise attack. Mingzu bit Li, who was rushing back, and hurriedly stopped him. Several 7th Realm Immortal Lords had already gathered, and their auras from all directions were connected, suppressing Li's aura for a moment. A blow separated the two sides. I saw the starry sky above my head. One layer was torn away, and I could vaguely see the outside scene. The Sua man was seen standing upright, with his arms akimbo looking at Manjua across from him, with the mountain axe floating next to him. The two sides confront each other. The immortal lord below stopped for a moment, no longer fighting, and looked outside the world at the same time. Their battle is nothing. The above is the real reason that determines victory or defeat. As long as any one of them survives and fights his way into the world, the other party will have only one way to be destroyed. Town Master. The one in my turtle boy? Mingzu asked in a deep voice. The Suhi at this moment must not be Suhi. It is obvious that Suhi's body is just a carrier, carrying a terrifying existence. From the brief conversation just now, everyone had some guesses, but the result was somewhat unbelievable. The Taoist master laughed, looked around and held his head high. Infinitely proud, Taoist master. Really? With this result coming from the mouth of the Taoist master, there is no longer any doubt. The starry sky was suffocated. They were all excited to look outside the world. Today I first learned about the Lord and saw Tao Ancestor appear again. It was an eye-opener. Taizu felt like a ray of light on his back as the gazes came one after another. Sure enough, turtles are still not suitable for being so conspicuous. Turtles should hide quietly behind their backs. He sighed and looked at Yuan. who was holding a piece of starry sky and calling from the opposite side. Taizu said to Suhi, Gizi, today my ancestor will teach you how to use foreign objects. As he spoke, his front paws slammed down, and mountains and rivers appeared around his body. Mountains and long rivers turn into a world in the blink of an eye. And a bell rings, colliding with Yuan's starry sky. The collision of the two worlds is gorgeous and mysterious, and the flowing light blocks everyone's eyes. Learned well. Taizu's voice rang in Suhi's ears. Then, above the condensed world of Taizu, a Vajra with angry eyes rose up. With palms or fists, magical weapons or magical powers, and they all struck towards the starry sky of Yuan dynasty. This is Lingshan. Suhi was greatly shocked. Can Lingshan be brought back to the real world? So this is how Lingshan is used? Bursts of Sanskrit sounds and rays of Buddha's light filled this void world, as if they were trying to open up a real world in the void world. Taizu wants to open up a new world, and the starry sky of Yuan will be a disaster that will destroy the world. Stars fall one after another. Extremely beautiful, but extremely cruel, and the meteor shower will destroy the entire world when it falls. If you don't see Taizu, you won't see Yuan. I saw the collision of two worlds. When a meteorite falls, a Bodhisattva Arhat rises into the sky and blocks it with his hands. Each meteor carries a different law of destruction, and each Bodhisattva Arhat uses different methods. The only thing that is the same is the unparalleled power. Suhi was greatly shocked, but he couldn't understand at all that any Bodhisattva and Arhat could make him realize it for an unknown amount of time. Not to mention the appearance of thousands or 10,000 deities at the same time. Can't learn. There is no way to learn. This is the result of Taizu's lifelong enlightenment. How could he learn it at a glance? It's not as good as the previous bite. Even if it can't be learned, it will still leave a memory on Suhi's body. Just like Suhi, who is currently filming the big day. He doesn't understand the truth. But according to Daozu and Taizu's teachings in person, just imitate. Old ancestor. How about we repair all the heavens and realms so that the people below can't see them? And why do we bite and claw at them? Taizu laughed. How could it be? It's too late for him to hide from all the heavens and worlds. How could you take the initiative to contact me? It's not enough for him to be a stowaway and have Yuan as his opponent. But he also has to bear the pressure of the world. Look carefully and experience it carefully. I will only take you forward with you once. Teaching disciples is the most troublesome. But as a teacher, you can't ignore it. Regardless of the Emperor of Heaven, Pluto or Taoist Master, he has led them to fight Yuan. Now it's Suhi's turn. However, the other three people went to fight Yuan Xiang in real form, and the scene was much bigger than this. However, Turtle Boy's level is too low, and he is too weak. The consciousness is just right. All the immortals in the heavens and worlds remain motionless, staring blankly at the battle outside. Every star, every Buddha and Bodhisattva can bring a lot to people. The Bodhisattva Bujia of Debi Temple and the monk Xian Wang Xianzuan are already kneeling in the starry sky. The ancient rumors are indeed correct. The Taoist ancestor is the Buddha. Only Buddha can use Lingshan like this. The Emperor of Heaven, the King of Hades, and the Taoist Master are all Taoist sects. Are the fourth gentlemen the true successors of my Buddhist sect? So teach them through Buddhist means? The Lord of Buddhism? Like a Taoist master in a Taoist sect? Amitabha. My Buddha is compassionate. My Buddha is always there. The two Buddhist immortals put their hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Then he saw that outside the world, the situation changed again. During the confrontation, the stars were originally falling from the sky, and the Bodhisattvas and Arhats were guarding them. But somehow, they were guarding and guarding. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats flew up to the starry sky, pressing down on the stars, and actually started to take the initiative to block the sky, wave their palms, point their fingers, and collapse. A patch of starry sky. This starry sky is just a piece of world power captured by Yuan, mixed with the authority that he has usurped the world's consciousness for many years, and is temporarily integrated. Taizu used it. But it was a spiritual mountain that had been tempered by countless monks for hundreds of millions of years. Which one is strong and which one is weak cannot be known without thinking. The starry sky condensed, and Yuan appeared in the starry sky again, pointing toward the heavens and the world, and said in a deep voice, "Come!" Xiao Gutai, who had already pulled the temple quietly toward Xianwang, felt the temple shake, and the 8 legs connected to the temple suddenly broke. The cassock was shining brightly, but it could not suppress the temple. Even the bronze bell was of no use. The temple broke away from the cassock and went straight to the outside of the world. The three little ones suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Gutai pulling the cart. The white dragon coiled around Gutai. And the undisciplined monk curled up in the white dragon's arms. The three of them were startled. And then, they saw Gutai jumping up and down, gritting his teeth and cursing at the outside world. Old man, how dare you steal my treasure? One day I will dig up your ancestral grave. Su-hee, beat him up for grandpa. I'll forgive you half the world for that spiritual stone debt. While shouting, he didn't stop at all. He took back his cassock and bell, grabbed Bailong and the monk, opened the space, and fled toward Xian Huang. It's terrible. If all the treasures are exposed like this, won't they be targeted by the Yuanzun clan in the future? If you go out again, people will notice you. It's terrible. More than 30 immortals on both sides looked at the three people who escaped in astonishment. Li immediately gritted his teeth. The temple was stolen by that turtle. If the temple was there before, how could the Taoist master be allowed to escape? If the Taoist master doesn't come out, even if the Taoist master shows up, and there are Yuan enemies, she can destroy Xian Huang. Bayan sat gossiping, looking at Gutai's back, and then at Su-hee who was fighting above him, with a strange smile rising from the corner of his mouth. Outside the starry sky, Su-hee, Taizu, are you so stingy when you ask someone to help you fight? Half the world's spiritual stones just want to hire a thug who can stand up to Yuan. Taizu was not ashamed, but looked proud. Lack of money. As he said this, his eyes changed when he looked at Yuan. Steal my things? I am the only one who robs others in this life. And this is the first time someone dares to rob me of my treasures. Yuan, this is his temple. He said nothing, but pulled the temple towards him. And with one step, he was already inside the temple. The temple that had existed for unknown ages suddenly came to life at this moment. The entire temple was full of vitality. A series of halos of light rose above the temple, and majestic pressure swept over it. In an instant, Su-hee saw a primitive and savage land, with a primitive beast tearing apart the sky and the earth, devouring and evolving. Even dragons and phoenixes lived cautiously here. Then, the skeleton of a strange beast from ancient times was collected, refined, made into a temple, and suppressed. In an instant, the sky and the earth became clear. That temple suppresses everything, including Su-hee at this moment. This temple is originally dedicated to beasts. Su-hee gasped and called out with difficulty, Ancestor? Taizu's laughter came out. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid, but I don't know what to do. With Taizu around, it was difficult for Su-hee to feel fear. Taizu burst into laughter. The feeling of having his children and grandchildren as his backers and protectors was so wonderful. Ancestor, are you going to use Xiao Gutai's body? Taizu also has treasures left in this era, including cassocks and bronze bells. But Taizu has no use for them. Is it because he can't control his body? Combined with the theory of Taizu's previous physical defects, Taizu is the strongest when he uses the body of little Gutai. Right? Taizu laughed and scolded. Think too much. Your body has been determined by my ancestor today. Are you crazy enough to harm your younger self? Is consciousness fusion so fun? Being exposed in front of others is not enough. If the future and the past blend together, wouldn't Xiao Gutai become a gangster? He can't even hide. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago when Yuan summoned the temple. Taizu smiled and said, Kitty boy, watch carefully. How to use Daozu's finger bones. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and glanced at Yuan above, who doesn't seem to have a good foundation. Taizu took one step forward, but Lingshan's crusade continued. But he himself jumped into the air, and the Taozu's finger bones that had been staying on Su-hee flew into the air, floating in front of him. Green light emitted. Turtle boy, now that you know that I am the source, and that Dao ancestor is the source of everything, why do you still use your finger bones as just a Daoxing amplifier? Doesn't it mean that you rank your finger bones with mountain beetles? It's either that he doesn't respect Shanzu, or that the Shanzu's remains from the 7th immortal realm can't compare to the Daozu's finger bones? Isn't it a waste to only make equipment for temporary outbreak? The finger bone was right in front of Su-hee, twisted and melted, and turned into a jade in the form of a water drop in the blink of an eye. It was pulled back and embedded in the center of Su-hee's eyebrows. The dragon's horns were stretched out to restore the dragon's head, and the jade was stuck between the dragon's horns. The body was occupied by Daozu. And Su-hee could not feel any changes, but he could see the shadow of a finger rising slowly and wrapping his body. With a flick of his finger, the rolling pressure from the temple instantly shattered. Su-hee looked at the state of his body in the transparent fingers, and it looked so familiar. The moment his fingers wrapped around him, He felt the rapid improvement of his inner world. The degree of advancement is 1%. 1%. And it is jumping upwards. Old ancestor. Suhi's voice trembled. What are you afraid of? Taizu said with disdain. Old ancestor will personally take you to fly. What is there to worry about? You level up by cheating. Are you worried about leveling up too quickly? Suhi's consciousness trembled. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was advanced too quickly. And his whole consciousness was trembling. The inner world is shaking. Taizu didn't seem to feel it. He took a step forward, bent the fingers wrapped around him, and flicked his fingers. Boom! There was a crisp sound. And it hit the temple. There was only a void of space here. But this sound spread out and spread throughout the heavens and all worlds. Like the sound of a huge bell. Resounding throughout all the worlds. Avalanches. Tsunamis. Volcanic eruptions. Happening simultaneously in all heavens. Li, who was guarding the entrance and exit of the world, suddenly lit up. This way. That was Daozu's finger. Which was essentially the same as Yuan Yi's finger. This method of integrating the body into the fingers. Is it borrowing the power of the body through the fingers? Where is the true form of Daozu? Even without the use of body strength, the true power of the fingers can be released. She should be able to use it this way. Taizu couldn't sense Jianali's mental activities. And he didn't care if he did. He looked at Yuan's temple. I was originally jealous of this guy's temple. But unfortunately, he was too stingy to give it to me. He wouldn't even let me see it. Taizu's sigh sounded in Suhi's consciousness. And then it turned into pride. But, can he stop me? Taizu laughed loudly, while he was secretly gathering the original world. I dismantled his temple into a floor of tiles, and reassembled it for him, without him noticing. Taizu smiled, flicked his fingers again, and hit the temple with his fingertips again. Then I heard a low cry from the temple, suppress. When the sound came out of the temple, it turned into a real word town. It wasn't any kind of writing that Suhi recognized. But when his eyes fell on it, he recognized it. The wordjin is like a mountain. And it comes with suppression. Even the huge universe behind it seemed to be suppressed. Sinking inwards. Fancy! Taizu snorted, and hit the word town hard with his finger. The wordjin was shattered with just one blow. And the finger continued to be castrated and hit the temple again. This time, the sound coming from the temple was no longer the sound of huge bells, but the sound of blue bricks collapsing. There was a crashing sound, and all the green bricks in the temple rotated and collapsed. It collapsed into ruins in an instant. Yuan revealed his true nature inside the temple. Manjua sat on his knees on the ground, his head raised high, and a huge dragon fish was swimming above his head. At this moment, the dragon fish stared at the collapsed temple with a look of disbelief. Suhi heard Taizu's joyful voice. Look! Catfish! Chapter 616. See you later. Suhi was stunned. Ancestor! Stop making trouble. How does this resemble a catfish? Suhi was speechless. Then I saw Taizu swipe his 4 claws and rise into the sky. He laughed and rushed towards Yuan. Ancestor said he is a catfish. He is. Suhi didn't speak. The more Taizu exploded, the more he could sense the improvement of his inner world. At this moment, his soul was trembling, and he couldn't speak at all. After finally suppressing his trembling, Suhi could only complain, Ancestor, don't mislead me. He really believed Taizu's words, and regarded Yuan as a catfish, bringing in the characteristics of a catfish. Once you encounter it, you may not even know how you died. Taizu smiled and said, Ancestor never lies to others. If he says he is, he is. As Taizu spoke, the water beneath him rolled, turning into a stream of water and rushing towards the ruins of the temple. At the moment when the element exploded, it blasted up. But instead of attacking Yuan, he rubbed Yuan's side, and a water cannon knocked Manjua's body away. General Yuan shook his body, and turned into a human form again. He pressed his palm downwards, and Suhi felt as if he was within reach, and yet far away. It was as if he could never reach him. Taizu smiled, lifting his paws upward, wrapping his transparent fingers. He raised his fingertips, and pointed downwards. The void dissolves. The fingers are like a piece of rubber, erasing all the laws in this place. Wrong. Suhi was suddenly startled. Taizu didn't wipe away the laws in the void with one finger. He just used some means to break Yuan's so close to the end of the world. The void revealed its true colors. There was nothing here. Time, space, vitality, laws, nothing. Just nothingness. The seemingly simple intersection between Taizu and Yuan was like creating laws out of thin air in a void with nothing. And then in an instant, they collided and fought with the laws they created. It wasn't until this moment that Su He had a hint of enlightenment. The phalanges are in Taizu's hand, so obedient. It does whatever it wants and collides with the temple. The first time it collides like a warrior. Pure destruction. The second time I smashed the word town. It was also the same method as the original word town. I thought about it. And it naturally turned into the only law. The word should appear just now. And the only law in this void is to suppress Taizu. With a flick of Taizu's finger. The only rule here is break. Not only did he destroy Yuan's method, but he also shattered the temple. Of course, Su He didn't know if his ancestor had any backup when he demolished the temple. Did you see that? Taizu laughed. Su He was shocked. There are no laws here. If he came here by himself, would he still be able to use his magical powers? Can we only fight with our bodies? He was surprised when he saw Taizu pointing towards Yuan. Yuan raised his hand and pointed at Taizu. When the finger was raised, everything was normal. When it was lowered, Li suddenly appeared here, and his body suddenly shattered and turned into a stick. 3/4 of the fingers, aligned with Yuan, collided with Taizu's fingers. The two fingers collided silently. But Su He saw a distortion in the approaching world. This is still outside the boundary. If they were inside the boundary, the two of them wouldn't be fighting each other in real form. They could tear this world apart. Right? The huge world has no sense of existence in the hands of these two people. Not to mention the two of them. Even the battle between the Immortal Lord and the Immortal Lord can tear the whole world into pieces. With a collision of fingers, Yuan took a step back, raised his hand, and hit Taizu again. However, he saw Taizu break away from the battle circle with a stroke of his 4 claws, and sent Manjua's body into the boundary with a wave of his claws. Manjua can still save him. Yuan Lun snorted. He hit Taizu with one palm, then slapped Manjua with his backhand, and the other hand followed closely. But he had to wait for Taizu to save Manjua's body, and take the opportunity to give him a hard blow. Unexpectedly, Taizu not only refused to save him. Instead, he stepped down with his paw. Manjua's physical body exploded, turning into blood mist that filled the sky, and rushed towards his whole body along Yuan's palm. Yuan's expression changed, and his figure flashed instantly. The red mist followed him wherever he went. The red mist follows wherever he goes. After flashing twice, the red mist completely covered him. Then he saw pieces of divine soul light shining out of Yuan's body. Before he could move, the mountain armor had already flown out, whirled in the air, and put away the divine light. You are so shameless. You have the nerve to occupy the soul and body of the barbarian immortal. He is not your grandson. Taizu laughed. He is different. He is borrowing the body of his own grandson, and no one can say anything about it. He smiled and pointed his finger outside his body towards Yuan Point. Yuan's expression was cold, and he used a backhand move to scatter the blue bricks into a pool of ruins, which flew over like a long dragon to form a temple again. But at this moment, Ling Shan, which had been immersed in stagnation for a long time, suddenly flickered. Bodhisattvas and arhats flew up, picked up a green brick, turned around and ran away. While Yuan was dumbfounded, he rushed into the boundary with the green brick in his arms. It was clear that there was not enough time. But the gate of Xianwang Cave suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Bodhisattvas and arhats filled the sky, holding blue bricks and crashing into the black and yellow cave's sky. Then, the gate of Xianwang Cave heaven slammed shut and disappeared again. It's like it's never been here. In the void, Yuan was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Thief turtle. I missed his temple hundreds of millions of years ago, and I still miss him now. He gritted his teeth and then sneered. Stupid! Bringing my temple into the Xianwang Cave heaven will pollute the cave. From now on, the Yuanzun family can also enter. I want to see how long Xianwang can last without you. He sneered, turned around and transformed into an arowana, and his fingers turned into crystals like Taizu's finger bones, embedded in the middle of his eyebrows, and rushed towards Taizu with a roar. Taizu laughed, looking extremely happy. That's not good. I pissed off this guy. The mountain armor buckled down on his body, and Su He felt that he was in control of his body again. Hearing Taizu's voice in his ear, he smiled happily. I'm going to fight hard, and you won't be able to see the next battle. Go back and give Manjua's soul to Xian. He knows what to do. After all, Su He's level was too low, and he couldn't bear such a battle. There were some things he couldn't stand. Before Su He could react, his body flew back uncontrollably, and crashed into the world. When I looked back, I couldn't see anything. The broken windows of all heavens and worlds are being healed, and even the immortal Lord cannot see it. Is Taizu's nature about to bite him again? This thought suddenly popped up in Suhi's mind. He shook his head to throw the thought out of his mind, and threw the pangolin towards the Taoist master. Senior brother, Suhi said solemnly. The moment his identity was revealed by Li, the Taoist master could no longer hide himself, and Suhi could openly scream. Understood. The Taoist master rolled out the Tai Chi diagram and rolled out the brilliance of the soul in the mountain armor. But he did not help Manjua to condense his soul. Instead, he turned around and sent this light into the world consciousness space. Suhi was stunned. To the immortal Lord, the destruction of the physical body is nothing. At most, he can die seriously, but he is prepared for it. Even a serious injury is not considered a serious injury. Even if the soul is annihilated, it can be resurrected as long as its immortal world is not broken. For Xianwang Immortal Lord, Xianwang Cave Heaven Dojo is an additional insurance. It's not much worse than the immortal bodies of the Yuanzun clan. But after getting Manjua's soul, instead of resurrecting him, he turned around and threw him into the consciousness space of the world. Suhi couldn't understand it. Bayan had already forced Tandai to fall beside Suhi. He knocked on Suhi's turtle SHL and clicked his tongue. Little clan brother, can't you understand this? This turtle is so lucky. What has it been through? This advancement is so intense that I can't even stop it. I'm afraid the fifth heaven will be opened soon. Right? Suhi turned around and transformed into a human form, squeezing between Tantai and Bayin, holding Bayin with his left hand and Tantai with his right hand. Bayin glanced at him with a half smile. Tantai looked startled and tried to break free, but failed to do so. He looked at Suhi in shock. Previously, only Suhi's patron armor and Dao ancestor's finger bone had the combat power of a five-realm immortal lord. At this moment, Daozu's finger bones are not there. But he still has such power? Suhi smiled. Probably Taizu was afraid that he would face a battle with the immortal lord as soon as he entered the world. So he left a piece of power in his body. His combat power at this moment is not worse than when the finger bones were in his body. He firmly held Tantai's hand to prevent her from running away. Then he turned to look at Bayin. Bayin scratched the palm of his hand and chuckled. Since the barbarian king disappeared, for 20 to 30 million years, the barbarians have not even been born in the immortal realm. The barbarians have been targeted by heaven and earth. The seventh level of stepping on the sky cannot cause a natural disaster. Bayin gestured to Suhi to look at the consciousness space behind the Taoist master. Look inside. There are vaguely seen old turtles and old dragons, gathering the heavenly tribulation. It seems that they themselves have invaded the world's consciousness and mastered the heavenly tribulation of their clan. Our senior brother has obviously had a plan for a long time. He wants Manjua to control the barbarian tribulation, Bayin said, and raised his eyebrows at the Taoist master. The Taoist master smiled, and was about to speak when suddenly a bad premonition arose in his heart. Looking at the sly Bayin, he exhaled. Half. Deal, Bayin said happily. Suhi didn't know why. The Taoist master shook his head and smiled bitterly, knowing that this girl was weird. How could she recognize a senior brother for no reason even though she should be called that? She is trying to get him to hide the treasure that has been hidden for millions of years. As expected, this girl is very greedy for money. It makes sense for a senior brother to help his younger siblings pay off half of their foreign debts. Right? After all, he not only has one sibling, but three of them. The Taoist master glanced at Suhi resentfully. Bayin laughed happily. Yay! As expected of a senior brother, I am willing to give her half of my millions of years of accumulation, which is enough for her to pay off her debts. Is it more than enough? Bayin smiled and heard the Taoist master say, Junior brother, you should know that only the seventh realm immortal can leave a consciousness in the consciousness space and condense the heavenly calamity of the clan. He said and sighed. Fellow Taoist Shua is a little weak after all. But if you get the aura of that person, there will be no problem in entering the consciousness space. It's not that the Taoist master looks down on Manjua. It's that the Manjua will never have the chance to advance to the seventh realm immortal lord in his 3 lifetimes. The 5 realms are the limit. And there is a great opportunity to touch the edge of the 6 realms. So, when I was helping my brothers and sisters gather the origin of Jianshan, my brother already contacted Manjua and asked him if he was willing to die. As long as Manjua is willing to die, he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only draw out all the Yuan consciousness, but also allow Manjua's soul to be contaminated with Yuan's aura. In fact, Everything is going according to his plan. Xianwang Immortal is a clan member. So why should he fear death? Manjua was even more excited than him. The only thing that exceeded expectations was that the teacher would suddenly appear. He would not have to die with his body. And he would die with Yuan. The Taoist master looked at Su He even more strangely, with a bit of grievance and envy in his eyes. He searched for his teacher in reincarnation for hundreds of millions of years. But there was no news about him. Until a dragon turtle named Gutai suddenly appeared in the dragon turtle clan. The Taoist master has been observing for too long. But that turtle is really blank. It has no past life or past. And it is not the reincarnation of anyone. Doubtful. But disbelieving. Until today. The teacher appeared. And the Taoist suddenly realized what he was doing. Su He understood. And then suddenly realized. No wonder Manjua would be pulled out of the catastrophe by Ji Feishui in the future. He was already in the midst of a catastrophe. Did Ji Feishui use barbarian materials to refine the Sifong knife? So the Sifong sword crossing the tribulation caused Manjua to show up? To be pulled out? I don't know what happened. But it slipped into my conscious space. And it seemed useless. In future generations, there will be no barbarians. In later generations, Shawandishan belongs to the Phoenix clan alone. The barbarians completely disappeared. He was lost in thought when he felt his palm itching. But he saw Bain gently hooking his palm, motioning him to look to the side. Then, they saw a crack opening furtively behind Xianwang Immortal Lord. And two dragon heads poked out. One whose color cannot be distinguished is Xiao Gutai. And the other one who is as white as jade is Mingya. Thieving Sisi looked over there, and shrank when he saw Su He and the other three looking at them. Especially Mingya. Seeing Su He really pulling Bain and Tan Tai in front of the Sifong Immortal. His eyes almost fell off. These three people don't avoid people anymore. She looked at Su He with admiration. Her eyes full of admiration. But suddenly, a strange atmosphere flashed across the heavens and the world. It's like the sadness of the death of the Immortal Lord. But also a bit of secret joy. This is the first time in all the worlds that there are such complex anthropomorphic emotions. This emotion was extremely strong and swept through all the heavens and realms in an instant. Su He and the Taoist master suddenly raised their heads. I saw a ray of light coming in from where the Immortal Lord was peeping earlier. But she is an old woman. Just likely who threatens Yaya in future generations. As soon as he entered the world, he screamed and crashed into the original space. Sealing the original space and sealing everything. Immediately afterwards, Su He's hair stood on end. As if he was being targeted by a wild beast. A huge crisis came. And he felt like a ray of light on his back, but he didn't know where the crisis came from. Be careful. The Taoist master shouted urgently. And the Tai Chi diagram swung down and enveloped the sword mountain within it. Su He didn't know what happened. But Taizu's voice came to his ears. Let's go. Let's go! Turtle boy. Let's go quickly. Then he saw Taizu's consciousness falling into his consciousness. Compared with the consciousness that seemed to be solid before, it now seemed a bit illusory. Ancestor? Su He asked eagerly. Taizu laughed loudly. Nen. That old man was beheaded by the ancestor. But before he died, he broke out and set a beacon, trying to open the time and space channel, and wanted to summon the true body. The ancestor tricked him again. Go quickly. Walk away. Take your half of the time and space channel, and leave this era. If we stay here again, the two halves of the time and space channels merge, and the original body comes across time and space. Then it will really be a big deal. Su He was startled and smiled bitterly. Ancestor. This half of the space-time channel is blocking my star ring. So I can't open the river of time. The river of time is always opening. And it will take 2 or 3 years to open. Taizu shook his head and sighed. Grandson Gui. Don't always think about borrowing external forces. If you are in a treasure house, but don't know how to exploit it, you will be wasting your resources. Having time, but not understanding, and using it is the greatest waste. Ancestor has given you a long journey of time. You say goodbye to the people outside. Tell them to see you later. Goodbye. We are facing Yuan's true body. Chapter 617 2,000 years. When Su He opened his eyes, he saw Tan Tai and Bai Yin holding his hands tightly, with a hint of worry in their eyes. Tan Tai, who had wanted to run away before, had already taken the initiative to come over. Su He smiled bitterly. I have to leave. Bai Yin curled his lips and said nothing, while Tan Tai nodded. Sorry. I came here suddenly to provoke you. And then left suddenly. Who knows how Taizu tricked the fish, causing Su He to be in a huge crisis from nowhere. Su He opened his arms, and Bai Yin curled his lips without moving. Instead, Tantai took the initiative to come closer. Su-hee smiled and reached out to pull both of them over. Bai Yin stepped on his foot and crushed it hard. Su-hee laughed, leaned into their ears, and whispered, "Prepare the waiting room and wait for me. I will be back soon." Taizu said, "See you soon." "So he will definitely come back soon. I thought you were beautiful." Bai Yin snorted and stepped harder on his foot. This person is from the past life and this life. And he wants to cause harm to them in 2 lifetimes? After all, doesn't he have 5 wives? I'll bite you to death. The white tone is like teeth. Tantai's expression remained unchanged. Okay. Bai Yin suddenly looked at her in disbelief. What happened to this woman during her absence? Will you agree to such a thing? Shouldn't I kill this guy with 1 sword? Su-hee laughed loudly, raised his head, and said to the Taoist master, "Brother, the teacher asked me to tell you that if you dare to think about suicide again, I will hang you up and beat you." The Taoist master's face suddenly became strange. He was whipped by the teacher, by his senior brothers and sisters, but also by his junior brother? Is he the 3rd child? So shameless? After Su-hee shouted, he turned to look at Ming Ancestor. "Ancestor, I have to leave. I'll see you again in a while." Ming Zhu's turtle sh. I was shattered. But he waved his claws at Su-hee as if he didn't care. Su-hee wanted to speak, but Taizu's urging voice could be heard in his mind. "Guizi. Let's go!" The star ring appeared automatically. The chicken-like space-time channel in the center was still there, but it was infinitely compressed, leaving half of the channel exposed, allowing Su-hee to barely pass through. "Let's go!" Su-hee shook hands with the 2 Katkins, which were completely different in coldness and heat, and jumped in. The star ring flashed and disappeared in an instant. Sword Mountain was empty, and the scene became quiet for a while. No one spoke. Even the Yuanzun clan did not know when to quietly retreat. Has quietly withdrawn. The Taoist master looked at the star ring that suddenly disappeared, as if he had lost his soul. He was stunned. I saw my teacher for the first time in hundreds of millions of years. But I didn't leave as soon as I saw him. He couldn't tell what he was feeling in his heart. And while he was feeling melancholy, a strange voice sounded in his ears, "My mistress." 2,000 years. The Taoist master's eyes suddenly lit up. "Teacher?" Looking around, there was no sign of Taizu. The teacher had indeed left with his junior brother. Is this a message to him before leaving? 2,000 years. Can it delay him for 2,000 years? The junior brother left with half of the space-time channel, and the feeling that a great terror was about to come did disappear temporarily. 2,000 years later, the true form of Yua arrives? The Taoist master's expression tightened. I saw a toad popping out of the big Xianwang world and running towards this side with great effort, cursing as he ran, "You little tortoise. Forget it if you don't take me with you elsewhere. You won't take me with you even if you travel through time and space. You put me in the ancient times and ran back by yourself. You idiot." The Taoist master's expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. Even the separation atmosphere on Jianshan Mountain was suddenly washed away. Bai Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ha ha ha. I told you last time that if you run around again, you will definitely be left behind in time and space. Do you believe it now?" The toad gnashed his teeth. My body was shaking with anger. This is different from the last time, when Su-hee traveled through time and merged with his previous life. Just like there was a beacon, and he could call it back across time and space. This time, I can't do it. It has tried several times, but it cannot return to Su-hee's mind at all. There is no Su-hee in this era. Home is gone. But it's unfair. He didn't run around. When Su-hee entered the Immortal King's palace, it was difficult for a soul beast like him to enter easily. Later, the turtle ran away on his own. It didn't run around. It was waiting at Jianshan Mountain. Tantai came to Jianshan to participate in the battle with the Immortal Lord, but he didn't follow. It's not like Su-hee who has mountain armor and Taoist phalanges. He is just a soul beast that competes with the immortal realm. Are you here to hold me back? The toad looked very ugly. He was stunned and at a loss on the Sword Mountain. Really panicked? Does he want to live all the way to 30 million years later, and then hang up the turtle boy and whip him? The Long River of Time. The Long River of Time today is exceptionally noisy. Not dead trees or galloping horses. It is a solid river, flowing all the way down. The river rumbled and roared. A small boat on the River of Time carried 2 dragon turtles. If you look closely at the boat, it turns out that the Su-hee spirit snake was crushed and transformed. The bow of the boat was a space-time passage of the Yuanzuan clan that looked like an egg. Next to it were the shrunken consciousness bodies of Su-He and Tai-Zu. Su-He looked at the long river below him with a look of surprise on his face. Ancestor, why did he return to this world and still consume it? The long river of time has traveled many times, and going upstream requires star rings to consume energy. There is no need to return to the present world. It was useless to carry Daozu's finger bones last time. This time it will take a lot of effort. Tai-Zu laughed and pointed to the space-time passage beside him. Such a big stowaway. Don't you think you need a boat ticket? Su-He looked at the space-time channel, but the energy storage is not enough. I can't return to the present world. Tai-Zu smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Wherever you exhaust your strength, you can go out from there. Go to that era. I can't go back either. Su-He came up with a staggering time based on the current location of the landmark, as well as a rough estimate of the current speed and consumption. 2,000 years? The power stored in the star ring is only enough for him to walk in the long river of time for 2,000 years. What's going on? Previously, Xinghuan had robbed Yuan Zun of a large amount of time power from the space-time channel in the original space, killed Yuan Su and Chiling immortal, and absorbed a lot of power. It would be enough for him to go back to the ancient times 4 or 5 times from this world. Now we can only go down the river for 2,000 years? Tai-Zu chuckled and said nothing. This small boat carries Yuan's space-time channel, connecting to the ancient times. Su-He seemed to be carrying Yuan and the existence of that era through the long river of time. Turtle Boy was able to accumulate the strength to walk for 2,000 years, which was beyond his expectation. Su-He blinked, and then something dawned on him. Instead of returning to the present world, he would go directly to 2,000 years later. No wonder Tai-Zu said see you later. For a mortal lord, 2,000 years is really just a little while later. But this time the river of time was running so slowly, much slower than the previous times, as if overwhelmed. As Su-He observed, he felt the turtle I go cold. He turned around and saw Tai-Zu moving his body and looking at him with a smile. It's a pity that too much time has been wasted. Come to Turtle Boy, and my ancestor will give you a little tutorial to make up for your mistakes. A bad premonition arose, and Su-He's color changed instantly. Don't worry. My ancestor of these 2,000 years will not knock you out. At most, you will be seriously injured and on the verge of death. The long river of time spans 2,000 years. And of course they will not really stand still in the long river of time for 2,000 years. It's hard to say how much time it takes here, but it's always enough time to beat this turtle boy half to death 180 times. Su-He turned around and ran away. You are taking revenge for your own sake. As an ancestor, how could you be so petty? Tai-Zu hooked back, and Su-He appeared under his paws. The old turtle grinned and let out a hearty laugh. No matter how Su-He heard it, that amiable laughter had a cruel undertone. If all the uncles and ancestors were here, they would definitely look at Su-He sympathetically. Ancestor is big in everything, but he is small-minded. Did you just know about this? Young turtles really get beaten less. Su-He screamed. In the course of time, a ball of Tongyu sword grass actually grew, poking at him and hanging him high. The toad remained stunned, and really couldn't sense Su-He's whereabouts. The turtle really abandoned him and left alone. Buying next to him squatted down, poked its swollen belly, and chuckled, Frog, why don't you follow me from now on? She smiled sinisterly. You know that turtle. He never keeps his word. Last time he said he would come to see me, but he left for 80,000 years. This time it might be 800,000 years. Let's find a way to end your involvement with him. Will you follow us? Baine's eyes sparkled. There's something wrong with this toad. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary void frog. But the soul beast and its master are one. When Su-He leaves this era, he will completely cease to exist here, and there is no difference between him and his master. Logically, this frog should have been annihilated immediately. But not only was it fine, it was still alive and kicking. I would feel sorry for myself if I didn't cut into pieces of such a magical soul beast and study it. Toad looked at Bain, and just as he was about to agree, Ling Ling shuddered. The inexplicable crisis came, causing him to bite the word good that came out of his mouth into pieces on the tip of his tongue. Danger? Following this woman is dangerous. Escape. In a flash, it landed on the sneaky Gutai. He looked at Gutai pitifully and said, Ancestor, should I follow you? Gutai's eyes lit up. Is this Gaisen's soul beast? Guisan left behind? Gutai turned around and pressed the toad under his claws, and even suppressed the cassock and the bronze bell. The master of the soul beast is one. Su He is you. You are Su He. If he runs away, you pay me back. Half of the world's spiritual stones are exempted. And there are 2 small worlds. You must pay me back. This world is too scary. We need to open the 5th heaven as soon as possible. Only those who have reached the 5th level have the real ability to survive under the hands of the immortal Lord. He is in desperate need of wealth now. The toad's eyes were pinched and popped out. Let go. The toad struggled to squeeze out the words in his mouth. And if he pressed further, he would almost urinate out of his mouth. The Xian Wang immortal lord above his head has begun to withdraw one after another. Yuan is gone. Li is half dead. This is a good time to attack the Yuanzun clan. But Mingzhu and the others faced Yuan before. And although they had great insights, they were also seriously injured. Still standing here is because I tried my best. You may be able to grit your teeth and defend yourself, but you absolutely cannot attack. Besides, the feeling is in the heart. As long as Xian Wang is sealed and healed, the day when the injury heals will be the time to break through the immortal lord and step into the realm of Tao Master and the others. In a great situation. Why risk your life now? The Taoist sighed. What a pity. It was indeed a good opportunity. He turned his hand to close the world consciousness space, and a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Otherwise, take action personally? Others were injured, but he was not seriously injured. As for using the big one to bully the small one, where are the 2 races fighting in a life and death battle? Did Yuan take action personally when the teacher didn't show up? With this thought in mind, he wanted to chase after the Yuanzun clan, but he vomited out a large mouthful of blood. His breath suddenly became weak. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Li is acting like a demon. He swallowed a quarter of Li inside his body. At this moment, his existence is being disintegrated from the inside. If according to the original plan, this part of Li's existence is used to locate Yuan, and his consciousness of destroying himself and Yuan will be wiped out. Naturally, this part of Li will be annihilated together. At this moment, his plan was disrupted by his teacher, and he did not die. However, that part of his existence wanted to rebel against Tiangang and polluted his existence. It's Yuan. The Taoist master reacted immediately. Yuan wants to explore the cause of his reincarnation, and wants to take the opportunity to spy on reincarnation. The Taoist master's expression changed sharply. Tai Chi 2 turned around and rolled towards itself. He and Li will be wiped out together. The Taoist master gave a bitter smile. He would have to commit suicide in the end. Next time we meet, will my junior brother really hang him up and whip him? It took him 10,000 years after he was born to realize the immortal realm. By that time, my junior brother had already broken through to the immortal realm. It was really easy to beat him. The Taoist master smiled bitterly, hearing the sound of a sword on the sword mountain. Tantai immortal lord raised his eyes and looked at him. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword. Stop Tai Chi. Tantai's voice was cold, and his sword intent was rising steadily. The Taoist master was startled. He was clearly contaminated by Li, and he was at the critical moment. I don't know why Tai Chi actually dispersed by some strange combination of circumstances. Then he saw that the entire sword mountain turned into a fairy sword and slashed at him with a sword cry. The extremely sharp fairy sword, with countless traces of the Taoist path on its back, struck the Taoist master between his brows with one strike. Then a scream was heard from inside the Taoist master, and in an instant, his soul and body were cut in half by this sword. The sword light flashed across, and the sword mountain returned. Tantai's breath was low, and she used all her strength with this sword. She was extremely weak at this moment. The Taoist opposite had the same weak aura, but there was a wriggling mass of ugly flesh around him. The flesh and blood exuded Li's aura. As soon as he was cut out, he tried to escape, but was completely suppressed by Taoist master Tai Chi 2. With a gentle push, Tai Chi 2 brought this mass of flesh and blood back to Guiwang Mountain and suppressed it at the foot of the mountain. After doing all this, the Taoist master turned around and bowed to Tan Tai. Thank you for your help. Fairy! Otherwise, I would have no choice but to destroy myself. When he spoke, there was a sword mark between his eyebrows, as if he had raised his eyes, and the sword light was flashing. Tantai's expression remained unchanged. Still cold, no need. Su He's senior brother is from his own family. Besides, she didn't do anything. The sword she used to kill the Taoist master was not her own creation, but the sword technique used by Su He to kill her a few days ago. She didn't have an imperial sword, but it hadn't been long since the Tao master swallowed Li's flesh and blood, and it hadn't really fused. One sword blow with all his strength was enough. The Taoist master chuckled. And there was really no need to say thank you. My own family. Junior brother. You are so lucky. Below. The frog eyes of the toad suppressed by Gutai suddenly lit up. He shouted with difficulty. Yes. Yes. Got money. Gutai immediately released his claws and looked directly at it. The cassock covers it and prevents it from escaping. Toad sat up, panting for a while. Then raised a frog finger and pointed at it. Husband and wife are one body. That stupid turtle ran away. But his wife is still there. Bine has no money. But Tantai does. Gutai's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 618 Bang. Bang. On a ball of sword grass. A turtle hangs upside down. A piece of Tongyu sword grass was swung like a whip, slapping the turtle. At the foot of the mountain, the toad huddled up and looked at Gutai, who was hung up and whipped. It's a pity that it has no neck. Otherwise the neck would be retracted into the chest. Ancestor Huang said that Ancestor Tai had been hung up and beaten by the immortal venerable Tan Tai. So it turned out to be his fault? At this moment, Toad was so guilty that he didn't even dare to go up the Jin mountain. Looking furtively toward Jian Shan, he saw Tantai's cold eyes glancing over. As cold as ice. Toad suddenly gave Ling Ling a chill. He turned around and ran, but was grabbed by the neck by a cattail. It's like catching a frog. Little frog, where are you running? Bine's cheerful voice fell in Toad's ears. And her voice was as cheerful as sunshine. But the Toad felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. As if it had encountered a devil. The Toad struggled with its claws and teeth bared. And cried out, Fairy! My own frog. My own frog. Can't be sliced. Bine raised it in front of him and nodded seriously. That's right. My own frog brought others to harass my own family. Is your elbow turned outward? How about I straighten it for you? Bine looked at it up and down. And as he spoke, he grabbed its little arm and tried to bend it 180 degrees. The Toad's dead soul emerged and screamed. A louder cry came from the Sword Mountain. Sword Immortal Master refuses to pay back the money he owes. And he wants to murder the creditor. The sound of Gutai rolled down from Jin Mountain, startling the white clouds, and rolled to all parts of Shu Mountain. But none of the sword cultivators worshipping the mountain on Shu Mountain made any move. They were all studying the sword marks as if they couldn't hear them. Sword cultivators don't do anything out of the ordinary. Even if it's the gossip of the Sword Immortal. They didn't care. But the voice was endless. The Sword Immortal treats the elders with disrespect and insults the juniors. Sword Immortal is unkind to a wife and cuts her husband apart. Sword Immortal Lord. A sound wave rolled down. And the Toad shrank smaller and smaller. Curled up into a ball. And couldn't bear to listen. When Taizu was a child. He was so stupid. How can you be so tough when asking for debt? You have to give in. A handful of runny nose and a handful of tears. Crying about one's own suffering. I lamented the deep love between Tantai and Suhi. And never mentioned the word debt in order to get the money back. Shouting like this now will only offend people. Die! It is helpless in this era. Originally, Bine was the only danger. But now there is another Tantai. Bine listened to the scolding from the top of the mountain. But he smiled even more happily. He came up the mountain with a toad. Pointed his halberd. And a Tongyu sword grass was tied to the toad and hung next to Gutai. A turtle and a frog looked at each other. Yo! You are there. Huh? Are you here too? The two glared at each other and turned away from each other. Bine walked into the thatched cottage. Looked at the decoration inside. And with a flash of his tongue, he was already sitting on the double bed, rolling between the mandarin duck pillows. He looked at Tantai, who was meditating next to him, and asked, Hey! Are you emotional? I really made a mandarin duck pillow and embroidered quilt. Tantai said nothing. Bine laughed and said, My man really owes that tortoise money. And that tortoise seems really anxious. Why don't you pay him back? Anyway, she had no money to pay back. And half of the treasures promised by the Taoist master had not yet arrived. That guy was slashed by Tantai that day and was almost too weak to stand up. At this moment, he is still retreating to Guiwang Mountain to recuperate. The entire Xin Wang world fell silent for a rare moment. The world protecting formation was raised, and the ancestors of each family were recovering from their injuries. The Yuan Zun clan lost 3 immortals. Yuan consciousness was annihilated. And Li became an old woman hiding in the original space and refused to come out. It has also stopped at this moment. And it won't work if it doesn't stop. Jianqian was sitting cross-legged outside Xianwang, with an immortal sword already unsheathed, waiting for Yuan Zun to come to kill people. When Yu Gate is right behind him. Although there is no green dragon entangling it, and it is not connected to the bright moon space. No one knows when the being inside will take action. A rare pause between the two worlds. But everyone knows that this is the last calm before the storm. It depends on whether Li recovers first, or Town Master recovers first. Or Mingzu and Laolong could recover from their injuries first and break through. And the guy who broke through time and space and left. Just because that guy arrived. The pressure suddenly fell on the Yuanzun clan. During these days, the immortals of the Yuanzun clan have never separated. Their divine thoughts are intertwined, calculating the future and deducing how to act. Before even trying to contact Eternal, I wanted to get some news. In the Jianshan hut, Baiyin rolled over on the big bed. Hey, you said that guy said he would come later. How long will it take? I said nothing. She doesn't know either. Or 3 to 5 days. Or 3 to 5 years. Or 3 to 50,000 years? It won't be more than 80,000 years. This Bingtuozi never answered a single question when asked 10 times. Don't you miss her after not seeing her for 10,000 years? Hey, do you know who the guy you hung up and whipped is? If you don't pay back the money, forget it. But you still hang him up and whip him. Okay? I was silent for a moment and said, I know. After a moment of silence, he said again, this time Suhi comes. The anchor is not me, but him. Precisely because it was him. Who could use Suhi's body to burst out with such power? Right? If the anchor was her, maybe she wasn't strong enough to hold it up. It is precisely because this turtle is Suhi's anchor that she cannot pay back the money. Paying back the money will end the cause and effect. Suhi's previous departure was not a normal departure. The star ring was obviously different from what she had seen when she first arrived. Suhi couldn't go back to his time this time. So he would break through time and return halfway. Right? I wonder if he should re-anchor, or Gutai will still be the anchor. I wonder if Gutai will be the anchor point for his return. I have too many worries. So I can't repay the money. Not only will I not pay it back, but Gutai will still remember it, grit my teeth, and have enough influence on Gutai. She thought about it, and turned around to see the joy in Baiyin's eyes. Tanta was immediately angry. She just saw Baiyin manipulate time and gained a little. Baiyin is the one who understands time well. How can he not understand these things? She is that guy's woman. But the bad guy wants her to do it. Baiyin laughed and rolled on the show bed again. Hey! Hey! You really dote on him. You actually made such a big bed. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes and leaned into Tantai's ear. Why don't we wait until he comes next time, together? Tantai's face turned red, and the letter from the past life flashed in his mind unconsciously. His cheeks suddenly turned redder. No! The fairy was categorical. How can we do such embarrassing things together? She glared at Baiyin. Which? Baiyin laughed loudly. Hey! If you don't want to join us, it doesn't mean you don't want to do it. You have already promised him subconsciously. TSK. 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 Baiyin shook his head with a regretful look on his face. Such an iceberg snow lotus was actually going to be picked by that turtle? Snapped. Snapped. Several crisp sounds made Suhi feel pain in his heart. Old turtle. Old turtle. You are serious. There was a weird smile on Taizu's face. Of course it was real. The ancestor never played tricks. Snapped. Snapped. The Tongyu sword grass acts as a whip on the body, like a fairy sword slashing. And no one can stop it. Suhi's spirit trembled. Ancestor. Where did you get the Tongyu sword grass? Taizu looked proud. Ancestor can even create the world if he wants to. How difficult is it for a few Tongyu sword grass? Then you're going to hit me. Until when? 100 times more. Suhi? He just uttered a word, and was whipped 100 times. Taizu hummed and smiled. Hey! Grandson! Where are there so many reasons? Just get beaten. I remember that my ancestor was hung up for 3 days, and beaten for 3 days. Tantai Ling and Su Huanyan are grandsons-in-law, and they have given birth to a little princess for the Dragon Turtle clan. Naturally, the whole clan will dote on her. But in my 2 lifetimes, I have never suffered such great grievances. I have been feeling aggrieved for 30 million years. How can I understand this idea without hanging you up and whipping you? Little turtle. Enjoy it. Not everyone can withstand this whip from the ancestor. Snapped. Another crisp sound. Suhi's entire body twisted. But he didn't dodge, and let Taizu whip him again and again. It was a fool who didn't hide in the beginning. And he wasn't a masochist who wanted to be beaten. But as soon as the ancestor pulled down his whip, Suhi noticed the difference in Taizu's whip. When Taizu exploded earlier, his inner world advanced rapidly, rising like a rocket. After all, The foundation is unstable. But at this moment, the ancestor whipped down his whip, as if it was helping him lay a solid foundation. And his inner world trembled, shrinking a bit. The yin and yang aura that permeated the East China Sea was also drawn out by this whip, and merged into the inner world. Not only was the emptiness raised by the flying sword this time severely whipped by this whip, even the previous vanity was also swept away. Moreover, Taizu's whip seemed to have the effect of opening up the spiritual intelligence. Every time the whip was drawn, a lot of insights came to Suhi's mind. Things that I didn't understand before can be understood with just 2 whips. Where is the beating? It's clearly cheating. Only grandson hides. Suhi, just shakes his pussy. Even when the King of Heaven comes, he will not change his ambition. But it really hurts. The pain was deep in the bone marrow, and every nerve was screaming with all its strength. Old ancestor, is there no other way? Suhi asked tremblingly. Taizu snorted twice. Every gain must be a loss. The road is the most fair. Since you took the shortcut, a heartbreaking beating is indispensable. If I don't beat you today, just go out. It's a beating from outsiders. But the whip doesn't necessarily fall on you. You may lose the one you love, or your path may be ruined. But the turtle must learn from the pain and truly grow up. Suhi said nothing and tried his best to divert attention, sorting out the thoughts that came to mind. He watched Taizu play with the chicken-like passage of time and space. Taizu didn't know what he was doing, and Daozu's finger bones were damaged. At this moment, the appearance of the phalanges is completely invisible. It has turned into a cage, wrapping the space-time channel. The cage is constantly rotating, coiling around the space-time channel like a bead. The time and space channel has been washed away. The original color faded and began to gradually become pure white. Suhi couldn't understand Taizu's operation, but he was greatly shocked. He was the one who truly jumped out of time and mastered time. Even Taizu had to be the boat to go upstream and downstream. But Taizu was obviously more playful than him. Ancestor, what are you doing? Suhi finally asked. I always feel that Taizu is doing something extraordinary, and he won't get out of it. So he summons Yuan on the spot. Right? That's a big deal. Snapped. Taizu whipped him again. Then he circled the space-time channel and hummed, although Xian cut the space-time channel in half. It can only be delayed for a while. But it cannot be delayed for a lifetime. Yuan Nung can open the channel once, and it can condense the second time. Especially already half the foundation. Taizu looked at the time and space channel in front of him and chuckled. He can summon it. But we can't. What my ancestor is best at is turning Yuan's things into our things. The original space is. The temple is. And there is no way to escape from this space-time channel. Thinking like this, Taizu smiled, and the Yu family became happy. The Yuan Zun family can summon Yuan through the time and space channel. But we can't summon him. Suhi's eyes suddenly lit up. And he couldn't even feel the severe pain on his body. Ancestor, do you want to come here in person? This sense of security suddenly exploded. Taizu chuckled, but didn't answer. What are you here for? Come to swallow Xiao Tai? Crazy. Come here. He only realized that he had reached his limit, that he had been marked by the world, and that he would be the most wanted criminal next time. I can't come. Taizu sighed, turned around and hit Suhi with another whip. With a crisp sound, Suhi completely retracted into the turtle SHL. But it was of no use. Taizu's whip couldn't be blocked by the turtle SHL. And it hit the SHL, causing pain to his entire body. From his fingernails to his heart, liver, spleen and stomach. My soul was trembling. And there was no pain anywhere. The degree of pain was far greater than that of the cleansing ground in Huangqiu Temple. I always felt that this old turtle was still bringing in private goods when he was helping him stabilize his Taoism. Suhi gritted his teeth and held his breath until the pain of the whip passed. Then he hissed and gasped and looked at Taizu and asked, Ancestor, what does Huangqiu Temple, one of the top 10 immortal sects in the world, have to do with you? At that time, Huang Qiuzi took out the armor plate that Taizu had withdrawn to make Suhi believe it. The corners of Taizu's mouth curled up, and his old eyes were dim again, as if he was trapped in ancient memories. He shook his head with a smile and said after a long time, If you are not a monk, you are the founder of Huangqiu Temple. Suhi suddenly realized. No wonder. This is just an interlude. Just ask. Suhi didn't ask where the non-cultivation monk was now. There are no immortals in this world. So one can imagine the intensity of the battle 2,000 years later. This battle laid the foundation for Yuan Zun's destruction, and Xian Huang becoming the largest world in the world. It's so tragic, but there's no need to think too much about it. Suhi shook his head slightly, looked at Taizu and asked, Ancestor, after beating the immortal drum, I saw my senior sister in Genio Mountain unconscious. The senior sister said that she had no hope of living anymore. And the third senior brother also said that the senior sister was originally the king of Hades. What does it mean to be alive? Suhi looked at him blankly. Is the death you understand different from the death I understand? Suhi's understanding of death is to disappear into ashes and cease to exist. Completely gone. Unable to interact. Unable to get along. The death mentioned by the Taoist master seems to be just a state. Like sleeping and waking up. In either state, the person is here. Just dead. Whatever else you have to do. Taizu was silent for a long time. Then slowly breathed out, dead. Just dead. How can there be so much understanding? Old turtle. Another riddle. Suhi snorted. What about Ming ancestor? And Bai Yin and Tantai? What's going on? Don't say they have nothing to do with senior sister. I don't believe it. Underworld ancestor? Taizu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed. It should be the girl's first attempt. That girl knew that I was born as a dragon turtle. So she also wanted to get a dragon turtle clone. Taizu's eyes sparkled, but at that time, the art of clone cultivation was not yet mature. I fiddled around with it randomly, and became the nether ancestor you saw. But nether ancestor spent too long in the underworld before hatching. So he is no longer a clone. Can you be considered the twin brother of that girl? Taizu chuckled. As for Bai Yin, Tantai and Xiaolong, my ancestor doesn't know either. I really don't know. Suhi suddenly raised his head. Believe it or not, he didn't mention Ji Feishue. Is there anything about Ji Feishue in this? Chapter 619. It's time. Run! Run! Gutai ran wildly, followed by a big toad. The toad's legs turned into flying fire wheels, as if he was afraid that he would be caught by the witch behind him if he was slow. 3 days. 3 days. He was hung up for 3 days for no reason. This turtle was even more pitiful. He was beaten raw for 3 days. Toad glanced at Gutai sympathetically. He saw Gutai gnashing his teeth and running all the way out of the Shushan Mountains. Only when he was sure that Tantai was not chasing him did he dare to stop for a moment. He snorted bitterly. Open the 5th heaven. Open the 6th heaven. Yeah. As long as that grandson dares to come back, he will be hung up and whipped. Toad struggled to follow behind. What are you going to do? Gutai didn't look back. Make money. Want wealth. Need a lot of wealth. Wealth is not money. Money. Spiritual stones. And the like must flow through the world for as long as possible in order to carry wealth. There is no point in finding a mine to mine spiritual stones by yourself. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around and looked at Toad. Do you know how to make money quickly? The time was different. Maybe the soul beast from later generations would be more knowledgeable and think differently. And they might be able to create different sparks with him. This is an eternal topic that troubles hundreds of millions of creatures in all the worlds. Even the immortal lord wants to know how to make money quickly. Toad said without hesitation, grab the money. This is what Turtle Boy did. And the capital for the star-up of Changyu Mansion was stolen from Emperor Luan's inner treasury. The reconstruction of Changyu Mansion is also unique. That Turtle Boy never came for money in a serious way. It was all robbed. While Toad was talking, he looked Gutai up and down. This little Taizu is good at everything. But he doesn't have the golden finger like Turtle Boy to grab twice as many things. Money comes much slower. But it is faster to rob than to make money yourself. Just like when he first came. Little Taizu gathered people in a city to read books. How much money did he make by writing books? I want to grab it. Regardless of civilized or uncivilized robbery. Gutai nodded thoughtfully. And the bronze bell above his head floated. The Toad's eyes shone with joy. Is little Taizu going to take it to grab money? This is cooked. It was eager to give it a try. And saw the bronze bell suddenly coming down. Gutai's voice boomed. That makes sense. Then Toad, you are shining with treasures. You seem to be a treasured person. Can you borrow some money to spend it? Toad? Suehua. On top of Sword Mountain. There was a sound of drums in the thatched house. And a big drum suddenly shattered. And the drum head flew up and hit the wall. Like a flag on the wall. The Tantai immortal sword was unsheathed, and he stared at the drum head. He saw the drum head rippling like water waves. And Suhi jumped out of it with a smile. As soon as he came out, the drumhead immediately returned to normal. How? Tantai asked. Suhi did not answer, but turned around and walked towards Tantai, reaching out and lifting her chin. Young lady, are you worried about your husband? The Tantai immortal sword suddenly came out of its sheath and was about to slash towards Suhi. Suhi turned around and ran away. As he ran, his leather coat fell off, and a white sound came out of it like painted skin. She laughed loudly as she ran. Yeah, Your Majesty, the ultimate immortal of the 5th realm, is bullying me. A weakling of the 4th realm. If you want to murder your husband, go find your man. Tantai. Tantai ignored her and only looked at her hands. Bain chuckled. What are you thinking? The core has not been completely condensed and cannot be taken out. But don't worry. The old Taoist master is a rare reliable one. The old witch Jianshan Yuanyuan can't see it. So there's nothing she can do. He is recovering from his injuries in the original space, and is still secretly leaving his mark. Tantai frowned slightly. She is robbing the original space? Bain was surprised. How could it be that it was someone else's thing? We are the thieves and robbers. However, Tantai looks so cute like this. Hey, it's useless to leave the Tao seal. It's scary to take away the Tao seal. Only by taking away the Tao seal and refining and integrating it in the real world can you have a chance to take away the original space. Bain spoke and waved his hands carelessly. Don't worry. The time will not be short. When the core of the original space is condensed, I will steal it and leave a message to the man. When the woman takes away all the seals, let him just come here within a month and swallow the core. Isn't it easier than refining the Tao seal with Kuaha? Tantai nodded and asked again after a moment, how long? The words were concise and not concise, but Bain could understand it. After thinking for a while, he said, it will take about 200 to 300 years for the original core to be condensed, and I will steal it back. Only she can use the sahipi she made, and only she can do this work. Tantai nodded thoughtfully. Bain had already come over and whispered in her ear, let me tell you. The Jianshan origin cabin has begun to be replaced with your double show bed and Mandarin duck pillow. Tantai's face turned red. And then Bain said again, only me and our men can go to that place. You can't go hee. Tantai. Time passed like this little by little. 3 years. 5 years. 30 years. 50 years. 300 years. 500 years. Suhi didn't come. As time passed, the original form of Jianshan completely changed into the appearance of Jianshan. Even the newly replaced furniture in the hut was projected into it. Bain stole back the original core, which triggered a small-scale immortal battle between Xian Wang and Yuanzuan. Suhi still didn't come. That guy broke his promise to see you later? In the Xian Wang sealed realm, the ancestors of each family are working hard to heal and advance. Only Bain sits in the clouds doing nothing all day long. Her existence is incomplete, and her understanding of the Great Tao has long been far beyond the current realm. Unfortunately, her body cannot condense the Great Tao, and she is still the immortal of the 4 realms. Without making any progress, Bain looked at the moon above his head and thought it was all that man's fault. If he had returned his existence to her last time they met, she would have been able to attack the immortal lord of the 6 realms. I won't let Bing Tuozi take away the honor of 6th realm of the shortest enlightenment. However, there has not been any progress in recent years. She was the first to break through the divination ability. It can be counted as things that are insignificant to the Taoist master. No more blank space. It's a pity that Suhi still can't count it, even if he goes to find out. There is no such person. Bain was bored. Hundreds of years passed, and that guy from Tantai finally took all the avenues stolen from Jianshan as his own. It's almost time to reach the 6th realm of Immortal Sovereign. I don't have time to talk to her now. She is so bored alone. I miss a man. Glancing down not far away, she saw that her attribute was gold, and Baiyan Palace was located in the extreme west of Xinhuang. Not far away is the West Pole Desert. At this moment, Gutai took the White Dragon and the monk, and with the instigation of Toad, they occupied a piece of land and formed a small sect. Originally, there were also members of the Xiaobai sect there, but places where birds don't poop are basically magic gates. The Immortal Lord sect has always turned a blind eye to the Demon sect, and will not interfere too much as long as it is not too excessive. However, as the war was approaching, many demon sects began to have second thoughts. When Gutai killed him, the other immortals were naturally happy to see the result. If the Immortal Lord doesn't come out, it will be useless even if Gutai is the strongest. I don't know where the guy accumulated enough wealth. It is already on the verge of opening the 5th heaven at any time. If you open the 5th heaven, you can retreat easily under the eyes of the Immortal Lord. Right? Bain chuckled. He rolled his eyes. Do you want to get your name in that little monk sect? Over the past hundreds of years, Xianwang Buddhism has almost regarded Suhi as a symbol of the sect. Even her and Tantai's status in Buddhism has increased. This is not something that the immortal realm can bring, as long as she goes to this small sect to make a name for herself. Xiawanqi Temple will become a holy place for Buddhism in an instant. Imagine how exciting it is. The long river of time is flowing. Naturally, he didn't stay here as long as the outside world. But it was also the longest time he had stayed in the river of time. Taizu was still circling the space-time channel, and suddenly hit He with a whip. He gritted his teeth and endured it. So he took the opportunity to ask for advice. Some asked about the secrets of the heavens, and some asked about doubts about spiritual practice. This old turtle deserves to be alive. Faced with all of Suhi's questions, without any hesitation, opening his mouth was the most appropriate answer. From Xuanwu to White Tiger, from Qinglong to Suzaku, as well as the construction of the inner world and the art of fighting. Omniscient, he understands Suhi's practice better than Suhi. For the first time, Suhi was truly immersed in learning for a long time and couldn't extricate himself. The long river of time cannot keep track of years, and the power in the star ring is rapidly depleted. Before you know it, you will hit the bottom. Until this moment, Taizu put away the cage on the time channel and turned into a finger bone again and fell in front of him. With a slight wave of his claws, the space-time channel that had turned into pure white fell on Suhi again. Taizu sighed and laughed again. There's always not enough time. Go! Go! It's over. While Suhi was unconscious, the power of the star ring had been exhausted. It's time to go out. It's already 2,000 years later outside. Suhi was startled, and looked at Taizu's consciousness and asked, Grandmaster, why don't you go out with me? Taizu laughed. Kitty boy has to grow up and face the big scenes by himself. How can he be the protagonist of the world and stay behind the ancestor forever? Let's go! Taizu didn't give Suhi a chance to cheat, and waved his paw. The boat under him had returned to its snake body, and was coiled around Suhi. Suhi somersaulted and fell down the river of time. When he opened his eyes, he was already outside the boundary. A depressing atmosphere came over, which was a precursor to the outbreak of war. Suhi was like a fish in water. But he was suddenly startled. Old turtle, Taizu, coveted his Daozu finger bone. That old turtle didn't return the Taozu's finger bone to him. Suhi was startled and suddenly lost his sense of security. In the long river of time, Taizu sighed, stepped down with a paw, flattened the rolling river water, and stepped firmly on it. Quietly, I dare to rebel and shoot you. The roaring river of time suddenly calmed down and moved forward like a trickle. Without Suhi and the space-time channel, its flow speed suddenly became faster. Slow down. Slow down. Taizu chuckled. Daozu's finger bones flew up and floated above his head. Taizu looked at the bank of the long river of time. A brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his voice sounded like a bell. Since I came against the current, how long will it take until I return? He didn't know who he said this to, but he saw after images flashing outside the time and space barrier. It seemed that something was trying to break through, but was blocked by the barrier, and could not break through the time and space barrier. Taizu patted Time Changhe under him. Be good. Let it in. I won't hit you. The river of time suddenly trembled, as if it wanted to resist. Taizu suppressed it with a claw, and then continued to flow obediently. The barrier of time and space broke open, and a leg bone flew in, spinning around Taizu. Then, every time the long river of time flows, the barrier opens once. Leg bones, arm bones, head. There was more than one body. And along the long river of time, all three clones of Daozu came flying. It melted and formed next to Taizu, turning into a dragon turtle body. The finger bones that Suhi had improved in quality were still turned into a teardrop-shaped jade pendant, embedded in the dragon turtle's brow. Like a scale, Daozu's consciousness shook his body and merged with the dragon turtle, then slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his new body and nodded with satisfaction. Turn around and try to swim against the long river of time towards the source of the long river. Although extremely slow, it can indeed swim against the current. It's not Suhi, who never jumped out of time, but was able to swim against the current. The river of time should have stood up to suppress the heresy, but instead it was as obedient as a little sheep, not daring to make the slightest move. Taizu smiled, no longer controlled his body, and went down the river again. I crossed the river of time for tens of millions of years, collected the existence of the past, and condensed it into one body. This body is the past body. The past body was based on all the finger bones of Suhi. This is a quality point roll that makes a difference. With Su-hee's unique aura of detachment, Taizu felt his new body and shook his head slightly. That turtle boy who wasted everything he had so much time and energy, but he didn't know how to understand. If it were him, he would swallow up this long river of time and become truly eternally free and truly transcendent. But not a grand avenue. The long river of time beneath me trembled, as if it had real intelligence and was truly afraid. Taizu smiled, let out a long groan, swiped his foreclaws, and ran towards the end of the long river. It's like reaching the forefront of time and space, rushing out along the long river. Time and space change. Already in this world. An old dragon turtle in front, who couldn't tell the colors, looked at his past self that jumped out of the long river of time with contentment. The two turtles looked at each other in admiration, took a step forward at the same time, and merged together. Taizu lay on the hill and closed his eyes for a long time. It was not until a ray of light came from the distance that he slowly opened his eyes and saw a ship flying towards him, with Ji Feishue and Su Huanyan coming hand in hand. Su Huanyan stood at the bow in plain clothes, the magic sword in his hand flashing with sharp light. Ji Feishue sat on the bow of the boat, swinging her feet. He waved to Taizu from afar. Hey, old turtle. Just now, the Su family's sister recalled an ancient incident and revealed some secrets to me. While talking, the boat had stopped beside Taizu. Taizu looked at them and laughed, his eyes full of satisfaction. Of these two granddaughter-in-laws, one has given birth to Yaya, and the other has a growing fetus. No matter whether it is a dragon, a turtle, a white tiger or a peacock, it is his family's treasure. Ji Feishue stopped and looked Taizu up and down. Sister Su, you told me that you, an old turtle, were mighty and domineering in ancient times. Taizu laughed, looked down at Ji Feishue, and asked shamelessly, when did your ancestor stop being overbearing? And when he's not overbearing? Ji Feishue covered her mouth and laughed out loud, her eyes twinkling. When you were hung up and whipped for 3 days, and when you escaped quietly, weren't you overbearing? After hundreds of thousands of years, Tai ancestor was always kinder than the Dragon Clan ancestor. But she would not make such a joke with the Dragon Clan ancestor. Taizu's smile suddenly solidified on his face. The dignified ancestor looked at Su Huanyan with aggrieved eyes. Su Huanyan could not maintain his cold expression and lowered his head slightly. Sister Ji is indeed a witch. You shouldn't talk to her about this. Su Huanyan didn't want to meet Taizu's eyes, and turned his head slightly to change the topic. Old ancestor, does he know when my husband will return? Taizu shook his head and smiled. I just left the river of time, and now I have just returned to the ancient times, and I am being beaten. Right? Taizu was unsure. Chapter 620, Fierce Milk. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The two turtles separated at the first touch. Gu Tai retreated 10 miles away, and Su-hee was already 100 miles away. Shaking his head suppressed the meaning of the inner world tumbling. Su-hee looked at Gu Tai in front of him with a ghostly expression on his face. This guy has opened the fifth heaven. Su-hee didn't know why. He didn't know whether it was because he jumped out of the long river of time halfway down the river, or because he was anchored by Gu Tai last time. After crossing the time barrier, he was not in the place he left. Instead, he was in the Xianwang world, in the western desert. Before he could react, he saw Toad squatting on top of Gu Tai's head, pointing in the direction, and leading Gu Tai to kill him all the way, and collided with him. Su-hee was surprised. Taizu's cultivation speed is not very fast, and he has maintained the speed of opening a heaven for 10,000 years. The last time we met, the fourth heaven had just been opened. It has only been 2,000 years now, and the fifth heaven has been opened. He opened heaven in advance, and the legend is wrong, or very vague. Ji Feishue only heard that when Taizu was at the 5th level of Kaitian, he could kill extreme immortals and escape from the immortals without any damage. She didn't say what level of immortality she was. Su-hee had always been preconceived, thinking that Taizu had half-stepped the path of an immortal when he was in the 5th heaven. But after the collision, I realized the absurdity of the rumor. This turtle is a complete immortal fighting force. At this moment, what Taizu lacks is only the aura of the divine beasts from the 7th level of the open heaven. That's not important. The immortal is the immortal. Su-hee was at the limit of the 4th level of the sky at the moment, and could open the 5th level of the sky at any time. It seems that there is only a slight difference between him and Taizu. But the collision just now. If Gu Tai hadn't held back his hand at the critical moment, he wouldn't have been knocked hundreds of miles away. After the collision, He could not judge the state of Gutai at this moment. But he should not be a first-level immortal. As long as the normal four-spirit beast breaks through the 7th level of Kaition and enters the immortal realm, it should start from the 3rd level. But Taizu and he were obviously not in this category. He and Taizu had reached the immortal combat power without opening the 7th heaven, which was essentially one step away from the transformation of the Tao of Evolution. It shouldn't be possible to reach the 3 realms at once. He speculated that Gu Tai should have the combat power of the 2nd realm Immortal Lord at this moment. Thinking about this, I feel a little depressed. Along the way down the river, he reached his limit no less than 10 times. And the next moment, he was about to open the sky. Then, he was whipped back by Taizu. Every time the inner world reaches 99%, Taizu will give him a whip. At the beginning, a whip can pull back 85% of his inner world advancement. Then 85%, 87%. Before he left, the effect of the whip was almost undetectable, and was fixed at 99%. At the 4th level of open heaven, he reached his true limit. As for 100%, that kind of thing is theoretically impossible. Even so, Taizu didn't let him open up the sky in the long river of time. In the words of Taizu, it is enough for the long river of time to open up the sky once. Go back to the ancient times, and you will truly enter the realm of immortality if you activate the 5th level combat power. Entering this realm in Taiku, there are surprises. Then, he resisted the urge to open the sky and has been holding it in until now. Sure enough, as soon as we left the long river of time, surprises came. He even suspected that the old turtle made him endure it just to get out and beat him up. He shook his body, and the mountain beetle was about to put it on his body. Just then I heard the toad on Taizu's head shouting, "Hey, thief's son, you are competing with your own clan, and you have to cheat with a mountain beetle? Are you shameless?" He screamed and saw a bronze bell hanging above Taizu's head. Looking at he provocatively, "Come! Who doesn't have a baby yet? You use a mountain beetle, and I use a copper bell. I don't even need a cassock. Let's try it, and see who is better." He collected the mountain beetle silently. Taizu looked at him and snorted, "Pay back the money. There is no difference between the 2 world's spiritual stones. God knows how many detours he has taken in order to make enough money. And he was chased and beaten by the Immortal Lord not once." Suhi's expression was stern. His tortoise claws spread out, as if a dead tortoise was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. "No money. If you want money or a turtle, he won't lie." Uncle Luo and Aunt Luo did not receive the origin stone they promised. They had just come to Taiku before, and they did not have time to borrow money from the predecessors of this era. In the long river of time, cultivation materials were in short supply. The spirit stones of the 2 small worlds had long been used up. "Toad," Gu Tai shouted in a deep voice. "Come on!" Suehua responded, leaping forward and entering Suhi's foreign minister's space. The next moment, he ran out with a bunch of things in his arms. A pile of mountain rock shining with blue light. Top-quality forging materials. This was what Suhi took with him when he left after killing the Chilean Immortal Lord in the bright moon space. The mountain stone is the remnant of Chilean Immortal Lord. It was absorbed by Suhi back to the mountain and grew into the foreign minister Turtle Mountain and the mountain god seal. A remnant of the 6th realm of Immortal. A real treasure. Just 2 pieces of money were enough to pay off the debt. And the toad held out a pile. Suhi looked at the toad in disbelief. This frog twisted his elbow. The toad didn't even look at him. 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Who knows how an ownerless toad managed to survive in this ancient time where immortals were everywhere? Grab Yuan Zun. Defeat Emoshio. Coax Tan Tai. Suhi sighed slightly and said in a low voice to the toad, "If you want to take it, take it. 2,000 years ago, I was targeted by Yuan. The situation was so serious that I could only leave in a hurry. I didn't dare to take you with me, for fear that if I die, you will die too. Leave you in this era. There is a Taoist here, and there may be a glimmer of hope," Suhi said sadly. And the toad snorted twice. "Bullshit. The master of the soul beast is connected. But this turtle has clearly forgotten about it. Take your best treasure, and let you experience what it means to be heartbroken." Suhi shook his head slightly. "I know you are angry. These immortal materials from the 6th immortal realm were originally left for you to make amends for. Since you want to use them to pay off your debts, I won't have any objection. After all, you and I are one." The toad on Gu Tai's back suddenly froze in shock, as if he heard a thunderbolt from the blue, and turned around one by one. Suhi nodded to him heartily. "I'm not lying. The Chilean Immortal Lord Mountain Stone has been absorbed enough. And absorbing it again will have no big effect. It is really left to the toad. Toad suddenly curled his lips and looked at Gutai with grievance. Gutai snorted with disdain on his face. A pile of waste with no wealth. What is the use of him? Even if the fifth heaven has been opened, wealth is still in urgent need. Gutai had a burst of disdain in his eyes. But when his eyes glanced and saw a token in Toad's hand, they suddenly lit up. With a hook of his claws, the token flew over. The golden token was spinning in front of him. But it was a black and yellow token. Suhi got it from the remains of Chilling Immortal Lord. 5 times the quality. The token floated back and forth in front of Gutai. Just as Toad was about to speak, Gutai had already collected the token, glared at Suhi and said fiercely, "This is interest. Interest is not the principal. The principal is calculated separately. I have learned a lot from Toad in the past 2,000 years. Such as, collect interest first when you owe money. And don't worry about the principal." Suhi. Suddenly, I had the urge to open the 5th layer of heaven immediately. I wanted to press the turtle to the ground and rub it hard. But why? At this moment, a playful and sneering voice came over. "Little turtle, are you bullying my little man because he has too much money? Can you tell me what kind of spiritual stone is worthy of this token? This Xianhuang order may not be able to make people feel at home in Xianhuang Cave. The clan brother didn't even give it to her." As soon as he heard this voice, Gutai suddenly felt as if he had encountered a natural enemy. His expression changed and he turned around and ran away. Even the toad had the conditions to launch and follow closely. It was only after running halfway that it suddenly realized that its escape was somewhat nondescript. It seems Suhi is its master? He had only been with Suhi for a few decades. But he had been with Gutai for 2,000 years. For a while, he couldn't tell who was his. Toad hesitated. And as soon as he slowed down by 2 minutes, he felt his neck tighten. And a warm hand was already holding his neck and turning it back. Walking back to Suhi, he flicked his hand and threw it aside. Bine glanced at it with a half-smile. "You're done. Even if you are this guy's soul beast, Kentai will skin you alive. She hates traitors the most." The toad's face twitched. Bine stopped paying attention to it and turned to look at Suhi. "Hey, Brother Shao Clan. You are finished too. You have offended me. Is this what you said about seeing you later? 2,000 years. The dynasty at the foot of Baiyun Mountain has changed more than 20 times. Sorry." Suhi turned into a human being and gently held her hand. "I originally thought I was going to return to the world, solve the troubles and then come back. But I didn't just escape after wandering in the long river of time for 2,000 years. As Suhi spoke, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her. But if I had known that this would happen, I would have gathered more strength that day and tried my best to wander in the long river of time for a few days. Escape from the long river of time means that the ancient war is about to begin." As soon as Suhi came out, he felt that the space-time channel in the star ring was about to move. You can even feel that the other half of the time and space channel has been calling it secretly. But I don't know what means Taizu used to prevent that half of the time and space channel from sensing his half. Just the routine calling. Really? Bain raised his chin and looked at him. "Next time you wander, remember to take me with you. Wandering in the long river of time, no matter the vicissitudes of life, I will remain unchanged." It feels good to listen to it. The toad next to him curled his lips. The single frog couldn't stand the sight of the tortoise man and woman having sex with each other. So he jumped into Suhi's aperture. "I haven't been home for 2,000 years. I feel as if I haven't been in the water for 2,000 years. My whole body is unbearably dry. The turtle is back, and it's time to go back and take care of myself. As for the grievances that have accumulated for 2,000 years, wait until Bain is gone to argue with this turtle boy about his good livelihood." As soon as the toad entered his mind, he staggered and almost slipped. Looking down, I saw the frog's mouth growing in surprise. The originally vast sea of consciousness was actually less than 30% as big as it once was. However, the entire sea of consciousness no longer feels like a sea. Suhi's consciousness at this moment, using the terminology of Suhi's previous life to describe it. Non-Newtonian fluid? That's probably the word. It's only a little bit away from condensing into solid crystals. The crystallization of spiritual consciousness is an important symbol for an immortal to advance to the level of immortal. At first, it was a complete solid body like a glacier. And then the empty space of consciousness was filled with crystals of consciousness like stars. Suhi was only one step away from being completely solidified. "Turtle boy, what kind of cheat did you use while I was away?" Gu Luo and the others expected that Suhi could achieve this effect only after he reached the 5th level of Kaikion. Suhi smiled. That was a lot. The toad didn't know about the condensed dragon body. The toad didn't know when he saw the Azure Dragon ancestor. The toad didn't know when Taizu led him to advance. Toad's realm matches Suhi's. But Suhi's realm hasn't improved, especially in the long river of time. Suhi was whipped. And Toad didn't even achieve simultaneous improvement. Suhi's triumphant smile echoed in Toad's heart. Taizu card cheat? The toad snorted, jumped out of his mind, and headed towards the inner world. The mind aperture has advanced too much, and it's a little difficult for a while. It's not too late to go home after the information is synchronized. Let's live in the inner world for a while, Toad thought, and escaped into the inner world of Suhi. As soon as one foot stepped in, the toad fell to the ground with a snap. Like a reptile, it was crushed hard on the ground and turned into a paper frog. It squirmed for a while before swelling again. Then the frog fell silent. The intensity of Suhiniai's world was actually several times higher than before. Alien beasts flying around and escaping from the earth. Yuanzun tribesmen chasing the alien beasts. When did this turtle boy accept so many Yuanzun people as creatures in his inner world? And what about the huge dragon eggs on Tai Mountain? Ignore the toad's surprise. Bayin was already laughing, pulling Suhi and running away, crossing the desert and jumping over Bayin Palace. I don't know where this girl is going. It seemed as if he had no direction and was just running randomly. Suhi gradually showed an expression of embarrassment. Sister clan. I have to set the anchor first. Crossing one anchor point at a time. The moment the time barrier was broken, Suhi knew that little Taizu was no longer an anchor point. This time, the exclusion of him was particularly severe. Maybe it was because he could no longer restrain himself and wanted to open the 5th heaven, which caused the abnormal movement. Or was it too out of the ordinary last time? Discourage me? Bayin turned around and bared her fangs at him, making a fierce gesture, but ignored him. Suhi smiled bitterly. Even Bayin also had a bad temper. He shook his head and changed the topic. Sister, Taizu said that if you open the 5th heaven in the ancient times, there will be extra gains. Sister, do you know what it is? Bayin glared at him. I don't know. If you think your family sister has nothing to do all day long, you will calculate the difference between the 2 eras? My immortal lord is doing a good job. Why do you want to find that uncomfortable one? I know that I won't tell you. Bayin hummed twice. His chest bulged, and he looked angry. His chest was proud, and his breasts were fierce. Suhi's eyes were involuntarily drawn towards him. But he felt his hands tighten, and Bayin pulled him forward, smashing the space, and threw him out. Bing Tuozi. Open the door. The escort car is here. On top of Jianshan Mountain. Unlike the green grass in Tongyu Sword Mountain before, it was now covered with snow. A world of ice and snow. Like the forbidden land in the far north. Deep in the ice and snow, a snow sculpture stands alone. Its figure is not as fierce as Bayin's, but it is also curvy. The white voice came, and the snow sculpture trembled slightly. But before it melted away, it was hit by a black object. Suhi hit the Tantai and rolled like a gourd, rolling several feet before stopping. With the snow on Jianshan Mountain pillowed under his body, he felt cool and soft on his body. It was probably due to his personality. Even after getting out of this small distance, Suhi had already naturally inserted one hand into Hiran's clothes and climbed up another Jianshan Mountain. Tantai had just come out of his cultivation state at this moment. He looked at Suhi under him and felt the mischievous big hand on his chest, and his face turned red. The hand pinched unexpectedly. Tantai was about to have a seizure, but Suhi gave her a hard slap, held the sword in her hand, and looked into her eyes calmly. Daughter-in-law. I'm back. Tantai was stunned for a moment. Chapter 621 Extreme Love. With the word daughter-in-law, 2,000 years of unfamiliarity disappeared like smoke in an instant. Tantai's face turned red, feeling the big hand on his chest causing trouble, and looking at the man beneath him. A faint resentment rose in his heart. It's not thick, but it doesn't dissipate no matter what. This little thief said he would see you later, but he disappeared for 2,000 years. The last time they met was just a few days ago, but the impact it had on her was far greater than anything she had experienced in the first half of her life. The 2,000 years of waiting were actually longer than the previous 80,000 years. You lied to me, Tanai said with a cold voice, looking at him word by word. But before he finished speaking, Suhi pulled him down and sealed his lips. The remaining words were stuck on the tip of his tongue. Outside of Jin Mountain, on a floating island in Shu Mountain, Bain stomped his foot angrily and snorted, "Sex embryo. You deserve to suffer." As if in response to her words, the two priestesses in the ancestral land, where the Yuanzuan clan temple was located, opened their eyes at the same time. The temple has been lost, and the Yuanzuan clan did not rebuild the temple. The two witches practiced in the open air on the same spot, regardless of wind or rain. It was the middle of winter, and there was heavy snow falling in the sky. But the two witches didn't care at all. They looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. He came. The two of them flew into the air in a flash. One with their left hand, the other with their right hand, and at the same time, they slapped their palms into the void. Extreme Realm. Start. The palm is divided into yin and yang, and the two chapters are overlapped and slapped on the void. The void flickers and faintly ripples, shaped like a water curtain. Then he saw the oldly slowly opening his eyes within the water curtain. A light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed towards the long avenue in the original space. On top of the Sword Mountain, Tantai had just regained the feeling he had 2,000 years ago, and his unfamiliarity and stiffness had eased, and he began to cooperate gently. The slightly closed eyes suddenly trembled and opened. At the same time, Suhi withdrew his hand that was moving downwards and looked down at the Sword Mountain. Wisps of mist rose from the foot of Jianshan Mountain like dragons and snakes, enveloping the entire Jianshan Mountain in an instant. The two did not hide away. They both controlled the origin of Jianshan, and they felt something in their hearts. The moment the mist appeared, the entire Jianshan was isolated, being ripped away from this world. Belongs to a world of its own. Such a breath. Yuan Zun. Suhi was awe-inspiring. And the Lingsu fairy sword of later generations beside Tantai made a sound as the sword came out of its sheath and hung in the air, alerting all directions. There was a solemn look in their eyes. Jianshan is the Tantai dojo, like a natal artifact. This method of transporting Jianshan and isolating Jianshan is definitely not something that can be accomplished in the short term. There must have been arrangements on Jianshan Mountain for at least thousands of years. But Tantai never felt it. Tantai Condensation Avenue has entered the sixth realm. Not to mention that the Yuanzun clan has arrangements on Jian Mountain. Even if there are some movements on Xianwang, they can be discovered in an instant. The two looked around, their expressions gloomy. Avenue. Both of them thought of something. The world and the origin space interact with each other. The origin of Jianshan is in the origin space, and the avenue condenses on the Jianshan Mountain. 2,000 years ago, Tantai Yujianshan participated in the war, and it was impossible for Li to fail to see him. Seeing the gleaming light of the avenue on the Sword Mountain, and then thinking of the disappearing core of the original space, it is not difficult to deduce their method of stealing the core. With the Down Master's methods, Li couldn't find the origin of Jianshan, so he directly affected Daechang, and used Daechang to plot against Jianshan? Suhi was silent, stretched out his hand and shook the Tantai cattails. "I'm sorry. I thought I was the one who caused you trouble." How could it be such a coincidence that he started it just after arriving in Li? It was obviously aimed at him. Tantai was innocently implicated. Tantai was wary of all directions, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly when facing Yuan Zun. "I will never be involved. This is the consensus of Xianwang. When facing Yuan Zun, there is no such thing as implication. Life or death depends on means. Besides, her man is by her side, so naturally we have to face things together. Let's go," Tantai said, pulling Suhi towards the hut on the top of the mountain. That is the core of Jianshan Mountain. If Ruoli uses the road to plot Jianshan Mountain, that is where everything originates, not the mist at the foot of the mountain. The two of them dashed into the hut. Then he felt his hand loosen, and Suhi's expression changed drastically. He led Tantai in, but Tantai disappeared in an instant. There was no attack, just disappeared for no reason. Suhi turned around and stepped out of the grass house. The thick fog under Jian Mountain had already risen to the mountainside. The lonely Jianshan Mountain has no Tantai. Not outside, not inside the thatched cottage. If he hadn't sensed Tantai's existence through the marriage contract, Suhi would have been furious. With the mountain beetle draped on his back, and the power turned to maximum, Suhi entered the thatched hut again. Double bed, Mandarin duck pillow. Everything is the same as the origin of Jianshan in later generations. Even the table is placed where it should be. Even the human skin drumheads on the walls have not changed at all, except that the Tantai is missing. Suhi looked solemn. Tantai looked down at his left hand. He was still holding her big hand just now, but he disappeared as soon as he entered the thatched cottage. She didn't even need to leave the house. She was already convinced that He had disappeared. Not in the house. Not on the mountain. After 2,000 years of separation. We had just met for less than a cup of tea. The man suddenly disappeared. And everything seemed like a dream. My heart twitched violently. And I hurriedly looked around. He was missing. Only the double bed and the mandarin duck pillow were lying quietly on the bed. The human skin drumhead on the wall still has Bain's incredibly ugly handwriting imitating Suhi. On that shameful table, there was still a letter from Bain to Suhi. Leaving a letter in the origin space does not mean directly bringing foreign objects in. Foreign objects will be destroyed by the aura of the avenue inside the moment they enter. Only when the real objects are placed on the Sword Mountain will they gradually condense in the Sword Mountain origin hut in the origin space. Tantai's face was solemn, and with the sound of the sword in his hand, he chopped up the thatched cottage, split the clouds, and shot straight into the starry sky. The entire thatched cottage was destroyed by her sword. But no accident occurred. Only the mist at the foot of the mountain rose up and spread over the mountainside. Tantai looked back and slashed at the mist with his sword. This sword cut through the void and the Real. He also got the inspiration from Suhi's sword slashing Yuanzun's power over the past 2,000 years to specifically kill Yuanzun. The mist was torn apart by the sword, as if it was about to be destroyed by the sword. In the original space, Li's eyes flashed coldly. The finger pointed towards the long river of the avenue turned slightly, stirring the long river. A finger with a transparent shadow outside her body began to stir as she stirred. If you love deeply, if you feel deeply, if you think too much, you will forget yourself. If you forget yourself, you can take advantage of the opportunity. Li muttered softly. On Jianshan Mountain, Suhi suddenly turned around and saw the thick fog, which seemed to have been split open by a sword. It dispersed in an instant, but then rolled back in an instant, sweeping the entire Jianshan Mountain in an even more violent manner, covering everything. Suhi seemed not to notice the fog that enveloped him, and his eyes lit up. That sword strike just now was Tantai. She is still on Jianshan Mountain, but the two of them seem to be at different latitudes. They are in the same place, but they cannot see each other. From the perspective of the sword slash, Tantai was right next to him. Suhi was overjoyed. Following Tantai's example, the Sifang Dao came out of his body and struck the mist with one strike. A chasm was created in the mist with one strike, but it recovered instantly. Suhi cut again, but the mist could no longer be cut away. On the other side, Tantai looked at the thatched hut behind him that was clearly destroyed by a sword, and it reappeared behind him silently, as if nothing had happened. But she didn't restore the thatched cottage. She is in Jianshan, but not in Jianshan. Therefore, the slashing attack only hit the thatched cottage in front of him, but did not hit the real thatched cottage. Multiple spaces? Mirror? Tantai also saw that the mist she had destroyed had been restored. Then, she saw the chasm opened by the square knife. This knife had no killing intent or warning, but a little joy. It was through this method that she found her joy. The man is not in crisis at the moment, but he is not in the same space as her. Tantai breathed a sigh of relief, jumped up and rushed under the Sword Mountain, breaking through the mist in an instant. He had probably flown out of Shushan, across the plains, and arrived at Yunming's, where the sword light fell. Behind him is a thatched cottage, and under his feet is Jianshan Mountain. Flying all the way, and still in the same place. Flying, walking, breaking through space. All methods are inseparable from Jianshan. Sure enough, it's not the Immortal Lord's method. Even a 7th level immortal could not completely trap Tantai and prevent her from discovering any clues. This is Li's method. Even the mist became weird. The first time it was wiped out with one sword, but the second time it couldn't even be split open. Tantai stood outside the thatched house with a solemn expression. At the same time, outside Jin Mountain, above Shu Mountain, a ray of light shot through the sky from Guiwang Mountain, but was stopped by Bai with a wave of his hand. Hey, old man. It's not good to break into his house without permission. Duing Wang stopped outside Shushan Mountain and transformed into a Taoist master with a murderous look on his face. Under the murderous intent, the Taoist master's face was still slightly pale, as if he had been seriously injured. He looked at Bai solemnly. Girl, something happened to Jianshan. Bai glanced at Jianshan, which was trapped in the fog, and smiled. Yes. Yes. We saw it. The Taoist master said nothing and only looked at Bai. Bai was the first to notice the strong aura of Yuanzun on Jian Mountain, but was indifferent to it. If he hadn't sensed his junior brother's return earlier, He would have thought that this girl was going to attack and kill his love rival. At this moment, junior brother and Tantai were both among them. Love so much and hate so much that you want to kill your junior brother as well? As if he had guessed the thoughts of the Taoist master. Bain chuckled, laughing forward and back. The old man doesn't have much experience, but he thinks a lot. Even though the Taoist master has been cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, he has never experienced love between a man and a woman. Right? You actually know how to fight in a house? The Taoist master looked slightly embarrassed. And then he was startled and looked at Bain in disbelief. Can you deduce my thoughts? Bain sat on the suspended island and swung his feet without comment. The Taoist master breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder why my brother and sister stopped me. When he spoke like this, the auras of the demon clan's ancestral land and the Dishan dragon turtle ancestral land arose. And they all looked this way. Even the eyes of the immortal lords came to explain. Just as Tantai thought. Such a change in Yuanzun cannot be hidden from any Xian Huang immortal lord. Bain laughed. A flash of gossip appeared in his mind. And he raised his green jade finger and pointed towards Jianshan. Old man, is it useful for you to come here? Li has been planning for 2,000 years in the original space. You came here in such a hurry. Is it worth 2,000 years of planning? The Taoist master was solemn for a moment. Very. Do you know why Li did this? Bain smiled. His face nonchalant. It's a time and space channel. What else can I do? Of course. She had snatched the space-time channel back. If she could take the opportunity to kill the younger clan brother, she would definitely not hesitate at all. The Taoist master didn't understand. Bain glanced at him. He was a Taoist master with billions of years of life. But he couldn't figure this out? She sighed. You also saw it 2,000 years ago. The space-time passage was embedded in our little man's star ring. It was your teacher who forcibly opened it so that the little man could leave. Since Daozu has the means to open the passage of time and space, how can he ignore it? It will definitely be refined. The Taoist master nodded slightly. You also said that the only ones who have the real chance to master time and space are the younger members of my family. Not even Dao Ancestor. In that case, Dao Ancestor should not be refining the time and space channel for himself, but will also hand it over to my family after refining it. Little man. When she said this, a cheerful smile appeared on her face. So this space-time passage now belongs to my Su-He. Li just needs to snatch it from him. The Taoist master was silent for a moment. Then a hint of disdain rose at the corner of his mouth. Unless Yuanqing comes. Unless Yuanqing comes? Will Li want to take away the things that the teacher has refined for me? But that's just wishful thinking. I know. Bain waved his hand. You have the best teachers. And your masters and apprentices are the most powerful. Okay. I can't take it away. But I can't help the little man to give up on his own. Bain chuckled. God's will is the will of the people. This is the Yuanzun family's best skill. God's will is common. But human heart is not. When the Yuanzun clan fights, they always have God's will in their hands. When fighting Yuanzun, it's like God is coming, and the whole world is pressing down on them. It's very frustrating. When Su-He came here for the first time 80,000 years ago, a fierce battle broke out between Yuanzun and Xian Huang. But it was Bain and Tantai who faced off against the Great Witch. In that battle, the Great Witch Tian's will was clearly revealed, and the enemy's thoughts were immediately grasped. Therefore, when facing Wu, only Tantai and Bain of the Four Realms Immortals were the main attackers. Bain needs no words. Tantai's heart is like still water, and the sword is in front of his heart, unable to comprehend. 2,000 years ago, the old witch took advantage of the long river to infiltrate Sword Mountain. That is the place where human kindness is raised to its limit. Now that I have fallen into Jin Mountain, I don't know where love started, and I don't know where thoughts came from. After a long time, only longing is left in my mind, and nothing else. The old witch used another trick to put the little man in a special state, as if he had given up on everything except his own woman. This is how to deceive all laws, and snatch the space-time channel in an instant. Bain looked at the Taoist master, in the eyes of the law, the Tao, and even the Taoist ancestor. Su-He couldn't take care of himself, and gave up the time and space channel. He was not snatched away by others. Even the marriage certificate, and the soul beast could be killed at that moment, if that guy wanted to. The Taoist master said nothing, and the Tai Chi diagram behind him was spinning to calculate Bai Yin's words, and his expression gradually darkened. Maybe. It's really possible? He looked at Bain in shock. In this case, he should be allowed to go. Bain looked at him with contempt. What are you going to do? Do you understand love? Or understand sex? She waved her hand impatiently. Don't make trouble. It took so long for Li to invade Jianshan quietly. But I destroyed it. I'll hit you. She spoke and pointed. Then, there was a roaring sound in the mist. And white jade pillars rising up to support the sky. Breaking through the thick fog. Connecting Xianwang and Jianshan. Bai Ying pressed one hand in the void. Running the magic instrument. And turned to look at the Taoist master. Hey! Help me. The other party is an existence that surpasses the immortal lord. You want me to be in this small fourth realm. Can't I resist? The Taoist master was stunned. And stepped forward. The Tai Chi diagram hung above Bai Yin's head. And he leaned towards Bai Yin with all his strength. Have you thought that Ding Li would do this? This girl. Could she really have expected them to exist like this? The Taoist master looked surprised. Bai Yin didn't say anything and started laughing. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment as if he was calculating something. He opened his eyes for a moment and said with a smile, Old man, catfish doesn't taste good. Just don't eat it. Force yourself to eat a piece of catfish every day. What obsession! The Taoist master's expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. This is his private matter. An extremely private matter. Was this girl really counting him out? When Bai Yin glanced at him, the Taoist master shrank slightly. And for a moment, he felt like everything about him had been seen through. Taoist minds like him felt hesitant for a moment. Looking at Bai Yin, he seemed to see the woman who stood on the top of the mountain and calculated everything in the world hundreds of millions of years ago. Senior sister. The Taoist master shook his head and put this thought out of his mind. He looked at Bai Yin and asked, You thought that Li wanted to seize the time and space channel. But you didn't contact me. What do you want to do? Bai Yin sighed and said rather helplessly, Of course, it's because of my Bing Tuozi. Bai Yin bared his teeth at Jianshan, which was shrouded in thick fog, and said bitterly, That stupid woman. I told her when she was still in the demon transformation realm that I calculated that she had a marriage fate that would entangle her for generations. But that stupid woman didn't listen and actually embarked on the path of enlightenment and reduction. Bai Yin gritted his teeth. This avenue was not created by Tantai. It has existed for a long time, but no one has ever been able to pass it. Bing Tuozi was the first to reach the sixth realm of Immortal Lord, and he also had the opportunity to spy on the existence of the seventh realm. This avenue is normal in the beginning. Just like ordinary people, you can appreciate the avenues and transform them into your own body. But when you practice deeply, you have to go backwards and subtract one by one. Love is the way. Nature is the way. If you cultivate to the extreme, one day it will really disappear. Right? No matter how long it takes. Even Tantai himself may have realized it. So, that guy entered the sixth realm of Immortal Sovereign and refused to practice. Instead, he froze himself and tried to transcend this avenue. But is this kind of thing so simple? It was her Taiant's Immortal Lord who had to take action. If you reduce Tao and reduce love, then give her a love that will never be lost. When love reaches its extreme, it turns into a brand, imprinted on the soul, on the spirit, for generations to come. At that time, love was a part of me. So how could I talk about reducing it? Bai Yin giggled. It can infinitely amplify and truly condense the love of a sixth realm Immortal Lord. There is no one else but the love. Except for the Yuanzun family. And besides Li, we can't think of anyone else, Bai Yin said. The Taoist master became even more silent. And after a long time he said, Did you guide Li to use this method to seize the space-time passage? He looked at Bai Yin in surprise. Calculating and being able to calculate and arrange means cannot be generalized, especially to influence a being far beyond oneself. Bai Yin waved his hand. Don't make trouble. How can we, a small immortal of the four realms, get such abilities? The Taoist master became more and more silent. The four realms. Bai Yin's body couldn't bear it, so he could only carry the four realms. But no one said she couldn't understand more. Right? Tantai certainly had the help of Jianshan origin, so it only took 2,000 years to break into the six realms. However, Bai Yin and he have been at odds with Li in the original space for 10,000 years. Above your head are all the avenues. Based on this girl's talent, how far should she realize it? Will he be able to break through the Immortal Lord and enter his realm immediately after his body recovers? Suddenly, I felt the urge to beat my junior brother to death. Take back Bai Yin's existence, and let this girl move up a level. Chapter 622, 50 Strings of Brocade for No Reason. Amazing talent! The Taoist master looked at Bai Yin and could only think of this word. It's a pity that this girl was not discovered back then. The old turtle got there first and became the adopted daughter of the Dragon Turtle clan. Otherwise, we must accept a disciple with such a talent, not to mention him. Even the teacher would accept it without hesitation. Right? Just like the time when he was so shameless that he insisted on taking in his senior sister. There is a difference between a disciple and an apprentice. He didn't mention it. Among the three of them back then, the senior brother was dignified and serious, like the eldest son in the family, walking the high road. He is a young boy who acts on his own initiative and can beat anyone without caring much about his freedom. But the senior sister was so pampered. Bain chuckled and pointed, and the white jade pillars on the sword mountain rose one by one with difficulty. She turned to look at Tizhan and the ancestral land of the demon clan. Hey! One of you is an ancestor, and the other is a brother-in-law. You have some eyesight. Please help us. The old Taoist master is too weak. The Taoist master was startled and looked embarrassed. In the past 2,000 years, everyone has made progress. Only he has stayed still. Those who can recuperate from injuries are all talented people. Besides, I was in such a hurry today that I couldn't get out of the gate in time. So what came was just a clone. I heard a long chant of a dragon turtle, and a long river of power came from Tizhan. There was also a breeze blowing in the willows, and an illusory willow branch came from the ancestral land of the demon clan. The pillars that were barely raised on the sword mountain rose from the ground in an instant. The Taoist master looked slightly stern. Sure enough, the old turtle and the demon master have almost stabilized their realm. I had only seen their shadows before, but today I was really sure of their state. Are these two people almost ready to leave seclusion? On the other hand, the black dragon of the dragon clan is stuck somewhere, and has yet to break through. The old voice of Ming ancestor came along the long river of power. Girl, when you are extremely affectionate, your affection will show. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Tantai will pick up the sword to kill the affection? When love is strong, isn't it the time to cut it off? That girl follows the path of increase and decrease, and it is likely that her cultivation level will improve greatly in an instant after she has cut off her feelings. Bain giggled. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I stole her marriage certificate. If you have a marriage certificate, you won't be afraid of her cutting off your love. Besides, the little man is also in Jianshan, so close to her. How can she let go of her feelings? There was a marriage certificate hanging above Bai Yin's head as he spoke, and Su He's name was shining brightly on the marriage certificate. On the woman's side, Su Huanyan and Ji Feishu complement each other. The Taoist master looked at the marriage document and was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly and laughed. The marriage document can be regarded as a guarantee. He chuckled and looked far away, as if he had seen an eternity before. Back then, senior brother was busy in heaven, and I was at Guiwang Mountain. Only senior sister stayed in front of the teacher the most. During this period, they disappeared for tens of thousands of years. And when they came back, senior sister collected everything from the world. Marriage refines this marriage document. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Yin with a slightly strange look. When the marriage contract was first signed, no one could touch or refine it except senior sister. Not even the teacher. Only when senior sister enters the marriage contract and has no owner can she be refined by outsiders. It can't be transformed. But even so, Sword Immortal Master is the first to refine the marriage certificate. It was fate. A sword cultivator does not need anything else. He had nothing but a sword, and he didn't care about many treasures placed in front of him. He actually went to refine a marriage certificate. Maybe she was destined to be married for the rest of her life? Like Bai Yin said? The Taoist master smiled and shook his head. Bai Yin's eyes lit up, and with a palm print, the stone pillar of Jianshan rose completely, like a long nail that penetrated the sky and the earth, nailing Jianshan to the Xianhuang world. In the origin space, Li's face looked slightly gloomy. At that moment, she couldn't sense what was happening on Jianshan Mountain through the long river. A powerful person from Xianhuang took action. But it was normal. It would be abnormal if Xianhuang did not take any action to plot against the space-time channel and Xianhuang Immortal Venerable. But it's too late. The love calamity has already begun, and no one can stop it. If you can't see it, then don't look at it. Just strengthen your means, and take the opportunity to snatch the space-time channel. She took one step forward, and the long river above her head roared and raged. The path of extreme passion surged and flowed, carrying strange runes to where it flowed. The space-time channel behind Li rose and spun violently. Last time she was tricked by Xianhuang. Someone in Xianhuang must have been able to break through to her level in the past 2,000 years. The Yuanzun clan was going to have a hard time. Time channel. No more accidents allowed. On Jianshan Mountain. Su-hee was stunned. Watching the mist covering Jianshan Mountain. Watching the thatched cottage looming close at hand. An inexplicable feeling of loneliness arose. This mountain became more and more familiar. Just like the Sword Mountain in the original space. The shrouded fog is like the long river of swordsmanship shrouded outside the origin of Sword Mountain. Every plant and tree on the mountain is the same as the original Jianshan Mountain that Su-hee was familiar with. You can even see the knife left by Bai Yin on the thatched house. In the thatched house, everything was familiar to the extreme. Desk, double bed, mandarin duck pillow, hibiscus quilt. It was here that I made a lifelong commitment to Su Huanyan. This kind of thought fills my mind forever and cannot be shaken off. Not thinking about male and female love. I just want my wife. And I just want to be innocent. The longing spreads like a flood and cannot be suppressed no matter what. I was thinking about it when I looked at the thatched house. I was thinking about it when I looked at Bai Shui. I was thinking about it when I looked at the Tongyu sword grass. He didn't even notice that there were more white jade pillars on the mountain. When his eyes fell on the white jade pillar, he subconsciously thought that it would be extremely suitable for Ji Feishue to turn into a dragon body and coil up here. By some strange mistake, Su-hee turned into a dragon and coiled himself on the white jade pillar. Dragon Panju. Dragon Panju. It turns out that the dragon is really comfortable coiled around the pillar, as if it is holding a beautiful woman in its arms, relieving the pain of lovesickness. Su-hee lowered the dragon's head slightly and squinted at Jianshan. Jianshan is wrong. The mist just rose, and it only aroused his lovesickness. But there was no murderous intention. No crisis. Could it be that he guessed wrong, and it was actually Bai Yin's fault? Are you afraid that he won't be able to handle Tan-Tai? Add some spice? Su-hee's dragon whiskers danced. Feeling hurt. This thought just passed by in a flash. He slid down the white jade pillar and swung his dragon body gently, swimming around the Sword Mountain. But still found nothing. If something happens at Jianshan, other immortals should be able to find out immediately. But no one has come yet. Either the method used to separate Jianshan is too strong and they can't get in, or he was held back by something. Yuanzun. This mist carries a very strong aura of Yuanzun. The Yuanzun clan directly attacked Xuanhuang's homeland? Su-hee was quiet for a moment. And the star ring flickered. The space-time channel in the center of the star ring is revealed like a portal. Unlike before, Su-hee could open the space-time channel that was sacrificed by Taizu at any time. The control strength is only limited by the quality points rolled. However, Su-hee was still a little uneasy in his heart. The time and space channel was snatched away, but no points were thrown. This thing never belonged to him from beginning to end. Or there's a real possibility of it being snatched away. Su-hee tried his best to free himself from the pain of lovesickness, thinking about the current situation and how to break the impasse. It is impossible to leave. I cannot leave with the passage of time and space. At the same time, Tan-Tai Ling looked at the desk quietly in the thatched house. The letter Bai Yin left for Su-hee on the desk was shining slightly. The handwriting was completely different from the message Su-hee had seen before. I don't know what it was written. Tan-Tai Ling's cold expression could no longer hold on. There was a blush on his face, and he clenched his silver teeth tightly. And even his breathing was disordered. Su-hee. She and I are no longer in the same space. How can we help Su-hee anchor? Bai Yin can find ways to contact her. But can't he fix the coordinates and pick her out? This is not the right place. The thicker the fog, the deeper I miss that man. 2,000 years of accumulation suddenly exploded at this moment. There is a twinge of pain in the heart. A pinch of heart-wrenching pain. And the pressure makes one breathless. Lovesickness kills. Tan-Tai gently stroked the desk. No longer as shy as before. The sword intent in his eyes dispersed, with a touch of sadness in the coldness. Looking outside the thatched cottage, there was only thick fog. There is no white jade pillar rising here. Everything is as usual. Outside the Sword Mountain, Bai Yin looked at the rising white jade pillar and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Proud? Although we don't have enough strength, we have enough knowledge. As long as you borrow power, you can do things that Town Master and the others can't do. With the trapped dragon formation here, even if the King of Heaven comes, it will be impossible for me to snatch away the space-time channel. And Leslie dares to kill Xianwang. That will be a dream. Xianwang now has at least 3 beings of the same realm on the verge of breaking through. The Taoist master looked at the misty Sword Mountain, but he couldn't sense the situation on the mountain at all. Girl, are you sure nothing will happen? There is a faint power of time flowing in this fog. Is Lee probably having other plans? Bain didn't say anything. Of course. That guy is extremely talented. One day in the outside world now lasts at least 7 or 8 days on Jianshan Mountain. What separates Suhi and Tantai is not just 2 spaces, but also different times. At the same place, one person was there in the morning. The other was there in the evening. Naturally, they couldn't see each other. But I don't know when the stupid man and his family will find out. It's not worth mentioning this thing. As long as Suhi can find out the clues. With his control of time, he should have the means to break the barrier. The fog covering the mountains is used to conceal the flow of time. Seeing the Taoist master's confusion, Bain waved his hand casually. Let's go. If something happens, you all will be released. We will kill the Yuanzun clan. The Taoist master was startled and laughed. What this girl said makes sense. In the face of absolute power, all calculations are vulnerable. The Ming ancestor and the demon lord withdrew their power. And they had just broken through and had not yet broken through. So they could not let go. The Taoist master also left. And he came as a clone. The world became quiet again, with only a steady stream of power coming from nowhere and rushing into the Sword Mountain. The fog on Jianshan Mountain became thicker and thicker. Bain looked at Jianshan Mountain, sat on a hanging rock and gently swung her feet. If that Ice Tozy knew that she was plotting against her, she would pick up her sword and chase her away for 1,000 miles. Right? But don't blame her. Lee's plan cannot be spoken out, as it will be sensed if he speaks it out. So he can only prepare silently. She is a 4-realm immortal lord, so I don't know how much effort she put into it. Bing Tuozi got all the benefits. Are you still ungrateful? The men all let her go first. As time passed, Bain sat quietly outside Jianshan, wondering what he was thinking about. Until one day when the moon was full, the sound of piano and harp came from Jianshan Mountain. This sound broke through the fog of Jianshan Mountain and swayed into Shushan Mountain. Many monks on Shu Mountain were stunned for a moment, looking at the fog-shrouded Jian Mountain in astonishment. Motionless. This sound is the aggregation of lovesickness and is inspiring. Some people shed tears. Some howled. And some even abandoned their swords and ran away. I have been seeking a sword for a long time. But once I miss you, I have to turn back. Bain looked at Jianshan and was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. It sounds awful. That man obviously doesn't understand music. But he plays a harp. Is this a gift of love? After all, he is not stupid. He knows that his emotions cannot reach the limit. So he thinks of a way. Bain smiled. On Jian Mountain, Suhi was sitting in front of the thatched hut, with 3 things floating slowly in front of him. A pair of concentric bells, exactly the same as Jifei Shue's, belonged to Su Lien. 2 bells jingled, making 4 soft noises with each shake. The 2 sounds are in the copper bell. But the 2 sounds are like the copper bell having a soul, vibrating and ringing. It is the longing that is so intense that it condenses on the copper bell. 2 words are uglily engraved on the bell. Sister. Just 2 ordinary words. But they give people a heart-wrenching feeling. It seems to have condensed the lovesickness that will last forever for hundreds of millions of years. Next to it is a qin and harp, which was bought from Sais in his previous life at the market during the Huangling gathering. There is something different at this moment. The originally delicate qin Sais seems to have experienced endless years and has an endless charm. The 25 strings are stretched straight, and each sound is accented with a gentle plucking, as if 2 strings are pulsing at the same time. It is no different from a copper bell. One sound is in the piano, and the other is lovesickness. There are 2 more lines of words under the piano, 50 strings of jins for no reason. 1 string and 1 column reflect the past. Although the handwriting is ugly, the love is true. Extremely deep. The sound of the piano that just came out came from here. Next to it is a dragon turtle carved from white jade, which is no different from the Bailing turtle. On the back of the white jade dragon turtle is a young girl running freely. Who else could it be if it wasn't Bain? The girl and the white turtle have affectionate eyes, an indescribable charm. Suhi didn't know what Li was going to do, but he had to find a way to mobilize his emotions. He tried his best but couldn't suppress his emotions. Love is love. Love to the core. Uncontrollable. We can only take the wrong approach. Condense and refine our thoughts into shapes, and place them in objects. But this is a temporary relief. But I don't know what to do next. Suhi gently plucked the strings, and the tinkling sound was heard in the mist. You are far away, and don't know where to swing. As if to respond to him, he toggled and heard the sound of swords ringing softly next to him. The sound of the sword was ringing around me. Right next to me. But there was no one with the sword. Tan Tai. Suhi suddenly looked up, his eyes full of surprise, and reached out to touch his side with a shout. It feels cold to the touch. The hand did not reach out directly as before, but instead held a cold kaken. The hand trembled slightly as if to avoid it, but reacted and intertwined with his fingers instead. He couldn't see anyone, but he could hold her hand. Suhi was startled and his eyes lit up. Time. The only difference between this time and before is time. His star ring spread out to guard the space-time channel and never closed. There were speculations, but Suhi did not dare to put away the star ring for testing. I don't know how long I sat alone in Jianshan. Holding Tan Tai's hand seemed to hold salvation. Even his breathing became rapid. Both hands were trembling slightly, indicating that Tan Tai was not at peace either. The two tried to convey their consciousness through handshakes, but there was no response. Good? Suhi moved her fingers slightly and wrote on her palm. I wonder if Tan Tai is okay. Yeah, Tan Tai responded. Suhi was overjoyed. He took his hand and pulled the invisible lover into his arms. This time, he was not disappointed, and she fell into his arms. Although I can't see it, I feel helpless when I touch it. It's Tan Tai, the same figure as Su Huanyan. Except for Jianshan. Su Huanyan was a mother and was older. Suhi's heart was about to beat out of his chest, and he held Tan Tai tightly in his arms without saying a word. Irin just curled up in his arms, feeling the rise and fall of his arms, and feeling the rapidity of her breathing. This hug seemed to last forever. I don't know how long it took, but Irin's arms were trembling, and she seemed to have made up her mind to wrap them around his neck, and brought him back abruptly. In an instant, the four lips touched each other. Their lips and teeth were cold, and a small tongue poked out. Chapter 623 Tan Tai Ling. Howl! A long cry sounded in the ancestral land of the Yuanzun clan. The two witches climbed high into the sky and screamed. The lords of the four directions, and the immortal lords of all tribes quickly come out of the gate to guard the Yuan Lord. Reject Xian Wang, and regain the space-time passage. Following their voices, the auras of the immortal lords rose into the sky, forming a large formation to protect the four directions. The Yuanzun clan occupies too much space, unlike Xian Wang, who has a basic base, and the guards don't know where to center. Moreover, there are only 3 lords of the 4 directions left. The southern lord was trapped in the Wenyu Gate. There was no news for 2,000 years, and he did not know whether he was dead or alive. After all, the formation is missing a corner. The two witches did not lead people into Xian Wang to seize the space-time passage as they shouted. Instead, they raised altars in large formations to connect to the original space. On the altar, Li Songlau's figure was half empty and half solid, with one foot on the original space and the other on the altar. The space-time channel belonging to her was spinning behind her, and she slowly opened her eyes to look at the black and yellow world. It seemed as if he wanted to see Jianshan clearly, and wanted to see the condition of the other half of the space-time channel clearly. It's a pity that the fog is rolling in the Jianshan mountain, and the white jade pillars are towering. The inside and outside are isolated and cannot be checked from each other. Only the Tongyu sword grass swayed in the snow. The mountains are quiet, and the wind is gentle. Suhi surrounded the invisible fairy in his arms, but with his eyes closed. He could feel her body from the surroundings. Delicate and cool. It seems to be boneless, but the sword energy shines, like a soft sword. Soft and strong. Feeling the slightly trembling little tongue in his mouth. This was the first time in such a long time that Tan Tai took the initiative. Clearly embracing each other. Clearly kissing each other. The love sickness not only did not weaken, but completely broke out at this moment. Even if I hold her tightly, I still miss her. Longing becomes a disease and invades the bone marrow. At this moment, apart from the beautiful woman in his arms, he couldn't care about anything else. Suhi caught the trembling uvula. His hands naturally got into his clothes and climbed up the sword mountain. Tan Tai's body trembled slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But he stopped dead in his tracks. Then, I felt that the man was pushing the envelope. There was a sound of tranquility in Tan Tai, and the breath was like blue. After a few gasps, I felt someone holding me around the waist, pushed open the door of the house, and stepped into the thatched house. The door of the room is closed. Even if they can't see each other, the atmosphere becomes charming. Suhi held Irin in his arms and walked towards the big bed step by step, then gently put her down. There was no fairy in sight, but a graceful shallow mark was pressed on the mattress. She seemed to be dodging a bit, but also a bit at a loss. There was a trend of integration between the two parties at that time, and they were already able to affect the environment of the other party. Tan Tai trembled slightly. He couldn't see anyone in front of him, but he could sense his presence and his movements. An invisible hand was groping and peeling off his clothes layer by layer. Knowing what was going to happen, Tan Tai's breathing became more rapid. He reached out and grabbed Suhi's wrist, subconsciously wanting to push him away. But he didn't. As soon as his breathing shortened, someone pressed up. She subconsciously dodged, but her wrists were pinned to the bed. She wanted to call out, but her lips had been sealed. Tan Tai's body instantly straightened, as if he was at the execution ground. My heartstrings were tense. My jade legs straightened, and the violent storm did not come for a while. Suhi did not go any further, and continued to take advantage as before. Tan Tai slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The tense body slowly relaxed. If Ding Anchor only needs a kiss, she can handle it very well if she is just taken advantage of. Although there was a gap of 2,000 years, Suhi had been by her side 2,000 years ago, allowing her to adapt to this. Never forgotten in 2,000 years. Even as I was immersed in it unknowingly, my clothes were already half off for some reason. Fortunately, the two of them were invisible, which alleviated a bit of the awkwardness. Tan Tai did not feel ashamed, but cooperated with Suhi and continued to immerse himself in depravity. She thought this would last forever, until she suddenly felt the man on her body quietly adjusting his posture. She didn't know when her legs had been spread apart. Her heart suddenly tightened. No. Wait. Tan Tai cried out in panic. Unfortunately, the two of them couldn't see each other, and they couldn't even transmit their consciousness, let alone sound. A sound of whimpering. The sword fairy straightened her body. She wanted to push away, but the hand she stretched out somehow wrapped around the person on her body and pressed her tightly, preventing him from moving. Suhi waited quietly. The fairy gasped, seemingly frightened and at a loss. Mountain springs are like songs, melodious and refreshing. The thatched hut on the top of the mountain swayed gently in the breeze, crying and complaining. You can't tell time in the fog, but you know right and wrong. The sky turns from dark to white, then to dark night. The tinkling sound of the mountain spring gradually stopped. Suhi propped himself up on his elbows and looked at the blushing fairy below him. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, the barrier disappeared. After the anchor was anchored, Tan Tai also appeared. Or for Tan Tai, is Suhi showing up? Tan Tai closed his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and a drop-shaped flower rose appeared between his eyebrows. If you look closely, the flowers are full of Suhi's marks, and they are connected to her soul and true spirit. Even if his body is broken into pieces, his body dies. He is reincarnated. This connection cannot be erased. Suhi kissed her on the eyebrow and whispered in her ear, daughter-in-law, let me have a go. The moment Tan Tai appeared, Suhi passed on Wan Feng and Ming technique. After a double cultivation, the realm finally reached its limit and could no longer be suppressed. This is the level of heaven that Suhi has suppressed the longest and consolidated the most since he started practicing. Tan Tai opened her eyes, but didn't dare look at him. She turned her head slightly and bit her lips for a while before saying, You, go out, clean yourself, and adjust your state. I will protect you. Why was this man talking to her while he was inside her body? Do you want to shame her? I don't, Suhi said shamelessly. Tan Tai groaned again, looking embarrassed. He bit his lip and glared at Suhi. Among all the cultivators in the world, whoever breaks through a realm does not tremble with fear and be cautious as if treading on thin ice. How can anyone break through the situation with a lady? She was still going to speak, but Suhi had already hugged her and turned around, letting her kneel on him. Come on. Don't stop. I'll come as soon as I go. As he spoke, his consciousness sank, and he entered the inner world. You? Tan Tai suddenly looked embarrassed, but felt that his own consciousness was also involved and fell into Suhi's body, falling into the inner world. As soon as you enter, you will be overwhelmed by the vastness of the world inside Suhi. In the inner world, above the East China Sea, hibiscus trees tower into the sky and cast their shadows. 2 full moons hang high on the hibiscus tree. One is the bright moon of the inner world itself, and the other is the phantom born from the dual cultivation of Su Huanyan. However, the phantom has acquired Tan Tai Yuanin at this moment, and has completely solidified, turning into a real bright moon hanging in the sky. At this moment, there is still a steady stream of breath coming from outside, and the full moon brought by the double cultivation is even more shining. The bright moon sheds silver light on the ground, and the creatures in the inner world are bathed in the moonlight, and they all look up to the sky and chant. Birds chirping and beasts roaring. Strange beasts roared everywhere, and the number of stars and moons trembling between the brows began to increase. Sure enough, a complete world has formed. Tantai sighed with emotion. The last time he came to Suhi's inner world, Baiying once said that the inner world of his men was evolving towards the real world. It was indeed true. It's just that there are no intelligent creatures derived from it. Tantai observed and saw Suhi standing in the sky, spreading his wings and reaching out a little. The large bowl outside the lichen is like scooping water, and the gold liquid in the bowl is poured into the inner world. That was the chaos contained in the bowl when he wanted to forcefully open the sky last time. It was refined by the bowl for an unknown amount of time and turned into a bowl of golden liquid. It is like jade dew and nectar, but when poured into the inner world, it is like a ladle of hot water poured into a boiling oil pan, crackling and exploding. Like thunder, it spread throughout the world. The chaotic golden liquid turned into streaks of golden light and shot to everywhere in the inner world, integrate into the landscape and vegetation. Tantai was shocked. This was directly transforming chaos into the world. Chaos is omnipotent and can evolve all things, whether humans, animals, or all other things. No one knows why intelligent beings cannot be born in the inner world. Su Hedong didn't know. So he directly transformed chaos into the inner world and gave the inner world infinite possibilities. But no world can withstand the direct entry of chaos, even if it is refined by the bowl-shaped opening artifact. The aura of chaos is extremely strong. Tantai looked at it and saw the giant bowl scooping up the chaos, and then picking up a large bowl of chaos. Suhi stamped his palm on the bowl and rolled into the bowl with strength. The bowl was filled with thunder, lightning and flames. The various patterns on the bowl seemed to come to life, with the green dragon breathing and the Luan and Phoenix breathing fire, which together refined the chaos in the bowl. In an instant, another bowl of gold liquid was poured into the inner world, turning into little stars and shooting into the mountains and flowing water. There were mountains and rivers that could not bear the aura of chaos and collapsed. Tantai's face slightly condensed, but he didn't take action. Although husband and wife are one body, she does not have any authority in Suhi's inner world. She cannot control this world, and she does not know how to deal with it. Tantai didn't move, but he saw Suhi looking down in the chaos, reaching down a little, and the branches of the hibiscus tree above the East China Sea began to dance, and pieces of yin and yang energy spread to all parts of the inner world. At the same time, the bright moon condensed on the hibiscus tree rose into the sky and headed straight for the real bright moon in the sky. The two months collided but did not collide, but merged together. The silver glow falls on the mountains and rivers. The rivers are calm, and the mountains and rivers are stable. Daughter-in-law, don't stop. Suhi blinked at Tantai. Tantai's face suddenly turned crimson, and the conscious body in the inner world quickly dispersed and returned to its original body. Looking at Suhi under him, he bit his lips and his face was full of anger. No wonder that in order to open up the sky like this, he needs the harmony of yin and yang, and needs to cultivate together with her. Could it be that he was treating her as a tool? The anchoring Baiying is not good. It is just a combination of yin and yang. The effect of Baiying should not be bad, or even better. After all, Suhi currently has half of Baiying in his body. An idea flashed through Tantai's heart, but he quickly pushed it out of his mind and started to move awkwardly. Luanfeng and Mingshu are operating, and their breaths are communicating. I don't know where my husband got the dual cultivation path. Right down to the root. It seems like the origin of all double cultivation techniques. The upsetting phoenix must have been created by the true power of the Phoenix clan. Fengzhu? That old guy has existed for who knows how many generations. And she was the one pointed by the Beng Duan Yuan back then. He died and was resurrected. It's just that the state is somewhat wrong. This time the Ming ancestor and the Dragon Clan ancestor are sure to break through the realm. Only she bluntly said that she can't enter that level. She and Jianxian have been guarding Xian Wang for the past 2,000 years. Tantai didn't believe she couldn't advance. Such an ancient existence, so ancient that it is immeasurable in age, holds many unimaginable secrets. In the realm of Yuan Zun, Li looked up at the void, as if he saw the original space directly through the barrier. The waves of the long river of extreme emotion in the original space have been raging for nearly 2 days. Although the situation in Jianshan Mountain cannot be seen, the long river explains everything. The dragon turtle's entire mind was occupied by emotion, and he couldn't care about anything else. Right? Li's body flashed, and he was already behind the time channel. He raised his hand and stamped his palm on the time channel. Return. Her voice was ethereal, as if it had come from eternity ago, and the river of time was rapidly turning in front of her. I couldn't see the condition of Sword Mountain, but I saw a green light breaking through the mist on Jian Mountain and rising straight into the sky. Li looked slightly happy. The turtle was indeed an uneducated person, living in time. He couldn't even hide the time channel. Come! Her voice rose an octave higher, and the sound spread like waves to all the heavens and all realms. As if being summoned, under the green light, a chicken-like time and space channel slowly rose. Li's old yellow eyes flashed with surprise. But on top of the Sword Mountain, a dragon more came out, and 18 white jade pillars suddenly appeared. Translucent iron ropes protruded from the white jade pillars and were tied to the time and space passage, blocking the time and space passage. Xian Huang was indeed well prepared. Li was not surprised. She really didn't have any preparations, so she didn't dare to take back the half of the space-time channel. Since I'm not the owner of the passage, how can I live there as a prisoner? Li chuckled lightly, reached out, and grabbed a mountain axe. But it was Manju's mountain-breaking axe. She didn't know when she had to refine it, and the axe turned over and slashed toward Xian Huang. There was no light from the axe passing by, but the time passage on the Sword Mountain suddenly became distorted. It seems that he can't bear this axe. Manju opens the mountain with unstoppable momentum. When the axe falls, the mountain opens. Any obstacle will be split open by the axe. One strike with an axe did not cut off the connection between the time channel and Suhi. Li Ke was not surprised. He hit the mountain with his halberd and then struck down with the axe. At this moment, a dragon turtle roared, and a mountain armor came across the sky and directly enveloped the entire Sword Mountain. There was a loud noise, and an axe mark appeared on the mountain armor. There was a turtle roar from the direction of Dishan, and Mingzu's voice came out, "Get out." The sound was like a roaring bell, rolling down Li's return and rushing towards the Yuanzun clan. Li glanced slightly and raised the corner of his mouth. "You don't dare to break the barrier. It's still a little short of the mark. This old turtle can't break the level at the critical moment. If he breaks the level at this moment, not only will all the previous efforts be wasted, but at the very least the path will slip, leaving hidden dangers." Li smiled and struck down one axe after another. He is unable to truly refine the space-time channel. If he wants to master the space-time channel, he must reach the immortal venerable realm himself. It is useless to rely on external objects. Li smiled. The last time we met, the turtle was only at the 4th level of Kaitian, and was about to reach the 5th level. But even at the 5th level of Kaitian, it was impossible for him to directly enter the ranks of immortal venerables. He still had a lot to go. Chapter 624 Immortal Lord. You don't dare to break the barrier. Li's voice spread throughout the world. As he spoke, he struck down the axe again. But there was still no axe light in the starry sky, and the axe blade struck directly at Jian Shan. A willow tree appeared in the ancestral land of the demon clan, its branches swaying. In front of the willow tree, the demon lord was wearing a Confucian robe and his body was translucent. He was holding a book and looking at the Sword Mountain quietly, as if his eyes were piercing from the Sword Mountain into the original space. Li's attack did not pass through the heavens and the realms, and it did not provoke the Xian Huang Realm Protector formation. It directly crossed the original space and attacked Jian Shan from the Great Dao River. If it weren't for Baian's white jade pillar, this attack would have landed directly on the Sword Mountain and cut directly into the space-time channel, which the mountain armor could not stop. Buzz. There was a buzz, and the phantom of the turtle L outside the mountain I was cracked and shattered. The body of the mountain beetle is revealed. The corners of Li's mouth curved slightly. Ming had not broken through, and his true body had not yet arrived. Not to mention exerting the power beyond Immortal Lord. Even the power of 7-realm Immortal Lord cannot be exerted. Can it stop her? Come! She reached out and grabbed it, as if she had grabbed the space-time channel through a mountain beetle, and pulled it back. The space-time channel was like a less egg yolk, twisted by her, and it was about to come out from the binding of the white jade pillar. Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The time was just right. As long as the turtle comes later, no matter the pipeline master, Ming or Demon Lord will break through the barrier. If it was earlier, her injuries would not have recovered yet, and it would not have been possible to rob her. It's just right now. Neither too early nor too late. Come on! Li shouted again. The 18 white jade pillar iron cables were taut, making an overwhelming sound. There was a turtle roar on the embankment, and the shadow of Ming ancestor appeared. And the old turtle was about to break through the barrier and get out. Old turtle. Come on. Come on. A playful voice appeared. Then Bai Yin stepped out and landed on the mist of Jianshan Mountain. The Bagua spin was draped down like a quilt, covering the time and space channel, and turned gently. The space-time channel that was twisted and about to be forcibly pulled away slowly recovered. Although it was not completely restored, it was much better. The shadow of the dragon turtle on Dishan gradually faded away. With just one step left to go, the Lord of the Underworld naturally didn't want to cut off his path at this juncture. It's you? Li looked at Bai Yin with a frown. This white jade pillar that suddenly appeared was specifically aimed at her. And only the Taoist master and Tian's immortal venerable, who had been in a stalemate with her for tens of thousands of years, could have set it up. But, when you spy on me, why don't I spy on you? Li chuckled. The almost withered hand grabbed forward, and the entire arm disappeared into the void. But on top of the sword mountain, a big hand condensed by the heavenly tribulation was like a claw, grabbing it. Bai Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Was this captured directly from the original space? Sure enough. In the past 2,000 years, this old woman has almost completely mastered the origin space. When the origin space core was still there, no one could do this. As expected, divination is not omnipotent when it comes to the origin space and the existence of transcendent immortals. Bai Yin raised his hand and slapped Tianjia's claws. But instead of smashing Tianjia into pieces, he was knocked back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Turtles groaned in Dishan. A whip crackled in the ancestral land of the demon clan. And the shadows of turtles and willows came at the same time. 2 fingers on the withered claw broke off and hit the turtle shadow and willow branch. The remaining 3 fingers turned into claws and grabbed Jianshan. This old woman has such great ambitions. The goal is not only the time and space channel, but also to get Sword Mountain. The claws of the heavenly tribulation pressed down horizontally. Bai Yin's mouth was bloody. He raised his head, looked heroic and righteous, and then turned around and drilled into the pendulum, pulled the Bagua down, and sank into the mist of the Sword Mountain, cooperating with the white jade pillar to stir the mist. Hey! Little man. Stop indulging. Your woman will be beaten. If you don't come out again, your house will be robbed, she shouted. Her claws already pinched the space-time channel with 2 fingers, and pointed towards Jianshan with 1 finger. At this moment, there was a sound of sword sound. The entire Sword Mountain turned into a sword light and hit Tianjia's finger. A loud noise knocked the claw back halfway. The master of Jianshan woke up. Tanai had been running the Sword Mountain for who knows how many years. All kinds of sword formations sprang up in an instant, blocking his fingers for a while. Li's sneak attack on Jianshan failed, so he changed hands and wanted to capture the time and space channel. But he saw the mist rolling on the Jin Mountain, and a green light rising into the sky. At the end of the blue light, Suhi opened his eyes slightly. He took a step forward and stepped on the space-time channel. With just 1 kick, the space-time channel was instantly stable. So, that's it, Suhi said. No wonder no dice landed even when the time and space passage was snatched. This time and space passage cannot be truly mastered without the immortal master's Taoism. Even though it was refined by Taizu, the space-time channel itself exuded aura that suited Suhi, and he couldn't wait to take his surname. Suhi himself couldn't grasp it. Until now, Suhi grabbed the space-time channel beneath him. There was a huge difference between an immortal and an immortal, and it was even more different in the immortal world of a monk. But the most essential thing, the immortal seeks the Tao. The immortal holds the Tao. The immortal is seeking his own avenue. But the immortal master can master one avenue after another. The mythical beast is not even an immortal, let alone an immortal. To judge whether a divine beast has the ability of an immortal, it is not about how many heavens it can open, but whether the divine beast can master the Tao. Previously, Suhi could not truly control the passage of time and space. This passage itself was the condensation of the avenue of time. Time is a restricted area for monks, and no one else, even the immortal lord, can control it. It was possible for Suhi, but his previous level was too low. Even if he used the Shanjia and Daozu's finger bones to exert the immortal's combat power, he didn't have the foundation of the immortal. You can't control it even if you hold the space-time channel. Unless you are an immortal, you cannot control the Great Road. But it was different now. As soon as he got the time and space channel, he had a feeling that this thing naturally belonged to him. Taizu has completely whitewashed half of the space-time channel, and it has essentially no connection with the other half. Suhi grabbed it and a pure golden dice fell from his head. 3 points. Quantity. The dice shattered as soon as they fell. The avenue can be derived but not copied. The dice fall again. 5 in a row. Until 4 points of quality fall. The feeling of being one with the passage of time and space arises. This path belongs to me. In an instant, there was a buzz in my mind, and countless insights rushed into my consciousness. Suhi raised his head and looked at Lee. At this moment, no one could take away his time and space channel. Lee's complexion suddenly changed. The 5th level of Kaitian. Immortal Lord. Roar! Lee roared loudly. It's not like she hasn't seen Suhi open the sky before. 2,000 years ago in the original space. This turtle tried to open the sky by force, but was suppressed by the Taoist master. At that time, the turtle had reached the limit of the 4th level of Kaitian. But its own realm was only the 4th level of immortal, and it was almost impossible to improve. He is a naturally gifted evildoer who can reach the 5th level of immortality in the 4th level of heaven. Opening the 5th level of heaven is the limit of immortality. Even if he can enter the immortal realm, he must be in the late stage of the 5th level of heaven. Why is it that now that the sky has just opened, he has already stepped into the immortal realm? Lei Chan roared. The moment Suhi appeared, the might of the 5th level of Kaitian rose into the sky. An atmosphere of joy arose in all the heavens and the world. And the world itself rejoiced. When he survived the catastrophe and became the dragon turtle, it was raining heavily in the 2 worlds of Xian Huang and Feng Huang to celebrate the birth of the divine beast. At this moment, the whole world is happy. A dragon turtle has become an immortal, and the help it brings to the world is indescribable. As Suhi's aura exploded, and the world was joyful, a strange power fell on Suhi. The feedback from the world is like a blessing, like some kind of bond. The connection with this world suddenly became extremely close. There was no need for luck. The energy of the world eagerly entered his body. All avenues flashed before your eyes, allowing you to comprehend them. Suhi felt relaxed and at ease. There is always a feeling that even if I don't set an anchor, I won't be kicked out of this era during this time travel. The world loves him. This is what Taizu said. The benefit of attaining the Taoist immortal master in the ancient times? Suhi shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it's more than that. And he needs to be carefully sensed. Everything happened in an instant. Appearing and settling in the space-time channel. Everything was completed. Without enough time to sense it carefully, Suhi grabbed the space-time channel and retreated, instantly flashing back to Jianshan, where he stood with Baiyin and Tantai Qingzi. With a clear understanding of their hearts, the 3 talents formed a formation, and their auras were connected. Suhi Shan Jia appeared to protect the 3 of them, and the Tantai immortal sword crisply sounded, and the sword glow flickered. A sword pointed at the Calamity Claw with only 3 fingers left. Li Chuli was angry. What's wrong with this world? It's not just Suhi. That turtle cannot be judged by common sense. It is natural that people who transcend time are somewhat special. The 5th level of Kaikian directly entered the immortal realm, which was unexpected but reasonable. But what about the sword immortal lord? He is still the 6th realm immortal. But this sword just now, Yin and Yang are harmonious and have a profound foundation. With a sword from Jianshan, her remaining hand was really knocked back. Now this sword is blessed by Suhi and Baiyin, especially Baiyin who is in the Sankai formation. The attack direction and method marked by the Bagua rotation are directly aimed at her weak points. Tantai pointed out with a sword. It was a sword but not a sword. It's like a love song. Like a lover going to death. The sword is full of love. With endless thoughts. The sword mountain clouds were stirred and turned into a blow, hitting the palm of her hand. The giant palm of heavenly tribulation roared, and the place where it was clicked exploded, creating a crack. The heavenly tribulation split open, revealing a pure white space behind it. Then he saw that in the pure white space, Li had 1 foot here and 1 foot outside, stuck in the crack of the door, stuck in the original space and the real world. Li's complexion suddenly changed, and the heavenly tribulation was broken. Is the original space behind it? When were the heavenly tribulation and the origin space connected? At this moment, a Tai Chi shot up, taking advantage of the crack not closing, and blasted directly into the original space. The Taoist master, who had never taken any action from beginning to end, hit the target as soon as he appeared, and went straight into the original space to find her true body. Taoist friendly means. He actually trapped me in Guiwang Mountain for a moment. The Taoist master sighed with emotion. I didn't know what method Li used to seal Guiwang Mountain for a moment, but he almost escaped. Fortunately, although the poor Taoist is not good at learning, He has never slacked off for hundreds of millions of years. As the Taoist master spoke, he had completely crashed into the original space. You're out of seclusion. Li's muffled voice came from the original space. And he thought he had suffered a loss. Thanks to the care of fellow Taoists, I have been in seclusion for 2,000 years. Although my Taoism has not improved an inch, I have recovered from my injuries. The Taoist master chuckled, turned the Tai Chi diagram, and hit Li. Li glanced at him, and retreated instead of moving forward. He had no intention of fighting with the Taoist master. He completely exited the original space in a flash. On the Sword Mountain, Heavenly Tribulation's big hand shattered at the same time, and the cracks behind Heavenly Tribulation also disappeared. In Yuanzuan's ancestral land, Li Wan's figure was no longer transparent, and he appeared completely. He grabbed the space-time channel in front of him, broke through the boundary, and appeared outside the Xian Wang world the next moment. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and looked at Su He with an ugly smile. No matter how beautiful a person is, he is too old and haggard to look beautiful. Li didn't care about his appearance and just looked at Su He. If I can't take away your passage, how about I give you mine? She smiled, waved her hand to push back the charging Jianxian, suppressed the time and space in her hand with her backhand, broke through the black and yellow barrier, and threw it towards Jian Mountain. The time and space channel rotates straight towards Jianshan Mountain. Li grinned. What she wanted was never the ownership of the time and space channel, but the integrity of the time and space channel. It's good to get it, but if you can't get it, then don't. No matter who the time and space channel belongs to, as long as it is complete, and the power is accumulated enough. This is the smooth road for Yuan's return. Enough. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Li smiled. The only one in the entire Xian Wang who could stop the fusion of the time and space channels was the Taoist master. Unfortunately, the Taoist master was trapped in the original space. Ming He Demon Lord has just entered the current state, but he has never mastered the power of time. Can't stop it. But Su He and Bai Yin, who have the power between them, are not strong enough to stop her. Not only could he not stop it, when Su He rushed down from the Li time channel, he felt the excitement of his own time channel, and the time channel in his hand actually greeted him with excitement. I don't know what method the Lord used to cut the original time and space channel in half. The two halves are in a yin and yang state. Although they are no longer one body, they are attracted to each other. It was too late. But in fact, in just an instant, Li's time and space channel suddenly fell down and entangled with Su He's time and space channel, spinning in a spiral. They are not one body, but their strength is integrated. In an instant, Jianshan's time and space were distorted. From the outside, it seemed like time had gone back in time, and the trees withered and flourished at will. Suddenly it was winter. Suddenly it was summer. In an instant, the world changed as if billions of years had passed. Even the mountains and rivers were worn away. And then it returned to the time before time, when everything was new again. Time and space are distorted here, and I don't know where to connect. It seemed as if a great fear was about to come. At the same time that Li Dio came to the space-time channel, Su He had already collected Baiyin and Tantai and sent them into the inner world. Even Baiyin can't bear the distortion of time. The star ring enveloped him, and Su He grabbed his own space-time channel and pulled it back. However, the intertwined space-time channels did not move at all, and he could not separate them. Just when I was at a loss, I heard the cry of a phoenix. In the 10,000 mountains, an old phoenix flapped its wings, cried out to the sky, grabbed a passage under its claws, and waved it towards Jianshan. Throw it into the sea of stars. Fengzu's voice penetrated the chaotic time and space and reached Su He's ears. What she threw was the Xinghai passage guarded by hundreds of thousands of mountains. No matter whether the intertwined time and space channels will connect to the eternal past, or whether they will summon Yuan. If Shushan's time is distorted, it will cause irreversible damage to Xian Wang. Like a black hole, a passage spreads out outside Sword Mountain. Su He shouted violently. His clothes collapsed, and his muscles bulged. He grabbed the rotating space-time channel with both hands and dragged it towards the sea of stars. Let's go! Su He shouted, and the rotation of the entangled space-time channel slowly slowed down. But it was still on the Sword Mountain, and did not move towards the Star Sea channel. Let's go! Su He's veins popped out all over his body, and he tried his best. The two balls are still difficult to move. The chaotic time spread from Jianshan to Shushan and then outward. Just then, boom! A bell rang. Hongzhou Dalu. And in the extreme western desert, A bronze bell hanging in the sky in the direction of Huangqiu Temple suddenly rang. The sound wave rolled over like a tidal wave and hit the time and space channel. The channel trembled slightly and moved a little. A dragon turtle whose color was indistinguishable let out a long roar and appeared on the side of the bronze bell, slapping its paw on the bronze bell. Boom! 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 The bronze bell rang 3 times in succession, and the sound waves rushed over one after another. The time and space channel was impacted by the sound waves and began to creak and move. Chapter 625 The War Begins. Su He was overjoyed. Looking at Gu Tai, he almost cheered. Even if he is not the omnipotent Taizu in this world, this little Taizu still has unexpected abilities. Let's go! Driven by the sound of the bell, Su He pulled the intertwined time and space channels faster and faster, and finally ran towards the Star Sea Channel. Outside the big black and yellow world, Li's expression remained unchanged. The passages are connected, and no matter where they drag the passage, Yuan's arrival is unstoppable. She has not lived these 2,000 years in vain. The power of her time channel is almost overflowing. With a little guidance, it can be formed in a short time in the Sea of Stars. There was a sword cry beside him, and Jian Qian raised his sword to slash at him. After the sword cry, Shilin Chongmu appeared. He and the bees seemed not to know that she was the first ancestor of Yuan Zun, and they jumped over without fear. Li Fan slapped him with his hand. Boom! With a collision, one person and one beast flew back. The Xianhuang world's protective formation suddenly lit up, and a bolt of lightning struck Li. Li stepped down and retreated, leaving instantly. This place is Xianhuang. Not to mention that there are 3 existences in the same realm as her. Even being surrounded by a dozen immortals will not bring good results. Xianhuang has always been good at defeating the strong with the weak. Her existence is proof of that. Even Yuan could have his fingers broken, let alone her. His figure flashed again and again, and in an instant he had returned to Yuan Zun's ancestral land. Feng Zhu flapped his wings and hung in the sky. A ray of light flashed, and a black bird landed next to Feng Zhu. It was the leader of the Blackbird clan, Xian Niaoxia now. Ancestor, the 13 large formations of the Yuan Zun clan are pressing over, with the 4 directions prisoner dragon as the leader, and the Tiangang conferred god as the axis. The other 3 drums and the sky-suppressing monument broke into the Sea of Stars. The Blackbirds are the best at inquiring about information and are true scouts. At this moment, the Taoist master is trapped in the original space, and Jian Qian never does anything. The Ming ancestor and the demon lord had never left seclusion, so Suanio naturally reported the information to Feng ancestor. Moreover, Zuanio was also a branch of the Feng clan before eternity, and it was the Fengzhu who saw them separate with his own eyes. The relationship is different from others. Feng Zhu did not hesitate, and a phoenix cry spread throughout Xianhuang. Array up. Guard the boundary. Hold fast to the Xinghai passage. The Yuan Zun clan came now, but they didn't know why. But not allowing Xianhuang to interfere with the integration and opening of the space-time channel must be the most important factor. No one else can interfere with the space-time channel even if they want to. Su He and Bai Yin who can interfere are already there. Who controls the 3 drums? Suanio shook his head slightly. My clan does not dare to get too close. But it is Yuan Yu Immortal Lord, the Lord of the North. The Yuan Zun clan is different from Xianhuang. The Xianhuang Immortal Lords do not belong to each other, except for Guangshan Headmaster, Taoist Master, Dragon Turtle Wenzu, and Mingzhu. The other Immortal Lords are independent. However, the Yuan Zun clan has the temple as its lord, and there are 4 lords who lead the army. There are immortals under the seats of the 4 lords. Feng Zhu nodded slightly and looked towards the Yuan Zun clan with raised eyebrows, only to see a large flag covering the sky and the sun, blocking Xianhuang's consciousness and gaze. The artifact of the Yuan Zun clan. After heaven disappeared, the monks were no longer rigorous in positioning the artifact. Immortal-level magic weapons are all called artifacts. The artifacts contain different avenues and have completely different functions. Just like the mountain armor of the Dragon Turtle clan, the Dragon Gate of the Dragon clan, the Yuan Zun clan has many artifacts. But the most common ones that can be passed down from generation to generation are the military flag and the 3 drums. In particular, the 3 drums were not sacrificed by a certain person, but the innate magical powers of the Yuan Zun clan, which were condensed from the magical powers of generations of Yuan Zun clan members. There is white sound in the Sea of Stars, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Fengzhu let out a long cry, fluttered his wings, and rushed out of Xianhuang. He waved his wings and saw a volcano appear out of thin air in the starry sky. The volcano swallowed up magma and spurted out, crashing into the Yuanzun military flag that covered everything within the Xianhuang realm. Raise a fairy light soared into the sky. Xianhuang has always been in a state of fighting at any time. Above the East China Sea, a dragon roared. I saw a black dragon that was overwhelming the world, breaking out of the sea and shooting straight into the starry sky. Gee, why can't an old dragon break through the realm? He rushed out with a curse, full of anger, and shouted at Yuanzun, "Come on! Come on! Come on me! If you can't kill me, I will destroy you, Manchu!" The black dragon roared, and its dragon power was released towards the Yuanzun clan like a stormy sea. The same fight with Li. The same beaten by Yuandiao. Why is it that the turtle and the willow tree can break through, but he always falls short? It was clear that there was only one final kick left, but this kick stuck him tightly, making it difficult for him to make an inch forward in 2,000 years. The old turtle and the willow tree have spent 2,000 years recovering, breaking through, and strengthening. Only he has been stuck on the bottom of the sea for 2,000 years without achieving anything. The black dragon roared in formation, looking at the large formation set up by the immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan, and roared and rushed forward. Crisis. Life and death crisis. A hardy battle, and a real near-death experience might help him break through. Following the black dragon was a dragon turtle's long roar. Wenzu stepped out of the sand. The dragon turtle clan has always been the strongest shield for Taoist friend Xianhuang. Since the underworld ancestor is not here, he should cooperate with the dragon ancestor in killing the enemies. At this moment, Wenzu was different from before. He was carrying a palace on his back. It was simple and vicissitudes of life, as if it came from ancient times. That palace, the Palace of Inheritance. This is the Inheritance Palace of the Dragon Turtle Clan. It has been completely completed, but it has not yet been integrated into the bloodline. When his eyes fell on the Heritage Palace, he seemed to see the roots of the Dragon Turtle Clan. The Palace of the Tao will not be broken, and the dragon and turtle will not be destroyed. Even if it is extinct, the Dragon Turtle bloodline can still be reunited in the dark. Destroy this palace. Li's voice came from behind the Yuanzun clan, leaving no room for doubt. Dragon Turtle. So brave. How dare you follow the path that the Tiger tribe took in the past? In order to protect the immortality of the inheritance, the Tiger clan concentrated its inheritance on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the Yuanzun clan wiped out the whole clan when the battlefield was only half completed. Since then, the Tiger clan has been exterminated. For tens of millions of years, there is not even a tiger-like beast. A road that even the white tiger has never taken. Does the dragon turtle want to use this to ensure that his family's bloodline continues? Beautiful thought. After the military flag of the Yuanzun clan, a large formation in the shape of a millstone came crashing towards Wenzu. Wenzu's expression remained unchanged, but he shook his body and flew out of the inheritance palace on his back. It turned into a black light and fell toward Xianhuang, embedding it on Wuzu's back. Wuzu, who soared into the sky, was immediately weighed down by the inheritance palace. He raised his head and looked at Wenzu in shock. This old turtle is lucky. He has been suppressed and beaten by him since he was a child. But he made a breakthrough in one battle 80,000 years ago. He was left behind for a full 80,000 years. Now they are being overtaken by latecomers. Wuzu glanced at the little Taizu in the desert in the far west. The little turtle seemed to be at the level of an immortal. Moreover, just 3 or 4 bells have sounded, and even the space-time channel can be pried open. This turtle has unlimited potential. If one wants to fight, shouldn't the inheritance of the Dao Palace be passed on to Gutai? Wuzu didn't have time to think about it, and with one stroke of his 4 legs, the water rolled. The man who originally wanted to rush out of Xianhuang to join the battle completely backed away. At this moment, nothing is as important as the inheritance of the Dragon Turtle family. Carrying the inheritance of the Dao Palace, one has to take on such an important responsibility. The Xianhuang immortals formed a formation and attacked Yuanzun. Morale has never been higher in tens of thousands of years. The eyes of the immortals were shining one after another. Since the appearance of the 4 gentlemen 2,000 years ago, the number of Yuanzun immortal masters has been decreasing one by one, and Xianhuang has actually gained an advantage. Lines of murderous fairy light filled the starry sky. Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars in ancient times is different from that of later generations, and it is not like the loneliness of later generations. At this moment, Shanghai is not completely dead yet. The movement of the stars has their own vitality. Not living beings, but the stars are still alive. Even the waves of the Sea of Stars are a bit more agile than those of later generations. The crisis is also much stronger than that of later generations. The laws of the Sea of Stars condense. There are far fewer monks exploring the Star Sea than in later generations. Heaven is not far away from this era. And the power of death is still there. After all, not many people dare to jump on the corpse of heaven. In this silence, a passage twisted and opened. Suhi rushed out dragging two entangled chicken-shaped space-time channels. After rushing out of the passage, the sound of the Taizu bell could not be heard. The space-time passage had been suppressed for a long time and finally broke out, breaking away from the restraints of Suhi and spiraling up, rising higher and higher. Stars and moons hang in the sky of the Sea of Stars, distorting time and space in all directions. Suhi fell down on a field of stars, panting. Controlling the space-time channel, Gojia can't help. It all depends on one's own realm. His current real state is approximately the second level of Immortal Lord. Originally, the fifth level could only reach the first level of the Immortal Lord, and the other four spirits could not reach the third level directly after entering the Immortal Lord realm. The other four spirits are like martial ancestor and literary ancestor. After opening the seventh heaven, they practiced for millions of years before they had the opportunity to enter the realm of Immortal Venerable and make a breakthrough. He and Taizu, no matter how strong their accumulation is, they can only enter the immortal realm at the fifth level of Kaitian. But their foundation is insufficient. If it were not for dual cultivation with Tantai, I would have acquired the aura of Tantai. Suhi should also be regarded as a first-level immortal. It is already a blessing to be able to go a long way in the second realm of Immortal Lord at this moment. Suhi lay paralyzed on the stars, panting, and his expression gradually became weird. That girl, did you do it on purpose? How could the dignified Bain not know that nothing in the inner world could be hidden from him? In Suhi's inner world, Bain walked around and around the Tantai, looking up and down and making teasing noises. She only looked at Tantai with a cold face. But she didn't care. She bumped against Tantai lightly and asked in the fairy's ear, "Miss, how do you feel?" Tantai's cold face instantly turned red, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. "What?" Hey, Bain laughed playfully and clicked his tongue. "We haven't seen each other for a few days. I've learned how to lie." Sure enough, women with men can learn to be bad. Bah! Who agreed to be with me in the first place? But I ended up eating alone. Tantai's face instantly turned crimson. He gritted his teeth, and a few words popped out from between his teeth. No. It has been 2,000 years, and she has never agreed to such a thing. How could the dignified sword Immortal Lord accompany Bain to fool around? Tantai denied it, and Bain tooted, "Then I'll suffer a little loss. But we can take you with us next time." Tantai was stunned, and Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. But he didn't have time to interrupt. I heard a drum sound at the end of the Sea of Stars, and waves in the Sea of Stars pushed over me like a tsunami. Many stars are like solitary boats struggling in a tsunami. Precarious. He resisted and was exploded by annihilation. Each star explodes, increasing the power of the tsunami. The tsunami became more powerful as it rolled, and even Suhi was frightened by the power. Suhi's expression suddenly changed. 3 drums. Those drums were 3 drums. Real 3 drums. The mountain beetle fell on his back, and Suhi's aura suddenly rose. He stepped down into the Sea of Stars and turned into a huge wave to hit the tsunami. The temporarily formed huge wave hit the tsunami, only blocking the tsunami for a moment before it collapsed. The huge wave collapsed, and 6 mountain god seals followed closely, crashing into the tsunami like mountains. Each of the 6 mountain god seals is stronger than the other, like hitting solid ice. Knocked the tsunami out of a gap. The tsunami broke into 2 parts and swayed from both sides of the star where Suhi was. Then, behind the tsunami, there were 3 drums spinning to suppress it. There is a stone tablet next to the 3 drums. Under the stone tablet, a translucent shadow exudes a sword energy that reaches the sky and attacks him. They are all acquaintances. The 3 drums are the ones that suppressed the sky above Xianwang 80,000 years ago, with Yuan Yu standing on them with his hands behind his back. That stone tablet is the stone tablet where Tantai stabbed him 80,000 years ago. At that time, he personally attacked Suhi, who had just opened the second level of heaven. Fortunately, Wu Ancestor came to his rescue before the 2 behemoths could collide. Suhi raised his hand, and the stars in the sky gathered together, transforming into white tigers. The stars returned to their positions, and a starlight shot towards the 3 drums. It was silent, but murderous. When the stars return to their positions in the sea of stars, they are even more powerful. Yuan Yu remained calm as he heard 3 drum beats. He raised his right foot and stepped down. Boom! A drum sounded, and the sound waves condensed into a beam, hitting Su-hee's starlight head-on. And the two offset each other and turned into nothingness. Fortunately, without the finger bones of Daozu, Su-hee himself has entered the realm of Immortal Venerable. Wearing the Pandalin armor, he can still barely exert the power of the 5th realm of Immortal Venerable. But he was attacking with his own strength. Yuan Yu was a 5-realm Immortal Lord and had 3 drums. The power of one blow was already more than that of Su-hee. Su-hee pointed out that a consciousness had already fallen into the inner world. Daughters-in-law, let's discuss the matter of being slept with together later. Away from others? Here comes the work. Tanda was stunned for a moment before he realized what Su-hee was saying. He was about to retort when he heard Su-hee's words behind him. He immediately straightened his expression, and a sword aura rose into the sky, as if he had transformed into a divine sword. Baiyin's eyes lit up at the side. They wanted to say something, but the two of them had been moved out by Su-hee. Tantai didn't say a word, and the condensed sword intention was pointed directly forward. In an instant, there was only a sword light in the entire starry sky, splitting the sea of stars and pointing towards the stone tablet. The enemy was extremely jealous when they saw each other. The shadow on the stone tablet let out a long roar, and the sword energy around him turned into a shield to block him. And then he struck out with Tantai's sword. Tantai jumped up and raised his hand to grab it. Come on! With a clear shout, the immortal sword that had been inserted in the stone tablet for 80,000 years hummed, and with a sword sound, it broke through the stone tablet and fell into Tantai's hands. The immortal sword kept shaking, as if it was expressing endless grievances. Tantai flicked his immortal body, and the Lingsu immortal sword flew up and landed in his hand. The two thin swords merged into one. As Tantai stepped forward, he pointed his sword at the stone tablet. Too fast. Tantai, who was at the 6th level of the Immortal Lord realm, with the improvement he had just gained from dual cultivation, moved at such a speed that it was difficult to catch up with him. He had just risen when he had already touched the stone tablet with his sword. There was a crisp sound, and the stone tablet returned to where it came from, being pushed by Tantai and rushed into the Star Sea channel. Thunder and lightning sparks were cut off from the Star Sea and returned to the heavens and worlds. Su-hee was startled. Left? Left? Baiyin chuckled. Of course I have to leave. I don't know what that stone tablet is. It's extremely ancient. It's easy for Yuan Zun to leave means on the stone tablet, so it's best to take it away. The stone tablet is so special that people can't even tell whether the stone tablet is the real body or the shadow on the stone tablet is the real body. Whether carrying talismans engraved on the stone tablet or leaving formations, it will all turn into a killer move. It was right for Tantai to be taken away first. But, little man, it's just the two of us left, and it's not easy to deal with the 3 drums. Baiyin laughed. 3 drum sounds were a full-screen attack, and all calculations were of no use. Chapter 626, Coming Out of Seclusion. The outside of Xinhuang world has turned into a battlefield. One by one, the immortals of the Yuanzun clan descended with a large array, their murderous intentions rolling in, as if they wanted to annihilate Xinhuang. Dragon Ancestor roared and crashed into the millstone that grinds the heaven and earth, when Ancestor was going to protect him, but turned around and crashed into a big mountain halfway. There was a big man named Xiongbiao tied up at the foot of the mountain. The mountain is strange, as if it is a mountain carried out from the netherworld. It is collapsing, decaying, decaying. All kinds of auras are pressing toward Xinhuang through the starry sky. So despicable. In the battlefield of Immortal Lord, this mountain directly attacks the people of Xinhuang. Like this every time. Wenzu patted it with his paw, and the fine sand around him condensed into words all over the sky. These were Wenzu's own words. The Great Road was written, turned into a beautiful article, and blasted towards Yinshan. But it is a wonderful article to ward off evil spirits and avoid disasters. A dragon turtle waved its claws to write an article. The Confucian monks from Jixia Academy flying into the sky below not only did not feel inferior, but cooperated with Wenzu to write a series of sacrificial articles in the air. And the words turned into a barrier to block the breath of Yinshan Mountain. Reptile! Get out of the way! The big man Xiongbiao roared under the Yin Mountain. And the iron rope was like a whip. And he whipped up. Wenzu was as motionless as a mountain. He stepped on it with his paw, and the yellow sand outside his body turned into a long whip. With a crisp sound, it was entangled with the iron rope. and hit the Yinshan mountain with the iron rope, and was completely tied to the Yinshan mountain. Reptile! The big man shouted again. With a wave of his hand, a black spring water rushed down from the Yin mountain and hit Wenzu. But at this moment, a cowbell sounded. Jingle! Jingle! The black water seemed to have met its nemesis. It was still running and shattered into pieces amidst the sound of cowbells. In the Xianwang world, a yellow ox came up with an old farmer on its back, making a clattering sound. Dongfang, immortal lord. The big man with the Yin mountain on his back said a few words between his teeth. This is the famous good old man in the Xianwang world. Dongfang Xianzuan. But the good old man is for the people in the Xianwang world. To him, he is the enemy of life and death. He died in refining. And Dongfang immortal lord came back to life. The two of them are basically in conflict with each other. The big man stared at the scalper who was kicking up. The scalper was the Eastern immortal. But the old farmer on the scalper's back was not. This thief was originally a beast. But in his second body, he transformed into a scalper. During the third body, I didn't know which string was stretched correctly. And I even thought about whether I could transform into another human body in the animal transformation chapter. He succeeded. However, the transformed third body merged with the original human body the moment it appeared, transforming into the form of an old farmer. In a state of immortality, the second body of an ox also appears. It became the current appearance of oxen carrying people. The consciousness is always on the cow's body, and only deliberate control will fall on the person on its back. Dongfang Xianzuan later changed his way of life in order to resurrect his true body. The scalper swung its tail and slapped it on the buttocks. With one blow, it could kill dozens of gadflies. That gadfly is not a real gadfly, but a concrete image formed by gathering together the aura of decay and death that invades Xianwang from Yinshan Mountain. As soon as Wenzu collected the yellow sand, he turned around and headed towards Longzhou. Now that Dongfang Immortal Lord has arrived, there is no possibility of Yinshan invading Xianwang. 80,000 years ago, if it had not been for the Western Lord of the Yuanzun clan, this Yinshan Mountain would have been smashed into farmland by the Dongfang Immortal Lord. In the eyes of Dongfang Immortal, the mountain full of Yin energy is a treasure. Things must turn to their extremes, and lotuses emerge from the mud. Only in the Yinshan Mountains filled with death and decay can real vitality be cultivated. Wenzu left, and Dongfang Xianzuan walked towards Yinshan step by step with a smile. The Dragon Turtle clan has a gathering of talents, and powerful people appear frequently. Is it because you are too jealous that you let Taoist friend Yinshan say filthy words? Although everyone calls Yuanzun the Yuanzun clan. In fact, the Yuanzun clan is also divided into various races. Some condense the three drums, and some condense the fighting spirit. There are also cow hooves, unicorns, etc. Broken down, the dragons and turtles of all the worlds are enough to compete for the largest clan. The 58 members of the clan, except for 7 little guys who are not yet adults, all have at least the skills of top immortals. Mingzhu is the ancestor, and he was originally the second master of Xianwang. But now, he has broken through the realm of Immortal Lord and reached a higher level. Below are the 2 ancestors of civil and military affairs. Wenzu advanced to the level of Immortal Lord as early as 80,000 years ago. Although Wenzu has never reached this stage, he is only one step away from becoming an Immortal Lord at any time. Moreover, judging from the battlefield just now, one of the 7 underage little guys from the Dragon Turtle clan actually has the power of an Immortal Lord. Dongfang Xianzuan glanced at Gutai. Could it be that this little guy is also a monster like Suhi? Plus Mr. For who can break through time and space? Among the 5 immortals in the clan, which one dares to call this clan reptiles? When the Emperor of Heaven comes, everyone must dress appropriately and know the etiquette. Dongfang Xianzuan smiled and said, I am not as good as the reptiles of the Dragon Turtle clan, but I think I am quite capable. I will risk my life to stop you today. As he spoke, the old farmer moved on his back, holding the reins and jerking. The old cow let out a long moo, and with one step of its hooves, it knocked away the Yin Qi and stepped onto the Yin mountain. The old farmer jumped off the cow, got an iron plow out of nowhere, hooked it to the cow, and plowed the ground with his hooves, burning mountains, plowing fields, turning soil, sowing seeds, just like an old farmer. Where the iron plow struck, death and decay erupted instantly. Dongfang Immortal Lord didn't seem to feel it. He planted the seeds, lifted up his clothes and pants, and peed on the sowing ground. There is no image of an immortal. The Demon Queen, who commanded the ancient demon guards to form a large formation in the distance to block Yuan Zun for a while. Looked slightly red and said, "I don't want to practice." Xuanhuang's face was completely lost by him. One of the dignified immortals from all over the world. He acted like this in public. But this old man is really good at cultivating Taoism. As soon as he swallows it, the seeds will take root and sprout immediately, shoot up, and turn into a willow tree. The majestic vitality emanates from the willow trees, hits the decaying air of death in Yinshan Mountain, and turns into rolling spring thunder. The spring thunder shook. The lightning flashed, and the thunder dispersed the yin energy around the willow tree. The Eastern Immortal Lord breathes vitality in a very yin place. Zhu Xiao gritted her teeth as she looked at the willow tree where the urine had poured out. That must be the willow catkins that my husband produced back then. Right? It is naturally impossible for the demon lord to reproduce by catkins like ordinary trees. But, after this battle, this old cow deserves to be beaten. Zhu Xiao snorted, and the soft sword in his hand shook like a snake, setting off a turbulent wave that swept the demon ancient guards towards the bizarre formation ahead. It was a large formation shaped like clouds. With a collision, the formation shattered into a crack. Within it, the expression of Pu Lingxianzun, a member of the Yuan Zun clan, changed slightly. Why is this snake demon so crazy? Why do you suddenly look like you're going to tear him apart? Is the war going to get intense right from the start? Immortal Pu Ling was shocked. The horn on his head flashed. He released a burst of brilliance, repaired the formation, and at the same time turned into a thunderous blow and hit Zhu Xiao. At this moment, from behind the Yuan Zun clan, there was a sound of swords and a sword light across the entire starry sky. A woman in white with black hair flying was seen, cutting off a stone tablet from the sea of stars with one sword. The stone tablet escaped, and the fairy chased it across the entire starry sky. There was no way to escape. The stone tablet flashed with black light, rose from the sky and suppressed the fairy. It was as powerful as a mountain, as if it was going to suppress the whole world. Half of the writing appears on the stone tablet. If you look carefully, it is half of the word Yong, with the blessing of the handwriting. The suppressive power of the stone tablet far exceeds its own realm. But Tantai didn't seem to see it. He picked up the immortal sword a little bit, deflected the power of the stone tablet, and pointed at the center of the stone tablet. With a crisp sound, the stone tablet seemed to be hit hard. Instead of suppressing Tantai, it was attacked by its own suppressive force and crashed into the battlefield. The Tantai immortal sword slashed with force. But instead of beheading the stone tablet and the heaven-suppressing monument, and could kill him so easily, the immortal sword slashed down, tearing the void apart. And Tantai stepped into it. This place is Yuan Zun's rear base, so we cannot stay here. Stay! The northern lord of the Yuan Zun clan slammed out his hammer, intending to smash the Tantai space passage. But a sword came out of the passage and hit his hammer. The northern lord immediately took 2 steps back. His complexion suddenly changed. The Sword Immortal Master is about to enter the 6th realm, and the Yuan Master family already knew about the battle 2,000 years ago. According to inference, this woman must have entered the 6th realm 1,000 years ago. But this woman's moral behavior at this moment is completely beyond what can only be achieved by entering the 6th realm. Moreover, the space here is blocked, and even the Immortal Lord of the 6th realm cannot tear apart the space. The Sword of Sword Immortal Master not only cuts through space, but also has the power of time. This woman has a great opportunity in this 1,000 years. The Northern Lord's eyes were shining, and there was a mass of time power condensing in this woman's lower abdomen. The moment the Northern Lord was defeated, the space channel had been smoothed out, and the space on Xuanhuang's side cracked, and Dan Tai stepped out. She came out without saying a word, raised her sword and slashed at the stone tablet that was rushing towards her. The rays of light outside the sword are bright, and countless avenues condensed together. The shadow under the stone tablet roared, raised his hand, and grabbed a shield to meet the Tantai immortal sword. The shield and the fairy sword collided, but they collapsed like paper. The shield that was condensed after 80,000 years of comprehending Tan Tai's natal immortal sword and specifically targeting Tan Tai was completely useless. 80,000 years ago, Tan Tai Immortal Master was in 4 realms, and now he is in 6 realms. I don't know how many avenues I have learned in these 2,000 years. How can we say the same thing? Tan Tai smashed the shield with one sword, and then slashed towards the stone tablet with a flash of sword light. Sword Cultivator has very few means, especially with Tan Tai's temperament. He can kill everything with only one sword in a fight. The face of the shadow under the stone tablet changed drastically. This sword was cut firmly. And he would not die. But he would not be able to recover in a million years. In such a battlefield, with such injuries, there is no chance of death. Which? The phantom yelled urgently. I have led Tantai out of the sea of stars to protect me. His mission was completed when he led Tantai out of the sea of stars. Then, they saw 3 rays of light rising from the Yuanzun clan. And the 3 lords gathered together, turning into a large formation and spinning toward Tantai. Prison dragon formation in all directions. The complete formation is composed by the 4 masters of the Yuanzun clan. The power is unimaginable. Li has not appeared for hundreds of millions of years. And there is a Taoist master in Xianwang. The Yuanzun family relies on this formation to fight against it. Even during the period of the barbarian king, the 4 immortal lords of the 7th realm formed a formation and trapped the barbarian king for 3 days. It was also during the battle that only the Western Lord survived among the 4 lords. At this time, the other 3 lords were replaced later. People, the realm is a bit lower after all. Moreover, without the Southern Lord, this formation is incomplete. Even if the 3 lords jointly set up the formation, they should be targeting an existence like the underworld ancestor. Under the cover of the formation, the crisis of life and death filled their hearts instantly. The fairy sword that Tantai slashed at the stone tablet struck directly into the void. He wanted to break through the space and leave, but found that he couldn't break through the space at all. Even the power of time left in Suhi's body was useless. Unable to escape, Tantai, as a sword cultivator, became full of fighting spirit at the next moment. He clapped his fairy sword, and the fairy sword turned into thousands, formed a sword array, soared into the sky, and crashed into the dragon prison array in all directions. But they all collapsed. Outside the Xianwang world, Jian Xian raised his eyebrows and slashed at the dragon prison formation in all directions with his sword. He saw that the 3 lords in the formation formed a continent around them. 1 person guarded a continent, and the 3 continents were connected into one. Various rays of light collided with the sword. Announcement. 1 blow knocked Jian Xian back. Jian Xian only entered the 7th realm of Immortal Lord 2,000 years ago. The Western Lord alone can defeat him, let alone 3 people in formation. The sword collapsed and retreated, and the swords of the Xianwang world soared into the sky. Then, they saw the mountain armor on the top of the sword mountain rushing out of the barrier, entering the starry sky, and crashing into the 4-sided dragon prison array. The 4-party prison dragon array remained motionless and suppressed down towards Tantai. Tantai's face was cold, and he condensed his sword with his body, which was extremely sharp. Sword cultivator. It is better to break than to bend. At the moment when the Sifang prisoning dragon formation fell, and Tantai gave up his life, the mountain armor covering Jian Mountain suddenly became bright, and the entire mountain armor turned into a mountain god seal, and hit the Sifang prisoning dragon formation, knocking the formation into disarray. Back a few points. A phantom condensed rapidly in the starry sky and turned into a huge turtle. It opened its mouth and let out a turtle roar. Hold head high. The roar of the turtle brought the divine power of the dragon turtle as it crashed into the quadrilateral dragon prisoning formation. On the missing corner of the quadrilateral dragon prisoning formation, an old woman was roared out by this sound. Li. Mingzu squinted at the old woman, hooked his tortoise claws, and pulled Tantai out to protect him behind him. Tantai frowned slightly. Ancestor. Ming ancestor left seclusion early. Mingzu shook his head slightly. Well, there is some impact. Well, the impact is not small. At least the 4 immortals of Yuanzun, the 3rd realm and above, must be killed, and the origin can be condensed to repair the losses of the old turtle. As Mingzu spoke, his eyes fell on Li, who was in the southern eye of the dragon prison formation. The old woman doesn't want face, the dignified first ancestor of Yuanzun, but he was invisible and formed a formation to attack Tantai. At his level, he could naturally see at a glance that Tantai was Suhi's anchor. Something happened in Tantai and the anchor broke. Suhi, the biggest variable, is naturally difficult to stay. Is this what the Yuanzun clan had in mind? Mingzu kicked off his hind legs, and Jian Shan and Tantai were thrown backward. At the same time, Ming ancestor bit into the dragon prison formation in all directions. The Liji pointed at the center of the formation. The formation, which was originally a ball of light, changed in an instant. It turned into 4 divine dragons imprisoned by iron ropes. Each of the 4 divine dragons occupied one side and formed a circle around it, with 4 continents in the center. The dragon roared and crashed towards Mingzu. Mingzu turned around and bit the leading dragon's neck, tearing off a piece of flesh. The divine dragon didn't care at all. He just roared and rolled his body inwards. Ming Ancestor dodged and roared, a vortex rising into the sky in front of him, carrying lightning and twisting towards the divine dragon in front of him. Bei Ming. The first time Su He's Bei Ming really appeared in the world doesn't count. That's not the magical power of this era. Use the feeling of no feeling of heaven and earth. Mingzu's Bei Ming seemed to have touched the core of heaven and earth. And a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the starry sky. In an instant, all the sounds turned into turtle roars. Like a celebration, Bei Ming spun straight up, trapping the probing dragon head and crushing it into pieces. But as soon as the dragon head shattered, it immediately grew out again, reached down, bypassed Bei Ming, and bit the underworld ancestor. The Ming ancestor stood up and smashed the dragon head with his palm, while the other three bit him at the same time. Chapter 627 Ancestor. 3 dragon heads were bitten down in the shape of Chinese characters. Ming ancestor was as motionless as a mountain. He stepped on Bei Ming and reappeared. However, he did not attack the dragon head. Instead, he surrounded himself. 3 dragon heads hit Bei Ming, and half of the heads were shattered. Ming Zushan was in Bei Ming, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Turtle Boy's move was good, and he was in an invincible position standing in Bei Ming. He was thinking. Suddenly a crisis arose, and a spear was seen piercing Bei Ming and hitting his body directly. Mingzu's mountain-like body shrank instantly, barely dodging a shot. Turning his head, he saw that the prison dragon array from all directions had enveloped him without knowing it, covering him completely. Mingzu's expression changed slightly. The previously broken faucet, the 4-way prison dragon formation, used the power of the broken dragon head as a guide to directly envelope him. Roar! Ming ancestor roared, and the netherworld aura around him spurted out, bombarding the dragon prison formation in all directions. This blow did not shatter the formation, but instead caused the formation to change. Then, they saw the Northern Lord appearing first, with his feet on the earth and the stars above his head under the blessing of the formation. A giant holding the sky up to the ground, with the stars in his hands as a hammer and the blue dragon as the handle. As soon as he appeared, he smashed the hammer down. Mingzu raised his head, and a mountain god seal shot up into the sky and crashed into the giant hammer in the starry sky. The hammer and the mountain god seal exploded into pieces at the same time, turning into dust that shot straight up, and then turned into billowing black clouds in the starry sky. Black thunder and lightning poured down from the black clouds. In an instant, the entire starry sky turned into a world of lightning, and stars, meteorites, and space collapsed one after another. The Ming ancestor, who surpassed the immortal lord, had an unknown amount of increase in magical power, completely different from previous ones. In the prison dragon formation in all directions, Li Ji pointed at one point. The 4 divine dragons roared and crashed into the black clouds. There was a loud explosion. Black clouds rolled, formations collided, and the battlefield where the 2 sides fought was shrouded in darkness, making it invisible to outsiders. The 4 imprisoned dragons, the aura of the netherworld, and the thunder clouds from the sky all collided and distorted time and space. Tandai stood on the top of the sword mountain, looking away from the chaotic nothingness, with a sound from the fairy sword in his hand. The entire sword mountain turned into a sword light and shot toward the shrinking and receding Tianjin monument in the distance. When the crisis comes, the sky-shaking monument shines brightly in an instant. The inscription on his body faintly emerged. Yongjin Tianin. The phantom under the steel roared, holding the steel and smashing it towards Jianshan. With a roar, the inscription's brilliant light dispersed, and the sword light of the sword mountain also shattered. It turned into a sword mountain and hung in the starry sky. On the top of the sword mountain, Tantailing held the fairy sword and stared at the stone tablet with slightly focused eyes. The shadowy figure under the stone tablet gasped and rolled his eyes at Tantai. The two looked at each other and crashed into each other. The light of the sword and the shadow of the monument complement each other. Behind them is the battlefield between the dragon prison formation from all directions and the underworld ancestor. There is no battle, only the endless darkness filling the starry sky. But I don't know how dangerous the darkness is. Zhu Xiu glanced over here, and with a flick of his soft sword, he slashed at Immortal Pu Ling again. The formation in front of him suddenly turned to reveal a military flag, and as the flag flipped, a team of Yuanzuan soldiers poured out, forming a formation to block the demon ancient guards. The formation where Pu Ling Xianzun's body was turned into a fire lotus and rushed toward the demon queen. Zhu Jia's complexion changed slightly, and he stirred up a storm with a soft sword. The waves crashed on the fire lotus. Instead of extinguishing the fire lotus, it exploded like oil into a fire pond, causing the fire lotus to explode in an instant. The Demon Queen's expression changed, and she quickly retreated with lotus steps. But suddenly a spear attacked her from behind and pierced her back. At this moment, a fairy sword suddenly appeared and stuck to the Demon Queen's back, blocking the spear with a crisp sound. Sensing the coldness of the fairy sword, the Demon Queen's face showed a touch of surprise and a touch of worry. Husband. She turned around and saw the Demon Lord standing beside her in a Confucian robe, holding the spear that had sneaked up on him. The spear struggled but could not break free no matter what. Instead, the Demon Lord shook his hand and broke it into 3 pieces. There was a scream from inside the spear, and a weapon spirit emerged. But it was immediately shattered and made no more sound. Zhu Ji bit her lip and looked at the Demon Lord. My husband is so successful. If your husband's conduct is not as good as that of Ming Anzu, even if Ming Anzu breaks a barrier and is affected, how can your husband not be affected? The Demon Lord smiled. Let's have 5. Compared to fellow Taoist Ming, who was able to recover his true origins with 4 immortals, he got 5. Or even 6. A killing spree is about to begin. I am careless. The Demon Queen looked a little lower. The Demon Lord scraped her small nose and said, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't come out, fellow Taoist Ming will be unable to hold on. The 4-sided prison dragon formation can trap even the barbarian king for several days. Although there were 4 7th realm immortal lords forming the formation at that time. But at this time, Li was also pressing forward. How powerful it is difficult to judge. The Demon Lord smiled, helped her straighten her clothes, and turned towards the darkness in the starry sky. The Demon Queen blinked. Is the sun coming out in the west today? How could a husband do such an intimate act in public? Boom! Dragons roared in the darkness. Thunder fell like rain. A sword light tore through the starry sky, and the Demon Lord came in with his sword in hand. The fairy sword turned, and the sword light flashed across, splitting the darkness instantly. Then he saw that the 4 continents had been connected into one, and the Ming ancestor was in the center of the continent. The 3 lords stood on the 3 sides, all turned into sky-holding giants, and attacked the Ming ancestor one after another. One technique and one move can destroy the world. Li Xian was hanging high in the air of the formation, moving the avenue to divert all attacks from the nether ancestor. The Demon Lord tore through the darkness with a sword, and sword light came. Li Ku turned her hand and directed the mountain god's seal that the underworld ancestor was using to attack her towards the Demon Lord. With a crash, the starry sky disappeared. You're here. Li grinned. The 4-sided imprisoning dragon formation can imprison even the barbarian king, and neither the underworld nor the demon king can break it. The Demon Lord smiled gently and said, here I come. Breaking the formation was not what he wanted. Fellow Taoist Ming is here alone, and if Li presides over the formation, he is in danger of falling. He just came to get beaten together. But the 4 strongest beings of the Yuanzun clan will also be placed here. The battlefield outside is much easier. It's just a beating from left to right. So I got used to being next to each other. The Demon Lord smiled, stepped out with his legs raised, and took the initiative to join the formation. The pressure on the 3 lords instantly doubled. Come here. The Demon Lord raised his head and looked at the giant, who looked like the heaven and earth, with a fierce fighting spirit. Base. A ray of sword light passed by, and Tantai floated down. The corner of the stone tablet in front of her was shattered, which was different from the previous natal sword that penetrated the stone tablet. This stone tablet is like a living thing. It can be restored after being struck with a sword. This time, according to Su He's method of killing Yuanzun, it collapsed with a single sword, and really cut off a corner of the stone tablet. The shadow under the stone tablet roared suddenly, carrying the stone tablet and rushing towards Tan Tai with big strides. It was clearly a transparent shadow, but it gave off the aura of a flesh and blood giant, as if a giant from ancient times was about to rush up to Sword Mountain and suppress it with a stone tablet. Tantai's eyes were slightly focused, and he stepped forward, connecting with the Sword Mountain. The sword grass all over the mountain made a crisp sword cry. But before they could make a move, the 18 white jade pillars on Jianshan Mountain could no longer hold back, as if they were afraid that the stone tablet would escape. The moment the stone tablet approached, 18 iron chains sprang out at the same time, making a loud clanging sound, tightly binding the stone tablet and dragging it directly towards Jianshan Mountain. The shadow under the stone tablet was suddenly startled. This situation was completely beyond his expectation. The Yuanzun clan has negotiated and deduced for thousands of years, and thoroughly analyzed each Xian Huang Xianzun. At this moment, the battle situation is almost as expected. Only when we got here was an accident. Tantai is unexpectedly powerful, and Jianshan is unexpectedly weird. These 18 white jade pillars. Buying? This is what Buying left behind. The shadow's expression suddenly changed, and he was about to break the iron rope while holding the stone tablet. But I heard a cheerful voice from the top of the mountain. Hey! Why are you so stunned? Bingtuozi? Kill him! Just then, a consciousness appeared quietly next to Sword Immortal Lord. But it was Tian's Immortal Lord. Tenai glanced at Buying. When did you touch my Jianshan? As the Lord of Sword Mountain, she didn't even know when these white jade pillars were buried in Sword Mountain. And when did Buying's consciousness stay here? Did he follow her to kill Xinghai just now? Or was he here before? Previously, she and her husband, were they all invisible to this consciousness? Buying waved his hand casually. That's not important. Kill him first. We have marked the position for you. Hurry up. The first sword condenses the way of freedom. Transform the way into a sword and cut 9 inches of the monument. Following Buying's voice, a bright spot on the stone tablet flickered. Tantai asked no more questions and raised his sword to strike. The sword light flashed across the stone monument, and nothing happened. But the shadow under the monument and Tantai were slightly stunned. Just listen to the beep. There was a soft sound, like a chicken breaking its shell. A crisp sound on the stone tablet. And then it turned into thunder, and a huge stone tablet cracked and fell. Tantai used all his strength to cut off a small horn. Under Buying's guidance, he cut off the mountain-like monument with just one sword stroke. The shadow suddenly became anxious and waved its arms to grab the falling rocks. Mine! It's mine! He yelled, and saw a white jade pillar swinging the iron rope to wrap up the chopped stone, and then retracted and tied the stone tablet to the top of the white jade pillar. When combined, it looked like a stone axe. As soon as this white jade pillar grabbed the stone tablet, it immediately shrank down like a gopher, burrowed into the interior of Sword Mountain, and never came out again. The wind is light, and the clouds are light, as if there were only 17 white jade pillars in the first place. The shadow under the stone tablet froze in astonishment. The second sword is based on life and death, Buying said, and another line was marked on the stone tablet. Tanai could just be a brainless swordsman, and he could cut with the sword without missing a beat. Another white jade pillar dragged a stone tablet into the ground. One thing followed another. The two of them cooperated freely, and their hearts were in perfect harmony with each other, seeing the stone tablets shrinking piece by piece. You're here now, and you won't care about Ming ancestor? Tantai slashed while glancing at Buying and asked. The Sifang Prisoning Dragon Formation is a great formation for the Yuanzun clan to suppress their clan, and its power is unpredictable. With Li's main formation, Ming Zhu and Yao Zun might not be able to break through the formation and suffer a loss. As he was talking here, he saw the earth, water, wind, and fire suddenly reversed in the four-sided prison dragon formation. Li suddenly appeared. The prison dragon in the formation turned into a killing method and attacked the Ming ancestor and the demon lord. Buying didn't look at it, and waved his hands casually. No matter. No matter. They are in charge. Tantai was puzzled, so he cut off another stone tablet with his sword, and dragged the last 2 stone tablets away with 2 iron ropes. The Sword Mountain returned to its original state, and a shadow froze at the foot of the Sword Mountain. The monument is gone. At a loss here, they saw a portal breaking through the void and coming across, falling on the black and yellow boundary protection formation, slowly flickering with brilliance. The Winyu Gate flew in automatically. Tantai's eyes lit up slightly. Is the Taoist master back? Thinking like this, I saw a flash of light from the Moon Gate, and a figure walked out from inside. It's not the Tao master. It's the southern lord of the Yuanzun clan. 2,000 years ago, he was surrounded and suppressed by Suhi, and was taken away by Suhi through the Moon Gate. He has been unknown whether he is dead or alive, and the heavens and the worlds have never felt it. I didn't expect to come back today. As soon as the southern lord appeared, he stepped out into the starry sky. Li's voice came from the 4 directions of the prison dragon formation. Go to Xinghai to help you. The southern lord smiled and looked at the dragon prison formation in all directions. Sorry. I'm from Xuanhuang's side. The scene suddenly froze. Everyone was in disbelief, when they saw a pair of dragon horns and ferocious branches growing out of the Southern Lord's head. From the perspective of dragons, they looked extraordinary. You are not Nan Fong. Li's expression changed. The Lord of the South smiled, took one step forward and headed towards the dragon prison formation. Of course not. I am Dong Fong. As he spoke, he shook hands into a fist and punched the dragon prison formation in all directions. This punch seemed to have been marked by Bain, hitting the formation node directly. A punch hit the four-sided dragon prison formation, and the formation suddenly trembled. It actually gave rise to a somewhat shaky feeling. After the Southern Lord punched him, he looked down at his right hand and shook his head in disappointment. So weak. Although he was criticizing, he never stopped for a moment. Punch after punch was thrown at the dragon prison formation in all directions. Each punch was in a different direction, but each punch hit a node of the formation. The majestic dragon prison formation in all directions was smashed by her, making an overwhelming sound. And Gigi Nyonyo seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Li's face became more gloomy inside the formation. It's you. The Southern Lord laughed. Do you recognize it? He chuckled. When we first met back then, this was the formation you set up. Speaking of which, the name was still directed at me. Prisoner Dragon. Prisoner Dragon. Can prisoner live? Following his words, dragons roared from all directions in the dragon prison formation. The four divine dragons roared and twisted in coordination with the Southern Immortal Lord to attack the formation. Li's face was extremely pale. This man knew the four directions imprisoning dragon formation too well, and the body itself had partial control over the formation disc. She pointed her halberd, and a finger appeared, turning into a spear to attack the Southern Lord. The Southern Lord didn't care but still punched out. The punch exploded with full force and instantly shattered one of his own arms. However, the four-sided prison dragon formation also reached its peak and suddenly shattered. A turtle roared and a sword roared. Without the suppression of the formation, Ming Zhu and Yao Zun attacked Li at the same time, preventing her from forming another formation. The Southern Lord did not fight. Instead, he stepped back and looked at Jian Shan with a smile. Hey! Those two girls. Please contact your husband and ask him why he broke his promise. It was agreed that the reverse scales would be exchanged to help him condense the green dragon body, and we would see him in 1,000 years. It's been 2,000 years, and I still haven't looked for him. Tantai didn't move, but Bai Yin nodded. Okay. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely ask. That guy may be in the rebellious stage and needs to be beaten. Last time he told us to see you later, but he left for 2,000 years. The Southern Lord laughed, and his eyes fell on the black dragon that was inseparable from the Mopen formation. He chuckled. Breaking through the realm is not that easy. If you can break through the realm with just a few random kills, how can there be such a thing as a bottleneck in the world? A dragon can soar, dive, hide or appear. It can be as big or small as you want. If you want to break through the realm, you must first understand what a dragon is. The dragon ancestor, who was in the middle of the battle, blew away the millstone with his tail, turned his head, and looked at the Southern Lord. His eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? The Southern Lord thought for a while, and said with some uncertainty, Your ancestor? Black Dragon. Chapter 628 is coming. Boom! 3 drums, and one muffled sound stirred the sea of stars. The mountain armor revealed a shadow, blending with Suhi's foreign minister Guishan, turning into a sky curtain covering him and Bai Yin. Try your best to block the 3 drum sounds from killing you. 3 drums are not mainly for killing. There is no Yuan Zun sergeant here, so there is no need to worry about other things. The attack is focused on one point. Bai Yin sat cross-legged on a gourd, hiding behind Suhi and commanding. Suhi, Yuanyo's real realm was higher than the two of them, and with the help of 3 drums, Suhi's mountain armor was able to match his actual combat power. Bai Yin just watched without taking any action, making it extremely difficult for him to fight. Girl, help me, Suhi said helplessly. Bai Yin blinked with an aggrieved look on his face. Hey, don't be too partial. Can't you see the blood stains on the corners of my mouth that haven't dried yet with those big eyes of yours? You two are having fun, and I can carry Li by myself. How can I still do it now? Just be happy if I stand and talk to you. Take action? Take your life. Bai Yin looked aggrieved. Suhi, believe. Ghost. How could Taoist Master and the others let her resist alone? When he came out, Ming Zhu's mountain armor was covering the sword mountain. But it's probably true that Bai Yin was injured. Suhi shook his head slightly, turned back and stroked her head. messing up her hair, turned around and flew a little higher. And the mountain god seal and the star doe returned to their positions and fell at the same time. Both attacks focused on one point and shot towards Yuan Yu instantly like arrows. There was something wrong with this Yuan Yu. The attack he had made earlier was blocked by his 3 drums. Su he had Jing Hong to accelerate time. And there were 2 marked targets. Logically speaking, Yuan Yu couldn't avoid it. It was even more impossible to intercept the magical power halfway. But he just did it. The wonder of 3 drums. This 3-sounding drum is completely different from the other Yuanzun clan members. There is not only cause and effect, but also the power of time. Su he launched 2 attacks at the same time. Yuan Yu's expression remained unchanged. And he stepped forward with 2 drum beats to welcome the mountain god seal and Xingdou back to their positions. At this moment, Su he roared, and the sound was like a loud bell that exploded directly in the sea of stars. The voice was rich and sharp. It's not just a simple sound. If you listen carefully, you can hear the mighty dragon and turtle, the roar of the white tiger, the long chant of the blue dragon, and the crisp call of the phoenix like a pipa. The 4 sounds overlapped each other like thunder and landslides, colliding with the 3 drums. And the sounds were in response to each other. Boom! The 3 drums were suppressed for a while, and the mountain god seal crashed against the drums. Boom! With a dull thud, the mountain god seal was like a drumstick filled with power, hitting the 3 drums. And an even louder drum sound came from the 3 drums. Centered on the 3 drums, a sound wave visible to the naked eye swayed across the entire star sea. Su He's expression changed, and he turned around and hugged Bai Yin in his arms. The outer shadow of the mountain condensed completely, surrounding the 2 of them, and the pangolin fell down and clasped them. It was faintly visible that the beam of stars returning to their positions was pointing against the sound waves. Before he could look further, a shock wave came. Su He hugged Bai Yin and lowered his body. All heavens and worlds. Black Dragon wanted to jump up and scold his mother. He was the ancestor of the Dragon clan, and he was still older than the underworld. Who dares to be his ancestor? But he didn't dare to scold. The conversation between the Southern Lord and Li just now was not unheard. The name of the Sifeng prison dragon formation came from this person. That's so old that I don't know what age it is. The same period as the ancestor who collapsed Yuan Wuji? And look at that dragon-horned blue dragon. Not an ordinary divine dragon, but a real blue dragon. Then think about what this person called himself just now. Eastern Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon Emperor? Thinking of this, Black Dragon's heart suddenly shrank, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That is really the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is different from other mythical beasts. The entire Dragon Clan surname, Meng, is derived from that one person. Old ancestor. Long ancestor's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Just when he didn't know how to speak, he heard the sound of a drum coming from nowhere. And it instantly spread throughout the world. Everyone looked up at the same time. Shanghai? Several ancestors were confused. Li stepped down and retreated thousands of miles, avoiding the combined attacks of Ming Ancestor and Demon Lord, and laughed while listening to the drums. It's begun. She raised her eyes to look at Ming Ancestor and Demon Lord. Her dry lips raised slightly. You lose. The drum sounded 3 times. But Xian Huang did not stop him. 3 drums. 1 for centering, 2 for expansion, and 3 for soul calling. It is used to boost morale and make Yuan Zun infinitely powerful. It can be used to communicate with ancient and modern people to protect Yuan Zun. It is used to summon spirits. This is the first time I have used it. The Xian Huang immortal said nothing, but a somewhat dignified atmosphere circulated among the crowd. The air was a little stagnant for a while. Everyone turned to look at Jian Shan, standing quietly on the Tantai above the Sword Mountain. Bai Yin's conscious body pinched his chin and nodded slightly. Yes. Let's begin. Although Xin Huang respects the Taoist master, if Bai Yin is there, everything is actually arranged by Bai Yin. Even the immortals, who are on duty at the Huangling collection, will mostly stop Bai Yin's arrangements. Although Tian Xianzun has no formal status, and can't find anyone 9 times out of 10. As long as she arranges things, nothing has gone off the rails so far. Seeing everyone's doubtful gazes, Bai Yin said nothing and pouted, gesturing for everyone to look towards the foot of Jin Mountain, under the Sword Mountain. After the stone tablet was dismembered and suppressed, the shadow that had been dazed at the foot of the mountain suddenly woke up under the sound of the drum. A gleam of light flashed in Shuang's eyes, and he stepped on his feet, turning into a white light that shot towards the Xian Huang world, and then dived into the Wenyu Gate. The southern lord with the dragon horns on his head was stunned and frowned. As soon as you step on it, you have to turn back. But I heard a dragon roar coming from the moon gate. It's the roar of the body. Suhi's vitality brought out some clarity in his body. But that clear consciousness was now in his body. And his body was still in a state of ignorance and madness. The southern lord returned quickly. He heard a loud noise from the moon questioning gate, like the ground cracking and the mountains collapsing. His face changed drastically. And he saw a tomb crashing through the moon questioning gate and rushing out from inside. Behind him, the green dragon chased and roared until it reached Winyua's door, but refused to come out. The green dragon hovered and roared towards the outside world. The tomb separated from the Winyu gate and hung in the sky. The strange aura spread out, as if it was about to bury the entire world. Only there is no tombstone in front of the grave. Rushing into the starry sky, the tomb broke apart bit by bit, revealing a pitch-black coffin. The phantom that had left earlier was sitting on the coffin. He glanced at the warring parties and dived into the coffin. After a while, the coffin creaked open. A young man walked out of the house. An aura soared into the sky. The Xianwang immortals looked solemn. Yuanzuan and the others looked at each other. Another ancestor? Su. Li's expression changed sharply. The first ancestor of Yuanzuan. Su. The 5 first ancestors of Yuanzun are Su, Cho, Li, Bao and Fu. The latter 2 were beheaded by the Emperor of Heaven himself, with no possibility of their return. Cho was in the underworld of Suhi and was personally suppressed by the Western Thunder King. Su was beheaded by Emperor Qilong. But the death was not clean. There was always a demon. The father-in-law used the mother-in-law's body as a battlefield to fight against him for 3,000 years. Ji Feishua's body was his power. But that was 30 million years later. At this time, no one expected that Su would show up. The Tianjin Monument was originally Su's tombstone? Is that phantom owned by Su's soul? Why does it appear at this time? Everyone in Xianwang looked at Baiyin in confusion. Why did they feel that Baiyin deliberately released him? Even Qinglong looked at Baiyin in confusion. Only Li's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and rushed towards the Xinghai Passage. The passage cannot be opened before Zinchasu is killed. And Yuan cannot come. But a white voice came, "Old turtle. Brother-in-law. Stop him. Xianwang immortals. Don't allow Yuan Zun to enter the Star Sea alone." Mingzu roared and Taiyuan rose. And Li felt a huge suction force coming from behind. There were more willow branches flying from the sky, half blocking the way forward, and the other half wrapping around her waist like a soft whip and dragging her backwards. Li's face was extremely dark. Both Ming and Demon Lord have just entered this realm. Even if a quarter of her existence was swallowed up by the Taoist master 2,000 years ago, she still has the means to kill these 2 people. But it was not difficult for the 2 of them to join forces and just block her way. The Star Sea Passage is not far away, but she can't get close to it. When this failed, Li turned around and rushed away from the willow branches. He ducked around Taiyuan and pointed toward his destination in the air. Evil! Wake up! The finger grew bigger and bigger, occupying half of the starry sky in an instant, and came with a bang. Sukai had just come to life, looking like a walking corpse, his eyes flashing with will-o'-the-wisps. And he mechanically raised his hand and struck out with a palm. There was a collision. The fingers and the palm prints intersected, and disappeared at the same time. Li, Su said hoarsely, gave Li a hard look, took a step back, got back into the coffin, closed the lid, nailed the coffin, and the coffin broke through the battle circle and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Others were stunned. The 2 first ancestors, Yuan Zun, were fighting? Li Jing stood for a while, then turned to look at Jian Shan, staring straight at Baiyin. Everyone followed her gaze, and saw that Xianwang Immortal Lord's eyes were all shining. Is this what Tian's Immortal Lord did? Tian's Immortal Lord already knew the origin of the Tianjin Monument? Li's tone became calmer. The calm before the outbreak. Even she didn't know what the Heaven-Suppressing Monument was originally. She had always firmly believed that the Heaven-Suppressing Monument was a Yuanzuan clan immortal who had taken the path of ghost cultivation. Who gave her such a preconceived idea? What a plan! Li gritted his teeth. Back then, Bao and Fu were beheaded by the Emperor of Heaven, and Cho was nowhere to be found. Su fought with Emperor Qilong, but was killed by Emperor Qilong using the moon to reach the sky. But at that time, the 5 people had just appeared. They had just broken off the Yuan palm, and they carried the aura of Yuan. It was the peak period of Taoism, far from what can be compared at this moment. Although Qilong is one of the 4 emperors, It is impossible to kill Su at that time, which is like fighting the other 3 emperors alone. She never believed that Su was dead. She had been looking for Cho and Su in all the worlds for these years. But in the end, she found nothing. I don't know what happened in these years. And I don't know why Su Jinling appeared in the Yuanzun clan with a tombstone on his head. But when Su showed up just now, she was convinced. Su was not the original Su. It's not a matter of seizing the body. Su is still the first ancestor of Yuanzun. But it's not Yuan Beng's broken finger. And it's no longer Su who is loyal to the original body. If used as a description, or perhaps the Su at this time is the real Su. The Yuanzun ancestor with an independent personality. Su has a self. And she is still a derivative of Yuan. Yuan comes across time and space. And there is no need for Yuan to take back her remains. As long as Yuan arrives, she and Su will naturally merge back. It is already the home of an independent individual. How can it be willing to be swallowed up by others? Even if it's Yuan. When the body returns to its original form, self-consciousness becomes a cancer. This kind of thing is naturally not a problem for Yuan. But if the enemy is Daozu, a small mistake may be an ant nest that breaks the embankment. Did you plan it earlier? Li asked aloud. Ming and Demon Lord trapped him. Yuanzun and Immortal Lord were all blocked by Xian Huang Immortal Lord here. The 3 drums of Shanghai have sounded. And the time and space channel is ready. She prepared it with her own hands. But he was released at this time. Baiyin waved his hand casually. Just do it casually. Compared with such a small cancer. Of course. Releasing the Azure Dragon Emperor is more important. The Emperor and Su have been entangled for billions of years. You are in me, and I am in you. If Su is not released, how can the Emperor appear? As Baiyin spoke, he already looked at the Southern Lord with the dragon horns on his head. The Emperor has not returned to his throne. While Baiyin spoke, a golden scroll rose up from the back of his head and unfolded. But it was an imperial edict from heaven. She did not read out the content of the imperial edict. But the Southern Lord was suddenly startled. His eyes went blank for an instant. And even the dragon horns on his head gradually receded. I heard a long roar from the green dragon in the Moon Gate. Although I had never appeared in the Moon Gate, the dragon's roar had changed its charm. It seems that I have regained my sanity. He saw the Qi Long shake his body and transformed into a man in imperial robes. Standing in the Winyu Gate looking at Baiyin with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "Thank you, little friend." Entangled with Su. Once in life he dies. Once his body and soul are separated. And once he falls into chaos. He had been in a state of confusion for hundreds of millions of years. Until he was awakened to life by Su He 2,000 years ago. He condensed a spiritual consciousness, and used Yuanzun and a group of immortals to go out to the outside world. Today, he was completely awakened by Baiyin. Others couldn't understand the Shiba and Baiyuju. But he could see them clearly. Dividing the steel is also dividing the entanglement between him and Su. After Su left, he woke up naturally. But I owe this couple a favor. That little dragon is my own child. Right? If I calculate it this way, it seems that I don't owe him anything. How can any ancestor owe favors to his younger generation? Emperor Qinglong didn't move. Baiyin bowed slightly. I would like to ask you to lend me the seal. Although he didn't know what Baiyin was going to do. Emperor Qinglong smiled, stretched out his hand, and pressed the seal of Emperor Qinglong. Then flew out of the Moon Gate and shot at Baiyin. Baiyin chuckled, accepted the imperial edict, pushed the big seal forward, and the seal escaped into the thatched cottage and hit the human skin drum head before disappearing. Next to her, Tantai's eyebrows trembled slightly. No wonder Baiyin didn't read the contents of the imperial edict. It was clearly a blank imperial edict. The girl just used the imperial edict to reach the heavenly aura and truly awaken the Qinglong Emperor. Azure Dragon Emperor. This is a truly legendary figure. One of the 4 emperors. Longzu's breathing was filled with a whistle. At the same time, in the sea of stars, swaths of stars exploded. The 3 drums seemed to be activated by the Suha Mountain Divine Seal. There was a loud sound, and the sparkling light spun up into the starry sky, embedded in the passage of time and space. It belongs to Suhi. The sound of drums rumbled, as if calling for something. Baiyin? Suhi propped up the mountain beetle and shouted. Baiyin raised his head under him, shook the star fragments off his head, and grinned as he looked at the twisting and rotating space-time passage. I'm here. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and a small knife flew into the sky. And in an instant, the heavenly calamity condensed. It was a meat-picking knife made from Suhi's bones. It had been forged 2,000 years ago, and had been stuck in the Jianshan thatched cottage. What are you looking at? Baiyin saw Su He in a daze, and poked him. Crush the heavenly tribulation, and let your old Taoist master out. Su He. The heavenly tribulation struck at the knife one after another. Su He's square knife came out of his body, and slashed towards the sky. The light of the sword cut through the heavenly calamity, revealing the pure white original space behind it. A green figure strode out, holding a talisman in the hand of the Taoist master, which was 3 points similar to the Taoist seal of the origin space. A seal was suppressed on the Taoist seal, which was the seal of the Azure Dragon Emperor. Chapter 629. Is this my father-in-law here? The combination of Tao seal and Emperor seal exudes a strong sense of majesty, like a reunion in heaven. As soon as the Tao master came out, he climbed up and raised his hand to send the Tao seal and the Emperor seal into Li's time and space channel. 2 channels. You have me, and I have you. It rotates like a Tai Chi diagram. The Taoist laughed and fell down. Li only knew that Yuan had stolen the origin of all heavens and all realms, and that the teacher had robbed Yuan's origin space. But he never thought that senior brother is the only emperor of all heavens. How could there be no origin of all heavens? Big brother's mark? If Baiyin doesn't take away the core of the original space, and if Li doesn't condense the Tao seal, he still can't find his senior brother's mark. There was a mark, and it was pulled by the Emperor's seal, so it was completely taken out. Su He was stunned. The Yuan Zun clan did not use the original space as a sign, but summoned Yuan with 3 drums. Su He could barely understand. After all, the original space had been destroyed by disaster. The Taoist master put the seal of the Heavenly Emperor and a seal of the Heavenly Emperor into the time and space channel. The person the Taoist master summoned was my father-in-law. Su He was surprised. Senior brother? Are you summoning senior brother? The Taoist master nodded. The teacher can't come. Time is not easy to break. The teacher is going upstream, and it is difficult to reach the sky. Senior brother came by going downstream, which was much easier. Su He was silent. The last time Taizu came to consciousness, he had been attached to him. When did the master and apprentice secretly contact him behind his back to summon senior brother? Do you need a Dao seal or a big seal? Where is Xianting Mountain? Xianting Mountain is the real Dao mark. The Taoist turned around and looked at Su He with resentment. Su He? Because, in this era, my Tai Ashen has not yet risen? The Taoist master said nothing. Su He also fell silent. Before Tai Mountain rose, his popularity was carried by the other 3 mountains. Did it carry the popularity and hinder the role of the 3 people as a guide? Senior brother. The Yuan Zun clan is summoning Yuan. Senior brother is here. Can you do it? It's not that Su He looks down on his father-in-law. It's just that Yuan's target is Daozu. Right? The Taoist master laughed, looked at Su He strangely, and asked, Junior brother, you don't think that it was luck that prevented the Yuan from eternity for hundreds of millions of years? Right? Su He was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he relied on strength? As soon as he explained, Su He became more confused. If according to this theory, there is Taoist ancestor, Emperor of Heaven, Pluto and Taoist master here, how can Failunqian lose? Why is it in its current state? The Taoist master remained silent. As he was talking here, he saw on the other side. Yuan Yu looked at the 3 drums embedded in the time and space channel, then looked at the Taoist master and the others, grinning with a helpless wry smile. I really can't survive in this situation. The Taoist master is here, as well as Tai and Xianzuan. Not to mention him. Even Li Zu would tremble when he came here. When he smiled, Su He and 3 others looked at him at the same time. Before they could take action, Yuan Yu transformed into a rainbow light and soared into the sky, plunged into the space-time channel, exploded with a bang, and poured out all his power towards the time-space channel. If you can't survive, you will fill the space-time channel with all your strength to speed up the opening of the space-time channel. His voice rang in the air. Everyone. We'll see you later. If Yuan Zun is immortal, Yuan Lai will definitely resurrect him. With such merit, it will be easy to go further. The Taoist master laughed. Fellow Taoist, it's better to stay. As he spoke, he flicked his fly whisk, and the Tai Chi diagram enveloped half of the sea of stars. Then I saw a figure of Dao Yuan Yu appearing under the Tai Chi diagram. He was running away in all directions, but was caught in the Tai Chi diagram's net. This scene is just like what Ji Feishua once demonstrated to him. The scene when the Bodhisattva enters Nirvana. It's just that the Bodhisattva Mahavatar died, and scattered into the sky full of starlight. Yuan Yu is a phantom of himself. Junior brother. The Taoist master said softly. Understood. Suhi stepped out of Baiming and opened it. It was not a waterspout, but like a tornado. It was not strong, but its scope was extremely wide and filled the entire Tai Chi diagram. In an instant, the whole sky was enveloped by Yuan Yu. Baiming rotated, and Yuan Yu's figures were torn to pieces. A kind of sadness rises from the sea of stars and spreads to all heavens and realms. Bain tilted his head and looked at Baiming. There were also specious figures inside Baiming. The sorrow of the world has arisen. Yuan Yu is dead. But there is still a figure. Legend? Bain sounded a bit solemn. These figures are not only in the North Ming, but are also connected to countless things in the heavens and the world. Baiming cannot be erased. This is the legend about Yuan Yu in the world. The history of Yuan Yu. And the perceptions of others. Bain looked at the Taoist master. Old man. There were rumors a long time ago that there was a powerful immortal. As long as there are legends about him in the world, he can be resurrected and come back. Is it true? The Taoist master shook his head slightly. I don't know. I don't have complete memory at the moment. I probably didn't remember these things until the 7 bodies condensed and returned to my true self. But it should be true. The Taoist master pondered for a moment and said, the rumors in the heavens are not a kind of Taoist sign. That is the mark left by the immortal Lord in this world. The immortal Lord is difficult to kill. This is the consensus. There were even immortals who had been killed. And the resurrection method that had been destroyed for countless years was inexplicably activated. And the immortals returned again. What Bain said may not be groundless. As the Taoist master spoke, he looked at Bain with a smile. Hasn't this girl been making preparations for this? Don't think he doesn't know. Ever since Bain and Dan Tai teamed up to kill the Great Witch of the Yuanzun clan, this girl has been preparing to eliminate all legends about the Great Witch. The Taoist master even suspected that Bain had already had a way to erase everything about the Great Witch. But he just didn't do it. But I don't know if it's because I want to use the Great Witch to do experiments, or because I'm stuck in the 4 realms of the Immortal Lord and can't do it thoroughly. Huh? Bain looked up, and was really surprised this time. You actually discovered me? She built the palace secretly. And even Tan Tai, who was right next to her, didn't notice it. Bain was surprised and his eyes lit up. Then, old man, do you want to sponsor me? We are here to finish off your master and apprentice. Speaking of which, the current troubles in Xianhuan world are all left behind by Dao Ancestor and his disciples. It depends on them. The Taoist master's face trembled slightly. He was convinced that Bain had nothing to do with his senior sister. Senior sister would not have such a bad temper to hit snakes with sticks. It's the second time for Bain. Last time, I had promised to help her pay off half of her foreign debt. But this girl insisted that she would give her half of the treasures. Where can I go to reason? This time again. This reason was still too much for him to refute. The Taoist master sighed slightly. I know that you obtained the true blood of the Xuanwu Emperor 1,000 years ago. I will provide you with the materials so that you can condense the Xuanwu channel. The Qinglong Emperor has also appeared. And the Qinglong channel is not difficult. Suzaka can find Fengzhu. By who? As he spoke, he turned to look at Suhi and said, when you improve your cultivation level, you can let me help you. I'll provide the materials. Suhi's eyes lit up. They were talking about the Palace of Suppression of Evil. Right? Sure enough. The Palace of Suppressing Evil Dao was written by Bain. As the Taoist master spoke, he stretched out his hand a little. And a ray of light fell on Bain's eyebrows. This is one of my treasures. It is enough for my brothers and sisters. Don't misappropriate it this time. 800 years ago, I clearly gave this girl many treasures. But she didn't pay back a single cent of her foreign debt. I don't know what she did. Bain chuckled, patted his chest and promised. Don't worry. We have something serious to do. The Taoist master smiled and said no more. With a flick of the whisk, the Tai Chi diagram shrank rapidly, condensed the figure of Yuan Yu flying below it into a ball, turned it into a star, and handed it to Bain. Bain pulled out the stopper of the gourd under his body, and a ray of light came from inside, immediately absorbing the stars. Then quickly cover the gourd plug. Suhi looked at this gourd, and it seemed familiar to him. I've obviously never seen it before, but it feels strangely familiar. The light above the head flashes, and the 2 halves of the space-time channel rotate in an extremely uneven state. The sound of 3 drums sounded like the heartbeat of a giant, with Yuanyo's strength added. This channel seems to be activated in the next moment. Here the Heavenly Emperor's Dao seal, and the Emperor's seal are silent. Is the ancestor here? The Taoist master asked loudly. looking at the uneven time and space passage. Then he heard the long cry of the phoenix, and the star sea channel appeared. Fengzu jumped out, flapped his wings, and floated in the air. He looked at the time and space channel and pondered for a long time. His pair of phoenix eyes were deep and distant, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he lightly fluttered his wings, opened his mouth, and sprayed flames into the space-time channel. The Taoist master withdrew his gaze. Okay, junior brother, please don't participate in the battle in the lower world. Just stay in the Sea of Stars to guard the time passage. Consolidate your own realm, and go and meet that host as a brother. Su, Shou, Li, Bao, Fu? He asked in surprise. Oh, from what I heard from junior brother, it's possible that he had some issues with the first ancestor of Yuan Zun, the Taoist master asked, laughing at himself. How could it be possible that Xian Huang, the great power, had no quarrel with the first ancestor of Yuan Zun? Especially junior brother. The entire Yuan Zun clan wants to cut him into pieces. Right? However, are you still alive in the hereafter? Didn't this battle send him to destruction? This was unexpected. Su and Li are not of the same mind. But after all, they were transformed from Yuan's finger. Yuan Zun's first ancestor is naturally the mortal enemy of the Xian Huang world, and they can never be together. Su-He's body was full of murderous aura. My wife and mother disappeared because of Su, and my wife was seriously injured because of Su, and she was even tabooed by her own clan. It turns out that he is still alive in this era. Su-He grinned. The Taoist master shook his head slightly. Now he is a natural ally and cannot be killed for the time being. Junior brother, why don't you wait and let me go meet him for a while first, and let him know that the sky is high and the earth is high. As the Taoist master spoke, he flashed and disappeared. Baiyin tilted her head and looked at Su-He, blinking her eyes curiously. Which mother-in-law? Doesn't this sound like the reincarnation of her in Tantai? The dragon? The grievances between Su and the dragon clan are clear and clear. Su-He frowned and remained silent. He didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. For a moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a brilliant light above his head. He saw the true fire of Fengzu Phoenix changing from fiery red to golden, and rushed towards the space-time channel again. Su-He turned to look at Baiyin. I always feel that you are cooperating with Li in disguise to open up time and space. Sister clan. Don't you want to explain? If he didn't want to, when Li was targeting Jian Shan, the Taoist master would just show up, and he would always be able to block it. Baiyin blinked. Were you discovered? She actually admitted it like a bachelor. Baiyin chuckled. Li Liantong's summoning of Yuan from ancient times has become unstoppable. Even without your half of the time and space channel, she can do it. At most, she will sacrifice half of the Yuan Zun clan to gather their power of time, or transform yourself into a Tao. The last time Taizu showed up, it was destined that Li would do this. Li's loyalty to Yuan is beyond imagination. Since Li will do it no matter what, why don't Xian Huang take more initiative? Baiyin smiled. Look, isn't the time and space channel now located at the position we decided for ourselves? Even the opening time of the channel can be affected a little bit, which is enough for fellow Taoist Ming and Demon Lord to consolidate their realm. Fengzu's voice came down right after Baiyin's voice. Then Fengzu took away the Phoenix True Fire, flapped its wings slightly, and slowly fell down from the space-time passage, hovering above the heads of Su-He and Baiyin. His eyes looked at them with scrutiny. Su-He looked at Fengzu, and his figure suddenly transformed into the true form of a peacock, flapping its wings and hanging in the starry sky. The scrutiny in Fengzu's eyes instantly turned into doting. This is right. The complete bird looks so pleasing to the eye. Birdman is getting awkward. Su-He had been practicing for a long time, but strictly speaking, this was his first real contact with Fengzu. In the past, I had only briefly sensed Fengzu's power. Ancestor, Su-He called out, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a lotus flower fell from the sky. It fell in front of Su-He and spun around. The lotus flower was big enough to use any of Su-He's animal bodies as a bed, where he could roll around unscrupulously. Baiyin beside him widened his eyes, looking shocked. Then I heard Fengzu say, this is the first water lily that grew in the Tianqi when the heavenly court was opened up. I picked it, but it is of little use to me. You are advancing too fast. If you use this as a lotus platform, you will be able to integrate your own avenue and help your cultivation. Su-He, stunned, the heroic spirit brought by the long years rushed over. It was so oppressive that it made it hard to breathe. No wonder Baiyin had such an expression. Su-He chuckled. without any courtesy, and flapped his wings with a white sound and landed on the lotus. This lotus flower has not been refined and is still in its original state, with a light water lily fragrance. With just one breath, the true energy in his body began to circulate faster. Ancestor is awesome, Suhi said with admiration. Fengzu laughed, and another scale floated out from his body. Baiyin's eyes lit up, thinking that Fengzu had another treasure to give him. But after taking a closer look, he felt the strong aura of Suhi from the scale. That dragon is sealed in the moon, and his body is not intact, and he can't come out at this moment. Little guy, you have already accumulated the power of the blue dragon in the reverse scale. And can you return his reverse scale to him? The Azure Dragon Emperor had asked Suhi to get the scales after 1,000 years. But in the blink of an eye, he already had 2,000. Suhi blinked and transformed into a dragon body. The claws scratched against the chest. But as soon as they touched it, the scales all over his body exploded, causing pain, itching, weirdness, and an indescribable feeling. Suhi let out a dragon's roar, feeling depressed and suddenly full of anger with nowhere to vent. Suddenly feeling strange, he turned his head and looked to his side, and saw Baiyin with curious eyes, poking Suhi's scales with his little finger. Seeing Suhi coming with an angry look, the corners of Baiyin's mouth suddenly became crooked. Yo! Are you really still in the rebellious stage? That's great. My hands have been itchy for a long time. Chapter 630 Breaking the SH. L. Fairy raises her hand. Snapped. A slap landed on Suhi's head and between his dragon horns, causing Qinglong to stagger. Baiyin raised the corner of his mouth. Rebellion? Call me sister? Suhi's exploding scales immediately smoothed down obediently. He lowered his head and bent his body. He looked at Baiyin pitifully and said in a low voice, Sister, you have to give in to this. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, Baiyin actually owes the most. Be good. Baiyin licked the dragon's mane and pulled out his scales with a flick of his fingers. Awing! Suhi's scales exploded again, and his body suddenly straightened up. Baiyin waved his hands, and his reverse scales were embedded in their original positions and completely integrated. The huge discomfort of having my scales pulled out was just raised and then suppressed, like a sneeze being suppressed. So awkward. Fengzu laughed and put away the Lin that Suhi had replaced. In an instant, Suhi felt the power of the green dragon rolling through his chest and filling his whole body. For a moment, there were dragon roars in my ears, and my eyesight became blurry, and I could no longer distinguish objects. Baiyin waved his hand, and Suhi rolled to the side. The body naturally coils on the lotus platform. Baiyin chuckled and looked at Fengzu. That. Fengzu laughed. Ancestor Suzaku True Blood doesn't have it, but he does have some vermilion bird true feathers. If you want, little girl, I'll give you one. Baiyin waved his hand. That's not important. It doesn't matter if the ancestor doesn't give it. The big deal is that the Palace of Suppressing Evils won't be built, and the legend of the Yuanzun clan's immortal lord will continue to spread. Old Phoenix is not authentic. In the current situation, the Dao ancestor lineage is responsible. But you, a phoenix who has never survived from an unknown era, has no responsibility? It's like a junior like me is coveting your treasure. But we don't. Fengzu laughed heartily. How many years had it been since someone had spoken to her like this? Now these ancestors, whether Ming, Black Dragon, or even the Azure Dragon Emperor who had just appeared, she had watched them grow up since childhood, and they were all respectful when they faced her. Just because of age, no one dares to be presumptuous. Fengzu smiled, tapped his paw lightly, and flew out 2 pieces of red bird feathers. The feathers burned with pure golden flames, like stars condensed, and flew towards Baiyin swaying. One for you and one for Suhi. But it's just to help him understand the meaning of the vermilion bird. Fengzu's voice came. Baiyin looked at her strangely, as if his eyes could speak. And Fengzu immediately knew what she meant. Stingy. My descendants are actually just borrowing. Phoenix ancestor shook his head slightly and chuckled. This is because Suhi has already embarked on the path of the 4 saints' unity. If it was just an ordinary phoenix, the ancestor would definitely not lend the vermilion bird feather to him. The 4 saints can be combined into one. But if only the Suzaku path is lost, the gains outweigh the losses. The phoenix can also seek the Great Way, if it follows the path of the vermilion bird. Although its combat power will be improved at the same level, it will lose the ability of the phoenix to be reborn. Why bother? Living is more important than anything else. Fengzu never supported future generations' pursuit of the Suzaku way. Moreover, The Phoenix clan has a heavy responsibility and rarely appears in the Shirwan Mountains. Even when the barbarian king came out of the mountain, the Phoenix clan did not take much part in the Shirwan Mountains. To embark on the Suzaku path is not to avoid one's own responsibilities? Bain blinked his big eyes, and Fengzu laughed. He glanced at the trembling Qinglong who was huddled on the lotus platform, shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, "He knows everything about everything." And he realized some of the true meaning of Qinglong and Suzaku. Fengzu thought for a moment and said, "You can tell Su-He that if you want to quickly cultivate the Suzaku body, you can go to the immortal volcano. He won't be disappointed." Fengzu spoke, gently flapped his wings, raised his figure, flew towards the Star Sea Channel, flapped his wings, and disappeared. The figure had disappeared. And then a ray of light came down from the Shanghai Passage, fell on Bain's eyebrows, and turned into a line of inheritance. Bain was stunned. What's this? What Fengzu passed on was a half article of exercises. No beginning or end. It's not even half a chapter of continuous exercises, but more like a correction. A sentence to the east, and a sentence to the west to adjust the exercises of a certain article. This is a dual cultivation method? It should be an adapted version of a certain double cultivation method. But I don't know the original method, so this mess can't fit in at all. What did she do? Bain was stunned for a moment. Could it be that old Phoenix wanted her to help him deduce the technique? Does Fengzu have a lover? With this thought, Bain's whole body was getting worse. But when she thought of dual cultivation, her cheeks turned slightly red again, and she looked at Qinglong who was trembling slightly beside her. My level is too low after all. The immortal lord of the four realms is only qualified to participate in today's war. The argumentative power is low after all. I had a blow with Li before, even if I knew Li's attack method. But my moral skills were not enough. One collision hurt the root. When facing her enemy Yuan Yu before, she really wasn't just sitting on the sidelines. But she really couldn't take action again until she was forced to do so. One's own existence is inherently incomplete. And careful calculation and exerting the full combat power of the immortal lord of the four realms are all acts of force. Or, take back your own existence? Something that both Ji Feishua and Tantai have experienced. Shouldn't be left behind. Right? Tantai has received it twice in this life and the next. Bain thought. A blush rose on his cheeks. He opened his hands slightly, and a statue fell in front of him. It was a pure white dragon turtle, with a free woman on the dragon turtle's back. This was Su-He's previous masterpiece at Jianshan. But she quietly took it away, with a gentle touch of the statue. You can feel the depth of the maker's thoughts and longing. Pooh! I guess you still have some conscience. Bain rolled his eyes at Qinglong next to him. You guys have also experienced this feeling of lovesickness in your bones. Su-He didn't know what Bain was thinking. At this moment, his whole dragon seemed to be sinking into the rough sea, and the waves filled his body one after another. I had previously received the Azure Dragon inheritance from the Azure Dragon Emperor in the Haoyue space, but I had not yet had time to understand it carefully. In the long river of time, I just sorted out the core of it and asked Taizu for advice to eliminate my doubts. Before he could truly comprehend it, the power of the Azure Dragon came forcibly at this moment. Like waves, the dragon's body was constantly attacked. Su-He could only force himself to bring out his own understanding and comprehension, and cultivate the Qinglong Avenue. Bain turned to look at Su-He. The dragon didn't know what was going on. It twisted its body and attracted the broken stars around it. Dragon flames spurted out, and the refining stars gradually formed a coiled dragon pillar standing on the lotus platform. Then Su-He coiled up like a snake. He does all this unconsciously, just like a person pulls a quilt to cover him in his sleep. The dragon just subconsciously made a comfortable coiled dragon pillar for himself. This dragon fell into a state of enlightenment and practice. However, even in his unconscious state, Su-He did not forget Bain. The dragon's body circled around and climbed up to the coiling dragon pillar with Bain in his arms. Bain's eyes widened, only finding it funny. Fool! The power brought by Anai Lien is too strong. If you can't accept it, why don't you just temporarily suspend the power transmission on Anai Lien? The reverse scale is your own. How can a dragon like you be swayed by a piece of scale? Bain chuckled, and gathered Su-He's dragon mane together one by one, braiding it into braids. At first glance, it looked like a head full of dreadlocks. Then he braided the dirty braids together, took out a hairpin and inserted it into the dragon's mane. Su-He's trembling dragon body calmed down the moment the hairpin was inserted. Bain looked at the hairpin, rolled his eyes, took out a pair of earrings, and hung them on Su Hulong's ears. It's a bargain for you. This is our most proud masterpiece in recent years. Besides the meat-picking knife, this is a set of magic weapons specially made to improve comprehension and brain power when I felt my brain was not enough when I was studying Suhi's previous life's corpse. It comes in a complete set. It's so advantageous for him that no one else is willing to use it. Suhi was immersed in it and didn't feel anything external. A flash of green light rose in the depths of his consciousness. And with the influx of reverse scale power, his understanding of the green dragon continued to grow. With Zheng Chong's realization, the blue light in the depths of his consciousness gradually condensed. And after an unknown amount of time, it finally turned into a small green dragon, with its tail swinging and swimming freely. The practice gradually got on the right track. And Suhi slowly woke up. You will be aware of your own state. And there is no need to devote yourself wholeheartedly. A single consciousness can ensure continuous practice. When his consciousness swept over him, he saw Bayin, who had braided his dragon's mane into a bird's nest, curled up inside and fell into a deep sleep. Suhi smiled, curled his body around her, and closed his eyes again. The little blue dragon in his consciousness is like the Xuanwu statue that was condensed in the Xuanwu demonstration decision aperture. This time there is no similar Qinlong Daoju, but there is the inheritance of Qinlong. The power of the reverse scale is transmitted, and a similar phantom of Qinlong is condensed. As long as the phantom of the blue dragon condenses step by step and merges with the dragon body, the blue dragon can be realized. The green dragon body will not suddenly condense like Xuanwu and White Tiger. Instead, it should be done step by step. Suhi estimated that it would take about 20 years to complete. Don't be impatient. Suhi tightened by Yin's circle by 3 points, closed his eyes, and sank into the inner world. He was awakened by Bayin just after completing the 5th level of Kaitian, and had never really checked out the inner world after the 5th level of Kaitian. The time was too short, and Suhi missed too much homework. After reaching the 5th level of Kaitian, there are almost no restrictions on magical powers, and almost all can be inherited. Normal 4-spirit beasts become independent after opening the 5th level of the sky, and their seniors no longer interfere. There are too many magical powers in the 5th level of Kaitian, and behind the condensed dragon, Suhi has not inherited even a single magical power from the dragon clan. He condensed the dragon body in the ancient times. At this time, the inheritance of the dragon clan had not yet been condensed, and the inherited magical powers had to be screened by themselves like the white tiger. However, for Suhi at this moment, magical powers are no longer the focus. Normally, the 5th level of opening the sky of a normal divine beast would have to screen and inherit magical powers. But Suhi isn't immortal, the immortal master said. What Suhi is pursuing is the avenue behind magical powers. If there is a way, there will naturally be skills. If you truly master the Tao, you will be like Tao Master Enli, who can create all kinds of magical powers and techniques at will with a wave of your hand. That is the realm that Immortal Lord truly pursues. Of course, this is as difficult as climbing to the sky, because Ming ancestor met Suhi Baiming 80,000 years ago, and he has only really succeeded now. Ignore these for now. Suhi hurriedly entered the inner world because he was about to break out of his SHL. When Ming Yu's bloodline condensed into a dragon body in Shuoyue realm, Yu's ancestor soul consciousness was about to disperse, and was taken into the inner world by Suhi. However, it failed to directly transform into a creature in the inner world. Instead, it turned into a dragon egg and fell into the inner world. I originally thought it would take hundreds or thousands of years to hatch, but I didn't want to return against the scales. The power of the green dragon replaced the existence of the dragon body. The replaced power of the dragon body entered the inner world and did not integrate into the world. Instead, it fell on the dragon egg. The dragon egg, which had been silent for an unknown amount of time, moved. Suhi's consciousness condensed and turned into a conscious body that fell into the inner world. And he saw that the whole world had changed. More solid, more stable, whether it was an illusion or not. Suhi felt that the inner world was supporting a small-scale immortal battle at this moment. So there was no big problem. At the 5th level of Kaitian, the inner world did not become larger, but the whole world gave people a completely different feeling than before. The advancement of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas has not yet been completed, but the breath of strange beasts in the eclipse realm can already be seen looming. The power of all living beings and the power of the world turned into a rolling torrent and merged into the true essence. In addition, the green dragon body began to condense, and the quality of Suhi's true essence was improving every moment. Moreover, after opening the 5th level of heaven, The power of all living beings in the inner world no longer only enhances the true essence. Start strengthening the physical body. It's slow, but the results are immediate. Suhi's inner world is universal, and belongs to the four bodies at the same time. The strengthening of the physical body is also carried out in the four bodies at the same time. This feeling of making progress every moment is intoxicating. The Fusang tree waved its branches above the East China Sea, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Most of the yin and yang forces in the inner world melted into the world with a chaotic golden liquid. At this moment, the Tai Chi diagram that condenses the power of yin and yang in the East China Sea is no longer visible. Only the dense clouds formed by the misty yin and yang energy are left, drifting with the wind to all parts of the inner world, turning into spring rain and falling to nourish the world. Suhi observed carefully, looking at the hibiscus tree and the bright moon above his head as if he had gained something. The power of sentient beings condensed in the inner world is not directly integrated into the true essence as before. Instead, it is first condensed in the hibiscus tree. A small part of it is transformed into a wonderful breath and integrated into the physical body, and the remaining half enters the true essence. The aura is somewhat similar to the vitality in Xuanwunandu, but different at the same time. It is also vaguely similar to the popularity of condensed road signs, but the popularity is a bit fictitious. But the hibiscus tree is more real. Human? Suhi looked at the hibiscus tree and whispered softly, then looked at the bright moon above his head and suddenly realized, heaven. There are three talents, heaven, earth, and man. The bright moon here is the sky, and the hibiscus tree represents all living beings. The only thing missing is earth. Fusang comes from the double cultivation of Ji Fei Xue, and bright moon comes from the aura of Su Huanyan and Tan Tai. Land. Outside. Bai Yin was sleeping on top of him. Suhi was thinking wildly and landed in front of the dragon egg. As expected, the dragon egg was already squirming and even making a beeping sound, about to break out of the SHL. The dragon egg not only has Suhi's dragon power, but also the power of chaos. His dragon power was just an introduction. What really caused the dragon egg to break its SHI was the chaotic gold liquid poured into the inner world when he opened the fifth heaven. Suhi suddenly realized and heard a beep sound. There was a crack in the egg shell, and then the dragon egg did not break open bit by bit like a young dragon breaking its SHL, but exploded with a bang. A black dragon escaped from the egg and soared into the sky. A long chant came out. The sound shook thousands of miles. Suhi looked at the dragon in the sky with surprise in his eyes. Black dragon. A standard green dragon entered the inner world, was rebuilt, and broke out of its SHL to become a black dragon. Has any recessive gene been revealed? This is not important. On the black dragon, the aura of the immortal lord burst out, and the power of all living beings in the inner world paused for a moment, and then suddenly soared like oil into fire. Improved several times. Chapter 631 Dragon King of the East China Sea. Mengyu. Father. After experiencing life and death, has he broken through the barrier and entered the immortal realm? Hold head high. A loud dragon roar swayed from the 9 heavens into the fairy world, fell into the human world, and entered the netherworld. For a time, the 3 realms were filled with dragon roars. The dragon roared, the Tianhe roared, the underworld surged, and the beasts roared. The whole world was celebrating the birth of the first immortal in the inner world. Still a mythical beast. The joy of the inner world brought Suhi joy along with it. Even the small hexagrams rotating around Tai Mountain began to dance and jump. The dragon roared for a long time. And with this sound of the yuzu, it seemed that all the resentment he had felt after being killed in battle for 80,000 years, and being sacrificed for 80,000 years was roared out. It is to bid farewell to the past and celebrate new life. The black dragon circled and roared, circling around the floating island in the fairy world, roaring out all its resentment before landing next to Suhi. Father! Lord! The two spoke at the same time, and stopped at the same time for a moment. The air froze for a moment. The creatures in Suhi's inner world are 100% loyal to him. Suhi is a god and controls all living beings. But the bloodline of Yu ancestor has not changed. As soon as he gets close, the unique kindness and attachment of the mythical beast will naturally arise. Suhi's call of father was not too awkward. After all, he had experience. He already had a biological mother the day after tomorrow. So having a biological father the day after tomorrow was not difficult to accept psychologically. Both fell silent. Suhi was quiet for a moment and then said, How about? We two can talk about it on our own terms. You call me master. And I call you biological father? Mengyu. Suddenly, there is a feeling that a son has conquered the country and become an emperor. How does it feel when he pays homage below? Don't make trouble. What's going on outside? Mengyu asked in a deep voice. He has been dead for 80,000 years and has no sense of the outside world. But he doesn't know what the situation will be like during these 80,000 years? Su-he pondered for a moment and said, for 80,000 years. Dragon Turtle Wenzu has proven the Tao. The little dragon turtle named Gutai whom my father saw, when his soul consciousness woke up last time has also achieved the Tao immortal. Yuan Zun's clan. The great witch they are dead. But they are also 2 witches. In addition, Shiyuji Yuanqiu, Chiling immortal lord, and Yuan you are dead. And the southern lord, at least is missing. In terms of the number of immortal lords, Xian Huang is not weak at all. He even surpasses them. This is the first time in billions of years. Before he had time to ask Fengzhu what happened in the lower realm. Since the Azure Dragon ancestor from the bright moon space appeared, the Southern Lord was considered dead. But he did not feel the sadness of the world. Moreover, how did Su show up? Just after leaving for a moment. A lot of information was unknown. Su-he shook his head slightly and showed a bit of relief on his face. Both the Ming ancestor and the Demon Lord have made breakthroughs. They have surpassed the 7th realm Immortal Lord and reached the realm of the Taoist Master. As Su-he spoke, Mengyu's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is simply the best news he has heard in his millions of years of dragon life. Did that Gaiwen break through first? Mengyu sighed a little. Everyone thought that Wu was the first to enter the Immortal Lord. Then me. And then one. As expected, he broke through the second time. It's a pity that we are in the world of Su-he. I am afraid that I will not be able to go out again in this life. And will never have the chance to meet him again. Let alone kill the Yuan Zun immortal with my own hands. I can only waste this time in vain. Mengyu was startled. After being dead for 80,000 years, he finally became an immortal venerable. But it was a pity that he could never come out again and fight with Yuan Zun again. Originally thinking that this time would be wasted. The dragon glanced to the east and suddenly froze. He saw the gathering and changes of the power of all living beings on the East China Sea. He is a divine beast. And unlike Su-he who cheated all the way, he practiced hard and practiced step by step. Although he was surprised by the reality of Su-he's inner world, the nature of the world had not changed much. But Su-he's power as a sentient being is so strange. Any creature in the inner world of a divine beast can obtain the power of all living beings after forming a living being. But the creatures in the inner world of a divine beast generally come from their attributes. The fire element has its own fire-type creatures, and the power of all living beings is gathered with innate fire essence. Other attributes are similar. This is also the fundamental reason why the combat power of the 4 spirit beasts has soared after gathering the power of all living beings. Even though Su-he's inner world is populated by all kinds of strange creatures, the condensed power of all living beings should only be used harmoniously if it fits one's own attributes. But at this moment, it seems that this dragon boy does not refuse the power of all living beings, and does not care about the average attributes at all. He is not even aware of the relationship between the divine beasts and the living beings in the inner world. Yuzu thought and shook his head. This statement is not right. It's not that he didn't realize it, but the attributes of the creatures in the inner world didn't matter to Su-he. Water and fire are his powers, as are wind and thunder. He truly harnessed the full power of the inner world. If so, the more Mengyu thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Throwing Su-he at the foot of Mount Tai, a dragon roared and headed straight for the East China Sea. Plunging into the East China Sea, hovering in the East China Sea, the power of the world unfolded on his body. Just as the realm was unfolding, the waves were rolling on the East China Sea, and a bolt of thunder and lightning pierced the sky, exploding under the bright moon. Then, thunder fell like rain. Thunder and lightning fell one after another, and thunder pools appeared out of thin air, hitting the East China Sea. The sea broke and the mountains rose suddenly. There were clusters of thunder weeds on the mountains, and thunder and lightning flashed. Another half-real and half-real thunder ape appeared, followed closely by thunder fox, thunder bird, thunder tree. There are only a few lightning elves, but each one is incredibly powerful. At least they are all fairyland elves. Mengyu let go of his inner world. Su-he watched the mountains and rivers rising up, vaguely becoming a land of thunder in the East China Sea. In the air, on the sea, under the sea, everywhere. Then I heard an unbridled laughter. From today on, the old dragon is the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Who dares to fight? He is a creature of the inner world of Suhi, and everything about him belongs to this world. Naturally, the same goes for your own inner world. However, the power born from the inner world fell on him, and then returned to Suhi at a discount. With the inside and outside buckled down, it is less than 30% of its original strength. The inner world is inside the boundary bead, so naturally it cannot be fully released. But once the inner world is set, the passage is opened. The inside and outside are connected. At this moment, his inner world is like a cave world, and a blessed land of thunder to Suhi's inner world. He cannot leave the inner world of Suhi, but he can regulate the water veins and stabilize the ocean here. Even if he releases the creatures in his inner world, he can still feel his control over the creatures. Even the world is unified, and half of the East China Sea is under his control. The natural dragon king of the East China Sea. Suhi was surprised. At this moment, even his breathing was a little heavy. His father's inner world was released, and his world power suddenly surged. This feeling is like swallowing a whole world. In the netherworld, ghosts will always remain the same, basically staying at the source of the underworld forever, standing motionless with their swords in hand. However, Iha came out of the netherworld with 2 teeny tribesmen and bowed to Suhi. I have met my lord. After Suhi nodded, he bowed to the East China Sea again. I've seen the Dragon King. I'm here to appease the creatures of the East China Sea. This one is still in the egg, so they know that he is the biological father of the Lord Dragon body. Such a being, even if he is now a member of Suhi's family, his status will naturally be higher. What's more, this is an immortal. Iha's eyes were filled with surprise. Thinking back to that time, the Lord traveled through the present world 73 years ago, and encountered him, who was seriously injured when he first opened the 3rd level of heaven, and brought him into the inner world. How long has it been since? Who would have thought that they would experience such a magical journey? The long river of time allows you to travel. This time, he went straight to the ancient times, and even the immortal Lord was accepted as his family. The creatures released by the Dragon King are not the creatures born in the Lord's inner world, but they are not outsiders. It doesn't take the Master's effort to retransform it. Moreover, if such a lightning spirit is transformed directly, it will have to go through the underworld to bloom. It would be a pity to have to do it all over again. At this moment, he is asked to come here to connect the origins of these thunder elves with the netherworld. If the elves die, they will naturally return to the reincarnation of the entire inner world. Even the Dragon King does not need to work hard to gather living beings. And other living beings in the inner world can be reincarnated in the East China Sea and turn into elves. This is to bring Yuzu's entire inner world into the reincarnation of Suhi's inner world. The Dragon King smiled. Yes. It is already difficult for a biosphere to form in the normal inner world, let alone this kind of reincarnation. Suhi's inner world is different. Extra special. Iha River will determine the reincarnation of life by itself. Suhi let out a breath slowly, having gained a lot. With a wave of his hand, he released the seal of Changyu Mansion in the inner world, and the toad jumped out cursing. Most of them value sex over friends, and forget their loyalty when they see sex. The toad looked at Suhi and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat his flesh raw and become his son. This stupid turtle just left it 2,000 years ago, and then sealed it in the inner world for several days after they met. Just because of Tantai? It is a frog with a bottom line. Is it possible that we can go out and observe his and Tantai's dual cultivation? Both of them have blocked their synesthesia and isolated their memories. So why should they keep it sealed? Suhi smiled bitterly and apologized. But Toad jumped up and yelled, covering his ears and refusing to listen to the bastard chanting sutras. Mr. Frog is not a kind person. It wasn't until Suhi was a little higher up in the air that a lotus flower was projected onto the inner world, and he suddenly caught Toad's gaze. It was the meeting gift given to him by Fengzu. This lotus belongs to you. I'm just borrowing it for a while. Now it is open to the 5th level. According to my speed, it will take at least 20 years to reach the 7th level. Then the lotus will belong to you. The toad chuckled. Bah! What kind of frog do you think you are? Look! Suhi sighed helplessly. This is the first lotus that bloomed in Tianqi when the heavenly cord was first built. It is unique in the world. If you remove a petal, you can buy a whole world. The toad's face suddenly became tangled. Like a toad, following the little Taizu for 2,000 years. He has done all kinds of sneaky things, and his knowledge has increased sharply. Especially his knowledge of treasures from ancient times has reached a new level. Honey! As long as the word heaven is mentioned, nothing is simple. Plus a first. Suddenly it felt that what Suhi did was not that excessive. You're pretty good at seeing frogs. The toad dispersed its tangle and became stingy again. 20 years. Only 20 years. No matter whether you have the 7th level of the open heaven or not. The lotus must be handed back. Okay. Suhi promised. If Toad is soft-hearted, he will not rid it out until then. The Toad was satisfied. He puffed out his chest and raised his head, looking down at Suhi and asked, "Tell me, Turtle, why did you call me out? This turtle boy won't go to the 3 treasures hall for nothing. And he won't be let out unless nothing happens." Suhi pointed at the inner world. Consolidate. This is the fundamental reason for the mythical beast soul receiving beast. Toad could do so much for him. Toad looked around, blinked and said in astonishment, "No origin stone? I can consolidate it. All vitality can be used to consolidate the inner world. But the origin stone is the best." Suhi sighed. "I just came out of the long river of time and haven't had time to borrow money. There is a war going on outside right now. Wait. I will borrow money after the war is over." Toad looked at him with contempt. Yuezu, who was regulating the water veins in the East China Sea, looked here in surprise. He is an old man. And after his death, he had a son. Is he so pitiful that he has to live on debt? Meng Yu was silent for a moment and sighed. "You can go to Furong Mountain in the East China Sea. There is my treasure house there. It may not have been taken away by others. If it is still there, you can exchange some origin stones with other divine beasts." Toad's eyes lit up. And before Suhi could agree, he quickly sent a message in his heart. "No change. Borrow money. Let's borrow money. What a fool. Take away the treasury and raise debt. Things are over now. Shi Lu is back. And the debt is cleared." Suhi smiled and shook his head, cupped his fist, and saluted the black dragon. "Thank you, Father." He was quiet for a moment, and then said, "The outside world is dangerous, and I have my responsibilities. I don't dare to stay here for a long time. So I retreated." Yuezu nodded and suppressed the urge to send his lord off. Suhi's consciousness flashed, and he retreated. The wind in the star sea is still a little noisy, but the distortion of the surrounding time by the space-time channel is not as strong as it was at the beginning. This is a symbol of the perfection of time and space channels, and the restraint of power. When it no longer affects the time of the outside world, it will probably be time for the passage to be connected. Suhi turned around and saw Bai Yin blinking at him with big curious eyes. "How? You cheated again," Bai Yin said. She was not the only one who cheated on him. It was impossible to predict what happened to Suhi, but he could feel Suhi's sudden surge in power, especially when thunder and lightning burst out just now, knocking her awake. Tens of thousands of years. It was rare for me to curl up beside Suhi, feel his breath, and the emptiness of cutting off half of my existence was somewhat relieved. And I slept well. I was awakened by the lightning before I had enough sleep. Suhi was dumbfounded. How could he cheat? This was his normal practice. Cheating is the norm. Woman? Bai Yin's eyes sparkled. Is there another woman helping him? Dad. Daddy. Suhi surrendered. Bai Yin jumped up, dishonest. Where did you get your biological father in this day and age? The remaining dragon corpses of Yuezu were all corrupted by Wenyuman, and they couldn't be devoured even if they wanted to. Bai Yin waved his fist at him, and his chest suddenly trembled fiercely. Then he kicked Suhi and hummed, "Once your practice has stabilized, get up." The Taoist master left them here to watch the passage of time and space, not to sleep. Bai Yin glanced at the space-time channel that was still stabilizing, took out a fishing rod, swung it full, and threw a rod into the distance. The fishing line flew all the way through the space and went to nowhere. It took a full hour to settle down. Bai Yin's spells hit the fishing rod one after another, and the spells floated away along the fishing line. After a while, I returned with my fishing rod, and there was a half-formed little world hanging on the hook. Chapter 632 Changyu Mansion. The fish hook took the little world all the way, smashed several stars, and dragged it straight back. Bai Yin fishes for stars. There is never any skill, only brute force. The small world is approaching, and through the chaotic time and space and the twisted world barriers, one can see the dazzling array of treasures in the small world. Bai Yin's eyes immediately lit up. This was the treasure trove promised by the Taoist master. At a glance, it was enough for her to complete the refining of the Jinxia Dao Palace. It was more than enough. It's rare for an old man to be generous. There is a Tengu behind the treasure house, but the Tengu's eyes are dull, and there is a pointing hole between its eyebrows. But instead of being pointed to death, it was as if someone experimented with the Tengu, failed halfway through the experiment, and threw the Tengu away casually. Bain's eyes fell on the Tengu, and his eyes lit up. Huh? It's this guy. She laughed loudly and patted Suhi's dragon mane. When I studied your previous life, it was too difficult to condense the soul and true spirit. So I first thought of starting with the divine beast. The divine beast. Divine soul and flesh are very much one. And I beat you half to death. The corpses are somewhat similar. The Tengu surrendered to the Yuanzun clan. But this thing's body is dead. But its consciousness has not yet dispersed. This thing has been floating randomly in the starry sky for 80,000 years. And it has not been refined by anyone. Instead, it has been attached to this small world. This is the fate. Suhi was surprised. Bain is really awesome. Suhi could only understand the name of what she was studying. Bain tapped lightly, and the small world opened up. And rare treasures flew out one after another. It turns into a river and rolls towards Bain. She took out a small palace model and enlarged it a little, turning it into a majestic palace. It looks very similar to the Jinxiadao Palace. It's just that it's still a phantom, not yet solidified. There are doorways in all directions, but there are no passages connecting them. Bain volleyed a little, and a flame was born out of thin air, refining the treasures in front of him one by one, turning into treasure energy and pouring into the shadow of the Tao Palace, and began to solidify the Tao Palace. Bain's face twitched slightly as he did so. It's a pity that we are not good at refining weapons. All the great treasures were wasted. God's fate has given her the best talent. Regardless of skills or divination, she can clearly understand it at a glance. He also knows a lot about refining weapons and elixirs, even having a lofty talk with an alchemist and weapon master. There is no problem. And he can even see the shortcomings of other top alchemy masters and weapon masters at a glance. But it's useless to do it yourself. It is clear that the orthodox methods of refining weapons and elixirs, as long as she takes action, will most likely result in a furnace explosion. Tian Xianzuan and elixirs and weapons are naturally at odds with each other. Even the evil-suppressing Taoist palace was not made through honest training. But she formed the formation to condense it. A large formation was set up to condense the vitality of heaven and earth and the origin of all things, turning it into the prototype of the Taoist palace. Then absorb the precious energy of the treasure, and solidify the phantom bit by bit. This is not a weapon refining. This is a prodigal. If this matter is left in the hands of the Northern Immortal Lord, even 1/10 of the treasure she needs will not be used. If it is given to that waste, there is no way to design such a Taoist palace that is as virtual as it is real. She refined the Tao Palace to seal the legend and existence of the dead Immortal Lord of the Yuanzun clan. The Northern Immortal Lord smashed his head and didn't know what to do. Suhi blinked. The scene was familiar. Ji Feishua had used a similar method to practice swordsmanship for him at the beginning, setting up a large formation to collect the treasures obtained from the Dark Dragon ruins, and extracting the treasures to create a square sword. But when Ji Feishua extracted the treasure, there was a refining furnace in the middle and formations on all sides, and not even half of the treasure was wasted. Buying is a waste of natural resources. If a treasure enters the palace of suppressing evil Tao, turns around in a circle and then escapes, at least half of it will be wasted. Wife, how about we get a refining furnace? Bain snorted. You still know how to refine weapons? Suhi was silent for a moment, knowing a little about weapon refining. After all, the three daughters-in-law and Ji Feishua spent the longest time together. However, his slight understanding is limited to showing off among the monks in the heaven-stepping realm, and he definitely knows nothing when facing the Immortal Lord. Suhi thought for a while, stretched out the dragon's beard and moved forward. Before he clicked it, Bain pulled the dragon's beard over and braided it together with the dragon's mane. He shook his body and transformed into a human being, stretched out his hand, and a picture unfolded in front of him. It was the scene where Ji Feishua condensed her treasure energy to temper the Sifang Dao on the building ship. I really don't understand, but Ji Feishua will be the best weapon refiner in the world in later generations. Does her weapon refinement technique have any reference value? Wife. Bain glanced at it, and the little tiger teeth came out. What do you mean? Do you think she doesn't know how to refine weapons? Bain snorted. I can find at least 3 faults with this weapon refining formation. Bain glanced at it and hummed. This is about being greedy. The treasure energy of any treasure will be extracted and refined into the refining furnace. The properties of the treasures refined in this way are messy. Who can use them? Unless they are used. People can have different attributes, and magic weapons with any attributes can be used. As she spoke, she glanced at Suhi. Damn it! Suhi's turtle body belongs to water. The peacock belongs to fire. The white tiger belongs to gold. And the green dragon belongs to wood. Each beast's body has distinct attributes. But once the human body appears, its attributes are mixed. Just like a hodgepodge of all attributes gathered together. Look at the knife in the refining furnace. Well, it was made for this stupid turtle. This is not a fault. But it can refine various attributes into one furnace. This method, in theory, she can do it. But if you really operate like this, the sea of stars will explode? This just doesn't count. But if she tempered countless treasures into the refining furnace in such a short period of time, how could the sword withstand it? Unless she is willing to spend 200,000 to 300,000 years to temper the blade. As she spoke, she looked at Suhi again. Suhi nodded slightly. 73,000 years. Ji-Feishua has been helping him refine swords since he left. For a total of 730,000 years. Bayan stopped talking and bared his teeth in a fierce gesture. Bah! You're a soft rice turtle. I felt a little bit sour in my heart. Suhi laughed, landed next to Bayan, put his hands around her slender waist, and arched her body against him. If I don't eat soft food, where in the world will I come from? He is alive only because of soft food. Bah! Bayan yelled at him, and glanced at the weapon refining scene that Suhi recalled. Real name Envy. She could also design such a formation. But if she had used a forging furnace, the evil suppressing Tao Palace that took 80,000 years to condense would have died today. Bayan still has a somewhat clear understanding of himself. Bayan sat on the gourd and kicked her feet. She took out 2 vermilion bird feathers and handed one to Suhi. Fengzu lent this to you. In addition, she reminds you that if you want to attain the vermilion bird body as soon as possible, you can walk for a while. Travel to the immortal volcano. She spoke a little more volley. A star map unfolded. But it was a star map of a sea of stars. It looks like a sea map. Seeing pieces of broken continents, Bayan clicked on the star map and pointed out a territory in the south. The immortal volcano is here. And it was the location of the Suzaku Emperor during the Heavenly Court period. Suhi nodded. A little too busy. The green dragon body is still in the process of inheritance and advancement. And Suzaku is also here. Bayan clicked on another Suzaku feather. And that feather fluttered towards the Jinxia Taoist Palace, and was inserted like an arrow at the Suzaku gate of the Taoist Palace. Bayan flipped his hand, and one large formation after another fell around the Suzaku gate. The light of the formation fell on the Suzaku feathers, and gradually the feathers began to melt like ice and snow. But instead of turning into liquid, it squirmed and grew larger, changing from reality to reality. Turn into illusion. The flames jumped on the feathers, and the avenue condensed. A loud call of the Suzaku was heard on its feathers. Then Ling Yu shook slightly and turned into a red bird, flying in the air. The strong scent of the vermilion bird wafted towards him, and Suhi's eyes focused instantly. The peacock's wings spread out behind him, and every wing was sensing the meaning of the vermilion bird. The Suzaku flew and circled, then slowly fell down after flying enough, landing on the south side of Jinxia Dao Palace. Its wings spread out, and its body turned into an illusory passage. It was much more illusory than the suppressing evil Dao Palace. Bayan raised his hand and moved the avenues, and the avenues converged into trickles, falling towards the Suzaku passage. The passage became more and more solid. This avenue was not understood by Bayan, but rather seemed to be a ready-made passage snatched by force. Bayan chuckled, winked at Suhi and said, "We have stayed in the original space for 10,000 years, and we have not stayed in vain. The geese are plucking their feathers, and the sky is 3 feet high. With so many ready-made avenues, it's never too much to glean a little. Suhi, this method cannot be learned." He also stayed in the origin space for a long time, and even left many Dao seals behind. But he only comprehended 1 or 2 of the Dao there at most. Suhi stretched out his hand a little, gathered up his red bird feathers, and put them on his wings. Suzaku flames burned on its wings. Suhi trembled and put away the flame, then sat next to Bayan and watched her sacrifice to the palace of suppression of evil. "Girl, where did this gourd come from? It looks familiar, but I have never seen it before." Bayan patted the gourd under him and laughed. "This is the first white cloud in my Bayan palace. It turned black due to some accident, and I turned it into a black gourd." "Yun?" Suhi was confused. Bayan slapped the gourd, and the gourd squirmed and turned into a black cloud. "The clumps are a bit cute." "Huh?" Suhi was surprised. He recognized this black cloud. The first time he made a fortune was when he plundered the inner treasury of Emperor Luan. At that time, There was a black cloud on top of the inner treasury. It's Bai Ling's pet. There he collected starlight and treasures to make a wine gourd. He also gave Su He some gourds. Now that He Yun spends most of his time huddled in the treasure house of Changyu Mansion. And sometimes he follows Ji Feishua to act cute and be exploited. It turns out that the heel is here. But now it seems that this black cloud is like a magic weapon. Without intelligence or consciousness. It's a pity. It's stupid, and stupid intelligence should have been formed later. No? Bain asked. Su He nodded. He who will guard the treasure house in our house in future generations has opened his spiritual wisdom. Bain laughed. Sure enough. She is also very powerful. She is not good at refining treasures. But she is good at transforming dead objects into demons. Bain gathered the black cloud into a comfortable position and sat on it. His fingers kept drawing talismans in the air. One talisman after another floated towards the Jinxia Palace and gradually condensed into the Suzaku passageway. Su He sat next to her and watched quietly, holding her waist, feeling the tight waist, and looking at it carefully. Su He had never systematically learned about talismans. The knowledge he gained was just like this. He watched his wife use it when refining treasures, drawing talismans, refining elixirs, etc., and picked up a little here and there. Watch Bain Qianqian draw symbols in the air with her bare hands, like flying jade butterflies, which is uniquely beautiful. Bain concentrated on painting and gradually stopped painting. A blush rose on his cheeks. He bared his tiger teeth in a gnashing manner and turned to look at Su He. The guy looked at her seriously, but the hand holding her unconsciously reached into her clothes and climbed to the top. While watching her draw talisman, she also learned to doodle in her pride. Su He saw her suddenly stop, still at a loss, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Don't you want to paint anymore?" Bain snorted and gritted his teeth, pulled her hand out. Su He was embarrassed. He didn't mean to do it. He was so focused that his hand reached up unknowingly. It was just a matter of habit. Bain glared at him. "You are quite experienced." Xianyi Wuhan was able to reach his hand. How many similar things must he have done? Su He was embarrassed. "Don't make trouble." Bain rolled his eyes at him and said busily, "Go and have some fun by yourself." As she spoke, she threw the small world towards Su He. She had taken out all the treasures inside and turned them into large formations falling in all directions. The little world has become an empty skin, and it is useless to come. At this moment, the small world looks like a huge pig urine. This small world is a bit strange. It is different from ordinary small worlds. It is not marked by a Taoist master or caught with a fishhook. It is even difficult to detect its existence. These ancient beings have to be ingenious even if they build a treasure house. I'm afraid that the treasures in this treasure house are not as valuable as this warehouse. The laws and avenues contained in this small world are strange and subtle, which can give Su He just enough insight. Bain once again focused on Jinxia Dao Palace. Su He raised his hand and placed it on the small world. Another familiar feeling came over me. He has seen this small world before. The body turned around and transformed into the true form of Qilong, escaping into the small world. This little world looks more and more familiar. This is Changyu Mansion, his home. Although the landscape in the small world looked different at the moment, Su He was sure this is Changyu Mansion. However, in later generations, Changyu Mansion was not an independent small world, but an existence similar to the cave heaven paradise. How did it transform from a small world into a paradise embedded in the main world? Su He circled around, unraveling the mystery bit by bit, and sorting out the rules of this small world. As time went by, the laws condensed into lines and fell on Su He, and he became like this, with a pair of dragon eyes and a halo of light shining. I don't know how far away. The Taoist master is teaching Su how to behave in this era. A Tai Chi diagram chases Su to the sky with no way to reach the earth. But he suddenly raised his head, looking surprised. Someone raided his lair. That was the place where he realized the great Tao in his first life. The 3,000 Tao condensed the world. And they are not solidified avenues, but simplified avenues after he understood and simplified them. Junior brother, want to copy your homework? Su He's eyes flickered and he swayed. In the small world, mountains rose and lakes fell. It is more and more similar to Changyu Mansion in later generations. Every time Su He's Qinglong real body swings, there is the sound of iron ropes breaking in the mountains and rivers. Understanding the laws of this world actually feels like refining the small world. Just at this moment, the Tengu, who had been wandering outside, fell in from the world barrier. He fell to the water with a bang. Chapter 633 Suzaku. Laws, like lines of cause and effect, are tied to Suhi's tail. The divine dragon is one with the world. At this moment, a Tengu crashed down. Just like a piece of food that fell into a frying pan. It suddenly became the target of public criticism. And the whole world suddenly fell down together with Suhi's power. A Tengu who has reached the 5th level of the sky is still physically dead. In the face of such power, it didn't even make a splash. And instantly collapsed. The whole dog melted away in an instant. The Tengu's body was shattered, leaving only the shadow of a black dog in place. Looking around in confusion. Woof! Woof woof! The black dog barked with a whimper. The next moment, he was swallowed up by the great avenue in the small world and turned into one body. The world fell silent again. Suhi once again fell into the process of sorting out the rules and comprehending the great road. Gradually, the dragon body turned into a human body, sitting cross-legged in the void, with the wings on its back flashing with Suzaku flames. At first, the flames were only on the wings, but slowly spread outward. Finally, it enveloped Suhi's whole body. Suhi's whole body was bathed in the vermilion flame. But he was not burned by the flame. There was even a somewhat contented expression on his face. It's like being bathed in sunshine in autumn. The flame shone for who knows how long. And the flames began to jump like candles. The flames became thicker and thicker, and then began to shrink and collapse. Finally, it stuck to Suhi's wings, forming a rich film. Then a pair of peacock feathers began to become illusory as the flame shrank. The transparency increases little by little until the petals are scattered all over the sky, flying and dissipating. The wings that had followed Suhi for decades disappeared. The moment the wings disappeared, Suhi let out a loud phoenix cry, spread out his arms and jumped up, transforming into the true form of a peacock. The peacock flaps its wings and flies in the air. There were screams one after another in his mouth, each one shriller than the last. And there seemed to be boundless pain. Suhi felt as if his whole body was falling into magma, as if a fire was about to ignite. But he is not afraid of fire. The phoenix true fire has never been extinguished from the moment it was ignited. Even if it is not exposed outside the body, it will still be burned inside the body. All the fires in the world cannot harm it in the slightest. But at this moment, my whole body felt an overwhelming burning sensation. The true blood circulates in the body like magma, turning into a scalding torrent. This feeling is just like when I swallowed the snow lotus in the Xianhuang cave heaven, and my body rapidly improved. The real blood, as hot as magma, flowed into the body from the wings, and slowly moved towards the heart, where the true blood flowed. The colorful peacock feathers burned and turned into ashes, but they immediately sprouted new feathers. From the outside, a line of fire burned across Suhi's body, and his feathers had been replaced. From the previous colorful colors, it turned into pure vermilion, like ruby and crystal clear red stone. There was fire like lava rolling inside the vermilion feathers, and when the feathers suddenly emerged, there was a blazing flame flickering with sparks. The moment new blood flows into his heart, all the feathers on his body turn into vermilion. The heart was beating violently, and there was a booming sound like muffled thunder and a drum. Suhi made a crackling sound like fried beans. It's the bones that are breaking and being reborn. His body grew bigger and bigger, and he spread his wings for tens of miles. With a slight wave, the whole world was filled with flames of red and gold. Looking from outside the small world suddenly turned into a red sun, with waves of heat blowing towards my face. Bain looked at it in surprise. Her man has cultivated his body? Damn it. It's so unfair. She had reached a bottleneck while refining the evil suppressing palace. But this guy was making progress every minute of the day. The gathering of Jinxiadao Palace has almost come to a standstill. The realm is too low. The power of the 4 realm immortals is not enough to completely condense the evil suppressing Dao Palace, and cannot support such a large formation. By inside, far away, Taoist Master opened his mouth, shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's it. That's all. I can't stop the opportunity when it comes. My junior brother, there is no need to be so stingy. It's just a small world, so I'll give it to my junior brother. At the moment when the vermilion bird flame was ignited, the great principles and laws of the small world tended to be burned and forged into one furnace. And even the mark he left in the small world seemed to be refined together. That small world is the place where he condenses the Tao. The junior brother combs the Tao there, and naturally gains a lot. The junior brother has had the peacock body for the longest time, second only to the dragon turtle who attained enlightenment. I am afraid he has already gained it over the years. A few days ago, he received the Suzaku feathers as a gift from Fengzu, and he is combing the path in the small world. It is natural that he will gain something. However, this small world does not belong to my junior brother, and the great ways within it cannot be used at will. It is somewhat painful, but it is normal. The Taoist master smiled, stretched out his right hand, put his 5 fingers together, and slashed down suddenly, and heard a crisp sound of glass on his body. In an instant, he severed all ties with the small world. The moment the Taoist master severed the connection, Bain heard a loud call of the Suzaku in the small world. The red light began to shrink. It shrinks smaller and smaller until it becomes a ball in the center. But the heat is getting stronger and stronger, as if even the world is melting. And then, it really melted. Such a big small world suddenly disappeared in front of her. Bain was surprised. She asked Suhi to understand the great ways and laws of the small world. But Suhi refined the entire small world. Stop making trouble. She can't afford this small world. Bain was shocked when he saw the space in front of him moving. An archway and gate tower squirms from small to large, and gradually takes shape. Through the gatehouse, you can see the situation in the small world at a glance. The entire world has shrunk. The small world that was previously at least several thousand miles in size is now at most 300 to 400 miles away. Mountains, rivers and lakes have all changed. At this moment, in the center of the small world, a large vermilion bird several times larger than a peacock was floating quietly. The red feathers were burning with flames, and the temperament was noble. But unlike the elegance of the phoenix, it was sharper and more murderous. So he took a long breath, turned into a flame, and burned his head into the void, and slowly opened his eyes. Look down at yourself. The whole body is as red as jade, with flames of gold and red intersecting, constantly puffing and puffing. The body becomes 3 or 4 times larger. This has still shrunk. It expanded to a full 20 or 30 miles just now. No smaller than my grandma. Then it gradually condensed again and shrunk to a fixed size now. But it hasn't become Suzaku yet. At this moment, it only has the appearance of Suzaku, with a bit of Suzaku's real fire. Just like before Xuanwu was achieved, the spirit snake was already condensed. At this moment, judging from the appearance alone, he is the same as Suzaku. But there is still some distance to go. But progress is progress. Suhi could feel that he was only 1 step away from the 3rd realm of Immortal Lord at this moment. If you take a slight step forward, you can pierce the window paper, even without the use of beetles or cheating. If we go back to 730,000 years ago, we can press the Bodhisattva Mahavatar to the ground and rub him on his own. And Suhi flapped his wings slightly and turned into a human body, standing in the void dressed in black. Although he has not yet attained Suzaku, the wings on his back are gone. Of course, the wing ability is still there, but the body is more perfect. If the green dragon body takes a further step and receives the dragon horns on its head, it will become a real human body. Suhi sat cross-legged, looking down at his hands, as if he had some realization in his heart. At this moment, his connection with this small world is extremely close. This is refining this small world. But he took advantage of the 3rd senior brother. If the Taoist master does not agree, he will not be able to refine this world. Suhi stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come out!" The space in all directions rippled, and a black dog appeared. As soon as it came out, it circled around Suhi, jumping up and down, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. Suhi was silent. It turns out that this is how the old dog of Changyu Mansion came to be. Previously, he linked up with the Changyu Mansion Avenue and shattered the Tengu's body. But he was too late to erase his inner consciousness. Instead, that consciousness merged into Changyu Mansion and turned into a spirit-like existence. They are not real weapon spirits. But Old Black Dog and Changyu Mansion have become one. Suhi looked at the playful black dog. He naturally hates Tengu. He has hunted many Tengu during the Ji Feishua era. But the black dog in front of him has remained loyal in later generations. At this moment, the black dog does not show any signs of being a heavenly dog at all. Does this guy still have any memory of his life? Suhi was confused when he saw a gourd floating in from the door. Bain sat cross-legged on the gourd, resting his elbows on his thighs, supporting his face with one hand, looking at the black dog and saying, "It's okay. I've already washed it. It's clear. This consciousness has nothing to do with Tengu. It's a real dog. The black dog has been integrated with this small world. Suhi burned it with fire before, which was equivalent to refining this small world. At this moment, he is the true master of the black dog. Black dog. Loyal. Suhi felt relieved immediately. Bai Yin cut things and never made mistakes. Suhi laughed, dodged and landed on the gourd, sitting next to Bai Yin, wrapping his left hand around her waist and holding her hand with his right hand. You don't have to control the Tao Palace anymore? Bai Yin suddenly became resentful. Did I ask the wrong question? Suhi sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere and naturally changed the subject with a roll of his eyes. Sister Clan, how much do you know about Fengzhu? The old phoenix seemed to have no less secrets than Taizu. It is clear that he has lived the longest, but he always stays in the seventh realm of Immortal Lord. After facing Li Huyuan's consciousness 2,000 years ago, several others went into seclusion to seek breakthroughs. But Fengzhu did not even go into seclusion. Moreover, the time and space channel was previously determined. The Taoist master never took action. Bai Yin never took action. But Fengzhu showed up instead. Bai Yin shrugged. I don't know. That phoenix is too mysterious. She really sees the vicissitudes of the sea and the changes in the world. Now I can even predict the Taoist master in this life. But Fengzhu still can't. She glanced at Suhi. Suhi does not belong to this world, and his fate is uncertain. Suhi has never found this person. But Fengzhu is everywhere. If an ordinary hexagram master calculates it, the two people will have the same result. Sometimes he is a beggar. Sometimes he is an emperor. Or he is an immortal or a strange beast. However, Suhi has no destiny and is randomly generated. But Fengzhu believed that every fate was true. It's amazing. Bai Yin once explored it. And then, Fengzhu gave her too much and bought out Bai Yin's power to predict her. Bai Yin has not considered Fengzhu's fate for a long time. Suhi blinked. This was quite different. He was completely different from him. He was a time traveler. So it was natural that he was a bit special. Girl, could Fengzhu be the first living being in this world? Suhi suddenly thought of something and asked. Bai Yin shrugged. Then who knows? If she doesn't say it, no one knows. Or maybe you can ask your old turtle some other time? Gutai of this era knew nothing. But Taizu of Suhi's own era should have no secrets that could be hidden from him in all the worlds. Bai Yin spoke and volleyed a little. In the small world, the avenues, laws, and the origin of the small world were ignited by Suhi Juchua's true fire, and squirmed to form a trace of the original power. It fell down, fell into her hand, and turned into a jade pendant. Maybe this was once the Taoist master's territory? With too many traces of the Taoist master. Even the jade pendants condensed in the small world all look like Tai Chi. Jade is divided into yin and yang. And yin fish and yang fish can be separated. Bai Yin looked at the jade pendant in his hand, and his eyes lit up. He threw the jade pendant into the air and pointed at it. This jade pendant was connected to the entire small world. Bai Yin drew talismans in the air, and each talisman fell on the jade pendant. Gradually, Suhi sensed that there was an extra key to Changyu Mansion. The jade pendant has become the key to this world. After doing all this, Bai Yin waved, took back the jade pendant, broke off the yin fish and put it in Suhi's hand. With a hint of shamelessness on his face, half when we meet. I want half of this cave. I'll give you a key. She liked this cave. After being burned by Suhi, the small world actually felt a bit like a paradise in the cave. It was a natural blessed place embedded in the heavens and worlds. Suitable for settling down. Bai Yin laughed and said, do you want to give it a name? Suhi looked at the yin fish in his hand and felt that this world was so interesting. Yin fish. Yang fish. This is the key that Changyu Mansion has been releasing in the future. Lovers each get one. And when they are combined, they can enter Changyu Mansion. Moreover, there was more than one key in later generations. And Changyu Mansion would release 2 keys every once in a while. It was not until Suhi got it, rolled the dice with 3 times the quality points, and truly became the master of Changyu Mansion that he stopped casting a wide net. Give me a name. Suhi laughed. How about naming this jade Ding Qing? When Suhi saw this jade pendant for the first time, it was called Ding Qing. Now looking at Bai Yin's eyes, he naturally would not change the name. How can it be changed? Bai Yin was startled, then laughed loudly. Bah! Who asked you to name the jade pendant? I asked you the name of the cave. Although she said this, Suhi sensed the information coming from the jade pendant the next moment. It's called Determined Love. Suhi was overjoyed. He held Bai Yin's hand tighter and looked at her with a smile. Of course the cave is called Changyu Mansion. The moon is always bright. And people are always there. One day, like the full moon, people will truly meet in this world. Bai Yin said nothing, savoring it for a moment, then gently danced his fingers. and the three big characters Changyu Mansion appeared on the newly created gate tower. Woo! Woof woof. The black dog walked away from Su-hee and ran happily around Changyu Mansion. The black dogs of later generations are really like weapons and spirits. Being able to communicate with others through various means has opened up spiritual wisdom. The black dog at this moment is just a simple dog. And his knowledge is not even as good as that of ordinary native dogs. I am excited when I see water. And I am excited when I see mountains. There is no awareness of the weapon spirit at all. Bayan smiled, waved his hand, and a courtyard fell into Changyu Mansion. If you have to guard the Sea of Stars for a long time, it would be quite nice to have a cave where you are not afraid of being spied on. When I was gathering the key just now, I had set some restrictions. Now no one could see the scenery inside through the gate tower. Su-hee looked towards the yard and saw that what Bayan threw was not the appearance of the Changyu Mansion building in later generations. It's just a temporary cave. But although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. There are not only alchemy rooms and utensil rooms, but also warehouses, kitchen rooms, living rooms, everything. Su-hee's eyes fell on the master bedroom, where there was also a mandarin duck quilt. Chapter 634 Bloody Disaster. Su-hee's eyes instantly lit up. Bah! My head is full of mush. Bayan poked him hard, causing him to giggle first. He was laughing so hard. Jump off the gourd and step on the chill lake. Looking at this small world that seems like nirvana and rebirth. Su-hee then fell. His feet were empty, and he almost staggered. There were no wings on the back. So I felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Just like when I woke up and became a turtle. Seeing his appearance, Bayan immediately smiled even more cheerfully. Ah! You can't call him Birdman anymore. Su-hee smiled and shook his head, shaking his body to adapt to this situation. He caught up with Bayan in 2 steps, held her hand, and asked softly, Sister, the Baizhe Tower is actually used to store secrets, right? The legend of the Yuanzun clan cannot exist in the Baizhe Tower? Bayan pulled Su-hee and ran barefoot on Chiu Lake, throwing off his 2 boots. Listening to Su-hee's words, he smiled and said with disdain, Stupid, you are already an immortal. And you still don't know this? Normally, all the secrets of the immortal lord would already be known to him. Baizhe Tower is not used to store secrets. It is used to record history. Is there any difference? Su-hee blinked and didn't understand. Bayan laughed and said, Baizhe is the historian of the Heavenly Palace. Everything he records reaches the ears of the Heavenly Emperor. Only the Heavenly Emperor can review it. If others review it, they will have to bear the consequences. As she spoke, she looked at Su-hee. Do you understand? The purpose of what Baizhe records is not to be sealed. It is to show it to the Emperor of Heaven. Su-hee was silent for a moment, and his eyes suddenly widened. Sister Clan, what you are saying is that even if the senior brother was an eternity ago, he could still know all the things in the world in these years through Baizhe? Bayan glanced at him. This man was not hopelessly stupid. So, in fact, our Xianwan can also connect the past and the present. And connect the past and the present? Just like Yuanzun? Bayan giggled and moved his palms back and forth in the moonlight, provoking the moonlight to chase the small fish at the bottom of the lake, scaring the small fish into panic. After hearing what Su-hee said, he smiled and said, One way. Only the Emperor of Heaven can know what is happening now. But humans cannot confirm the Emperor of Heaven's condition now. However, the Yuan has not flowed down the river yet, which proves that the Emperor of Heaven is still alive, even if he is not well, and still has the ability to stop the Yuan. What about Bai Zibang? Su-hee asked. It's been a long time since I've seen Bai's list. Ever since he learned that Xingxuan can travel through the past and present. Su-hee's name on Baizhe's list has become unique, and his ranking is unstable. He will be in the top 30 at one moment, and fall out of the list at another. It has no reference value. And Su-hee advanced too quickly. The enemy the day before yesterday was still on the young dragon list. But today, he suddenly became a figure in the top 30. If he returns this time, if he wants, he can probably drag Baizhe out and give him a good beating, and then take his name off Baizhe's list. Bayan Yueguang tied up a difficult-to-delivery female fish, helped her deliver the baby, then threw the female fish into the lake, untied Yueguang, and shook her head. I don't know about this. Probably even Baizhe himself doesn't know about it. But I have calculated it. Bayan spoke, holding his chest out and raising his head with pride. From Su-hee's perspective, Chiu Lake was below. Bayan stood barefoot on the lake. The moonlight shone from above, covering Bayan like silk, and her wrinkles were blocked by her pride. When Bayan moved, The proud mother trembled fiercely, and disturbed the moonlight. Suhi swallowed dryly, and heard Bai Yin say proudly, Bai Zibang has many possibilities. But he is probably choosing soldiers for the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven can accurately know the behavior and methods of every genius and powerful person through Bai Zibang. And then, he can make corresponding arrangements. Once the two eras come together one day, he can make the most suitable deployment of troops and generals in an instant. Bai Yin said, with a rare serious look on his face, and I suspect that the Emperor of Heaven's original idea of making Bai Zibang was probably to use Bai Zibang to drag the right people directly to the ancient times. Suhi was startled, and his eyes suddenly moved away from Bai Yin's trembling pride. Can my father-in-law do it? Wouldn't that mean he traveled through time and space like him? Bai Yin immediately gritted his teeth and called him father-in-law. Emperor of Heaven. Was he still thinking of other women? However, he still answered Suhi's question and shook his head. Probably not. I haven't heard of any evidence so far. The Emperor of Heaven had a good idea, but failed to do it. Pulling people across the long river of time and space into the past is something that only she, Tian's immortal master, has ever succeeded in doing. Proud? Bai Yin held her head high, and was proud when she saw a big face coming towards her, and he kissed her hard on the mouth. My wife is indeed the most powerful. Even the Emperor of Heaven cannot compare with her. Bai Yin was startled, then stared at Suhi with a half smile but not a smile. I will keep these words. One day I will meet your eldest daughter-in-law. Suhi, stop making trouble. The eldest brother had a history of beating his junior brother, and especially because of his father-in-law's status. Suhi had no choice but to fight hard. Suhi hugged Bai Yin and cupped her head. When did the dignified immortal Tians learn to tell stories? Bai Yin hid behind him. Hey! Your dragon horns hurt me. Suhi laughed. Almost. Judging from Suzaka's body, he can take back the dragon's horns without waiting for the enlightenment of Qilong. Even now, Suhi's body time is infinitely close to filling the sky. Holding Bai Yin in his arms, and feeling the softness of her waist, Suhi saw that the word estrus on the Ichio Mingjian had evolved into pure gold. It shines brightly, as if it wants to become completely fixed. Sister clan, let's dance. Suhi held Bai Yin tightly in his arms. The first time I saw the clan sister's physical state was in Bai Ling's small world. The consciousness left by Bai Ling danced a devil dance. Mesmerizingly beautiful. You just want to watch a dance? Bai Yin stared at him with a smile. Suhi's breathing suddenly became rapid. Well, of course, it would be better to have music. Okay. Bai Yin laughed, and withdrew from Suhi's arms. With a tap of his jade foot, it landed 3 feet away. With a flick of his finger, the water in the autumn lake jumped, forming a curling fairy sound. The full moon rises from the clouds. The moonlight flows on the water, like a mirror or jade, and the breeze blows and flutters the fairy's clothes. Bai Yin's arms are slightly spread, and his body is like a colorful ribbon. It was just the beginning, and Suhi's heart was broken. I don't know where to put my eyes. Already completely intoxicated, listening to the sound of water flowing makes me want to become even more intoxicated. Then, I saw the fairy in a dancing pose, with her feet slightly lowered. Just when Suhi thought the dance was about to begin, Bai Yin ran forward. Hee. Idiot! I don't want to dance for you. Bai Yin laughed loudly. We haven't danced since we were young, so I want to see your Bai Ling. Escaped. Escaped? Suhi was immediately scratching his head. If you don't know how to jump, just say so. After setting up a battle formation for a long time and letting others get ready, he ran away? Stop! Suhi chased after him. I don't want it. Bai Yin stepped on the water of Chiu Lake and ran forward after Hao Yue. After avoiding the prey of Suhi's hungry tiger, he laughed and said, Hey, brother. The way you were drooling just now is so ugly. Bai Yin ran and mocked unscrupulously. Suhi suddenly became furious and rushed towards Bai Yin in a flash. Woman! You pissed me off. Bai Yin's body spun like a top, and he escaped with a bit of laughter at his feet. Regarding his own realm, Bai Yin is the immortal master of the 4 realms. Even if his own existence is incomplete, there is no problem in beating Suhi. Moreover, Bai Yin is good at divination. Even if he talks about it, he can't predict Suhi in the slightest. But during the chase, Suhi tried to catch her every time he saw him, but she always managed to escape from weird angles. One chases, and one flees as the moon reaches the zenith in the sky. The 2 of them stopped at some point. One did not escape, and the other was not caught. But they sat on the waves with their fingers crossed, looking side by side at the bright moon above their heads. Sister clan, how is the battlefield down below? Bain rolled his eyes at him. Want to ask Bing Tuozi? Yes. Suhi said coquettishly. Bain suddenly became furious. Bah! You missed other women in front of me and asked me for news. Little clan brother. You have strong wings. The wings are gone. Suhi smiled bitterly. And Tantai pressed the stone tablet down from the Sea of Stars. The passage of the Sea of Stars is controlled by the Yuanzun clan. If there is no accident, it will rush into the rear of the Yuanzun clan. How can you not be worried? Don't ask. Bain bared his teeth. Today you are mine. She spoke domineeringly, and poked Suhi's chest with her green jade fingers, pushing Suhi towards the water. The rolling water turned into a rocking chair to support Suhi. Bain turned over and sat on his waist, twirling his long hair and poking Suhi's face. Little clan brother. It's been several days since Bing Tuozi left with the Tianjin monument. And you just remembered to ask. Are you not afraid of Tantai's heart? Broken? Bai Yin's performance meant that Tantai was safe. Even the battlefield below was clear. Suhi was relieved. Rock the rocking chair and raise your body a little. Bain immediately slid down and felt something strange underneath him, exclaiming in surprise. You used a square knife to beat me up. Suhi smiled and said nothing. Not a knife. In an instant, the always bold Tian's immortal lord dodges his eyes. You are so presumptuous. Are you not worried about Bing Tuozi anymore? Suhi scolded her even more and said with a smile, Tantai will be fine. I believe her. The immortal lord of the sixth realm needs to be nourished by dual cultivation. Looking at the past and present, there are very few people who can really hurt her. Bai Yin even evaded his tone, but pretended to be firm. Don't think that the sixth realm immortal lord is so powerful. I saw her suffer a bloody disaster a few days ago. Ever since this turtle appeared in ancient times, Tantai's fate has been unpredictable. Husband and wife are one body, and their names are on the marriage certificate. Bai Yin is not considered Tantai. But Tantai couldn't stand the sight of a bloody disaster. When? Suhi asked with a frown. Just on the day you come back. Made through? Suhi suddenly laughed. A strange look flashed in the corner of his eyes, and there was a bit of arrogance in the strangeness. Girl, didn't you look in the mirror? Didn't you see that you were also in a bloody disaster today? Huh? Bai Yin raised his head in surprise. Nonsense. Even if the hexagram does not predict her, she will always have warning signs of disaster. But she doesn't feel anything. In this era, there is no one who can hurt me, Bai Yin said proudly with his chest raised. There are many people with higher realms than her. But now even Down Master and Li are in her calculations. Who can hurt her? Me, Suhi said softly. Bai Yin was startled. And then she felt a chill on her body. 2 streams of water coiled around her body, and they untied her clothes instantly like tentacles. The autumn wind blew, giving her a slight chill. Then, there was a touch of warmth, and Bai Yin was startled and looked down. Then he saw that Suhi was full of pride. Bai Yin screamed and straightened up in an instant. Even his breathing stopped. You? Bai Yin's whole heart clenched together. Ever since you were a kid, in hundreds of thousands of years, have you ever experienced anything like this? I was at a loss for a moment. After being obsessed for a long time. Suhi raised his head, looking at the stunned Bai Yin. He felt her uncontrollable trembling. This girl seems to be bold and dares to do anything. But it turned out to be the most sensitive of the 3. Sister clan, are you afraid? Suhi asked softly. Bai Yin's breathing stopped, and he suddenly realized that the bloody disaster he mentioned turned out to be such a disaster. She didn't know how to answer. Her mind went blank. Then I felt a thought coming into the sea of consciousness. The art of harmony between one and Phoenix? Pair. Double cultivation method. Bai Yin felt the technique coming from Suhi, and his mind went blank. The next moment, I felt that this technique was somewhat familiar. It turned out to be here. A few days ago, Thingzhu sent a piece of altered martial arts fragments. It turns out that Wanfeng and Mingshu were modified and patched. This is Wu Huang's way to regain his own existence. Fengzhu had known her state. She didn't know how long she had been thinking about such a perfect modification of the technique. Where did your technique come from? Where are your clothes? Bai Yin was asking about the technique. But suddenly he realized that Suhi's clothes had disappeared. Suhi got up. His black robe was not real clothes, but was formed naturally when he was practicing Xuanwu. It is transformed by its own power and Taoist charm. He has 4 sets of this kind of clothes. 1 each for black, white, red and green. It's just that the red and green are not yet complete. And now only the black and white can appear normally. Non-entity. Naturally take off and put on at will. That's not important. Suhi's breath was hot, and he raised his head and kissed her lips. As soon as the four lips touched, Bain suddenly softened. I had kissed Suhi many times, but this time and the first time, I was at a loss and couldn't even control my breath. After an unknown amount of time, Suhi let go of his lips and seemed to be going down. Bain immediately panicked. You? Please don't mess around. The fairy's voice sounded a little frightened. Don't worry, Suhi said in a very soft voice. I won't just kiss you. Just kissing? Bain breathed a sigh of relief, but somehow felt a little disappointed. But this thought still came up. He suddenly panicked again. Suhi wanted to suffocate himself in tenderness again. Bain's breathing was short, and he lost track of where he was for a moment, and his eyes became blurred. In the mist, I only feel that my body is in the water, and my soul is in the sky. I don't know anything. I want to catch something, but I can't catch anything. It wasn't until he was confused and felt a strange feeling that he suddenly woke up and looked down at Suhi in horror. You? Do? What? Suhi looked up from his confused look. Just a kiss. No. Bain was horrified. She was really scared. The clan sister is too sensitive and cannot bear it. Suhi stopped embarrassing her and turned back. He was full of pride again and said inarticulately, Okay. Bain breathed a sigh of relief. But she could barely accept it. Panting, his eyes gradually closed again, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. Unknowingly, Suhi lifted his body half a foot up and then pressed him down. A confused exclamation. Jackdaws startled in the forest. You lied to me. You said you only wanted to kiss. Sister clan, please don't accuse people unjustly. What I'm talking about is not just a kiss. There were several jackdaws in the forest, croaking, flying up to Chill Lake and passing by Chill Lake. Their voices were stimulated by the water vapor rising from the lake, and they actually became gentle. Chapter 635 Bain. Why? Missing him? On the Chill Lake in Changyu Mansion, Ji Feishu had touched her flat belly and looked at the independent woman next to her with a smile. Yes. Su Huanyan looked back. This time, my husband has been gone for too long. 13 years have passed. Although according to Taizu, most of that time, my husband has spent most of his time in the River of Time. He traveled back to the ancient times, but stayed for more than a month before escaping into the River of Time with the passage of time and space. The next appearance was 2,000 years later. They had spent these 2,000 years in the long River of Time, using 13 years of real time. The passage of time is too heavy and has been dragged down for too long. Ji Feishua's eyes lit up. Sister Su had nothing but a little. Never lie to cover yourself up. This was the case decades ago. If you like your little husband, you just like it, even if your little husband was just a turtle at that time. Moreover, there has never been any precedent for a mythical beast to be transformed into a human body. At least not in the eyes of the current world. She never cared about other people's opinions, and she dared to directly call a dragon turtle husband even when walking outside. It's still the case now. I think about it. Just thought about it. Especially this time. It was even more difficult to endure the fact that they were married day and night, and were suddenly separated for more than 10 years. However, this girl's talent is really terrifying. She only advanced to the 6th level of heaven talking with the little man. 13 years later, she has reached the edge of 7th level. If an ordinary monk was in this state, he would have advanced to the 7th level of heaven talking. Su Huanyan was suppressing and going to extremes. Her ladder is extremely dazzling. Only the last 2 steps are left to reach the fairy gate. But she refused to go up, and kept lingering in front of the immortal gate. Consolidating. The great road merges into the immortal gate, which has been polished into a beautiful place. Ji Feishua saw Su Huanyan's immortal sect and was shocked. If you can go back to the ancient times and reach the 7th level of the sky, you will be qualified to open the immortal gate. Just tap and it will open. Su Huanyan had a lot of experience in his previous life, and Ji Feishua never said anything about his spiritual practice. Su Huanyan has his own plans. Looking at the peerless fairy with lovesickness in her eyes, Ji Feishua smiled sweetly. Sister Su, come with me. I'll show you something good. Ji Feishua giggled, hooked her finger at Su Huanyan, and headed towards the deep mountains of Changyu Mansion. Su Huanyan didn't know why and followed her. Then, Ji Feishua took her to the foot of a steep cliff not far from the snow-capped mountains where she practiced in seclusion. Under Su Huanyan's confused gaze, he raised his hand to move a mountain away. 3 jade boxes were exposed under the mountain. 1 big, 1 medium, 1 small. For some reason, Su Huanyan's eyes naturally fell on the big jade box. And he couldn't look away anymore. This jade box is ordinary. Just carved from ordinary beautiful jade. The carving technique is also extremely poor, and the texture is very ugly. But she could tell at a glance that the ugly lines were left by her husband. Just like the word husband. Ugly. The jade box is very old, and has been integrated with the mountain. It seems to be at least 20 to 30 million years old. This is... Su Huanyan trembled slightly. Hush. Ji Feishue chuckled. I found this when renovating Changyu Mansion. It should be something left by my husband in ancient times. Do you want to see it? As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the other smallest jade box. It's probably a woman's sixth sense. And she instantly knows which one is hers. Ji Feishue seemed to be gritting her teeth as she spoke. Asshole. Su Huanyan's was so big. But hers was so small. The difference is hundreds of times. Eccentric. Even Bai Ling's is half the age of Su Huanyan. It was also because of this that she had discovered this place a long time ago. But never took it out. And even tried not to look at it. It was not until this time, when Su he returned from 730,000 years ago, that she and the little man were truly reunited. 13 years have passed since Su Huanyan fell in love. So why didn't she? Su Huanyan's hands trembled slightly. With a slight click at the foot of the mountain, the jade box flew out. Falls on the hand. Ji Feishue also took out her own small box, and looked at the jade box in the middle. She rolled her eyes and smiled. Sister Su. Bai Ling is dead. Do you want me to take out her jade box for my husband? Su Huanyan suddenly raised his head. No. She didn't react until she shouted, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Ji Feishue teased her. How could Bai Ling die? Su Huanyan didn't know Bai Ling, but his memory had recovered a lot. If he didn't know Bai Ling, would he still know Bai Yin? Her husband said that Bai Yin's reincarnation was different from hers. Bai Yin had changed her body, but she was still completely herself. Never lost my memory. Never changed. Bai Yin, how could he die? Even if the world is destroyed, nothing will happen to her. No one can kill her if she doesn't want to. Okay. Okay. Listen to my sister. Ji Feishue chuckled and put down the mountain. His eyes also turned to the jade box in his hand. There is an exquisite mechanism on it. This thing must be designed by someone with a sophisticated mind. She can do it. Bai Ling can do it. Others probably can't. Bai Yin from ancient times? With a gentle flick, the jade box opened. Ji Feishue only glanced inward, and then suddenly fell silent. A pair of copper bells lay quietly inside, looking exactly the same as her concentric bells. The only difference is the two ugly words on Tongling. Sister. Ji Feishue's heart trembled inexplicably, and she gently picked up the copper bell. The bell rang 4 times. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Ding bell ding bell. The two sounds are from the copper bell. And the two sounds are from the copper bell. Just like the spirit of the instrument. But not the weapon spirit. Instead, endless thoughts, like a lifetime of lovesickness, turned into ringtones, and rang into Ji Feishue's heart. 4 bells rang, and the jade box beeped and shattered, turned into jade powder all over the sky. The lovesickness is so heavy that the jade box cannot bear it. Ji Feishue held the copper bell, and her body trembled slightly. The weight of her emotions was not comparable to the 730,000 years she had suffered. She was lovesick and fell ill. Her emotions and memories were cut off, and she turned into a clone and suffered. Little men don't have this means, so they turn their emotions into physical objects. See things and miss people. What did that guy experience in Taiku? Aren't there Bai Ling and Tantai there? How could they have such an experience? How could this be possible without millions of years of hardship? Ji Feishue's breathing became rapid. She turned around and saw a zither lying quietly in the jade box that Su Huanyan had opened. The production techniques are ordinary, but the charm is the best. Su Huanyan gently plucked the strings, just like her concentric bells. 1 string and 2 notes. 1 for the piano, and 1 for the lovesickness. The endless sound of the piano leads to the loneliness, and the endless love and affection, as if there is nothing external in the world. Only lovesickness. Su Huanyan was stunned on the spot. His gaze fell on Gusei motionless. Only his pupils could not help but tremble. There are 50 strings of brocade strings for no reason. Each string and 1 column reminds me of my good years. Every word is carved in my heart like a knife. What happened to my husband in the ancient times? Ji Feishue's black hair flew up in an instant, and lightning flashed behind her. Even the void was split into pieces. Let's go, she said, grabbing Su Huanyan. kicking the space and dragging her away. When he reappeared, he was already in the sea of stars. Old turtle. Ji Feishue pulled Su Huanyan and appeared directly next to Taizu. Staring at him, half of Taizu's body sank in the galaxy, and the power of the stars in the galaxy rippled on him like water waves. With a contented look on his face, the old turtle looked at his two grandchildren's wives below, whose breathing was obviously unstable. These two are the most favored granddaughter-in-laws of the dragon turtle clan. One has given birth to a baby dragon turtle, and the other has his own blood in his belly. What's wrong? Who bullied you two? Taizu's power was faintly displayed. In all the worlds now, who doesn't want to die? When Xian Huang is no longer hiding, who dares to touch his grandson-in-law? Ancestor, what happened in the ancient times? What happened to my husband? Su Huanyan's voice was a little labored. Huh? Taizu looked at the two treasures with surprise in his eyes. He has personally experienced ancient things, but he never knew when this was left. When had Turtle Boy ever had such strong emotions? Ji Feishue looked at Taizu. What did he experience in Taiku? Taizu shook his head. It cannot be spoken. And I cannot say it. Back then, everyone had spent tremendous efforts to obliterate these things in the long river of history. How could they be mentioned casually? Especially he couldn't say it. When he speaks alone, his voice is more serious than if billions of people sing along. Su Huanyan's arms holding Chinsa trembled slightly, and his voice had a faint tremor. Then, has your husband come back? How long did it take to come back? Was he okay when he came back? She even wanted to forcefully break through the fog and retrieve the memories of her past life. Now I only remember what happened when my husband traveled through the ancient times 2,000 years ago. But I don't know the rest. Taizu pondered for a moment. This can be said. He will not return until about 30 years. He is very good. I only remember that he can open the 6th level of heaven at any time before he comes back. And he has already reached the 7th level of the Immortal Lord. There is no one in this world who can hurt him. Su Huanyan's breathing slowly calmed down. The credibility of Taizu's words is still extremely high. Taizu said it's okay. So it means it's really okay. After traveling for more than 40 years, I have experienced too many things, especially in such a turbulent era. Or maybe there was some experience that Taizu didn't know that led to Ji Feishue's ringtone and her brocade. Su Huanyan hugged Jins a little tighter. The deep emotions that came from Jins made her insides feel severe pain. I don't know why, but I feel the same way. It's as if she has experienced it too. Husband, what are you doing now? Su Huanyan murmured. Taizu smiled and said, according to the time, Tian Xianzun is with me right now. Right? Su Huanyan was startled. And then he saw that Ji Feishue's face had recovered and even a hint of anger rose in her eyes. That pervert. Ji Feishue snorted. They were worried about him. But he was intoxicated in the gentle land. She would dig out Bai Ling's jade box when she went back later. She wanted to see what was inside Bai Ling. And Sister Sue's copper bell only has the word sister. Sister Sue has a poem. It is better to use my sister's name in the poem, to capture the emotions and scenery. When did that guy have such literary talent? When my father recovers in the future, won't we have a common language with him? Hee. My little husband? Very good. She can write poetry. But she only has Sihua years, and nothing about Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue gritted her teeth. Then he looked at the copper bell in his hand. The word sister on the bell was deeply imprinted with lustiness. It's so ugly. Ji Feishue let out a chuckle. Taiku. Changyu Mansion. The soft chanting is like the breeze and the flowing water. It sounds gentle, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes low. The low moan suddenly became urgent again. The soft chanting carries the excitement of Chio Lake. The surface of the lake is calm, but the turbulence comes from below. The two of them sank to the bottom of the lake at some unknown time. Bain has lost his previous shyness and nervousness, and even took the initiative to seize the main attacking position. He was lying on the bottom of the lake, with her sitting on him. As he rose and fell, he felt his heart and soul drifting to nowhere. Bain is so good at it. I was just a bit inexperienced before, but I have rich theoretical knowledge. I have definitely taken a peek at treasure books such as The Secret History of the Beauty Fairy and The Tactful Fairy. The bottom of the water has a unique charm. He is pressed under her. As the white sound rises and falls, the water of Chio Lake ripples. The white sound does not droop slightly like the water surface, but floats and vibrates, impacting back and forth with the current. So beautiful. The bright moon above my head gradually sets. Bain slowed down slowly, trembled slightly while sitting on him, and lay softly on Suhi. just as Soo-hee was about to open his mouth. She came up to him and pressed all the words he wanted to say on the tip of his tongue. "Stop talking and help me." The white sound reaches the ears. Soo-hee then sensed that completely different Wan Feng and Ming techniques came from Bai-yin. Dual cultivation is normal, but Bai-yin's Wan Feng and Ming skills are constantly searching for something after entering his body. Soo-hee's consciousness couldn't help but follow the true energy that formed one body between the two of them. Then he saw stars lighting up inside his body. Every star exudes two auras that blend together and are inseparable. One is his own breath, and the other is Bai-yin's. Is this the part of Bai-yin that was integrated into his body? These existences have long been integrated with Soo-hee and become one body. Being lit up at this moment. Does Bai-yin need to take it back? Soo-hee gently bit the tongue that was running around in his mouth, trying to drive away the stars, and moved towards Bai-yin's body along the place where the two met, but was pinched by Bai-yin, preventing him from moving. Then, Soo-hee saw that as the two people's true energy merged, an identical star gradually condensed next to each star, like a copy of the original star. As soon as the clone appeared, it flowed to Bai-yin's body along with the true energy. 1, 2, and then they suddenly became a piece, turning into a sea of stars, rolling away. Soo-hee suddenly opened his eyes and felt the aura of Bai-yin in his arm suddenly increase. From the unstable immortal realm, he rose step by step. The limits of the 4 realms, the limits of the 5 realms, the limits of the 5 realms. But before they stopped, avenues appeared above the two of them. This is the avenue that Bai-yin has comprehended and mastered. However, his body has not been able to bear the burden in recent years, and he has never settled on the avenue. His own realm has never been improved. A white jade fairy gate opened, and another white voice was seen sitting quietly in the fairy gate, with the 8 diagrams suspended behind him. Avenues rushed towards the Bai-yin immortal sect. There was a whisper of fairy sounds in the fairy gate, and suddenly there was a sound of thunder, and the fairy in his arms broke into the 6th realm of the immortal. The long river of the avenue seems to be endless, still surging towards the immortal sect. The aura of Bai-yin is still rising steadily. In the immortal gate, the light of the avenue became more and more concentrated, illuminating the entire Changyu mansion through the immortal gate. The long roads and rivers are rushing towards the immortal gate, as if they are afraid that the immortal gate will be closed if they are late. Soo-hee sensed that after entering the 6th realm of immortal venerable, the girl's aura was still rising, getting higher and higher. It felt to him that she had surpassed the northern immortal venerable. She was even closer to Jian Xian when they first met. But up to this moment, the long river of avenue hanging above their heads has not been exhausted even halfway. This girl wants to enter the 7th realm directly, as if to satisfy Soo-hee's curiosity. As the long rivers of avenues settled down, Soo-hee felt that Bai-yin's aura was really heading straight for the 7th realm immortal lord. Is this girl so fierce? But at this moment, Bai-yin's uvula suddenly retreated from Soo-hee's mouth, opened his eyes, and looked up at the sky. The long river of the avenue became more and more fierce, rolling and rushing towards the immortal gate. A hint of joy rose on Bai-yin's face. Yeah, I almost hit the 7th realm, so I don't want to. Stop. She raised her head and yelled urgently, and the rushing river suddenly stopped, seemingly unwilling to give in, and everyone was squirming and wanting to get in. But at this moment, the immortal gate suddenly closed and gradually faded and disappeared. Soo-hee didn't know why and looked at the beauty in his arms in surprise. Bai-yin looked frightened. It was just a little bit close. It was so dangerous. She looked at Soo-hee and giggled. Don't enter the 7th realm. The 7th realm's divination is out of control. You can see the ending of everything at a glance. How boring. The ending that can be seen directly is fixed and cannot be changed. Isn't it boring? Soo-hee was stunned. The other 7 realms that other immortals risked their lives to enter. But Bai-yin was disliked? Chapter 636 is coming. Can Bai-yin enter the 7 realms at any time? Soo-hee was surprised. I always felt like this guy was trying to scare him. The realms of Bai-yin and Tantai have never been comparable. So it's not like Tantai has just entered the 6th realm, and she can enter the 7th realm. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't open my mouth. As Bai-yin advanced, his inner world finally changed. They are also stars, which suddenly appear in the starry sky of Soo-hee's inner world from nowhere. There were only 1 or 2 at first, but in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with stars. Not Dottie? Soo-hee was surprised. The stars in the sky seemed to hear Soo-hee's doubts. The whole starry sky trembled, and a meteor shower followed. Real rain. Small stars the size of walnuts crashed down. But they did not smash the earth. Instead, They merged into the earth like yin and yang. Mountains, water, oceans, glaciers. The moment the stars merged into Su-hee's inner world, the whole world stopped for an instant. The wind stopped in midair. The waves froze. And even the birds and animals stopped for a moment. It seems like time has stopped. Even Iha and the others in the netherworld were frozen. Among all the creatures in the inner world, only Donghai Yuezu was not restricted. The mortal lord is special after all. Yuzu sensed the changes in the world, looked up at the starry sky, and then looked at the frozen ocean. A bright moon appeared overhead, and the sacred Fusong tree on the East China Sea swayed gently. These two objects were independent of the world and were not affected by the world's suspension. The bright moon, hibiscus, and the earth are all connected together. Yuezu looked a little surprised. Yin Yang Dao. But there are 3 talents? The 2 instruments are divided into yin and yang, which give rise to the 4 images. How come Su-hee's place is clearly the pure yin and yang Dao? But it is divided into 3 talents: heaven, earth and man? Heaven and earth determine the world, and humans determine all living beings. A perfect cycle is formed in this moment. And this yin-yang avenue. This is the aura of the immortal lord. The auras from different immortals. Killing people and absorbing their origins cannot be so perfect. Su-hee has 3 immortal Taoist companions. Yuezu was stunned. Which immortal can't think of anything else and commits himself to one person at the same time? There are not many female immortals in Xianwang. Are they all taken over by this dragon cub? Bain, Tantai, Zhu Xiao. This is impossible. He will be beaten to death by the demon lord, and his soul will not be left. Who else? Yuzu thought and suddenly became proud. He is indeed my son. He wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. But he was afraid of shocking the world. The world is obviously improving. As Yuzu thought this, he looked inland again and saw a golden pagoda in the sky with a toad sealed inside. Yuezu sighed slightly. The little dragon didn't know what he was doing outside. Not long after he released the void frog, he suddenly sealed it up again. Toads are different from them. They are creatures of the inner world and cannot actively perceive the outside world unless Su-hee releases his restrictions. The toad is a soul beast. In the inner world, it is no different from a god. It can come out whenever it wants. The inner world paused for a moment, and then returned to normal. Even the people in Netherworld didn't know that they had paused, and their movements were still coherent. Even the pause spell continued perfectly. But in this moment of pause, the disharmony that had been watered by the chaotic golden liquid and the heavy rain of yin and yang quietly dissipated. The entire inner world is functioning smoothly. Tai Mountain seemed to have just experienced a new rain. And it suddenly became clear. The small hexagrams revolving around Mount Tai exuded the atmosphere of the great Tao for the first time. Outside, Bain saw Su-hee's momentum suddenly rising. I never felt that he had condensed the heaven-opening divine artifact. Nor did I feel the advancement of his inner world. But he could feel that Su-hee suddenly broke through from the 2nd level of the mortal lord to the 3rd level. And his aura was still rising. It has been exuding a power close to the 4 realms. And the upward trend gradually stopped. We haven't reached the 4th realm yet. But we're not far away. So weird. Even though Su-hee's cultivation was led by her all the way. Even the inner world Tyashan and the small hexagrams were led by her in the future. But she herself was surprised. Regardless of whether it is a mythical beast or a monk. The immortal lord's subsequent cultivation methods are different and lead to the same goal. They are all about controlling the avenue. Su-hee? In fact, Su-hee never really grasped even one avenue. But the aura on his body has already reached the level of a 3-level immortal. In terms of combat power alone, it may even exceed it. After all, this guy is familiar with fighting in the 5 realms. 3 realms. Think about how difficult it was for her to attain immortality. How difficult it is to rise to the 3rd realm. It doesn't seem to be that difficult. She has never even stagnated in her practice. She made a small breakthrough in 3 days, and a big breakthrough in 5 days. She accidentally became an immortal. Even when he entered the immortal realm, his practice never stopped, and he sang loudly all the way. It wasn't until half of the existence was cut off to Su-hee that the progress of cultivation stopped. But even so, it only took 80,000 years to go from the 4th realm to the 6th realm. On the contrary, it was faster. Thinking of this, Bain quietly stood up and pushed Su-hee out. He should consolidate the breakthrough he had just made. But Su-hee suddenly opened his eyes and pushed her back. Where did you go? Bain's voice trembled. And he was shy and angry. Get up quickly. The people from the lower world are coming to kill you. How much longer? 3 hours. Then why are you so anxious? Suhi turned over and pinned her down. Hey! Bain let out a long breath and looked at Suhi in surprise. Little man. Someone is coming in just 3 hours. How dare you act so unscrupulously here? Her eyes suddenly flashed with a wicked smile. Young man. You are quite capable. Aren't you? You've been working all day, and you're still not satisfied. Suhi moved vigorously twice. Hey! Hey! Stop talking nonsense. Can't you sense whether I am a little man or not? Although they had just had fun, the two of them had just advanced and had already recovered. Yeah! Bain exclaimed and said with a wicked smile. Then, do you want to play something more exciting? Tian Xianzuan hugged his neck and leaned against his ear to seduce. Wah! What? Suhi blinked carefully. Even if Ji Feishua said this, he wouldn't be afraid. The worst he could do would be to get beaten up. But Bain, this one is unreliable and daring. We! Bain giggled. Her eyes opened and closed. Suhi felt that she had taken back a consciousness from somewhere. The water rippled slightly behind me, and I felt a sudden chill. Suhi turned around and saw a consciousness from Tantai smashing itself to pieces with a palm. Before they dispersed, their faces turned red, and there was anger in their eyes. Suhi was stunned, looking at Bain below him. His face was full of disbelief. This girl has always had a consciousness staying with Tantai. When you took back your conscious body, did you pull the consciousness from Tantai over? In person? How's it going? Isn't it exciting? Bain hugged him and laughed, with a bit of panting in his laughter. Next time, let's bring her here in person. Suhi's eyes lit up immediately. Even Su Huanyan and Ji Feishua in the future could not do this kind of thing. Bain said. You really want to. Her senses are now keen, and she can clearly feel that Suhi is getting stronger. These words suddenly aroused Suhi. Bain wanted to tease her, but suddenly she was speechless. The voice is so intermittent that it can't even form a short sentence. The autumn lake ripples, constantly hitting the rocks on the shore. Suhi looked at the woman beneath him and felt that the scenery of Changyu Mansion was charming. Roar! Martial ancestor roared, and the water waves rolled, turning into a vast ocean and rushing in all directions. Endless Yuanzun clan members were shattered into pieces in the waves. The divine power vibrated, shattering the spiritual clans hidden in the darkness one by one. Li created the spirit clan less than 2,000 years ago, but he is already the most loyal member of the Yuanzun clan. These gutter bugs are extremely difficult to deal with. However, the Dragon Turtle clan is their nemesis. With a roar of divine power, groups of elves were reduced to ashes. Martial ancestor gasped a few times, and his huge body stood in front of the Dao Palace, blocking each of the Yuanzun formations from moving forward. As far as the eye can see, there are corpses of the Yuanzun clan. The Ming ancestor developed the magical power Bei Ming, but the martial ancestor did not pass it on. He killed countless Yuanzun and never used the Bei Ming once. In the end, he didn't even use his magical powers very much. He used a pair of claws and a huge mouth to kill all over the place. Unfortunately, none of the Yuanzun members, who were killed by him in such an ordinary way, came back to life. To die is to really die. There were several 3B drums rumbling outside, stimulating the fighting spirit of the Yuanzun clan members. But in front of this old turtle, who held the sky and held the ground, everyone was born shorter. The battlefield was a one-sided massacre. Now the comparison seemed to be whether Ancestor Wu had killed all the Yuanzun clan members on this battlefield, or whether there were enough immortals of the Yuanzun clan to defeat Ancestor Wu first. Fight! Fight! In the midst of this endless massacre, a voice came over. Do you know, fellow Taoist, that if you still guard this inheritance palace, most of the 7th realm immortals from our clan will come to attack you today? Wu Zu gasped and looked towards a 3B drum. Then he saw an immortal with ox hooves and one horn walking out slowly. He is different from the Yuanzun clan's usual broad shoulders and round waist, and is extremely thin. On the contrary, it puts more pressure on people. It is obviously a bit confusion, but it makes people feel hairy. This man is dangerous. Yuan Jiang. Wu Zu's voice was emotionless, but his eyes became solemn. This is the top immortal of the Yuanzun clan. The status is no less generous than that of ordinary mortals. Back then, everyone in the world had been comparing him with one, and the two had been rivals for millions of years. The most important thing is that Yuan Jiang is here, which means that all 7 of his attendants are here. There are at least 3 7-realm immortals inside. Wu Zu grinned. This is a real hard fight, and a fight to the death. I don't know what happened on the immortal battlefield. The Xianwang immortal master is all crazy today. He doesn't even care about the immortal battlefield. He is fighting with all his strength, as if he wants to kill the Yuanzuan immortal master even if he loses himself. Xian Huang took advantage of the Xianzuan battlefield, but the troops below were stretched thin and struggled to support them. In terms of the number of immortals, Xian Huang is inferior to the Yuanzuan clan. Xian Huang is just a big world, and the Yuanzun clan occupies half of all the worlds. Even if you don't count those who have taken refuge there, the population far exceeds Xian Huang. Yuanzun is good at life. Just like beasts, 3 or 4 in a litter is just normal. Fight to the death. Wu Zu smiled and moved his body. In the storage space, armor flew out and was put on his body. There were whip-shaped armors on the dragon's head, turtle body, limbs, and even tail. Looking at the armor on Wu Zu's body, Yuan Jiang became more serious. It is said that fellow Taoist opened up the martial god path, but I have never experienced it. Today, fellow Taoist one has entered the immortal venerable battlefield. I can't compete with you. I can only come to see fellow Taoist's path. He smiled and flashed in front of martial ancestor, stabbing forward with the sword. With a collision, an afterimage was seen flying past. Yuan Jiang flew back at a faster speed just as he came. There was no sound at the collision site. Wu Zu's huge figure shrank to the size of a millstone. The dragon turtle that was originally covered in scales actually became muscles. The turtle with bulging muscles looks extremely weird. The body has obviously shrunk, but the momentum has increased. The muscular turtle man stood up and made a fist gesture. With a step of his hind legs, the ground exploded, and even the Taoist palace collapsed and fell into a deep pit. Muscle martial ancestor transformed into a streak of blood and rushed towards Yuan Jiang. The roar of energy and blood has turned everything in sight into blood red. Outside the Xian Huang world, the immortal lord fights and uses various means to shift the battlefield at any time. At this moment, the battlefield has completely dispersed. Mingzu and Li exchanged blows and stepped back. He turned his head and looked at the planets in the starry sky. I saw that the entire planet turned blood red. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Wu-na, the little turtle, finally broke out. This power is even comparable to that of a first-level immortal. Today I have the opportunity to enter the immortal realm. Yuan Zun, he should be destroyed today. Ong! Mingzu let out a long groan, turned around and rushed towards Li again, opening his mouth and biting. With one click, the entire space shattered like a mirror. Li then collapsed, but he appeared again on the other side, looking at Ming Ancestor and Demon Lord with increasingly serious expressions. The turtle and the willow tree became more and more familiar with the current situation as the fight went on, and the two of them joined forces to pin her down here. Li glanced at martial ancestor's battlefield, and his expression became even worse, except when facing the barbarian king. The form has never been so bad. The barbarian king has a Yuan consciousness body, and at this moment, the Yuan body is coming. But at this moment, the Taoist master has left the battlefield behind to spend the night. The Taoist master may not be able to kill Su, but it is definitely not difficult to seal it. But he did not do it. Do you want to use some tampering with Su to get some Yuan? Thinking like this, Li didn't dare to delay any longer. She turned around and a transparent finger condensed outside her body. The finger wrapped around her and thrust forward towards the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord did not fight and immediately retreated. In front of him, the figure of Ming Ancestor stepped forward to block him. This old turtle is extremely shameless, and his own defense is against the sky. At this moment, he put a mountain beetle on the turtle SHL. The foreign minister's turtle mountain flashed into a ghostly mountain and crashed into his finger. The two have yet to decide the winner. Hearing a scream, a wave of sadness spread across the world. An immortal has fallen. The first immortal to fall in this battle. Outside Xian Huang, there was a roar of an ox, and a Yinshan mountain collapsed. The Xiongbiao man of the Yuanzun clan, who carried the Yin mountain on his back, shattered into pieces like porcelain. On the Yin mountain, an old ox was cut into 2 pieces. The old farmer who was riding the ox was also chopped off, and its intestines were scattered all over the ground. There was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he was stroking his hands and laughing. After laughing, he picked up the lower body, cut off a branch of the willow tree on the top of Yinshan mountain with a snap of his fingers, used the branch as a thread to sew the 2 halves of the body together, and stuffed the intestines back in. He walked to the side of the yellow cow with a hoe, spat twice in his palm, rubbed his hands, waved his head, grunted and dug a big hole in the ruins of Yinshan mountain, and buried the old cow in it. After a while, A peach tree grew out of the grave where the cow was buried. It bloomed instantly, and soon bore fruit. In the blink of an eye, the fruit ripened and fell off the stem. The peach burst open, and a brand new white yak came out of it. Plant cattle, and you will get yaks. The old farmer jumped on the yak's back, patted the yak's head with satisfaction, and touched its ferocious horns, which made him even more happy. Although Dongfang Xianzuan's aura has weakened, however, his power has increased a lot. If he can survive this battle, he will have a chance to advance to the 7th realm Immortal Lord after being in seclusion for 100,000 years. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became more intense. Xian Wang killed Yuan Zun and another Immortal Lord with unparalleled power. Kill! The Eastern Lord of the Yuan Zun clan shouted violently, and drew an iron rope across the air towards the Sword Mountain. Tan Tai's expression remained unchanged, and as soon as he stepped on the Tongyu sword grass, a burst of sword sounds could be heard. The Tongyu sword grass all over the mountain was twisted into a stick, and turned into a big sword that faced the iron rope. At this moment, as long as there is no existence beyond the Immortal Lord, it is the 7th realm Immortal Lord. And Tan Tai is not afraid. There is nothing in this world that can scare her, except Baiyin. Damn it! Stealing men is stealing men. Baiyin and Su He stayed in Shanghai, alone and alone. It was not that she had not realized what would happen. But what does it mean to pull her consciousness together? I really want to turn all these years of teasing into reality. I really want to have 3 people together. Tan Tai couldn't think any more. And with a sweet shout, the fairy sword in his hand flew into the air, and followed the Tongyu sword grass towards the Lord of the East. In the Sea of Stars, at the gate of Changyu Mansion, a ray of light flashed. The door of the mansion slowly opened, and Su He pulled Baiyin out. There was still some unfinished expression on their faces. But I can no longer indulge in practicing Xing. Su He is really practicing. Without the Source Stone, dual cultivation is the fastest way to advance. But at this moment, it was too late to experience the beauty again. Just above the space-time channel above his head, a large amount of time power suddenly spewed out. This is a sign that the space-time channel is about to connect to the other side. War is coming. But it is only the half of the 3 drums that breathe out the power of time. The half of the return of the Emperor of Heaven has yet to show any reaction. Su He's face became serious. Chapter 637 Gaze. Sister Clan. Su He called out in a deep voice. Baiyin also looked solemn. This time and space channel involved Yuan, and she couldn't figure it out. But she knew exactly what to do. Delay the connection of the space-time channel. Baiyin said urgently. This is the real purpose of Taoist Master keeping them here. One truly escapes time, and the other studies time thoroughly. Changes in the time and space channels can be dealt with immediately. Su He stood up in response, went straight to the time and space channel, raised his hand to grab at the time and space channel, and tore off a large piece of time power with one handful. Su He couldn't bear to damage the time and space channel. At this moment, the space-time channel was frozen by the 3 drums and the runes of the Heavenly Emperor. If he didn't take the initiative to absorb the power, he wouldn't even be able to grab the power of time. After grabbing a large amount of time, the passage shook slightly, as if in surprise. Then he saw Su He's star ring flicked and turned into a starry sky, brushing towards the space-time channel like a whisk. At this moment, a feeling of sadness spread from heaven to earth. There is a Yinshan atmosphere in the sadness. Baiyin's eyes lit up, and the Immortal Lord began to fall. It's half a cup of tea earlier than her prediction. But with the fall of Yinshan, it's time for Martial Ancestor to attain enlightenment. Right? Baiyin can guess the result without any calculation. Yinshan fell, and the huge immortal will fill the starry sky in the lower world. With such a will to live and die, the Martial Ancestor, who was breaking through and becoming distant 80,000 years ago, must have gained something. Sure enough, the next moment she had this thought, Su He heard a long and deep roar of a dragon turtle. This long chant was unique, barbaric, domineering, and carried endless energy and blood. Like a god of war, Wu Qingtian, holding down the earth, shouting at demons and ghosts. Qi and blood are the turtle's chant, and the turtle's chant contains the qi and blood. Did Wuzu prove the truth? This sound penetrates the lower world and the sea of stars. But Immortal Lord does not have such means. Su He's eyes lit up, and the star ring swept across the space-time passage, sweeping down a large area of time power. The space-time channel creeps and deforms. Originally 2 oval spheres shaped like chicken eggs, they suddenly collapsed and began to wriggle. It seemed as if a complete channel would be formed in the next moment. Su He's expression changed again. The star ring opened, wrapped around the space-time channel, and tried his best to suck it towards the space-time channel. The power of time on the star ring condensed, and stars appeared one by one. He turned his head and looked at the motionless heavenly Emperor Rune and Emperor's Great Seal on the other side. At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven still showed no sign of returning. On the contrary, below, he only heard the roar of a dragon turtle and saw a circle of dense cracks appearing in the sea of stars. A figure in the middle of the crack became increasingly clear, as if someone had punched him in another space and hit the space barrier, shattering the space. Immediately afterwards, the figure crashed into the space and came out. It was a thin member of the Yuanzuan tribe, holding a half-broken immortal sword in his hand, and in tatters. His internal organs and bones were completely shattered. Not a single part of him was intact. But he was not dead yet. He was punched into the sea of stars and bounced away like a skipping stone, smashing a bunch of stars before gradually stopping. It was not until this moment that two turtle claws stretched out from the shattered barrier, tearing outwards and creating a gap. Then he saw a muscular human standing dragon turtle stepping out. The overwhelming aura of the Immortal Lord filled the air. This is someone who has just entered the immortal realm and is not yet able to control his own power very well. Of course, it is also possible that this old turtle doesn't control it at all. The power of the Immortal Lord is a great weapon when facing ordinary immortals. There is no need to take action. Even an ordinary immortal can't hold it back with a hum. There is an iron rope behind Martial Ancestor. He pulls it towards Shanghai and pulls out a string of Yuanzun immortals. There are 7 people in total. 3 are 7th level immortals, and the remaining 4 are all 4th level or above. As soon as the immortal appeared, Martial Ancestor Guizhao clenched his fist, leaned forward and fired. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the first one exploded. The top 7th realm immortal was fighting back and forth with Martial Ancestor a quarter of an hour ago. And the next moment, the old turtle suddenly advanced to the level of Immortal Lord, killing everyone. And he couldn't even withstand a single punch. Without Yuan Jiang, they were unable to resist the strength of the Immortal Venerable, especially the 4 Spirits Immortal Venerable, who was at the 3rd level when he first entered the Immortal Venerable realm. Every time you take a bite, you gain wisdom. Wu Zu was like crazy. After one punch fell, he punched out again. He didn't even give himself a chance to pause and stabilize his state. Time is so tight. The Yin mountain collapsed, and he entered the realm of the immortal through the meaning of the immortal's life and death. Anji Yuan Jiang and his 3 7-realm immortals can't. He didn't even dare to stay for more than a quarter of an hour, pressing Yuan Jiang to break the barrier to the upper world. First, knock them into the sea of stars to cut off the opportunities brought by the destruction of Yinshan Mountain. Just carry out the killing. The Shanghai is allowed in and out, except for the ancestors of various sects. It is easy for ordinary immortals to enter, but difficult to get out. Even the Immortal Lord cannot go down easily. Even so, ordinary immortals only have the opportunity to directly enter the sea of stars at the moment when they overcome the tribulation and become immortals. Once rejected, you can only enter through the passage between the 2 realms. No one can break the barrier between the 2 realms and enter directly. Not to mention the immortal. Even the immortal can't find the barrier between the 2 realms. But I don't know how Wu Zu did it. Sure enough, there is no simple person who can live for more than 1,000,000 years. Wu Zu's fists were like the wind, and each punch was like thunder. After 3 punches, the stars shattered. All the immortals he dragged in were shattered, and with no chance of survival, he slowly lay down, motionless, and began to truly advance his body. The other 4 ordinary immortals had long been destroyed in the aftermath of the fist wind. They had not reached the 7th realm of immortals, and were not even qualified to let Martial Ancestor punch alone. At this moment, Bai Yin's voice came clear and clear. Kun is 100 miles away. A sure kill. Wu Zu's conditioned reflex was to bite in the direction Bai Yin said. The entire void was shattered with one bite. I saw Yuan Jiang, who was punched out by him at the beginning, shattered with a handle in the space. There is still endless unwillingness in his eyes. Seeing the fairy gate above his head opened, he actually wants to advance to the level of Immortal Lord. It's a pity that Bai Yindo broke Xingzong before he even started, and was bitten into pieces by Wu Zu. Martial Ancestor is the founder of the Way of the Martial God. The Way of the Martial God is one of the few methods besides Baiming that can cut off the resurrection of the Yuanzun clan. The Yuanzun clan members killed by the Way of the Martial God cannot be resurrected, even compared to Baiming, who can only inherit it from the Dragon Turtle. The Way of the Martial God is the real avenue. Wu Zu seemed to have started. As soon as it was over, Rays of light lit up in the sea of stars. And one Yuanzun immortal was blasted into the sea of stars one after another. At first they were just immortals. But then, there were immortals fighting and rushing into the star sea. The faces of all the immortals of the Yuanzun clan were gloomy. The sea of stars cannot be entered lightly. But today Xian Wang dragged all the immortals and immortals of their clan in. Xian Wang has the means to enter the star sea anytime and anywhere. Su He was startled above his head. And then he realized that it was not Wu Zhu who was special, but Xian Huang who was special. Today Shanghai opened the back door for Xian Huang. But it's normal. The star sea was opened by the Emperor of Heaven, who originally came from Xian Huang. Xian Huang has privileges. Of course. When the passage changed, the Xian Huang immortals dragged the battlefield into the sea of stars in unison. Bai Yin stepped down and landed next to Su He. He looked at the battlefield below while detecting the time and space passage, pointing fingers in the void, marking every location. Fang Qian Bailey to the north. Retreat. At the moment when the northern immortal lord retreated, the eastern lord, who was originally fighting Jian Qian, suddenly changed direction and hit the northern immortal lord where he was previously. But it happened to be avoided by the northern immortal lord. The northern immortal lord glanced at Bai Yin with a strange look on his face, then turned around to kill the immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan beside him. Southern bull riding. The southern immortal lord was originally chasing Yuanzun, a third realm immortal lord. Hearing the voice transmission, he immediately gave up on the immortal lord Yuanzun in front of him and landed on the eastern immortal lord's cow's back in a flash. No kicking. You heard it. It was Tian's immortal who wanted me to ride. Nanfang immortal laughed. Dongfang Xinzuan did not retort, but he gasped. It's very unpleasant to be ridden like a mount, especially by a southerner. He pushed his horns and charged towards the immortal on the opposite side. But at this moment a yin rope emerged from the body of the eastern immortal, instantly pierced through the bull's body and went towards the yak's eyebrows. The flames on the body of the southern immortal lord suddenly ignited and burned along the rope chain. And then a scream was heard from the body of the Dongfang immortal lord. The voice was very similar to that of the fallen Tuyin mountain man. The southern immortal lord and the eastern immortal lord were startled at the same time and raised their hands towards Bai Yin. This iron rope is heading towards the Dongfang immortal gate. If the southern immortal lord were not here, there would most likely be something big happening. Bai Yin is proud. Just say it's not wrong. That Yishan mountain has truly fallen at this moment. The time is just right. Neither too early nor too late. Phoenix wings Jinkuishing. The spiritual jade dominates the sky. The secret of heaven recedes. The gossip swirled in the back of Bai Yin's head, and crisp voices commanded the battlefield. The Xian Wang formations kept changing according to her command. Su He was surprised. Nizi. Tell the truth. Can you predict me and Daozu now? He has already participated in this war, and it involves Emperor Yuan and heaven. Logically speaking, Bai Yin cannot predict it. But there was not a single mistake in the command. Bai Yin rolled his eyes at him in his busy schedule. Who told you that I was doing divination? Can't I just speculate on what might happen based on their character and skills and make arrangements in advance? Like a general on the battlefield, rather than a magic stick. Su He, I believe you. Ghost. No wonder every time there is a battle, a strong person from the Yuanzun clan will always come out to take Bai Yin away. If it were him, he would also wish to get rid of him quickly. Su He no longer paid attention to the battlefield, and only tried his best to draw out the power of the space-time channel. Bai Yin sat on the gourd next to him and directed him step by step. Although they had never been on the battlefield, the Xian Wang immortals immediately felt the pressure weakening. The world suddenly became beautiful. At this moment, the Northern Lord, who was anxious with the Western Immortal Lord, forced the Western Immortal Lord back with a giant axe in his hand, and jumped towards Bai Yin in a flash. Before anyone arrived, the giant axe in his hand was already rounded and slashed out. The light of the axe crossed the sea of stars, and half of the stars were under his attack. This is the most effective method against Bai Yin that the Yuanzun clan has concluded over hundreds of thousands of years, using means beyond Bai Yin's realm and launching a large-scale attack. No matter how Bai Yin predicts, it will be of no avail. Don't make any calculations or think wildly. It's a full-screen attack. No one thought that Bai Yin could be killed by such means, as long as she was forced out of the battlefield. The Northern Lord struck out with an axe, and at the same time clenched his fist with his left hand, slamming it towards Bai Yin. One full screen. One pair dots. Tian Xinzuan has to leave even if he doesn't want to. He smashed it down, and saw a cunning flash in Bai Yin's eyes opposite him. He reached out to grab the mountain armor on Sui's body, and put a little bit on it. The mountain beetle suddenly grew in size and blocked the axe blow. Then he raised his slender palm slightly and slapped it forward. It hit the Northern Lord's fist. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Northern Lord was caught off guard. He was sent flying back, smashing into space and disappearing. In the middle of the battlefield between Jian Xian and the Eastern Lord, the Northern Lord crashed through the space and fell out. By chance, the two attacks on the battlefield fell on the Northern Lord at the same time. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Northern Lord didn't even have time to shout before it exploded into pieces. The body dies, but the Tao remains. The flesh and blood in the sky turned into a whirlwind and rolled aside, immediately reorganized and condensed, and turned into the Northern Lord again and fell down. The resurrected Northern Lord looked at Baiyin in disbelief. What a wonderful face. The sixth realm immortal. When will Tian's Xianzun advance to the sixth realm? It's not like a first-timer. There is no news at all about the Yuanzun clan. Are all those who pry into secrets useless? The Lord of the South deserves to die. The South is gone. Seeing Bai Yin's performance, both warring parties were startled at the same time. Different expressions. Almost everyone in the Yuanzun clan's expressions darkened. But in contrast to Xian Huang, many people smiled. The Tian's immortal of the sixth realm has a sense of security. The war instantly became intense. But at this moment, Su He's expression suddenly changed. Back off, he yelled urgently. Turned around and pulled Bai Yin back. He saw that the time channel was cracked open like a human eye, and a ray of light shot out from the channel and hit a Xian Huang immortal. I saw the immortal suddenly froze, and then his body expanded like a giant spirit god. With one step, he was already as big as a mountain. The power of the immortal suddenly became strange, corroding and withering the surrounding void. The immortal opened his eyes and looked at Su He and Bai Yin. In an instant, Su He felt as if he was being targeted by a natural enemy. A hairy Taoist skill can actually lead to a life and death crisis. The immortal lord cannot bear this look. This is the power of Yuan, who noticed that someone was robbing the space-time channel. He looked at it across the river of time, and his eyes fell on this era. Was that immortal too unlucky to be deprived of his mind by his gaze? Or was he too lucky to be able to block his gaze from falling on the Yuanzun clan? Looking at that gaze, Su He looked at it, and his consciousness suddenly shook, as if he saw the end of the world. It seemed like I was seeing new life again. The immortal's left I was destroyed, and his right I was reborn. At a glance, wherever his eyes passed, whether it was Yuanzun or Xian Huang Xianren, their true essence was stagnant. Even their breathing was stagnant. You can't look at it. Su He's voice buzzed throughout the sea of stars. This immortal exudes Yuan's aura, so he can't look at it. He pointed to the sky and yelled, "Star!" The stars in the sea of stars suddenly rotated, and a starlight condensed to meet Yuan's gaze. Su He's realm increased, and he was even more suppressed by the Yuan aura. So this attack performed exceptionally well. But the starlight was still in the air, and it withered away after being glanced at by Yuan Yuguang. Instead of melting, the starlight was like a withered vine falling into the sea of stars and instantly turned into ashes. Chapter 638 Barbarian King. That gaze of decaying starlight looked towards Su He again. At a glance, Su He felt that his lifespan was suddenly depleted, as if he would die of old age in an instant. Fortunately, the dragon turtle does not have longevity. There is no mythical beast that dies of old age in this world. Su He roared, revealed the true form of the dragon turtle, hid Bai Yin behind him, dodged again and again, and retreated quickly. Junior brother, retreat again. Don't come into contact with him until he reaches the seventh realm. The Tao Master's voice turned into a thread and reached Su He's ears. The Taoist Master is not here. For some reason, no one who transcends the immortal Lord is here. Su He pulled Bai Yin further away. Taizu is a big scam. If the Tao Ancestor Finger Bone is in the body, and with the ability of the immortal Lord in the third realm, wearing the Tao Ancestor Finger Bone, he will definitely be able to exert the combat power of the immortal Lord in the seventh realm. How can he be forced back by Yuan Yi's gaze? Yuan Yi's gaze forced Su He back. Without his obstruction, the speed of the space-time channel above his head surged instantly. It seems that Yuan Jin's body is about to land at any time. The Taoist Master's voice rang out from nowhere. The Yuan dynasty is approaching. If my fellow Taoist doesn't come out now, when will we wait? This voice spread throughout the sea of stars and resounded throughout the heavens and all realms. At the top of the 100,000 mountains of the Xianhuang world, an axe light split the world, forming a canyon that connected Xianhuang and the sea of stars. I saw a giant bronze hand protruding from the canyon, grabbing the cliff of the canyon, and pulling it downwards. But no one jumped out. Instead, the canyon was pulled down, and the people in the canyon were naturally revealed, like a savage from the wilderness. His hair was disheveled. His body was muscular, and his bronze skin was covered with tattoos. He was shirtless, only wearing an animal skin skirt around his waist. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere of the wildness from the ancient times was overwhelming. Seeing him, it was like seeing the root of the word barbaric. He jumped up into the sea of stars like a huge beast from ancient times, and smashed down with a bang, smashing countless stars into pieces. As if he was too heavy to fly, he actually jumped out of the space with his body. He shook his head to throw away the star debris on his head, and looked at the immortal, who was attacked by Yuan's gaze. Glancing at it, he grinned. Waiting for you, Barbarian King. The person in front of him was the Barbarian King who followed Yaya around all day, stealing wine, fighting, and acting like a clown. It's just that it's a 3-inch puppet, and I just think it's cute. The Barbarian King appeared in front of him, but he looked like a wild beast, and his aura could annihilate the entire world. This is the person with the strongest aura that Suhi has ever seen. He even felt more domineering than Taizu. Taizu is just an old turtle, slow and without any momentum, while the Barbarian King shows his domineering side. He glanced at the immortals in the field, stepped on them and ran, coming on a rampage. He seemed to be unable to fly. At this moment, he was running wildly on the waves of the Sea of Stars, shaking the mountains with his long strides. But the speed was so fast that it even formed a circle of stagnant light around him. He jumped up and punched the immortal. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the mountain-like immortal was smashed into powder by his punch. This immortal was attacked by Yuan's gaze, and there was no possibility of recovery. He could only be reduced to ashes. The Barbarian King punched it with his right hand, then used his left hand to grab it, and picked up a ball of gaze. The gaze turned into a lake of water in his palm, but was smashed by a punch of his other hand. A corpse-like existence really only dares to stare at the weak. The Barbarian King's voice was filled with anger, smashing Yuan's gaze. He didn't care about the corroded injuries on his palms. The withering injury of making a fist has recovered. He looked around but didn't even look at the immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan. He only stayed on Wu Ancestor for a moment, then jumped and crashed into the time and space channel. Then it was like grabbing the basket in a basketball dunk and hanging in the space-time channel. It made the time and space channels tremble. Only then did he turn to look at Suhi, a dangerous look flashing in his eyes. Open the door. He wants to enter the time and space channel. Suhi was startled, and heard Fengzu's soft voice. Little guy, open the door for him. These old guys really do have secrets. The Barbarian King is still alive in Shirwan the Mountain. He clearly has no control over the power of time, but he can seize the space-time channel with his bare hands. What is the difference between this and seizing time? With Fengzu's support, Suhi let go of Bain, stepped out of the space-time channel, and pressed one hand on the space-time channel to connect his own half of the space-time channel, just like opening the entrance to the star ring. With a thought, the space-time channel suddenly opened. Suddenly, a withered aura rushed out of the passage. However, the Barbarian King grabbed the space-time channel with one hand and slapped it back with the other hand. Then, the Barbarian King pulled down, not jumping up, but like pulling down a canyon, pulling down the space-time channel and wrapping it around himself, colliding with the aura of decay in the manner of I can't go through. The mountain can come over enter the passage. Suhi was stunned. Fengzu's voice came to my ears again. Little guy, can you go in and protect him for a while? The Barbarian King could withstand the aura of Yuan's decline, but he could not control the power of time. So he suffered a lot in the time and space channel. Suhi was stunned. Was he going to face Yuan in this way? He took a deep breath and waved slightly in Bain's direction, and the mountain beetle flew over automatically and put it on him. Suhi jumped into the space-time channel. This space-time passage is not pure white and quiet like the long river of time. On the contrary, it feels a bit like a river of light. The glow under your feet flows from eternity to now. As soon as Suhi came in, he saw an indescribable shadow slowly condensing at the end of the space-time passage, showing that John Lu didn't understand what he was looking at across time and space. Behind the shadow, a withered and decaying world continues to collapse and destroy. That shadow was like the center of the collapsing world, but also like a great man who prevented the collapse. The two forces of destruction and rebirth were condensed on the shadow at the same time. The end of all things. the origin of the world. But what he showed to this side of the time channel was only the aura of destroying everything. Just one glance, and even one's own existence seems to decay together. Suhi's movement slowed down instantly. There are many illusions in front of me. A broken world. A broken turtle SHL. A rotten white tiger skeleton. Everything is ending. It's not an illusion. It's seeing that shadow. And all the good things in my heart will naturally decay. Suhi tried his best, but couldn't take his eyes away from the declining world. Even the whole person has to be dragged along the gaze. Even if the two of them are separated by infinite time and space. That is the end of all decay. Even sight and eternal life. Source. Exhaust. These two words came to Suhi's mind inexplicably. The source of everything. The end of everything. What followed was the sound of a bell deep in my mind. Boom. The sound of Taoist scriptures arises naturally. And the only thing that can block the source is the source. The Tao can be Tao. But it is very Tao. Suhi recited silently. And in an instant the breath of the source of all things rose up, blocking out the meaning of decay. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he saw a mountain-like figure standing in front of him. Block all the aura of decay and decay. But this mountain-like body cannot be free in the passage of time. The stream of light is submerged in his waist. The barbarian king is like a person who is about to drown, and will sink at any time. But he didn't realize it, and only blocked the half of his body that was still in the water in front of Suhi. Savage. Tough. Boy. How can you show your treasure to outsiders casually? As he spoke, he took out a giant axe from somewhere, and swung the axe forward. The light of the axe passed through, cutting into pieces the decay. But he also firmly chopped off the decay in front of him. The barbarian king's angry voice came again. Blessings. His attack cannot attack the end of the passage against time. Suhi understood, and pointed forward with one finger. A whole body of power blessed the barbarian king. Outside the majestic figure, it was like time had coated it with a thin film. A faint star ring slowly took shape around his waist. It is actually 3/3 similar to the star ring of Suhi's long river of time and space. It seems that his time power is manifested like a star ring. Using the star ring, the barbarian king jumped up and stood on the stream of light, looking at the body that was no longer sinking. He grinned and looked up at the end of time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. He spoke and struck with his axe. A beam of axe light cut through the stream of light, slashing upstream towards the figure whose shape could not be seen at the end of time. The solidifying world and figure were actually a little bit ethereal after being slashed by him with an axe. The shadow suddenly lowered its head and looked downstream, then raised its hand and looked downward. No light. No attack. Suhi's hair stood on end instantly, and an inexplicable fear attacked him from all directions. The pangolin automatically flew up to protect its master, turning into a large shield in front of him. No attack was seen, but a beeping sound was heard, and fine cracks appeared on the mountain armor. This mountain beetle has been absorbed by Suhi for more than 10 years. It is no longer the same mountain beetle that was just taken over from Taizu. But its defensive power cannot be easily broken even by the existence of the immortal lord. At this moment, it was damaged with one blow. Roar! Suhi heard a roar, and saw wounds on the barbarian king's body like a mountain beetle. But the barbarian king seemed unable to sense it. With one step, the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Swing the axe and chop. The barbarian king seems to only know this one move. He has no magical powers and no magic. It's like a pure barbarian fighting, where the axe is everything. One axe after another. 3 axes struck in succession. And the crisis that seemed to come from H.L. gradually subsided. Although it did not completely disappear, it was still within the tolerance range. Until this moment, Suhi didn't even understand how Yuan was attacking at the end of time, and how the barbarian king was responding. Boy! Watch yourself! The barbarian king roared as he stood up and rushed towards the end of time. With every step he took, the star ring on his body weakened by one layer. Suhi's face tightened. Senior, I can't hold you back when you rush forward. The space-time channel is completely different from the real river of time. Walking through it consumes a lot of energy. Every step you take is like carrying a world on your shoulders. Human king is like a world, blessing and guarding time for the barbarian king. It is really like maintaining a world. The barbarian king seemed not to have heard it, and continued walking forward. The entire space-time channel was shaking as he ran. Suhi did not dare to delay, and followed closely. He carefully used the body of the barbarian king as Yuan's figure, not to look or feel it. Minimize Yuan's attack. Yuan was just a phantom condensed in the passage of time. His true body had not yet appeared. And he could no longer bear it. He couldn't bear it. Which meant that almost no one outside could bear it. Except for the existence of entering the seventh realm. Yuan, who had never entered the passage, could shake He away with a cold snort across time and space. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. He rushed upward against the passage of time, constantly hitting the barbarian king with all his strength, consolidating the star ring outside him. The barbarian king struck one axe after another, and every blow of the axe could block the condensed figure of Yuan. Halfway through the journey, he could no longer hold on. Senior, he said in a deep voice, if you go forward, there will be no Yuan attack. He thought there was no problem. But he couldn't maintain the star ring outside the barbarian king's body. This cannot be sustained by willpower. The barbarian king continued to stride forward, as if he hadn't heard of it. He probably understood that the barbarian king's axe was suitable for close combat. It was true that at this level, there was no such thing as close combat or long-distance combat. But the opponent was Yuan Shi. So barbarian king still chose to charge forward. He gritted his teeth and followed closely. At the end of time, the shadow no longer moves. The mountain beetle made a beeping sound, and the cracks continued to expand, getting bigger and bigger, and finally broke into pieces with a loud bang. Suhi's complexion suddenly changed, and the foreign minister's turtle mountain completely condensed into a solid entity. The golden and red Suzaku true fire enveloped the outer minister, and the outer layer was wrapped by dragon flames. All four bodies except the white tiger body have unique defense methods. But the dragon flame only lasted for a moment in the space-time channel before extinguishing with a pop. The Suzaku true fire condensed into the shape of the Suzaku, and a crisp cry melted into the outer turtle mountain. The entire turtle mountain was like a blazing volcano about to erupt. The fire was burning, forcing all the surrounding lights to retreat by 3 points. But this scene didn't last even a quarter of an hour. He really reached his limit. Even with the barbarian king standing in front of him, there were still invisible attacks falling on him. And Gushan made a sound of disregarding the heavy burden, as if knowing that he had reached his limit. The barbarian king leaped forward and accelerated suddenly, as if he wanted to rush to the end of the passage before the outer star ring disappeared. Suhi's face suddenly changed in shock, and he gritted his teeth and tried to throw his star ring towards the barbarian king. Then he heard a phoenix cry in his ears, and saw an illusory phoenix true fire surrounding him. Suddenly, Suhi could no longer sense the consumption caused by the time and space channel, let alone the crisis. Like a chick protected by a hen's wings, Fengzu's voice came into his ears. Little guy, don't be reckless, and don't cut off the blessing of the barbarian king. Suhi didn't think so. Took a deep breath, mobilized his star ring, and pointed towards the barbarian king. A visible light connected Suhi to the barbarian king. This is the realization that Suhi gained after practicing cultivation for a long time. Luanfeng and Mingshu can connect the true energy and strength of both parties. Naturally, he and the barbarian king were not dual cultivators. But Suhi had a deep understanding of the method of connecting forces. The star ring formed outside the body of the barbarian king. Su Hulian's on. The running barbarian king paused slightly, and his speed became faster. Dash, swing, and chop, one axe after another. It was not until this moment that Suhi had the energy to observe the phoenix true fire that enveloped him. Being in the phoenix true fire, not only can't feel the consumption, but also can't feel the attack of the element, but actually gives birth to a feeling of praying to heaven and earth. Connecting heaven and earth. Even the perspective changes into the perspective of heaven and earth. Looking forward is the Yuan that is gathering to invade this era. After just one glance, Suhi was stunned. There was an absurd feeling in my heart. It's like a straw was inserted into a cauldron of 100 people. The soup boiling in the big pot is the Yuan. This channel is the straw. The power of the Yuan entering the space-time channel is just a drop in the ocean. The barbarian king is like a toad squeezed into a straw, trying to prevent a pot full of boiling soup from pouring down the straw. And Suhi was the tadpole who followed the toad and kept spitting cold water on the toad to prevent the toad from being cooked. The real Yuan has not even entered into the slightest entity. Suhi was shocked. Looking back, Fengzu was nowhere to be seen. But the sea of stars came into view clearly. I ran with the barbarian king in the space-time passage for a long time, and it was clear that I was almost halfway through. But Shanghai was still behind me. The exit is close to Suha. Through the exit, you can clearly see the star sea scene. At this moment, everything is different from the perspective of heaven and earth. Outside the passage, a cassock swayed in the sea of stars. covering the entire sea of stars. The Xian Wang Immortal Master and the Immortal are forcing the Immortal Master and Immortal of the Yuanzun clan to the point where the strike nodes of the cassock are embedded in the cassock like gems. Every battlefield is a large formation, and the formations are connected to each other to form a whole. A shocking formation. Shoo! Don't talk about it. Feng Zhu's voice reached Su He's ears. The cassock was a secret, and it took the bird's beak to wear out before the money-obsessed turtle could let go. Only a few people know it. Even the immortals and immortals who fell on the cassock didn't know it. At this moment, the cassock is hidden, and no one can see it. Even Su He, without Daozu's finger bones, never noticed the existence of the cassock. Su He came back to his senses in shock and asked in disbelief, "Ancestor, what is your identity?" In Fengzhu Phoenix True Fire, there is a perspective of heaven and earth. Shanghai has already used cassock as the base to set up a huge formation that reaches the sky. The entrance to the space-time passage is clearly the place she chose. It is the core of the formation. Fengzhu's power can enter the space-time channel, and can even block Yuan's attack. However, unlike the barbarian king, she does not face Yuan directly, but hides behind her. The more we see, the more mysterious Fengzhu becomes. Hearing Su He's inquiry, Feng Zhu smiled helplessly. "It's just a lost dog." Chapter 639 It's me. Waiting for you. Just a lost dog. Su He could sense the sadness and self-mockery in Feng Zhu's tone and wanted to ask. But before he could open his mouth, Feng Zhu said, "Don't say too much. The end of the passage is Yuan. If you talk too much, he will hear you." Su He nodded and stopped asking questions. He changed the subject. "Ancestor, the barbarian king, has always been here? Now that he is here, how can the Yuanzun family still survive to this moment?" Su He was sure that unless the Taoist master condensed his 7 bodies and truly appeared, he would not be a match for the barbarian king at this moment, since such a barbarian king was never destroyed by Yuan's consciousness. Why did he disappear for so long? Fengzhu smiled and said with a hint of laughter, "Of course you can't come out to break the consciousness of Yuan Dao. How can it be that simple? Yuan cannot enter the time and space channel, and the barbarian king can't come out." Fengzhu smiled. Li Du knew that the first thing Yuan did when he entered this era was to collect his severed fingers. It only took 3 drums to summon Yuan by gathering souls. The broken consciousness of Yuan, which had been scattered in the sky, entered the space-time channel to find its master, and the barbarian king was able to come out. This is also the reason why Yuan Hui first came into contact with the time and space channel before Emperor Tian. But fortunately, we are almost dead together. You have me, and I have you. At this moment, the barbarian king has the means to cut off the Yuan Qi. If not, all we can do now is try our best to support Su He and let him seize the power of the space-time channel to delay the arrival of Yuan and give the emperor time to prepare. Su He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Ancestor, can you also delay Yuan's entry into the space-time channel? If you can block Yuan's attack and isolate the invasion of time, you can definitely take action." After Su He asked, he clearly sensed Fengzhu's silence. It took a long time before a reply came. "I blocked it, but I lost completely." She was silent for another moment. "If I lose, the consciousness of the world will be occupied by him." Su He blinked. The words contained a little more information. "I wonder if he is overthinking it, or if Feng Zhu wants to express something?" Su He was surprised, and saw a flash of phoenix fire outside his body, and a woman walked in. She was wearing a bright red dress that seemed to be burning. He was about 30 years old, with a somewhat heroic appearance, and he could tell at just one glance that this was Feng Zhu. "Su He, ancestor, you have a human body. This is a consciousness, but it is not a distorted consciousness, but a condensation of consciousness that is the same shape as the original body. That means Feng Zhu is in human form at the moment." "Suzaku?" Su He asked in surprise. Feng Zhu smiled and shook his head slightly. "Why Suzaku? The mythical beast originally had a human body, but it lost its own body in the ancient times." She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Probably in the era before Xian was born. Otherwise, why do you think your old turtle has the appearance of Taoist and Buddha? Why did there be a stupid dragon who wanted to rob Pluto as his wife before eternity?" "Wife. The species are different." Speaking of this, she looked at Su He strangely. The different species doesn't seem to be a hindrance? This stupid turtle caused trouble to Baiyin and Tantai when he was still a dragon turtle, and didn't even know whether Xuanwu could truly condense a human body. It is said that there will be a little dragon in later generations. It's really a hodgepodge of species. Su He took a breath and looked at Fengzu in disbelief. Have you seen the Taoist ancestor from eternity? Fengzu chuckled, and his melancholy look rarely showed a smile. I beat him. Su He, can you beat me? Fengzu was visibly startled, glared at him, and snorted, the mountain armor is broken, and the power of the upper element and the barbarian king cancel each other out. If you don't take the opportunity to absorb it, you still have the energy to ask questions. But am I protecting you too well? Su He was suddenly excited and looked at Fengzu in disbelief. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen Feng Qiaofei. They all have the same temperament. They are all a bit arrogant, but they don't know their own weight. Feng Qiaofei always thought that he could challenge Ji Feixiu alone. But was that okay? Su He didn't dare to speak anymore. While maintaining the barbarian king star ring, he took out a piece of mountain beetle and began to absorb it. Everything in the world is pecked and drank, and the mountain beetles are broken. Su He lost the combat power of the immortal lord fifth realm, but the broken mountain armor was easier to absorb. A blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise. After absorbing it, Su He raised his head and looked at Fengzu, who was standing in the Phoenix True Fire. Fengzu stared blankly at the end of the space-time channel across the real fire. Su He coughed, called Fengzu back to his senses, and asked in a low voice, Ancestor, is the difference between the realms after the Immortal Master really so great that it is insurmountable? His real combat power is already at the third level of Immortal Master, but he can't bear even a single glance in front of Yuan. To be honest, it's a huge blow to his confidence. Fengzu glanced at him and raised the corner of his mouth. You are already an Immortal Lord, and you have sensed the combat power of the five realms, so you should be able to sense it. The difference between the Immortal Lord and the first level is a world of difference. Su He borrowed Shanjia and Taozu's finger bones, and was able to kill Yuan Su, who had been immersed in the four realms for a long time. Although it was suspected of being a sneak attack, it was natural. She looked at Su He, but before the seventh realm, it is not impossible to kill high-level people in reverse. Just like Baiyin. Baiyin doesn't have a cheating device. She has always been a cheating device for others. Fengzu shook his head and smiled. I have seen that there are mortal countries that use points to examine students. If we compare it with this, the Immortal Lord of the first level is 10. The Immortal Lord of the second level is 20. And so on. 60 points. At this point, he looked at Su He seriously and said, it seems that they are in the same realm. But there is only a small difference in realm. The distance is more than 10,000 miles. With chance and coincidence, the sixth realm of Immortal may be achieved. But the seventh realm has caused countless people to fail. Fengzu sighed slightly. He had lived for a long time, and had seen countless immortals. He had seen one after another attain enlightenment, and he had seen one after another die. If the sixth realm is 60 points, then the seventh realm means that the 100% test paper only has 100%. So it can only be scored with 100%. The gap between the seventh realm and the sixth realm is unfathomable. It is more than the previous sum total. So the element that is invisible and untouchable in your eyes can be touched by the seven realms. Therefore, the four-way prison dragon array set up by the 4-7 realm immortals of the Yuanzun clan could trap even the barbarian king for 3 days. Where is the transcendence immortal? Su He asked. Fengzu was silent for a moment and said, the immortal lord of the seventh realm is the limit of this world. No points will be given for those who surpass the immortal lord. He is the judge. There is no limit to the points. When she said this, her voice became a little ethereal, beyond the seventh realm immortal lord. There is no name for the realm. They are a realm in themselves. Just like Pluto opens the netherworld, and the Emperor of Heaven opens the Sea of Stars. Their abilities are immeasurable and incomparable. Or, can I call you the Realm Master? Su He had a glimmer of understanding. The higher the realm, the greater the difference. The same teachers. Some are just ordinary teachers who work from 6 to 7. And some have the title of academician. That's about it. What about you? Ancestor? Su He asked curiously. Fengzu smiled. Don't think about it. I will never be able to break through the immortal lord. Eternal life is fixed in the seventh realm of the immortal lord. As he was talking here, he saw that the barbarian king in the time channel had rushed to Yuan Ning's figure, raised his axe, and struck down the axe. For the first time, there was a strange phenomenon on the axe, and a starlight was drawn out, as if the galaxy was an axe, and it slashed down quickly. With a bang, the entire withered and desolate world, together with the figure before the world, was split in half by this axe. The withered world and figure seemed to be dissipating. Then I heard a buzzing sound, It was as if hundreds of millions of people were wailing and roaring at the same time. The world and the human figure that had been split in half suddenly lit up with brilliance. The people outside were angry, and were quickly opening a passage. "What are you yelling about?" the barbarian king roared, his voice louder than his own. He stuck the axe into the animal skin skirt at the back of his waist. He grabbed Guanghua with his left hand, and swung his right hand to punch down. Boom! The terrifying sound came loudly, forcing the flow of light in the space-time channel to retreat. The barbarian king does not understand the way of time. This is a force that can break all tricks. The pure power is enough to force back time. The newly condensed world and figure were shattered again by his punch. At the same time, the entire skin and flesh of the barbarian king's right arm was blown away, revealing the dark bones. The barbarian king seemed unable to feel the pain. The pure skeletal right arm punched down again. Boom! The entire passage shook, and Sui felt that this punch was definitely not as powerful as the previous collision between Taizu and Yuan consciousness. With one punch, even a big world can be smashed to pieces. This passage has endured life and death. Punch after punch. The barbarian king seemed to be going crazy. The power that formed the figure and the broken world was smashed and dissipated in circles. It will never take shape again. Until now, there was not even a piece of good flesh and blood on the barbarian king's body. Just a dark skeleton. The pitch-black skeleton stood tall and powerful in the time passage. A barbaric aura filled the entire passage, and even the previous Yuan aura was suppressed. The skeleton of the barbarian king remained motionless. Just when Sui thought something had happened to him, flesh and blood began to wriggle out of the skeleton. Muscles, blood vessels, meridians. There is nothing magical about it. Unlike Sui, whose acupoints are like stars and meridians like rivers, the barbarian king is flesh and blood. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, then wondered, would this interrupt Yuan's plan to travel through time and space? Why does it feel a little unreal? He was confused, but he saw Feng Zhu next to him, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The next moment, a black light suddenly penetrated the space-time channel and shot in, instantly piercing the heart of the barbarian king. He punched a hole as big as his fist in the barbarian king's chest. An aura of decay came from the cave, and the barbarian king next to him could see his heart beating violently and blood squirming. But he could not repair the cave entrance. There was a lot of blood. The moment the black light penetrated the space-time channel, 3 drums were heard sounding silently. The sound of drums came roaring in, going straight to the end against the long river of time. The black light at the end suddenly grew stronger. Then, they saw the barbarian king stepping on his feet, jumping back, and roaring as he ran, "You bastard! Retreat!" Sui was stunned. Why did he think that the barbarian king not only did not delay Yuan's arrival, but instead beat him until he became angry and rushed in advance regardless of it? The black light penetrated, and even through Feng Zhu's true fire, everyone felt the crisis of life and death. Walk! The barbarian king went down the river, reached into the phoenix true fire, and dragged Sui out. The barbarian king ran forward with long strides. While running, Sui could see blood spraying from the hole in his chest. However, the barbarian king didn't care and rushed out of the passage. He threw Sui into the distance with his hand. He took out the axe and looked back at the time and space passage. Take a defensive stance. At this moment, the muscles of the tower-like man were trembling. But it wasn't severe pain, nor was it fear. It was as if he was too excited to control himself. Sui turned into a stream of light, followed by a string of mountain beetle fragments, and crashed into a star, only to be stopped by a phoenix flying across the sky. Bird-shaped phoenix. Little guy, summon the Emperor of Heaven. Feng Zhu stopped him, and spoke anxiously. Sui was startled and looked at Feng Zhu in disbelief. Summoning my father-in-law? Why didn't he know that he still had this ability? Hurry! Feng Zhu urged. Xian said you can summon it. You can definitely do it. Sui was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he seemed to wake up. He was really capable. Sui jumped up, looked across the sea of stars, and landed directly on Guiwang Mountain. The 3 mountains there are still there. The Tai Chi diagram on Guiwang Mountain is gone. It has been taken away by the Taoist master. Xianting Mountain has not moved for billions of years, and the 49 floating islands are quietly suspended, struggling to support the popularity of Sui. As soon as he glanced at it, the popularity on Xianting Mountain suddenly started to surge. After waiting for hundreds of millions of years, I have now found my master, and I can't wait to follow Sui. Sui laughed. Yuan used his scattered consciousness to guide him, and sensed the passage of time one step ahead of time. But the Emperor of Heaven has a true guide. Although he didn't understand why there was an imperial mark and emperor seal when there was a sign, he didn't let Su He boost his popularity in advance. But Su He knew what to do now. Su He moved forward with one hand, separated by the sea of stars. Billions of stars and the world. Shake hands and step up. The gesture of holding up the sky is like lifting up the people's anger that is pressing down on Xianting Mountain. Then, the popularity really slowly increased. In the place where Mount Tai was located in later generations, an illusory Mount Tai really emerged. The stars on Tai Mountain are surrounded, and the rising popularity will not fall. The 49 floating islands on Xianting Mountain cheered in an instant, carrying the burden of hundreds of millions of years, and finally relaxed at this moment. The burden of Su He's popularity was relieved, and the role of the Xianting Mountain signpost came into play immediately. A distant and majestic aura spreads to all heavens and all realms, to the past and present, and to the passage of time and space. Black light rolled in the space-time channel of the star sea, and a great terror was about to come. Outside the channel, the barbarian king held an axe in his hand, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The fighting on the battlefield below was still going on, with large formations dividing the Yuanzun clan into a square formation. Su He suddenly realized, Ancestor, you deliberately forced Yuan into the time tunnel? Feng Zhu looked at the space-time passage and flapped his wings slightly. We can't wait for him to be fully prepared. I always feel that you guys have a lot of secrets. What is your identity? Ancestor? There is no Yuan at the moment. Can you tell me? Yuan is coming. In the space-time channel, the barbarian king carried Su He away, leaving only a ray of Phoenix true fire in the channel. The true fire converged and merged with the Phoenix ancestor's consciousness, turning into an avatar standing in the channel. At the end of the passage, the black light that penetrated the barbarian king became more and more concentrated, and finally turned into an arm lying in the passage. The 5 fingers grasped the light flowing through the passage. Like a world-destroying god or demon, the arm was so large that it filled the space-time passage. The consciousness on it flickered, as if it was staring directly at the Phoenix ancestor downstream. I found you. The consciousness came out of the arm and turned into a strange voice, like a ghostly hand crawling out of HL. Everything it touches will collapse. Even the power of time fell on the arm, twisting and collapsing. The aura that destroyed everything rushed towards his face. But Feng Zhu seemed to have disappeared. A flame condensed into a spear in his hand, and he stood sideways with the spear. His aura suddenly rose, and he looked straight at the arm. It's me. I've been waiting for you. Another voice came from the arm. You can't escape this world. Chapter 640 Origin. Su He looked at Feng Zhu beside him in shock. Ancestor. You mean, you are from this world? The stars under my feet. The sky above my head. The space around me. The flowing time? Feng Zhu nodded slightly. What's going on? Su He was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Bain, who came up to him at some point, showed an expression that was indeed true. Su He looked at her and saw that Feng Zhu was even more at a loss. Feng Zhu looked at the space-time passage with a somewhat sad and lonely expression. Originally, I was just one of the first living beings in this world, practicing staggeringly. A few eras earlier than Dao Ancestor. Feng Zhu seemed to have no plans to hide it. He looked at the passage, looked at Su He and Bai Yin and said softly, although he is a few days earlier than that turtle, his cultivation is in a mess. He shoots here and there, and sticks here and there. He doesn't even know that he is there. It doesn't matter what I practice. No one is my opponent anyway. She laughed as she spoke, and then looked at Su He, until the turtle named Tai appeared and took over my territory and stole my feathers. I chased him. From Tianan to Tianshanbei. From Shui when the earth reached the sea. The world did not have one big world after another. There was only one world. But it was terrifyingly big. Feng Zhu said quietly, at first. I beat the turtle to the point of running away. But gradually he was able to keep up with me. When we reached the East China Sea, I found that I was actually at a disadvantage. Even at this moment, Feng Zhu had a look of disbelief on his face. It was hard to imagine that in an era without martial arts and systematic practice, there would be a turtle practicing at such an exaggerated speed. Then, I escaped. It was a purely barbaric world, where killing and being killed were always present. If you couldn't beat me, of course you had to run away. Just like Taya was driven away by me and escaped for tens of thousands of years. Feng Zhu laughed. And then? Only 30 to 40,000 years later, the Kaikion cultivation method was actually spread in this world. Fengzu looked at the two of them. Can you imagine? That stupid turtle made his cultivation method public. Fengzu smiled and sighed. Then, he was surpassed by me again. Open the first heaven. The third heaven. The seventh heaven. Master the great road. Break through the seventh heaven. And break through the great road. She looked at Suhi, and then glanced at Gu Tai and Bai Long, who were sneakily attacking Yuan Zun Xianzun below. Who would have thought that before the Kaikion cultivation method was made public, the path I would take would be a means to break through the immortal lord? Fengzu chuckled. Very happy, of course at that time. There was no such name as the immortal lord. But I succeeded. Just like Ming now. He broke through as a divine beast. At this point, she was quiet for a moment, and then continued, after the breakthrough, I knew that I could open up my own world. But what I open up myself is not as good as the ready-made world. Isn't there a ready-made world at my feet? Fengzu smiled. Then, I took over the world under my feet. At that time, it already had a name, and the whole world was called Xianhuang. I succeeded without any difficulty. From then on, I am Xianhuang, and Xianhuang is me. Fengzu was in high spirits, as if he had really returned to that era. He looked at Gutai below and smiled strangely. At that time, for hundreds of thousands of years, I did nothing but condensed an avatar in the world, chasing that turtle and forcing him to call me mother. Fengzu smiled even more happily. I am this world, and the creatures that the world breeds are my descendants. Aren't they? Of course. Suhi, according to Fengzu's argument, how should his relationship with Yuezu be calculated? Fengzu chuckled, but then fell silent as he smiled. There were flames rising into the sky in the space-time passage, and a terrifying aura spread out. I don't know what kind of battle is going on inside. Fengzu didn't seem to notice, and shook his head slightly, but this kind of life did not last long. And the old turtle also entered this realm, and even became stronger and stronger. So strong, that I couldn't see his back. During that time, I hid. No matter how he called me, I refused to come out. Why did I come out to show off? Then, Yuan came. Fengzu's voice became a little deeper. At first, he was just a strong man who suddenly appeared. He did not belong to this world, and did not carry the aura of this world. He fought with the old turtle outside the world, and there was no clear winner. The reason for the initial fight was that both of them wanted to seize the ownership of Ming, and wanted to be Ming's master. Fengzu smiled, and glanced at Baiyin. That girl's talent is terrifyingly strong. If she hadn't been born late, her achievements would not be inferior to those of Daozu. Suhi also looked at Baiyin. And sure enough, Baiyin and Hades were related. According to Fengzu, there should be nothing in this world that she doesn't know. Just look at Baiyin when he talks about Pluto. It's so obvious. Baiyin looked curious, as if he didn't notice the strange looks from Fengzu and Suhi, and looked directly at Fengzu with a look like speak quickly. Speak quickly. Fengzu smiled and continued, at first, I was extremely lucky that someone could finally cure that old turtle. Then beating. Yuan was exposed, in front of the old turtle. There was no man can truly hide himself. Fengzu's expression suddenly darkened. Yuan, you are never alone. She looked at Baiyin and Suhi. Even if I am one with Xianhuang, I have never seen other worlds. Beyond Xianhuang is endless chaos, with no boundaries visible or touching. There is no other world. There will be no other living beings until Yuan is knocked out of his body by that old turtle. Fengzu stopped here, and was silent for a long time. The space-time passage was filled with fire, and he didn't know what happened. Fengzu glanced at it, and stopped looking. His voice suddenly became softer. It wasn't until that day that I saw it. Yuan Hua had turned into a withered, lonely, and shattered world. It was a world that had come to an end, and had already reached its end. The dead world. The creatures in that world are strange, struggling, and trying to survive. That dead world has quietly lurked beside Xianhuang without knowing when. If it hadn't been beaten to its true form by the old turtle, I might not have discovered it until he pounced on me. Fengzu's eyes flashed with fear and murderous intent. Probably after being defeated by Xingzong, Yuan finally stopped holding back. The first time he really took action. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. He left the old turtle behind, and went straight to Xianhuang. It was only then that I knew his purpose. Fengzu paused for a moment, and said, transfer the decaying energy of the broken world to Xianhuang. Swallow up Xianhuang's vitality, and lead to death and life. At this point, she laughed. In other words, one world takes over another world. The moment he pounced on him, all the Xianhuang creatures knew his purpose. That was the first time that the Xianhuang creatures were so united since their birth. It was also the first time that the Xianhuang creatures saw an existence outside the world. Of course, it may also be because of the existence of the Emperor of Heaven. Fengzu smiled, although he was not the Emperor of Heaven at that time. He was a born emperor. Half of the Xianhuang world has been ruled by him. There is a king who mobilizes troops. It's really convenient to send generals. Fengzu smiled. A real victory. A victory without any surprise. It was also in that battle that I really saw how powerful that old turtle was. How powerful it was without reason. Na Yuan was killed by him. Che. Completely dead. Fengzu sighed. As if he saw Taizu's power again, who knew that the old turtle who was chased by me every day, forced to go to heaven and nowhere, forced to call his mother, actually contained such power in his body? Terrible power. That was the first time that Tai really broke out. And it was also that battle that truly established the Tao ancestors' unshakable status. The four spirits bowed their heads. And all living beings worshipped. The fact that the Emperor of Heaven could truly establish the heavenly palace is not without connection with Tai's power at that time. She felt helpless when she said this. She glanced at Gu Tai in the starry sky and shook her head slightly. Can you imagine? From then on, the words I spoke in this majestic world, the world itself, were not as useful as Daozu. Daozu in a word. It is the supreme law in the Xianhuang world. When Fengzu spoke, he actually felt aggrieved. Su He and Bai Yin suppressed their laughter. This scenario seems imaginable. Fengzu shook his head and smiled, although we won that battle. The price was also huge. After that battle, the divine beast lost its human body. Since then, the divine beast has no human body anymore. Only Tai and I still retain our human bodies. Personal? Bai Yin's eyes suddenly opened wide. And he looked at Fengzu curiously, as if he wanted to see a human body from her phoenix body. Fengzu rubbed her head with a hint of affection. He continued, the beast transformation chapter was originally created by me to help the mythical beasts regain their human bodies. And later Tai also joined in. But somehow, the creation turned into a method for humans to cultivate the bodies of beasts. She shook her head slightly. That battle hurt the foundation of the beast. And it was hard to make up for it. The chapters on forging weapons, elixirs, and spells that were circulated in the heavens later. Basically, all the chapters were discovered by us in our quest to find a human body for the beast. We didn't find a human body for the beast, but it enriched Xianhuang's practice. The name of Daozu was truly known during that era. The ancestor of the Tao. The beginning of all Tao. It was also during that era that the Emperor of Heaven and the King of Hades truly reached their peak. And the Taoist masters also emerged. The Sea of Stars was opened. The heaven was founded. The underworld was opened. And the Ghost Way appeared. Everything in the heavens and worlds was on the right track and prosperous. Even all living beings. Gradually we have forgotten the past war. But at this moment, Yuan is here again. That battle was extremely sudden. And Yuan came without any warning. However, the Xinghai was already above at that time. And Yuan's impact did not rush directly to the lower realm. And was blocked in the end. The war was also won. Miserably. Su He and Bai Yin looked at each other, and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. The Yuanzun clan is difficult to kill. And they can be resurrected even if their natal stars are destroyed. Sure enough, Yuan, as the root, cannot die so simply. Fengzu said, that time. Like the old turtle. He completely killed Yuanjun. Together, with the broken illusory world behind him. But from then on, everyone's hearts were as heavy as a mountain stone. And there was no more first place. Times of joy. Sure enough, it only lasts for a few hundred yuan. And the yuan is here again, Fengzu said, one after another. And 7 times in a row. Each time he was killed. But each time he was reborn. When Fengzu said this, his eyes were filled with anger. In the corresponding space-time channel, the phoenix true fire soared into the sky, almost burning through the entire channel. Outside the passage, the barbarian king was holding an axe, trying his best to suppress himself in order to control his legs and not jump in. Fengzu let out a long sigh and was quiet for a long time before saying, it was also after battles again and again that we figured out what Yuan was. I originally thought that he was like me, the most powerful creature in the world of annihilation, and merged with the world. But we were wrong. He is not. In other words, he is not only the strongest creature in the world, but also the combination of all the dead creatures in the world. Existence, Their desire for life. Those clearly dead beings. Things like corpses. They all wanted to use Xian Huang to fight for a chance of life. They fought again and shattered Xian Huang. Only then did the 3,000 big worlds and 100,000 small worlds become the worlds of the heavens and the world. Feng Zhu gritted his teeth. For the 7th invasion, Yuan suddenly changed his tactics. He turned into a spirit-like existence at this moment. With no entity and no existence. He suddenly rushed straight towards the Xian Huang world and directly seized my body. He wanted to annihilate me and transform himself into as the spirit of Xian Huang. Feng Zhu was still frightened. That time, even Tai suffered a loss. Feng Zhu said softly, I have killed Yuan 6 times. But even he cannot escape unscathed. The accumulated injuries he suffered several times have never truly recovered. That time was also the last time. A thrilling time. Almost succeeded in being snatched away. And then, Pluto came. Feng Zhu seemed extremely reluctant to recall this part of history. The phoenix true fire on her body flickered. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Finally, she said, the Hades is the best at the way of the soul. Her underworld is the real home of ghosts. I still don't know what means that girl used to replace Xian Huang with the underworld. Originally, she was supposed to take over Xian Huang's body. But she was inexplicably led to take over the body of the underworld. Even the Hades took the initiative to cooperate with him to succeed. Having said this, Feng Zhu looked at Baiyin, and then glanced at Tantai. An immortal sword below with unparalleled sword power. Then, the moment Yuan succeeded, Pluto shattered the entire netherworld and killed Yuan with his own body. That girl was the only person other than Tai who had truly killed Yuan. There is no such woman in the world. Suhi opened his mouth in shock. Senior sister said that she cut herself into pieces and shattered the underworld by herself. But this is what happened. For a moment, I felt the urge to go upstream and go to that magnificent era to see such a strange woman. Want to see her? Baiyin asked with raised eyebrows. Suhi nodded awkwardly. Hee. If you dare to flirt with women again, do you think Tantai's sword will kill you? Suhi? How did she know that Su Huanyan had warned him? Su Huanyan said that 3 is the limit. No more. Feng Zhu looked at the deflated Suhi and burst into laughter. He smiled and said, don't worry. This guy dared to go to that era, when Pluto was the first to kill him. At that time, Xian Huang was very wary of people who suddenly appeared. Feng Zhu smiled and continued. The 8th time, Yuan never really reached Xian Huang. The death of Hades made Dao Zhu silent for a whole era. The 8th time, he didn't wait for Yuan to kill him, but killed him himself. I don't know how he found that world in the chaos. What can we do to a dead world? It's not that we haven't broken that world before, but it's useless. The old turtle just returned after being gone for 10,000 years. He found me and only told me that he had restored his original state. Next time he comes, there will be no various evolutions that have appeared again and again. And he will return to the appearance of the first appearance. And told me that he has found a real way to kill Yuan. But he has to break it first and try again. And we have to resist it ourselves for the 9th time. Feng Zhu said and looked at Gu Tai again. Then, the old turtle disappeared. I searched everywhere in heaven and earth, in chaos, and in the world, but could not find him. Until millions of years ago, Ming found a turtle egg in the ruins of heaven. That guy actually returned to the egg and completely whitewashed himself. Can this kind of thing be done? He was silent for a long time. Taizu is really awesome. Incredibly awesome. Yuan is the strongest person in the broken world. The fused world has gathered the resentment, strength, and hope of the entire world. Then he was beheaded by Taizu again and again. He marveled for a long time before asking, Ancestor, what about Yuan at this moment? The 9th time. Feng Zhu said softly, this time is also the one that lasted the longest. This time the dimension appeared. Without Tai. Without Pluto. It was the Emperor of Heaven. The Taoist Master and I who blocked it at the same time. I was gone long ago. Phoenix body can only help based on the world. Then, Yuan invaded the world with one hand. You have seen it before. In that battle, the ancestors of the 4 spirits and the white tiger used my power to break off the 5 fingers of Yuan. But it was also because of my personal participation. Yuan found an opportunity to engulf the world's consciousness. And I myself separated from the world, and was reborn with the help of the stump of the little phoenix. When she said this, she looked at Suhi helplessly. So, your ancestors and I really can't break through the immortal realm. Although my consciousness is no longer integrated with the world. In essence, the world is me, and I am the world. My breakthrough is the world's breakthrough. How can I break through in a world full of holes? Besides, she had already made a breakthrough. So how could she make another breakthrough? She laughed at herself, but suddenly raised her head and looked straight at the time passage. The true phoenix fire was extinguished there. He's coming. Feng Zhu suddenly turned his head and looked at Suhi. Little guy, I have never asked about the future generations. Nor have I explored it. I don't know whether this battle will be successful. Even if this battle is successful, you will be able to return to the future generations. Whether the war can be successful, the world cannot afford a war. Feng Zhu looked serious. Old ancestor, you should sacrifice your life for this. If things don't work out, then bring all the beings from heaven into your inner world. Go to Shirwan Mountain, and you will know what to do. Chapter 641, War Begins. Are you going to fight hard? Baiying blinked and chuckled. Did she also fight tooth and nail in this battle? So, reincarnated? It is too difficult to predict one's own fate. There have been no less than 800 speculations on the reasons for reincarnation alone. Now that I'm married to this guy. Very good. I can no longer speculate on my fate. Ah! It took a lot of effort to reach the level of Immortal Master in the 6th realm. Do you have to start all over again? What a worry. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Feng Zhu's long cry. Don't look directly at me before you reach the level of immortality. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang at the entrance of the space-time channel, and a giant withered hand stretched out from inside. In an instant, the whole world changed its color. Withered, eroded, decayed, and doomed. This world will die in the next moment and come to an end. Yuan did not emerge completely from the space-time channel. Only half a shoulder longer than before. He was too strong, and it was too difficult to squeeze into the space-time channel. He couldn't wait to reach out with just one arm. At the beginning, it was just a consciousness, which suppressed Qian Wang with almost no resistance, forcing the Taoist master to die together. Come now in the flesh. As soon as he appeared, while still in the space-time passage, the surrounding immortals suddenly turned into a mist and dissipated out of thin air. No matter Qian Wang or Yuanzun, the world collapsed and all living beings died. The end has truly come. At this moment, the barbarian king roared and jumped up, swung the giant axe in his hand, and struck down in the air. Old Loach, die! The barbarian king bared his teeth, and his hair stood on end like a steel wire. This axe showed no power, but it made everyone present, no matter the immortal or the immortal, just feel as if the sky was falling apart and the whole world was about to be split in half by this axe. This is not an illusion. This axe is really going to cut through time and space. With one strike of the axe, time and space were distorted, and even the immortal master could not clearly see the scene inside. I only felt the thrill, the power that followed the gaze and invaded the soul, tearing the viewer apart. Rays of light rose up to protect themselves. When time and space calmed down, he saw the withered hand holding the giant axe with his index finger and thumb. The power of the barbarian king's axe was completely annihilated between his two fingers. Not even an inch of success has been accomplished. The arm had shrunk to a size similar to that of the barbarian king. The axe was pinched. The barbarian king's muscles bulged. He raised his legs and stepped down. I saw the barbarian king's energy and blood condensed into a giant that reached the sky. And he stepped down with his foot. Boom! The aura of silence surrounding him was crushed to pieces. A shockwave swayed in all directions. Visible to the naked eye, a circle of ripples spread out on the withered palm. But there was no damage. Flex your fingers and play. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yuanzhong's finger flicked on the barbarian king's chest, and a string of barbarian kings bounced out of his body. From infancy to old age, this finger instantly popped out all the barbarian kings from all periods and hung them in the sky. The hand pointed at the infant barbarian king and wiped it away silently. But the moment he raised his hand, all the barbarian kings after the baby became illusory. If you kill this one, you can kill them all. The barbarian king's eyes flashed with monstrous rage at the same time. He roared and fisted, bit and slashed with an axe. But it seemed as if he could not interfere with the real world. The fingers fell mercilessly. At this moment, there was a cry of phoenix, and Feng Zhu transformed into a human body in the air, his red clothes blazing with flames. And he stabbed the giant hand with a spear. Behind her, phantoms of the big world appeared, and the whole world condensed behind her, gathered the power of the entire world and stabbed Yuan's right hand, wiping the finger towards the barbarian king. He had to turn around and hit the Phoenix Fire Spear. There was a collision, and the place of collision turned into pure white. No sound. No space. No time. It was as if that part of the world was completely wiped out at this moment, and nothing existed anymore. After an unknown amount of time, the pure white receded, revealing the scene in the field. One person, one hand, and one phoenix stand in three directions. Feng Zhu had already recovered his true phoenix form, and was hovering in the starry sky. The barbarian king was breathing heavily, and holding his arms in front of him, with the real phoenix fire burning on his arms. Su He? Sure enough. You can't believe what these old guys say. Is this called the Eternal Seventh Realm Immortal Lord? The Immortal Venerable had a slight sense of how powerful the barbarian king's attack was. No Immortal Venerable, even the Nether Ancestor and the Demon Venerable, would be able to withstand a single blow. Even so, both attacks failed to capture Yuan's right hand. With one shot from Feng Zhu, the sky and the earth were pure white. At this moment, the true fire of the phoenix is still burning in that hand. This power is obviously much greater than that of the barbarian king. It really happened. A voice came from the right hand. As expected, this phoenix can truly break away from the world and fight independently. Something happened to his consciousness and origin space that he stayed in to suppress the world. Phoenix is free. Nonsense. The barbarian king made a voice from between his teeth. He had no trump cards. How dare you let him in? Death! He roared, and slashed down with his axe in the air. Before he could fully recover, he killed this hand first. He felt extremely strenuous with one hand, waiting for him to fully recover. I'm afraid I can't even get close. Open the sky. The barbarian king swung his huge axe in a circle and chopped it down with one strike. It's like the heaven and earth are opening for the first time. The sea of stars is not chaotic, and even time and space have been crushed due to the battle. However, with the axe of the barbarian king, the earth, water, wind and fire were cut out, and a world was created out of thin air. The world crashed down on Yuan's right hand. All the rules and auras were directed at Yuan. I don't know how long this world's barbarian king has been preparing. Yuan Ji's right hand looked up to the sky, and a mocking aura rose up from one hand. A circle of ripples spread out on the hand, and the sound of the arm vibrated in all directions like an ancient bell. Destroy the world. The hand pointed forward, and the new world came to an end in an instant. The sea dried up, volcanoes erupted, the earth cracked, and the whole world collapsed bit by bit. The palm of his hand stood proudly upright, attacking him with the whole world. Seeking death? His breath just started to rise. But the barbarian king reached into the world with one hand and pulled it downwards. The entire broken world collapsed and condensed, turning into a rusty giant axe. This giant axe actually carries the aura of annihilation unique to Yuan. But it does not belong to Yuan. It seems that the world of barbarian king lacks the aura of decay, and decay just to forge this giant axe. This moment is perfect. Even the hole in the chest of the barbarian king had a breath of decay shot into the embroidered axe, and the hole in the chest healed naturally. The barbarian king's aura instantly soared. I don't know if he was angry or not, but even though he had no breath, his withered hands immediately made a fist and punched the barbarian king. But he saw Feng Zhu next to him roaring loudly. Stars sacrifice. Then he saw countless stars in the entire sea of stars, together with countless stars in the heavens and the world, shining with dazzling brilliance at the same time. The rays of light shot out, turned into a blow, and crashed into Yuan's fist. Boom! There was another collision. But this time the huge power did not form a pure white space. It's as if the world has adapted to such power. As soon as the collision started, Feng Zhu's body suddenly exploded, scattering into flames that filled the sky, and then slowly condensed. Yuan Ji's right hand also flew out backwards, and it took him tens of thousands of miles to settle in the lonely starry sky. He shook his hand, grabbed it with his 5 fingers, and rushed this way again. Feng Zhu has been using the power of the entire world to fight against him. Come! A withered and dull voice on his right hand sounded like bamboo boards rubbing against each other, resounding throughout the heavens. I saw 2 rays of light shooting up from the depths of the heavens and the sea of stars. Li stepped over with an old look, and took the initiative to turn into a ray of light, with the shadow of his fingers, shooting towards his arm. Not a new finger grew on the arm, but the withered arm suddenly became fuller, just thinner, no longer haggard. Su, floating in the air, like a corpse, also shot towards the arm. Yuan Ji made a fist with his right hand again, and before Feng Zhu could fully recover, He pointed again. The barbarian king stepped forward, grabbed the rusty giant axe, and slashed across the air. There were no strange phenomena, but the shadow of the long river of time was shown around the axe. It is not an object that is constantly changing, but a river that is constantly flowing. Just like Suhi and Taizu rode together last time. This is not the method of the barbarian king, but the ability brought by the rusty giant axe. Huh? Besides Suhi, Bain exclaimed, I made the useless sword, using the skeleton of Suhi's clone to forge a knife. Her weapon refining technique. Scrap 3 corpses. They were originally thrown into the turbulence of time and space. When were they picked up by the barbarian king? No. The yin-yang Dao on the rusty axe was made by the Taoist master. Such an axe. Yin and yang. Life and death. Time and space. The barbarian king who does not understand the power of time and only has pure brute force can master it better. With one strike of the axe, the barbarian king shouted loudly. Duan Gu. This axe did not strike Yuan's right hand, but instead struck the space-time channel above his head. The evil energy on Yuan Ji's right hand was astonishing. The barbarian king wanted to cut off eternal Gu and prevent the rest of his body from coming over. They want to wear out this arm of his in this era. Is this their purpose? The Emperor of Heaven could only use all the power of heaven to support him in the eternal past. They lowered one of his arms and destroyed it. It can both hurt him and support the Emperor of Heaven. But it's so whimsical. The arm rose into the sky and pierced the space-time channel. Get out. There was a loud noise, and the finger pointed at the rusty axe, shattering the shadow of the long river of time brought out by the rusty axe. Outside the passage, the barbarian king rolled and fell aside. Then he saw Su's body cut through the starry sky and crashed into the passage, then merged into his arm. The arms become more and more plump, and they no longer look any different from ordinary human arms. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the arm, the work of a rat. Want to use the reaction of a mere finger to affect his body? Rats are whimsical. Get out. He snorted coldly, and the shadow of Su appeared on his arm, as if it was torn off like tape. The phantom had a frightened look on its face, as if it had experienced great terror, and tried its best to escape from its arm. However, at this moment, a phoenix cry came, and Feng Zhu's phoenix true fire turned into a firebird and crashed into the space-time channel. Just like that, he hit Yuan Ji's right arm. Most of the face that had been torn out melted in an instant, and mucus flowed back to the arm. A scream came from the mucus, but there was no feeling of weakness at all. Su was not killed, but instead strengthened. The phoenix's cry turned into a thunderous sound. This technique can burn and forge the body. The true fire of the phoenix flashes on the arm that refines the past life into the yuan. The aura of silence flickered on his arm, and the true fire of the phoenix was extinguished in an instant. But Su was completely integrated with him. Outside the passage, Feng Zhu fell beside the man-king, unable to even ignite the real fire. Extremely weak. This act of burning the body actually exhausted Feng Zhu's power. It actually cost more than the previous head-on confrontation with Su. The barbarian king raised his rusty axe upside down and stepped forward to stand in front of Feng Zhu. His muscles trembled and emitted billowing steam, distorting the world and blocking all the breath from Yuan's arm. The arm remained motionless in the space-time passage. No more attempts were made to expel Su from the body, and an old breath came out from his arm. His voice was still dry. Since you want me to come out, then I will do as you wish. 3 drums beat dense beats in the space-time channel, and Yuanji's right hand moved inwards, tearing apart eternity. The apocalyptic aura rose instantly. After the arms, shoulders, neck, and then a head squeezed into the space-time channel. An ordinary appearance. An ordinary appearance. But the moment the head appeared, the shattered world behind him solidified instantly. A completely different world rushed out of the time channel with pressure. In the sea of stars, the immortals and immortals scattered around became solemn in an instant. Each body trembled slightly, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Break the boundaries. Take life. Seize the vitality of this world and make up for yourself. Uncontrolled by Yuan. The moment the world of annihilation appeared, his goal spread throughout the world. From the beginning to the end. From the first real appearance of Yuan. This goal has not changed at all. The broken world brought the aura of the end of the world, spreading into the sea of stars and into the heavens. Monks above the sky can sense things clearly. Under the sea of stars, the forces of the heavens, dominated by Yuan Zun and Zun Xianwang, are fighting fiercely. But stopped at this moment. A series of people from the Butian clan with human bodies and snake tails are holding up holes in space and repairing the world. This was the place where immortal Xian Huang had previously knocked immortal Yuanzun and immortal Zun into the sea of stars. When the world is broken, someone has to fix it. Just as the Yuan world arrived, all the Butian clan stopped, feeling the will and aura that wants to destroy the world. Inexplicable sadness and despair emerged, and the Butian clan howled. Weep for this world. Weep for this creature. Crying, he looked at the beings who had taken refuge in the Yuanzun clan and asked hysterically, "Is this what you want? Destroy the heavens, kill yourself, and make others successful?" The Butian clan cried loudly, and heavy rain poured down on all the worlds, and the heavens wept together. The beings in the world who were being questioned were motionless and stunned, and they were at a loss for a moment. What is Yuanzun? What is Xian Huang? They don't know the basics. They were born in the Yuanzun realm, and grew up in the Yuanzun realm. Ever since they were born, the Yuanzun clan has been their emperor, and everything to them. I originally thought it was a dispute between two clans, fighting for the legitimacy of the heavenly emperor. But suddenly, my own emperor wanted to destroy everyone, including them, including their ancestors, their descendants. For a moment, everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to do or how to respond. Looking at the magic weapon in his hand, and the Xian Huang monk opposite him, he couldn't defeat this magical power. Chapter 642 Taoist Master. All the heavens and worlds were silent for a moment, except for Yuanzun's group, which was in a state of excitement. It seemed as if they had eaten an explosive elixir, roaring and roaring more and more crazily as they pressed towards the Xian Huang world. The depression of these 2,000 years seemed to be swept away at this moment. Fight! A roar rose from the Xian Huang world, but it was a group of 4 spirit beasts that were still underage. The 5th level of Kaitian, the 6th level of Kaitian, not yet qualified to enter the Star Sea. He became the main force in the lower world. Roaring, he led the Xian Huang beings to kill the Yuanzun clan. Kill! Among the Butian clan who were repairing the sky, a woman with a bamboo tower on her back yelled, threw away the colorful sacred stone in her hand, and actually pulled out a pair of double-stranded swords. The snake body swam along with the black and yellow creatures. Kill the Yuanzun clan. The Butian clan never participates in the disputes among the heavens, but this moment is an exception. This sound was like a beacon, awakening all living beings, and countless living beings rushed towards the Yuanzun family. Even Yuanzun's family members turned around and hesitated. The Yuanzun clan didn't care. They were completely crazy. The sound of 3 drums spread across the starry sky. The military flags were fluttering. The troops were arranged in formation, and the killing was inextricable for a while. The sea of stars was all gray. The broken world of Yuan appeared, and the whole world became gray. In the time and space channel, the rest of Yuan's body is still squeezed in, and the aura becomes stronger and stronger. Incredibly strong. Barbarian King licked his lips, and was about to rush in to intercept, but was stopped by Feng Zhu with a claw, just outside the end of the space-time passage. In the world before eternity, a ray of golden light pierced the passage and blocked half of Yuanda's body. The golden light was majestic and terrifying as the power of heaven. As soon as it appeared, the entire sea of stars swept away the gloom and became gorgeous. The starry sea, which had been lonely for billions of years, finally met its master. Tian. Yuan looked back. His voice was low and angry, and he stared at the golden light, the Emperor of Heaven who had been fighting with him for hundreds of millions of years. He stopped the remaining body of him before eternity. Yuan was furious, raised his hand, and punched the golden light, smashing it into pieces. The process of rushing out of the passage was also interrupted by life and death, and it was difficult to cross without the remaining body suppressing the Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, there was only one head, one neck, one shoulder, and one arm, as if someone had slashed them off with a sword from the base of the left neck to the right armpit. But just this small part of the body exudes overwhelming power, changing the appearance of the world. The arm clawed in the space-time channel and suddenly ejected. The sky and the earth changed color, and Feng Zhu turned into a human form again, guarding with the barbarian king's horns, as if facing a formidable enemy. Little guy, protect Gutai. Feng Zhu's spear burned with flames, and a message fell into Suhi's ears. Since the Yuan dynasty, Gutai is the most dangerous. Even a few people know him in this era. But one name says too much. Gutai, who had been making sneak attacks below, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had remembered something extraordinary. At this moment, He was clearly not affected by the Yuan Qi. But at the first moment, he pretended that he couldn't bear it and was about to be crushed to the ground. Even the indiscernible color on his body quietly became fixed at some point. It turned into pitch black and resembled Su-hee's turtle body by 70%. Bai-yin covered her mouth and bent over with laughter. Su-hee? He took a step forward and turned into a shadow that fell on Gu Tai's tortoise sh. L. Gu Tai was startled and realized that it was Su-hee. Close your eyes. Su-hee looked at Bai Long beside him. Xiao Baizu is extremely bold. After 2,000 years of no progress, he has already opened the 7th level. Among the immortals, he is a top-level strongman. But to peek at Yuan here is to be honest. Bai Long glared at him. Gu Tai's copper bell turned into a bell and hung on her dragon horn. How could it be compared with ordinary immortals? You opened the sky. Gu Tai's tone was filled with resentment. He could feel that this grandson had opened the 5th heaven, and his realm was higher than him. At least, they are equivalent to the 3 realms immortal lord. He only has his 2nd level. So, I'm here to protect you. Su-hee's voice was calm. Gu Tai? Stop making trouble. When we really have to fight hard, it's not certain who will protect whom. This guy's finger bones were gone. The moment Su-hee came back, Gu Tai discovered that his finger bones were gone. The feeling of being robbed of your treasure is gone. Without the phalanges. And now the mountain armor is broken again. The only thing Su-hee can use is the combat power of the immortal lord of the 3rd realm, which is some forbidden method. Up to the 4th realm. He was really desperate. He had all the means to knock down the immortal lord of the 3 realms. Su-hee shrugged. He didn't know what Fengzu was thinking. Taizu, even the young Taizu cannot be so weak that he needs someone to protect him. Moreover, Gu Tai is not in the surrounding formation, although the casket could no longer be seen from the perspective of heaven and earth. According to Su-hee's current state, the formations he had seen before had already died in his heart. You can even use your limited knowledge of formations to deduce 1 or 2 steps. Little Taizu and Bai Long are not in the formation. The moment Su-hee fell, Bai-yin was nowhere to be found. In the Sea of Stars, the war between Xian Huang and Yuan Zun continues. It didn't stop completely because of Yuan's arrival. Yuan banished and rushed out of the space-time channel. And the 2 axes in the barbarian king's hands were chopped down at the same time. One is his own axe, with the power to open up the sky, while the other is a newly formed rusty axe, with the appearance of destroying the world. The 2 axes are completely different, but they complement each other and collide with each other. At the same time, the power of the chop is unpredictable. Fengzu's spear turned into a burst of fire, burning everything and pointing at the center of Yuan's eyebrows. With the world as a shield, Fengzu's consumption has recovered a lot, and the power of this spear is not as powerful as before. The true fire of the phoenix has condensed into magma, and the flowing flames roll on the spear, carrying the determination of a world. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. But Yuan took his time and didn't look at their attacks. He volleyed his fingers in the air and wrapped them in a diamond shape, blocking all attacks. With a flick of his finger, the rhombus turned into 2 gray rays of light, like doomsday stars, crashing into the barbarian king and Fengzu respectively. He didn't hear the sound, but saw the expressions of Man King and Fengzu suddenly change. The giant axe of the barbarian king was blocked in front of him, and was instantly shattered by the gray light. The gray light smashed into the barbarian king's chest, knocking him into the depths of the star sea, and the gray light exploded with a bang. A gray and defeated aura, carrying the smell of the barbarian king's blood, rose in the depths of the star sea. Fengzu here was even faster than the barbarian king. The gray light exploded when it hit him, shattering into flowing fire all over the sky and scattering to all parts of the star sea like a meteor shower. With an extra head, Yuan's combat power has increased by more than 10 times. The skywide flames scattered in the starry sky, turning into phoenixes of different sizes, screaming and rushing towards this side. Yuan stretched out his right hand, reached into the world of silence behind him, and grabbed it outward. He drew out a fairy sword that was half corroded and half cold. A slash in the air. Phoenixes all over the sky were stunned at the same time. Every phoenix was transformed into a part of Fengzu. But at this moment, she could not sense the existence of other bodies. Yuan's sword completely cut her into countless pieces, and she couldn't even draw power from the world. All the phoenixes screamed. The feeling of dying arises again. And this feeling arises every time I touch Yuan. Every time. Tai had stood in front of her the previous few times, but this time no one could help her. The phoenix's cry is shrill. A roaring sound came from the depths of the star sea. and the barbarian king was seen running towards him with bare feet. The entire chest was penetrated, and the huge hole was open, almost as big as the chest. You can even see the starry sky behind him through his chest. But the barbarian king was completely unaware, swinging his only rusty axe. And with each step, he stepped on it. He covered billions of miles. He smashed through space all the way. When he got close, he jumped up and chopped down with one axe. Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at him. The sword in his hand moved forward a little, like a daylight hitting a rusty axe. With a muffled sound, the barbarian king flew back at an even faster speed. There was no strange expression on Yuan Sanlao's face, just like he was swatting a fly away. Apart from Tai's disciples, only the actual explosion of the phoenix could cause any disturbance to him. Can't beat it. There was shock in the barbarian king's eyes. Is this the existence that those old guys have killed 7 or 8 times? Such an existence is just a head and a hand, and he has no chance of winning. How did Daozu kill him when he was fully alive? The man-king did not cultivate the lineage of the Taoist ancestors. He opened his own lineage. Although he never said it, he compared himself to the Taoist ancestors in his heart. Even if he is not as good as the Taoist master, he still feels that he is no less worthy than the heavenly emperor Taoist master. Suddenly woke up at this moment. Not to mention the Taoist ancestor. It is the emperor of heaven. He can block the complete Yuan for billions of years before eternity. But I don't know how powerful he must be. Sure enough, the road is long. The barbarian king plunged into the depths of the star sea and could no longer move. In addition to a big hole in his chest, his whole body was in severe pain. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, with indescribable residue. Looking at Yuan, who was slashing with his sword again, the barbarian king struggled to stand up. Niobe, if you don't come out, I will kill you on Guiwang Mountain. I will spray your blood all over Guiwang Mountain even if I die. It was clear that there was no chest, but the barbarian king's voice was still strong and powerful, rolling towards the sea of stars. Hearing a sigh, the Taoist master came from nowhere in the depths of the sea of stars, with a tired look on his face, a Tai Chi diagram hanging above his head, and a fly whisk in his hand. Why bother, fellow Taoist? There are only a few people in Guiwang Mountain, so we can't clean it. The Taoist master sighed, walked down step by step, and looked at Yuan with a complicated voice. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of millions of years, but my senior is still not dead. The sword that Yuan raised failed to strike down. The moment the Taoist master appeared, Su, who was integrated into his body, struggled to escape, but he couldn't leave, disturbing his mind. But this trace of consciousness cannot be erased. Tai, Yuan said. It is not the Taoist who transforms the body into a counter-consciousness. It's Tai. Having been killed by Tai 7 times, he was very familiar with Tai's methods. The moment Li merged into himself, he came over with all his memories. He is no stranger to this era. Did the little turtle give Tai a chance to tamper with Su's soul when he entered the Haoyue space? Yuan was silent for a moment, raised his sword and struck his forehead with a sword. The sword light passed by, and the strangeness disappeared immediately. For the time being, beheaded. He raised his head and looked at the Taoist master. The murderous aura in his eyes suddenly rose, and the whole sea of stars heard rolling thunder. Thunder is not an ordinary thunder sound. It carries the aura of annihilation and divine punishment. This group of masters and disciples are the real mortal enemies. Daozu killed him 7 times. Pluto killed him once. And the Emperor of Heaven blocked him for eternity, for hundreds of millions of years. Only when facing this group of masters and disciples would he have the real intention to kill others. Why do he need to kill others? Just do it casually. The Taoist master shook his head slightly. Senior still looks shameless. The barbarian king's 72 brothers are not here, and he can only use 30% of his brute force. Senior Fengzu has just left the world, and his strength is not even as strong as when he first merged into the world. Senior wants to kill them now. How can I agree? Even if they want to die, they should use their true strength to die a worthy death. Yuan slowly sheathed his sword, raised it and flew up again. The world of annihilation behind him was getting bigger and bigger, and he could already see the doomsday scene in that world. There is a sense of death, but the world where such death is condensed is tightly connected to Yuan, providing him with endless power like faith. Yuan looked at Taoist master. You die? Not before eternity. There was no tie to protect him, and no Emperor of Heaven and Pluto could join forces with him. In this battle, the Taoist master should be killed. The Taoist master chuckled lightly, looked at the sky full of phoenixes, looked at the struggling and dying barbarian king. And then his eyes fell on Yuan. Junior will accompany the senior. He spoke and walked forward step by step. Su He heard the message from the Taoist master. Junior brother, can you help me support Guangshen's popularity? Su He suddenly raised his head. Guang Mountain is a guidepost, which will only be used when the Taoist master truly emerges from reincarnation. The Taoist in front of me is only 1/6 or 1/7 of himself, just like Yuan General at this moment, but with equal existence. It is impossible for Tao Master to compete with Yuan Xiang. Senior brother, do you really want to show up? Su He stepped out from the back of little Taizu, looked at Guiwang Mountain, and lifted it up with one hand. The people on Guiwang Mountain roared and turned into a long dragon roaring towards the illusory Tai Mountain. Tai Mountain is becoming more and more solid, and it seems that it will be completely condensed in this era. Even Jin Yushan's popularity flickered, but Su He kept him distant and never called him. Guiwang Mountain felt relaxed in an instant. I saw a white jade door appear behind the Taoist master who was walking down, and it creaked open. The gate was clearly white and majestic, but for some reason, when my eyes fell on the gate, I felt that the gate was a little more eerie. The door opened with a bang, and a child jumped out. With a light jump, he rode on the Taoist master's neck, and then just melted into it, become one with the Taoist. In an instant, the Taoist master's momentum rushed towards Niu Do. The whole person changes instantly. His aura was no less than that of the barbarian king just now. But that's just the beginning. Then came a young man of 23 or 4 years old, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, wearing a star and moon Taoist robe, with sword energy soaring to the sky. As soon as he came out, he stepped into the Taoist master's body. The two bodies merged together, and the Tao master's momentum doubled again. The power is no less than that of Fengzu and barbarian king joining forces. Reincarnation. Yuan looked at the door with a serious expression and spat out a dry word. This is the reincarnation of the Xian Wang world. Xian Zai takes back his previous life. Yuan's complexion changed for the first time. He had many contacts with Tai's disciples, but Xian is an exception. In the wars before the ancient times, Xian rarely participated in the front. He only hides behind the heavenly court, setting up formations and assisting, but doesn't show up much. Daoxing was the weakest among Tai's disciples. It's not anymore. This is it. He glanced at Su He, and when Li Feng came over, he realized that Tai had actually accepted another disciple, a being who could jump out of time. Sure enough, this lineage deserves to be killed. Chapter 643 I beat them. Everyone who has anything to do with Tai should be killed. The Emperor of Heaven is like this. The King of Hades is like this. The Taoist Master is like this. And the same is true for Su He. Yuan's eyes turned from Su He back to Taoist Master. Even if Xian was once the weakest, the accumulation of maintaining reincarnation for hundreds of millions of years, life after life, if they were all integrated into one, it would be earth-shattering. Even if you can't kill him once like Hades, you still have a chance to destroy his broken body. Yuan's expression condensed slightly, and he shook the fairy sword in his hand. He faced the Taoist master with his rusty and withered side and slashed it down with one sword. There is reincarnation in heaven. But now that I am here, reincarnation will end. Yuan's voice is like a sword, but it's not sharp. Rather, it was like the rusty iron sword in his hand, which seemed to be falling off all the time. The sword light did not strike at the Taoist master, but instead struck at the white jade gate behind him. At this moment, a cold and proud fairy walked out of the white jade gate and became one with the Taoist master. The aura of the Taoist master disappeared in an instant. The immortals in the Sea of Stars felt that at this moment, they could no longer feel the breath of the Taoist master. He is clearly in front of me, but he is just like a mortal, without any power. The Taoist master, who had no power, stopped the decaying sword light with a flick of his fly whisk. Just like stopping a fairy sword. The whisk was like a whip, coming first and hitting the sword light. The sword light shattered with a crackling sound, and even made a crisp sound of metal breaking, beeping and shattering all over the ground. Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Since the Taoist master had started reincarnation and had stepped out of his own life, it was naturally impossible to take him down so easily. The moment the sword light shattered, Yuan had already shattered the fairy sword in his hand at the same time. The broken sword instantly dispersed, and each piece of the sword recalled a broken sword light, scattering in all directions in the star sea. Then he saw the aura of the broken world behind Yuan spreading outward along the fragments of the fairy sword. In an instant, the entire star sea began to decay, heading towards its end. Suhi was shocked. He didn't know what methods these guys used. Taizu's cassock had not been discovered by Yuan until now. But if the entire sea of stars turns into decay, how can we hide it? Suhi was shocked when he saw Baiyin appeared on the battlefield below at some point. And she actually entered the battlefield. Normally during battles, she would just sit in the rear and give orders. This was the first time Suhi saw her fighting in person. Baiyin flicked the Northern Lord's heavy hammer with a small knife, turned around and looked at Suhi, winking playfully. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't make a sound. But Suhi saw it and said, "Don't worry. Baiyin should be talking about the cassock." Then Nizi also knowingly co-authored it. But he didn't know anything? Suhi sat cross-legged on Taizu's back again, groping for the hard back underneath, and used the help of little Taizu to chop a 3-realm immortal lord who sneaked over in half and two. With the cooperation of Suhi and Taizu, it is extremely difficult for ordinary third-level immortals to get close to them. The immortal lord was reborn on the battlefield. He glanced at Suhi. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and in a flash, he rushed towards the Bodhisattva Bujia of the Great Compassion Temple. The Bodhisattva chanted the name of the Buddha, and a bronze bell rang above his head. 1 against 2. He faced the two immortals at the same time. However, Ming Ancestor and Demon Lord did not know where they were, and did not come to the battlefield. The two of them had previously joined forces to resist Li. Li had already merged into Yuan's body. But they did not come to kill him. "Fall," came the voice from above. The sword blades scattered across the sea of stars buzzed at the same time. Rays of light shot out and connected together to form a ball. The sea of stars quickly withered. Instead of being attacked, it's like life has come to an end, and it should be decayed and defeated. Another Taoist master walked out of the Samsara gate. This time he was not even a human being, but a red fox with 9 tails rippling behind him. It was unclear whether it was a divine beast or a demon. The fox said as he walked, "Everything has an end. Everything has a beginning. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, and destruction can be reborn." Its voice is ethereal and ethereal, as if it comes from outside. It's not even possible to distinguish between male and female. Behind every sound there seems to be countless men, women and children, talking and murmuring along with its voice. It seems like worshipping, and also like babbling. But its voice has infinite power, and the blue crystal between its eyebrows twinkles. With every step he took, ripples rose under his feet, and ripples rippled from the battlefield to all directions in the star sea. The ripples passed by, and the world that withered and declined towards its end, instead of getting better, withered faster. In a moment, we really reached the end of the world. The sea of stars began to turn into ashes, shattered and scattered everywhere, and the ashes gathered everywhere. But Yuan's expression was rare and solemn. I saw that the fly ashes were gathering more and more. And finally, a starlight shot out from the fly ashes. And then a brand new star jumped out of the fly ashes, rolling in the sea of stars, spitting with the sea of stars. Newborn. This is a living star. As long as there is enough time, and no one interferes, it can even evolve into a birthstone that can reproduce living creatures. This star seemed to usher in a new era. The fly ash dispersed, drifting into the sea of stars. The sea of stars, which had withered and decayed, actually began to be reborn at this time. Even worse than the previous ruin, beyond the state of the wreckage left behind by the destruction of heaven. Reincarnation. One cycle passes. Another cycle begins again. Yuan looked at the miracle spreading across the entire star sea, and watched the fox and the Taoist merge into one. Shaking his head gently, "It's really amazing. Reincarnation is the number of days. But the dead will die after all. So what is the connection between the new and the dead? What I want is not rebirth, but to cut off reincarnation and bring back the dead. Can't wait for reincarnation. Can't wait for rebirth. The new life is no longer what he cares about. What he wants is to seize the new life and let the dead return." Yuan pointed out something. He raised his hand and grabbed a dead sun from the decaying world behind him. He pressed it into a black chess piece in his hand and shot it towards the Taoist master. The Taoist master was not afraid. He swung his whisk and hit the immortal sword behind him. That was the immortal sword of the 4th generation Taoist master. The fairy sword was unsheathed, turning into a sword light and hitting the flag brought by Yuan. There was an explosion, followed by a miserable phoenix cry. Phoenixes all over the sky were impacted by this collision and blown to an unknown place. Fortunately, the phoenixes in the sky blocked the way, so the immortals fighting below were not shattered by this attack. The Taoist master's voice came from the deepest part of the collision. Reincarnation and immortality are destiny. If the seniors want to disturb us, we should fight. Then an old man walked out of the reincarnation gate. He looked exactly like the Taoist master, with a pure aura and a carefree demeanor. The first Taoist master. The true Taoist master. The first generation Taoist master held a Tai Chi diagram in his hand and threw it into the sky. The Tai Chi diagram spread out like a big net, covering the sea of stars. Then it gathered inward, and wherever it passed, whether it was the reincarnation and rebirth scattered by Master Fox or the broken fairy sword sent out by Yuan, they were all gathered together, condensed in the Tai Chi diagram, and compressed into a bright pearl. The two Taoist masters blended together, raised their hands to pick it up, and the pearl was held between his fingers, like Yuan just now, reaching out and snapping his fingers. A ray of green light pierced through time and space, piercing the sea of stars, suddenly shot towards Yuan. Yuan's face was solemn, and all his strength was concentrated in his fingers, and he raised his hand to face the blow. The fingers collided with the pearl, but it didn't explode. Tai Chi's light flashed on the pearl, and the green light shot through Yuan's palm, into the world behind him, and exploded. But that broken world is not the only one that has not been blown to pieces. On the contrary, there is a bit of a reversal, as if he is coming back to life. It is dispersed by foxes and means new life. Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and slapped the broken world. Don't wake up before the time comes. The world was slapped by him and became silent again. Yuan turned to look at Taoist master. Your first body is weak. Since he is a disciple of Tai, he should be compared with the Emperor of Heaven and the King of Hades, especially in his first life. But this life is obviously not as good as those two. Far behind. The Taoist master smiled slightly and shook his head. I can't compare to my senior brothers and sisters. As long as I am not surpassed by my junior brothers, I can still annihilate half of my seniors. Su He. As the Taoist master spoke, he raised his hand and stabbed forward with his sword. Yuan Bian pointed out again. His finger collided with the fairy sword, and a shockwave spread out. The barbarian king who had just touched the side and approached roared unwillingly and was blown away. Su He looked at the battlefield in confusion. Since senior brother wants to fuse each body, why didn't he do it 2,000 years ago? Instead, you want to think of using the method of dying together? Of course, it's forced by the situation. A voice rang in Su He's ear, and he saw a woman in red coming across the space, landing next to Su He, and stepping on little Taizu's back. Little Taizu was shocked and was extremely dissatisfied, but he dared not express it. He saw with his own eyes how fierce this woman was just now. Ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Even the immortal lord of the seventh realm couldn't bear the slap. Ancestor is okay? Su He's eyes lit up. He didn't feel that Feng Zhu was injured at all. Feng Zhu shook his head slightly. Dead? It was still hanging on, and the sky was full of little phoenixes. Maybe they could still fuse. As a result, those two fought against each other and completely extinguished her phoenix fire. But it doesn't matter. As long as the world is immortal, she will not be destroyed. It's just a resurrection at home. I just came back from Shirwan volcano. Feng Zhu raised his hand and handed a small phoenix the size of a golden pheasant to Su He. I heard that you have a daughter at home. Give her this phoenix. This is what was superfluous to her resurrection. Last time, there was a little phoenix that was not completely dead. Naturally, the little phoenix was useless when she came back to life. After taking out his spiritual consciousness, he looked like this. In appearance and blood, the phoenix has no intelligence. Just like an ordinary bird. It's not bad and cheap to keep for fun. And it doesn't eat. Su He laughed. Thank you, ancestor. With a thought, he took the little phoenix into his inner world. Yaya would definitely like this strange and bizarre thing. Mu Feng's gaze had already fallen on the starry sky, and he looked at the battlefield and said softly, if Yuan doesn't come, reincarnation won't start, and Xian won't be able to merge with the past life. It's not that they have something to hide. It's that they have hidden power that they can't bring out. Above the sky, the gate of reincarnation and the broken world hang high on both sides. The place where they meet in the middle is filled with all kinds of colors. Su He looked at it for a long time, took a long breath, and looked at Feng Zhu. Old ancestor, what's the fighting situation inside? I can't see clearly. The warring parties far exceeded Su He's realm. Little Taizu beneath him looked at him with disdain, and at the same time pricked up his ears, waiting for Feng Zhu's answer. He couldn't see clearly either. Feng Zhu looked solemn. Yuan is one step ahead. Dao Master is no match. But Yuan is in a hurry. On the battlefield below, Yuan Zun and Xian Huang were locked in a stalemate. Both sides were evenly matched. But Xian Huang Immortal Lord did not all arrive. The real power is not here yet. At this moment, Mingzhu and Demon Lord are rescuing Emperor Qilong. And they have already seen the outcome. As long as the three of them arrive and form a large formation with him and the Barbarian King, it will be extremely difficult for Yuan Zai to defeat them. Yuan also realized this and was already anxious now. As he spoke, a long sword pierced Xiaoguang, and the sword light shot out. Yuan reached out from Xiaoguang with his hand, grabbed the hilt of the sword, and slashed down suddenly. Fengzhu beside him suddenly turned into a burst of fire and rushed forward, while the Barbarian King in the distance stepped forward at the same time and rushed towards the battlefield. One spear, one giant axe, and a coordinated strike slashed at the central glow. No one knew what happened in the rosy glow. As Yuan slashed down with his sword, the sword energy shattered the rosy glow and swept outward. Fengzhu and Barbarian King were heading for this sword energy. On the battlefield between the Immortal Lord and the Immortal below, once the sword energy was cut down, none of the Immortals could survive. The attacks of the two merged and turned into a giant axe burning with flames, splitting the sword energy with one strike. The sword energy broke into two pieces and swayed outward. The Immortal Lord below seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. Even if the sword energy collided with the Tao Master and was chopped into pieces by Fengzhu and Barbarian King, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary Immortal Lords. Several people roared and tried to break away from the formation to intercept them. But he saw a full moon falling from the sky accompanied by the dragon's roar. With a bang, it hit a piece of sword energy, and another mountain god seal and willow branches fell down from the sky. Here they come! The sword energy dispersed by Fengzhu and Barbarian King was suppressed by the three of them, raised upwards, changed direction, and shot deep into the starry sky, above the bright moon. Emperor Qilong was wearing a dragon robe. He looked at the direction of the sword energy and shook his head slightly. Emperor Xuanwu will have no objection. Heaven has been destroyed, and it is useless to have any opinions. It turns out that you transformed into reincarnation with your true body. The glow dissipated, and the center revealed a place where Taoist Master and Yuan were fighting. The Taoist Master gasped slightly. Yuan Pingping held him down and looked at the Samsara gate behind him with a look of wonder. Previously I thought Xian was the worst behaved among the three brothers. Just after the battle, Xian exposed his heels and could see clearly. It turns out that in this guy's first life, 70% of his existence was reincarnated. No wonder. Over the years, the Xianhuang world has been difficult to destroy, and all kinds of geniuses have emerged one after another, not to mention the ones before the ancient times. The four spirits later on counted. There were also the four sacred beasts and the Barbarian King. The Yuanzuan clan was his bloodline and occupied half of the world. So the Immortal Venerable could be on par with Xianhuang. Transform yourself into reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation is endless. And the black and yellow are endless. The Taoist Master sighed softly. Originally, this was Senior Sister's avenue. Senior Sister opened the netherworld and wanted to determine reincarnation herself. If she could succeed, why would she die with you? There is no need for teacher to take action. Senior Sister can kill you alone. Yuan is non-committal. Deep. He had seen that woman countless times, and every time he saw her, he was astonished. How lucky is the Xianhuang world? Not only is there Dao ancestor, but there is also Feng ancestor who is willing to blend in with him. There is also Ji Tian who is unparalleled in dominance, and Ming who is extremely talented. Later, there will be Xian, and there will be the Barbarian King who created his own way. In this era, there will be the fourth child who is not limited by time. The Tao Master incarnates in reincarnation. Although the Tao is not at its peak, sentient beings will never die, and the Tao will never end. There is also the immortal Phoenix ancestor who is immortal in the world and himself. Yuan looked around. His eyes fell on Mingzhu and Demon Lord. What a Xianhuang! Someone is transcending the Immortal Lord again. Yuan took a deep breath. This battle was about killing people. Otherwise, this era will be another heaven. The heavenly court that has been blocking his half-body for eternity is this kind of team. Come on! Yuan jumped up, turned around and pointed a finger at the desolate world. Hearing a few wails in the world, several zombie-like beings rushed out. He had a gray and defeated aura, without any vitality at all. As soon as he came out, the whole world showed undisguised disgust. This thing shouldn't exist in the world at all. Those zombie-like things are killing in all directions despite the disgust of the world. The faces of the 5 people, Ming Zhu and Barbarian King, changed slightly and became solemn at the same time. Each of them faced a zombie and killed it. Yuan himself turned into a gray light and rushed towards the Taoist master. But when he approached, he turned around and punched the door of reincarnation. The Taoist master is nothing. The gate of reincarnation is the foundation. Outside the samsara gate, the Taoist master flicked his whisk, and a curtain of light swung open. The Tai Chi diagram turned into a light shield and enveloped the samsara gate. Yuan punched him, and the Tai Chi spin actually removed all the power from him. Before Yuan could land his punch, he felt a sudden threat. The Taoist master stabbed him with a sword from behind, hitting the back of his head. Yuan suddenly turned around and punched the tip of the Taoist sword. With another collision, the fist wind and sword energy turned into an impact and emptied the battlefield. The people of the Ming ancestor who had just fought were suddenly blown away by the impact. Sui punched an immortal lord back to the battlefield, and then heard Gu Tai's slightly urgent voice, "Contact the ancestors. Be careful of the dead bodies. Any one of them may turn into the original body." Sui was startled, and then heard Gu Tai say with a bit of disapproval, "I don't know why these things come to my mind. Have I ever beaten them?" Chapter 644. Now that I'm here, everything is fine. Sui? Of course I did. Not only beaten, but also killed. Sui's consciousness rushed into the inner world and waved his hand to summon the little phoenix. "Ancestor? Hey!" The phoenix fell and stood on his head. "Stop messing around. My name is Ancestor." The birds kept chirping and flew up and circled around him, eager to poop on his head. "Sui? Ancestor, I will report this scene back to Taizu and the others." "Bird? Little guy. Why did you deliberately arouse my consciousness? This bird was brought back by you through the long river of time, and its consciousness will naturally disappear. Then it will be a simple pet." A struggle flashed in the eyes of the little phoenix, and a trace of consciousness flashed in his eyes. Flashing, Sui did not argue with her, but said in a hurry, "Ancestor, contact the main body." Little Phoenix was silent for a moment. "If you contact the main body, the last trace of consciousness in the body will dissipate at this moment." Sui smiled bitterly. "Ancestor, every zombie summoned by Yuan may become himself." Feng Zhu was silent for a moment. This kind of thing should be known by the main body, right? After all, he has been involved since the first battle. She had no body memory, so she didn't know this, but she didn't dare to rely on guesswork to make a decision. She screamed and flew high into the sky. A voice rang in Sui's ears. "I'm contacting my main body. Don't leave Gu Tai. The smell on his body can't be hidden from Yuan's perception. Only if you have mastered Daozu's finger bones for a long time can you cover it up a little." Sui suddenly realized that his consciousness exited the inner world, and the battlefield outside became increasingly chaotic. If Sui had not seen the battlefield formations in advance, he would not have been able to tell that this messy battlefield was actually divided into large formations. "Little ancestor, if the Star Sea is too dangerous, let's go back to the lower realm. The battlefield in the lower realm will be even less powerful." Sui sent a message to Gu Tai. As long as he goes to the lower realm, Gu Tai will be in no danger. Gu Tai looked at him with contempt. "Nonsense. Below is a little guy who can't even reach the immortal realm. If I go down? Ancestor, wouldn't it be even more obviously wrong? Do you know something? Why are you more afraid of being exposed than me? Ancestor? What is my identity? Ancestor?" The little brat dares to call himself an ancestor. Sui didn't reply. Then Yuan Yu took out a brand new rusty iron sword and completely exploded, completely suppressing the Taoist master. But even though he had the upper hand, he still couldn't defeat the Taoist master, let alone kill him. The fight here was fierce, and a zombie figure flashed and crashed into the time channel. The Taoist master's face condensed, and the fairy sword in his hand exploded, forcing Yuan Shunshung back. He chased towards the time and space channel in a flash, but saw that the zombie exploded as soon as it entered the time and space channel, and the whole corpse turned into a giant. With great force, it blasted towards the end of the passage. "Come!" The sound of explosions converged into rolling thunder, and the word light penetrated ancient and modern times. At the end of the passage, the space-time barrier cracked. 3 drums sounded as densely as rain, and streaks of gray light shot out. I saw the wound under the neck of Xinghai Zhongyuan, which seemed to have been cut by a sword, began to squirm, and the left shoulder, left arm, The gray and incomplete world behind him became larger and more solid. A smile appeared on Yuan's face. The Emperor of Heaven was suppressed by him before the ancient times. Now that a time and space channel has been opened here, no one can stop him from crossing time and space. The Taoist master will die today. The Taoist master's face darkened. He rounded up the whisk in his hand and struck it at the gray light at the end of the passage. With a whip, the glow dispersed, but quickly condensed. The Taoist master was about to lash out, but he saw the powerful Yuan below, swinging his arms and smashing towards the reincarnation gate. The Taoist master's eyes froze and his figure flashed, returning to the original place. Ming opened the Tai Chi figure in his hand and collided with Yuan. Yuan stepped back a few points, but the Taoist master flew backwards and hit the reincarnation gate. Falling down, Yuan, who had only one extra arm, became several times more powerful. For a while, the Taoist master couldn't be hostile. The Taoist licked his lips and stood up slowly. Yuan Wei smiled and said, "I know what you are waiting for." The runes of the Emperor of Heaven flashed in the space-time channel. How could he not understand? However, regardless of the three drum sounds or the runes, once you enter the space-time channel, you are no longer in the same space-time as this world. So you cannot break it? Otherwise, the Heavenly Emperor's runes would have been annihilated long ago. He can't come. Yuan Dan smiled. I don't know how many eras of practice and how many reincarnations. The organs of the hybrid body have long lost the distinction between primary and secondary. If this area exists above the shoulder blade, you can't stop it. From ancient times, it was almost how can Tian break through the whole body? Just one hand and one arm can defeat the Taoist master. But it is difficult to kill him. If the body doesn't come back, won't it become the same stalemate between the two races for hundreds of millions of years? Now that he has arrived in person, how can he allow such a thing to happen again? As Yuan spoke, his body continued to condense, and it had already condensed to the position of his breasts, leaving a hollow in his heart. The chest cavity was more than half condensed, but the heart did not arrive. Even if the organs Yuan said were the same, the heart was actually a little different. The Taoist master's face was solemn, and the pressure on his body was like a mountain. He really couldn't beat him. He sighed and chanted, "Everyone, don't be obsessed with fighting. Set up formations and seal the passage." Yuan chuckled, "They are useless. Let's take back the reincarnation. Take back the reincarnation and return to the top. If you can beat me, you can create another reincarnation. If you can't keep the reincarnation, it's useless." The Taoist master said nothing, raised his hand and pointed downwards, and saw a large formation rising in the sea of stars. This is a large formation spread across the entire sea of stars, with all the stars and immortals from all directions forming in formation. There was an explosion deep in the starry sky, and the fire shot into the sky, turning into a phoenix bird and shooting into the formation. Occupy one side of the formation. The power of the great formation surged in an instant. Another bright moon rolled in. The dragon turtle swayed like the dark sky, and every branch and leaf of the swaying willow tree shattered the starry sky. The barbarian king directly held the giant axe in his hand, squatted down, and suddenly turned into a cannonball with a single kick. Shattered space shot into the formation. Every time a figure rushed into the formation, the aura of the formation would rise significantly. Yuan frowned slightly and looked at the Taoist master. "Is this your trump card?" From the time when he only had one arm sticking out of the space-time channel, he could sense the large formation below. Yu Xian Wang Immortals as a guide, and Yuan Zun Immortal as a force. In fact, the attacks from every battle below were accumulated by Xinghai, waiting for him to arrive and turn into a thunderous strike. But, Yuan smiled. His zombies have already chased others out of the Star Sea. So what can he do if they attack here? The restriction here cannot prevent him from leaving. And he can turn a zombie into his own body at any time. Let's fight. Yuan was full of energy, looking at the Taoist master as if he was seeing the former Taoist ancestor. Back then, he was such an old man, blocking the dark world again and again. No matter what he does, Shioji will never be able to break through in his life, and he will be cut off from the world by the old man. Now he's in Tai's absence, his disciples came to stop him in his place. The Taoist master stepped forward and was already in the formation. He looked at Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Su." The sound was not loud, but it made Yuan suddenly change his color. The rebellious force in his body started to beat at this moment. Su's will is connected to the great formation here. Mark the formation. Feeling the huge formation coming suddenly, it was like a slap from Tai. Yuan's expression changed again, and his body exploded. In the distance, a motionless zombie melted away at the same time and turned into Yuan's body. His body was still condensed at the position of his breasts. As soon as he appeared, he saw the large formation turning into a turtle claw and shooting across the sky. It was not an attack from Huang Rutai, but the means left behind by Tai's consciousness 2,000 years ago, which came upstream along with Su He in this era. Can't escape. Su Jin has become a mark. Wherever he is reborn, this formation will attack, gather the power of all the immortals from all over the world and transform it into Tai's strike. Even if it's not as condensed and solid as Tai's own action, it is definitely not something he can resist in his current state. Come! Yuan shouted urgently. Then he saw in the space-time channel, a condensed shadow of the heart turned into a ray of light and hit the Yuan half-body. Boom! Boom! All the immortals in the sea of stars suddenly felt as if their hearts were being controlled by someone. At this moment, everyone's heartbeats merged into one sound, turning into roaring thunder. It was as if the hearts of the immortals had met the king, and as the Yuan heart condensed, it began to beat. Yuan should be decayed, dead, and decayed, but the heart is fresh, full of vitality, strong and powerful. With the arrival of the heart, his momentum was no longer shocking, but his power actually forced the formation to retreat by 2 points. Combat power is not simply improved, no matter what it was before. It was the same as the realm of Taoist Master, Ming Ancestor, and Demon Lord at this moment. It's just beyond the Immortal Lord. At this moment, it seems to have reached another level. Looking at Yuan's body, it's like seeing the Taoist Ancestor from back then. Invincible and invincible. This is the true arrival of Yuan. Yuan waved his hands and leaped towards the giant claw of the formation. His heart was beating violently under his chest, and his blood vessels were dancing like octopus tentacles. I haven't fought against Tai in hundreds of millions of years. Let me see if this old turtle can improve. Yuan's voice was cold, and he rushed forward. But in the giant claw, Dao Ancestor turned his body to avoid collision with him, and swept the golden light from all directions of the sea of stars towards the formation at the same time. The golden light intertwined to form a grid like a chessboard. The grid divides the irregular battlefield of Shanghai into areas. The power of the turtle claw suddenly increased. Kasaya! A cold light flashed across Yuan's eyes. That old bastard's cassock. When was it placed here? How could he not notice it? Yuan was shocked. Xian Wang didn't turn the power scattered on the battlefield into this attack. They used the immortals and immortals in the entire star sea as their power. The cassock shrinks and covers the tortoise's claws. Like a tattoo. Every battlefield becomes a gem embellishing the cassock. And the power unites to condense the tortoise claws. The 5 Ming ancestors became the 5 fingers of the tortoise claws. When he reached into Xian Wang, the 4 spirits and the white tiger cooperated like this for a while, breaking 5 of his fingers. This time, there are 5 existences beyond the Immortal Lord. And there is even a Taoist master in the claw heart presiding over the formation. The immortals and immortals of the Yuanzun clan roared and wanted to break away from the formation. But they heard Bai Yin's voice coming out. They are all things that I don't understand, such as Qian Sankuan Wu, Dui Erli Jiu and so on. Following Bai Yin's words, the Xian Wang beings on the cassocks continued to adjust their fighting methods. The cassocks gathered more and more, and their strength became one. And a small knife was condensed in the turtle's claws, which was no different from the flesh-picking knife made by Bai Yin. Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he didn't bother to laugh. Any trace of rebellion in his mind would be affected. Xian Wang forcibly united the powers of countless immortals and immortals into one, especially if half of them belonged to the Yuanzun clan. How can such a chaotic force compete with him? Let's fight. Yuan groaned and flew towards the turtle claw. Turtle claw held the knife humanely and slashed towards him. Bah! Yuan pointed his finger at the turtle claw, and all the Xian Wang immortals in the turtle claw spat out a mouthful of blood, especially the Taoist master, who flew backwards and smashed the stars everywhere before he stopped. The knife in the turtle's claws did not cut him. If his body was intact, the knife would have cut his dantian in the lower abdomen. It's a pity that he is not whole and cuts the air with one sword. Tian Yuan's face instantly darkened. Rat! He yelled. He didn't even have time to finish the attack before turning around and shooting towards the space-time channel. Despicable. This formation is not used to fight him at all, but to cut off the connection between this half of his body and the lower body from eternity ago. Xian Wang wanted to completely separate his 2 halves. There is a plan here, and there must have been it before eternity. That formation has cut off the connection between the two bodies with one strike. Go back. Go back immediately. Xianhuang creatures are accustomed to tricks. And they were deceived by Pluto and died once. This time it was Brother Pluto again. Yuan Zhong went back. But the moment he approached the passage, a golden light shot out from the passage, blocking his way. Yuan Pinley pointed at the golden light, and a loud roar came from the golden light. It is the heaven before eternity. The entire heavenly force condensed into one, blocking the passage of time. This road is blocked. Come on! Yuan shouted. If he doesn't come over, then call him over completely. The Emperor of Heaven blocked him for hundreds of millions of years. But he completely condensed in this era, with his whole body condensed. He was not afraid even if Tai showed up. Come on! Yuan Hu shouted louder, summoning the lower body. 3 drums made a thunderous sound, which seemed to shatter the passage of time. The Taoist master behind him turned into a ray of light and rushed back into the formation, controlling the formation and swinging his sword towards Yuan Zhong. Yuan called out several times in succession, but he felt an attack coming from behind. He raised his hand to summon the world of annihilation, pulled out a knife from inside, and swung the knife towards the formation. The gray mist on the knife was blown away by the sharp force of the turtle's claws. And it was only then that he saw clearly that it was actually a brick mason's knife. His weapons are neither real nor imaginary. They are all used by the mighty power of the destructive world. With one slash, the Taoist master did not collide with him. He changed his direction and raised his sword to slash at the world of silence behind him. It was still not an attack. Yuan was suddenly stunned when he stabbed the world with a knife. He looked at the Taoist master in disbelief. He is this world of annihilation, and the world of annihilation is him. He came to this era in half. But in fact, only a small part of the world of nirvana behind him came, and the bigger one was still before eternity. Just now, the Taoist master's sword almost severed the connection between the two halves of the annihilated world. At most it can be called a broken thread. This surprise was no small matter. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. But there was no room for error in this world. Go back! Yuan Bao shouted and slapped the world of silence with a palm. The world was like a planet, rolling towards the time channel. Wherever it passes, the stars are annihilated and the space collapses. The aura of withering and doom came out, making it suffocating in an instant. The world ignored it and crashed into the space-time channel, like a chicken hitting a rubber tube, squeezing in against the golden light. The golden light in the time channel collided with the world of silence, turning into a strange pale color and shooting toward the sea of stars. Close your eyes, immortal lord. In the turtle claw formation, the Taoist master's voice spread in all directions. This light is invisible. This is the result of the collision between the golden light of the Emperor of Heaven and the breath of the dying world. The immortal looks directly at the unstable gate of the immortal. The immortals in the turtle claws closed their eyes, and only integrated their strength into the cassock, forming a large formation to trap the immortal Yuan Zhong. He heard a copper bell ringing next to him. I saw the white dragon's horn turned into a copper bell the size of a copper bell, tinkling loudly. Bai Long's entire face changed, and his eyes showed fear. Little Taizu groaned and reached out to the white dragon with one claw. However, he had already gone there before him, and slashed down with his square knife, cutting off the white dragon's gaze. He punched the white dragon on the top of her head, knocking her unconscious. He then threw the white dragon onto little Taizu's tortoise SHL. This stupid dragon. You really can act unscrupulously while holding a bronze bell. Little Taizu Kaitian 4th level dared to sneak directly into the Shuiyue interface with the copper bell to face the immortal lord. That was because Taizu was only half a step away from the immortal lord. The white dragon has only opened the 7th level of heaven, and there are still hundreds of thousands of years left before it reaches the level of the immortal lord. The other immortals stayed in the formation, always protected by the cassocks and Taoist masters, and they did not dare to act unscrupulously. But she had nothing. The white dragon is like a noodle hanging on the Taizu turtle SHL. The world of annihilation over there was only a little bit away from squeezing into the spacetime channel. The 3 drum beats became more and more urgent, and it was unclear whether they were summoning Yuan's lower body or sending the world of annihilation back to the ancient times. The Taoist master rolled up the dust and rolled it towards the world of silence. Then he saw Yuan Zhong leaving, ignoring his own world, and crashed into the Tao master's reincarnation gate. Junior, if you dare to hurt my world at all, your reincarnation will be cut off today. No way out for Xianhuang. No matter whether you win or lose in this battle, No one in Xianwang will survive, no matter what Taoist master has in store for him. In the aftermath of the battle, this world will definitely be barren of grass. The Xianwang he was talking about was not the Xianwang world. It is the mysterious and yellow world of the past, and the world of heaven and earth at this moment. The other big worlds in the heavens and the world are all derived from Xianwang. His voice rolled out like waves, and under the beat of the 3 drums, people dared not act rashly. At this time, boom, boom, as the 3 drums struck, another drum followed. Hidden beneath the sound of 3 drums, Yuan's eyes suddenly condensed. Dengxiangu, the immortal drum in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. The moment the drum sounded, there was a muffled sound in the space-time channel, like the collision of mountains and rivers. Immediately afterwards, I saw the world of annihilation being knocked out by a huge force, tumbled and thrown out of the passage. 3 drums rang loudly, and then a sword flashed past, chopped down through 3 drums. The sound of 3 drums suddenly went out, and it split from the middle along with the light of the knife, and was split in half with a knife. The 3 drums and the Heavenly Emperor pattern have entered the space-time passage and are no longer the same as this era. Even Su He and Feng Zhu never thought of smashing the 3 drums. That thing is completely out of reach. At this moment, he was chopped into pieces with a knife. That sword light looked familiar. I met her at the place where my mother-in-law was suppressed. Emperor's sword. Father-in-law. Ji Tian, came the suppressed voice from Yuan's mouth, suppressing endless anger. Boom! He was answered by the sound of a drum. The 3 drums that had been split in half were about to be reassembled. But a louder drum sound came from the passage. There was a sound of drums, and the 3 drums seemed to meet the heaven and the earth, and the remaining body exploded. I saw a pure golden snare drum booming out of the passage. The 3 drums were smashed into pieces, and the remains of the 3 drums were smashed down with a crash, pressing all the way out of the sea of stars, rushing into the heavens and myriad worlds. Dengxiangu. Even though it was very different from the Dengxian drum of later generations, Su He recognized it at a glance. This was the Dengxian drum. The Dengxian drum that has disappeared for an unknown period of time in Guiwang Mountain. The immortal drum passed by, and the golden light in the time channel shone in all directions for an instant. A middle-aged man stepped out of the depths of the light. He was just walking normally, but everyone present was breathless and attentive. Majesty. If the barbarian king was barbaric, this one was absolutely majestic. He stepped out and looked around. His expression was clear and calm, but it made everyone feel as if they were seeing a high mountain, and they subconsciously felt weak. During the formation, Emperor Qinglong trembled slightly. His expression seemed to be smiling or crying, and he was somewhat unable to control himself. He took a step forward and bowed. Old Long. See you, Your Majesty. Even during the Heavenly Court period, the emperors from all over the world just surrendered to each other when they met the Heavenly Emperor. You can also call yourself me, the one with unparalleled majesty. This time, the Azure Dragon Emperor possessed her and became her mistress. The Emperor of Heaven smiled slightly. You're fine. Qinglong's state of dying has not changed, but surviving a catastrophe will bring blessings in the future. The state of immortality has made his moral conduct even higher. Emperor Qinglong never stood up and called himself a minister. I'm late. The Emperor smiled and shook his head. Not too late. How can it be too late before the decisive battle? He turned his gaze to the Taoist master below. There was still blood on the corner of the Taoist master's mouth. He curled his lips and pointed at Yuan behind him. Senior brother. He wants to destroy all living beings. Everyone was stunned. The dignified Taoist master. Are you complaining? The tone was actually a bit aggrieved. Like a child who has been wronged for hundreds of millions of years meets his parents. The Emperor of Heaven turned his eyes to Yuan. His face as calm as ever. Now that I'm here, everyone in the world is fine. The Emperor's tone was extremely calm, but what he said was beyond doubt. It's like telling an established fact. There is no room for anyone to refute. Only a few people here recognize the Emperor of Heaven, but his words made everyone feel at ease.